Like he's crazy John. And you won't be able to mistake Marlon now because his fashion, he's like a young fashion icon. He's incredible. He's from Memphis, and the Barclays meant a lot to him. So he's on this track as well. So James Alexander, who's the last surviving member of Barclays baseball, is on this track with Marlon. He's like Mr. Tomorrow on days. And a bunch of kids from the Stacks Music Institute also played on the track. So I did that, and I'm super proud of it, really happy. Can't wait to hear it mixed. And we recorded it. We recorded it on a board. This is the opposite of tech and AI. We recorded on a board that was in the Stacks B-Room, etc. And this is an old analog board that sounds fantastic, and a lot of records were cut on this board. So it was really special. And then coming this summer, Living Color and the band Extreme, we're going out. And I said, rolling up, we're also going to be here in Florida. We're going to be at Disney from 6.9 to the second.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, so we're going to be
What is your like range when it comes to like new music you listen to or experiment with? Like, do you listen to new stuff that comes out? How many different genres do you dive into? I'm one of those guys. Like, I wish I was able to experiment with new music. Whereas, like, I'm kind of like a nostalgic type person where I kind of go back to things that I grew up listening to, or like it's rare that I'll really like dive into some new album from some new band that I rarely like. You mentioned you listened to the new Tool album a couple years ago. I saw you on this podcast.
Fantastic.
I was like, I listened to Tool a couple times in high school, but like I never dove back into it. But I know I would fucking love Tool.
Oh, so good. Yeah. It's not good. Yeah, that record is good. And I don't know, man. There's a lot of cool stuff out there. I'm really people. My daughter turns me on to like her. HER. She's HPE her.
Okay.
R&B artist. Crypto, badass guitar player. She's kind of extraordinary because she's a singer-songwriter, but she's a multi-instrumentalist. And there's actually a clip of her playing on Saturday Night Live. And I think in the second song, she breaks out the guitar and she's way up, kind of wailing. I was like, oh, what's that? Wow. Yeah, really good. So that's a good thing. You're too young to have a 19-year-old, but
yeah, I'm older too young. My oldest is 4.
Well, you know what? This is going to connect to people. It's funny. There's an artist named Steve Lacy who's a guitar player, right? But it's one of my daughters, Steve Lacy. Kind of proto Quincy, but really cool tunes and plays guitar. But she said Steve Lacy. I was like, you mean the jazz saxophonist? Because there's this very famous in the jazz circles, plays soprano saxophone. Also there's Steve Lacy. I was like, what you talking about, Steve Lacy? What you talking? It's a totally different person. Yeah. Man, it's I like having things like these melodic things, like weird things, like there's Teddy bands, 2 bands that are kind of happy. Thank you, Scientist. It's very proud. Very proud. Kind of a lot of parts, pretty complicated. Okay. And there's another band called Carbon, super heavy. And that's so I go from her to Carbon.
Okay.
Yeah, a wide variety of things that I like. And I like older music. Obviously, I love working in the Barclays space. So I try to stay. I just think it's fun to
Well, cool, man. Well, thank you again for coming on here.
Thank you for having me.
Playing on an hour, we did over 2 hours. Tell people where they can follow you and find out what you're doing.
I'm Vert22 on Instagram. I'm Vert22 on Twitter. I'm Verting Me on Facebook. I'm Vert22 on Mastodon. Also a great game, but it's an emerging.
Oh, I love Mastodon.
Yeah, it's an emerging social network. But Mastodon is fantastic.
Yes.
And what else? I think I'm gonna mess with Blue Sky. I'm seeing Blue Sky's just come out. But I'm Vert VURNTTT. That's me.
Well, man, I'll make sure I link it up below for everyone who's watching this call.
Fantastic.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you.
Good night, world.
Hey.
After the allegations relegated Brian to the passenger seat in Brendan Schaub's train wreck of an existence, he's been struggling to score roles as a Hollywood extra. He hasn't been able to get a streaming deal for a comedy special, and he's been struggling to sell tickets on the road. Actually, that sounds exactly like Chris D'Elia. Must be a coincidence. But now that he's made the Austin sacrifice and been abducted by the comedy mothership, his career
You got a ring on your finger
turn
now.
around.
First time I've seen you with a ring on your finger. Well, congratulations. When did you get married?
Congrats.
You're a married man. Look at you. Turn your life around.
Yeah, we're in business.
Just before. 2 days before. No, 13th of February.
What's it feel Valentine's Day?
I don't
Still feel no different.
Yeah, Jess is like this. What's it like? I mean, are you guys just, do the kids live with you guys, or Jess's daughter lives with us? She does?
Did you sign a prenup?
What happened? You were young about that anything.
You got some potential out there.
I mean, maybe. You're really making a life for yourself, man. What's it like to be a guy who's on the run from the FBI for 10 years, did 26 years in prison, now
Sets it up, Jeff.
Now look at you. You're on TV. You're the face of LifeLock. You're the face of Home Mortgage Lock. You're on half of that. What's
Dude,
the guy?
I see you on Title Lock. I watch ESPN religiously. You're on ESPN at least almost once a day.
I know.
My mom will years ago, Matt Cox is on TV. You almost convinced her to buy Title Lock. I almost had to talk her out of it.
And you're on Steve Bannon's show. You're everywhere, man. Yeah, Steve Bannon's probably one of my favorites. He doesn't say anything to that. He doesn't even talk to it. I mean, he does his whole spiel, and then he's like, and he talks about Title Lock and how horrible identity theft and aggravated identity theft and title theft and all these things. He goes on and on and on, and then he's like, and that's why we had Matt Cox here. He's the guy. What can they do? What can my watchers do to protect themselves? And I go, well, they can run Title Lock. And he's like, that's right. Thank God. And then he goes on and on. It's like, I've really saying anything. I might say 10 lines in 5 minutes, and then then it's over, and that's it. I love it. It's so fucking funny that last time you were on here, you mentioned that. You're like, what's this guy's name? Some guy that had something to do with Trump. I go on his show and I promote Home Title Lock. I don't know this guy's name. Meanwhile, Steve fucking Bannon. Jesus Christ. He's out to go to jail. He's got a yeah, he lost. He's supposed to go to jail. He's fighting it. He's appealing it. He's dragging out. That's what they said about Trump. He's going to go to jail. But after they said that, I was just thinking about that. You know what's so funny? Like, it was 2 years ago. Talking about Russia. Talking about the Russia investigation. And then it was, this. And then it was, documents. And then it's like they tried to get him for so long. And you should just put it something And then there's all that stuff coming out right now about Jeffrey Epstein. There's like five articles that came out in the last 3 days about Jeffrey Epstein and all this new documents that got released about his schedule, about his calendar, meeting with the head of the CIA and all that shit. Yeah, but those were like he was supposed to meet with. Like he was on his schedule, but no, he met with him. They literally met many times, but there was also, I guess there was time they were supposed to meet again in the future, but he died. Okay, but he had met with him. He met with him, and he was like the head of the State Department or something like that. It was before Bill Burns was actually the head of the CIA. Okay, but he was when he was with Obama, right? Yes, exactly. And then they said, and they asked him about it. He said, oh, it was about reintegrating into society or investing money or something. He had some benign, like out of all the people you were going to meet with? Of course. Yeah, it is benign. Of course it was. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, listen, Amadeo, you know, they talk about these getting a background check. Think about it, Amadeo met with President George W. Bush.
That's insane.
So, and
Tell people who
gotten out of prison.
For all of our new listeners who aren't familiar with who you are, give them a brief background on your history. Let's sum it up. We did a whole podcast on this, obviously, in the beginning that went completely viral and made you into who you are today. And so give us like the elevator style pitch of your background, your life and role at the FBI, how long you spent in prison, and how you met Amadeo.
You did a great job. So, okay, so I own a mortgage company, right? I own a mortgage company, and we were doing some white fraud, changing W-2s, pay stubs, not, I mean, nothing all that sophisticated. And then eventually I got in trouble for buying properties. So I would buy a house for $40,000, $50,000, renovate the house, and then sell it to my wife at the time in her maiden name. She had to get around something called seasoning. Well, I'd done that several times, and one of the brokers that worked for me, she started her own place, and she got in trouble when it was called a stallman scam. She wore a wire on me, and then I lost my license, right? So FBI comes in, they call me, I lose my license, I can't be a mortgage broker anymore, so I start a larger scam. So instead of like saying, okay, I'm just going to give you a job, and just I'll just sell used cars, and but instead what I did was, I was on probation, I got 3 years probation, and I started making synthetic identities. I started making fake people. I eventually started just like experimenting. But eventually I figured out how to go into Social Security Administration and get them to issue me Social Security numbers for children that don't exist, like a 10-month-old kid, by giving them a fake birth certificate, fake shot record. And they issue me a Social Security number in any name that I said that was on the birth certificate. So I get these names, I would then pull the credit a few times, I give them a couple of secured credit cards, I make the payments, and they end up with like after 6 months they get out that 760 credit score, 750, 700 credit score, something like that. And so what I then turned around and I started buying houses in those names, recording the value of those houses. So I buy a house in Ybor City for $50,000, and I record the value of the house at $200, $250, $230, or $190, whatever. So I bought so many houses in so many different names, the whole area shot up through the roof. That way, my synthetic identity could buy a house for $50,000, record the sale of that house just by paying that extra $10,000 on the deed. So record the sale of the house at $200,000, and because you got perfect credit, and I can provide W-2s and pay stubs and proof of his residency and residential his history of payments, he could then refinance that house for, let's say, to get a loan for $180,000. We bought it for $50,000. So 180 minus 50 is like 130. Less closing costs, whatever. So let's say 120. So I walk away with $120,000. I made a few payments, put the house for the foreclosure. And I did that. Each guy bought 5 or 6 houses. So each guy borrowed roughly $1 million. And of course, I'd also run up the credit cards, borrow $50,000, $60,000 in credit cards, get a couple personal loans. So it gets another $100,000. Ends up with like $1 million, $1.2 million, whatever. Make a few payments, let them all go. Well, I did that for, how long did I do that? I did that for about 18 months. I borrowed $11.5 million from a state guy. Well, eventually, another friend of mine gets caught in a bank in a similar scam that he was working with me and somebody else, and he ends up getting caught, and he cooperates. They put together a task force, they watched me for 3-4 months. Another buddy of mine comes to me and says, listen, bro, he's a sheriff's deputy. He's like, I used to date this chick on the KPD. She's a part of the task force. They're coming to arrest you. The FBI's coming to arrest you. So I take off on the run. I go on the run. I immediately go to Atlanta. I rent a house from somebody. I satisfy the loan on the house. So it looks like there's no loan on the house. So I'm now living in a house. As the owner of the house, I make a fake ID. I get a social security number issued in his name. I then build the credit history, and I refinance that house. I pull out like $400,000, so like $350,000, $400,000. I'm rocking that. So then
I take off from there. Secret Service is now after me. So now the FBI Secret Service is after me. I then turn around and I go to South Carolina. And at this point, I'm surveying homeless people. I'm getting their information. I'm getting driver's licenses in their names. I'm getting passports in their names. I end up buying a couple houses in South Carolina. I borrow $1.3 million, pulling out money out of it. I get about $500,000-$600,000 out of the bank. I end up getting handcuffed in the bank, questioning the bank.
Oh yeah, this is the best part. Yeah, this is one of the better ones.
Yeah. So I'm pulling out cash, like getting 8,000 out of 7 or 8 different accounts. Like I get 8,000, 5,000, 7,000. Like every other day I'm pulling out money. One day I go into the bank as Gary Sullivan, and 2 deputies walk up like I'm waiting for to get cash, and they call the police and they will show. And 2 deputies come out and they walk up behind me and boom, they grab me by the arms, like my arms behind me, put handcuffs on me, bring me into the bank manager's office, and they start questioning. Well, they don't question me. They actually wait until they call a detective. Investigator, what they call it. They call him, he shows up, but they keep calling me Gary Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, like, hey, Mr. Sullivan, you're being detained, you're waiting for a detective to come. I thought it was the FBI, but he walks in, and he says, hey, the head of Wachovia's fraud department said you're running some kind of scam. He said you got 3 mortgages on the same house. And I went, is that illegal? And the guy goes, hey, I'm not sure. And I remember thinking, like, oh, and so to wrap it up, so that, to get through this. So basically, over the next 10 minutes, we talk to the head of Wachovia's fraud department, and I convinced the investigator that the bank has made a mistake, that I could be doing something. The bank loan officer may have done something wrong. And so we go back and forth. And listen, the guy from Wachovia is 100% local, but he can't seem to convince this guy because I'm running an interference. Yeah. And finally, at one point, he says, hey, this is where all the messed up. At one point, we're going back and forth, and I'm like, oh, no, that's not what happened. This is what happened. No, that's not. Why would I do that? And so we're going back and forth. And finally, he says, the guy from Wachovia goes, listen, he needs to be arrested. He's running a scam. He's using a fake ID. Look at his ID. His ID starts with 000. South Carolina, their ID starts with 000. I had gone into South Carolina, DMV, and gotten a real driver's license and went to So the detective says, and he says, no. He says, our ID starts with 000. And I remember I lean into him and I go, oh, come on, brother. Now I'm not Gary Sullivan. I go, what are we doing? And he goes, I know. And literally, I was like, oh, yeah. But this guy, now he clearly knows it's a real ID. And this guy's saying it's fake. If he knows it's real, so I don't believe anything this guy said. Everything, all the credibility he built up just kept going into him. I was like, come on, So he's like, okay, good. He ends up hanging out on Wachovia. He says, look, I'm going to have this guy come downtown, fill out a police report, and then I'll talk to the district attorney, but I don't even know what to charge him with. So you guys need to fill out a police report and an official complaint, and he said, we'll see what happens from there. So I end up leaving and following him back to the police. Do the whole setup of the prostitute thing. So, like the guy that I had stolen his ID had been arrested multiple times for male prostitution in Las Vegas. So he had run my stuff, and he actually thought, so everybody there thought years earlier I'd been arrested for prostitution in Las Vegas. I hadn't, but the homeless guy had. So anyway, I follow them back to the police station, fill out a police report, and he releases me. Like, I get in my car and I leave. I then go back to Charlotte, North Carolina, pack up my stuff, drive to Houston, where I was dating this chick. She'd already relocated. Go there, get in an argument with her. Into the truck of all my IDs, everything. I had nothing on me except for an ID that I'm sure they're looking for by now. And I drive all the way back to Charlotte because I get in an argument with her. And I'm like, okay, we're done. Drive back to Charlotte. On the way back to Charlotte, I called the FBI to try and talk about turning myself in, but she's lied to me much time. So then I go back to Charlotte. When I go back to Charlotte, I get my car. I go into a Starbucks, and I almost get caught in Starbucks from the U.S. Marshals. I then go to Nashville, Tennessee. I borrow $3.5 million, and I'm there for about a year and a half. So I was on the run for about 3 years. And then I was there, and I ended up getting caught there because Dateline NBC news was about to come out. I was leaving. I was talking out a bunch of cash out of different banks. I was pulling money out. Right? This was before like Bitcoin and all that stuff. Like the only way to get cash out in 2006 is you go in the bank and ask for cash. Mm-hmm. So I was pulling out cash out of multiple accounts, and we were asking people to cash check. The girlfriend I was dating at the time asked a friend of hers to pull out cash. That sparked the conversation. She told her who I was, and she called the Secret Service, and the Secret Service watched my house for a couple of days, and they made it. Like that's the short version. Like obviously I left out a ton of stuff. Yeah, but they end up arresting me. I end up getting 26 years in prison. I go to prison. I get my sentence reduced twice. I end up doing 13 years. I was in a halfway house 4 years ago. I called Danny to see about starting a true crime podcast because everybody said I should start a podcast because I wrote a bunch of stories and I lost true crime stories. Danny used that to get me on the show and then never helped me. And so I do this podcast. Like I just gotten out of halfway house. It's been out 2 months. And he's like, I didn't even think you were officially out yet. No, we talked. I was in there. But when I got out, it was like October. I got out like July. And you called me up and you said, listen, man.
I remember the day you came in, it was a guy, another podcast canceled. Yeah. And I like, can you come in today?
Yeah, because that's what you said. You called me that day. You like, listen, if you hadn't put anything up, I think in a week or two, and you said I got canceled,
they rescheduled, yeah, and
he was like, because I had called up multiple times and asked him questions about how does YouTube work? So I'm like, how does YouTube work? I don't understand. How do you make money? What I'm asking these questions, and so we're going to call you and say, listen, somebody canceled, I need you to come in and do a podcast like today. I answered all your questions, like, you've been annoying me for 2 to 3 months now. You said you're coming, and I need somebody to come. I was like,
I conned the con man to the stars.
Yeah, but I remember I looked at the thing, and I don't know what any of these numbers mean, but I remember, like, whatever it was that I saw, like, it was like a video, and I don't know how to do it, right? Like, I don't know how to do most popular, most this, so I looked at a few videos, and, like, they have, like, 15,000, 20,000. I remember thinking, I remember thinking, like, videos got millions, like, that's a viral video, millions, and I was like, it's like 15,000, 20,000, and I went, I'll go on the show, because I was kind of nervous. Yeah, I'll go do it and see what happens.
The little starter.
Right, I come here, end up getting, 1.5 million views, and it's blowing up
in a month.
Yeah, and then people start reaching out to me saying, hey, we'd like you to come, we're having a lunch, or we're having a convention. We'd like you to have lunch with a small group of investors just to tell your story.
Yeah, on a little obscure island in the Virgin Islands.
No, it's Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, yeah. Little St. James. And so I fly out, and they're like, hey, you're like $1,800, and they pull me out, I couldn't believe that. You guys are going to pay me to come talk to you. And then, and then it becomes, hey, we got a mortgage convention. Can you come talk to us? And I'm like, sure. How many people are there? Like, and then they, we arrange for whatever it is, 3,000, 4,000, however much to fly out, tell my story. In the course of 45 minutes, answer some questions for 15 or 20 minutes, get on the plane, fly back. So, and then that's if all I've been doing that, like I'm trying to do more and more of that. But if anybody's out there, I speak at mortgage conventions, cyber conventions, whatever.
And how long did it take for Home Title Law to reach out to you and make you the face of their brand?
You haven't got Home Title Law. was Tyler.
Really?
No shit. I didn't. Like, I literally remember I used to get up early on like a Saturday, and they were always playing on Saturdays. They played the infomercials, and I would go watch those commercials. And I'd sit there and watch them, and they had a lawyer, they have an FBI agent, they have some victim, and then they have some guy in a hoodie, which couldn't see his face, and his voice is muffled. And I remember thinking, you're showing everybody except for the fraudster. And I thought, you guys make it seem like you're doing it like cinematically, like on purpose. The truth is, you know, like guys like me don't come out and start talking. They come out and try and reacclimate themselves or blend back into society and don't talk about it. And I remember thinking, those guys, I need to be doing those commercials. But I forgot about it. So years later, my booking agent contacts me and says, Tyler, yeah, he calls me and says, listen, have you ever had a home catalog? I said, yeah. And he goes, well, you'd be perfect for it. He's like, you'd be perfect for it. And he said, I said, that's what I think. And I told him, yeah, I used to watch the commercials. And he goes, do you mind if I reach out and try and talk to you? I was like, sure. Listen, an hour later, I get an email from these people saying, hey, we'd love to talk to you. We can arrange a meeting. Next day, I talked to him on the phone. Give me a couple of days, I tell her my story. She looks at the podcast, Dame's podcast, which is like, at this point, it's 1.4, 1.5 of his clients. And she says, we'd love for you to fly you out to Oklahoma and shoot some commercials. And like a week later, like a month or two later, I'm on a plane flying to Oklahoma. Then they pay me to do all these spots. And then, doesn't that not like it just, I mean, how many years ago was that? 3 years ago? 4 years ago? You know what's funny? Here's funny. People will be like, what did he pay you for that? I'm like, nothing. Like, he paid me nothing? He gave me nothing? I'm like, no. Now, what do you even do that for? Are you serious? Yeah. Bro, I haven't had a job since. Yeah. Like, I got people are buying paintings from me. They buy books. I got book sales. I'm getting asked to flown out. I'm getting flown all over the place. I'm just dying. Like, people are so narrow-minded that they're like, yeah, they don't want to, like, they don't see cash right now. They don't see it. And I didn't see it. But now I realize, like Jeff, I bought you Waffle House the first night. You did. I only phoned you because I complained on the way here. I would say, listen, man. Listen, my truck's barely, or my Jeep. Remember that Jeep? Right. Not that this one's that much better, but at least this one's better. I remember that very first podcast I went to Waffle House out there. I love that. I was talking about Waffle House too. One of their places. Now look at you, man. Yeah, I'm doing good. Now you've been everywhere. Every big podcast that exists. Valuetainment. Like Underbelly. I did Glad. I just did Larry Lawton. Larry, who said, I don't interview snitches and sex offenders. We just had an hour and a half interview. He's like, well, you did what you did. What's his problem with you? What's his problem with him? I believe he's a stand-up guy, and he doesn't like it. Like they're not okay with sociopathy. I don't even know what that means. Sociopath. Oh, okay. They're not okay with recognizing that their own sociopathic values, like you are. Like you're a self-admitted narcissistic sociopath, which is you're okay with. You're okay with the fact that you ratted people out. But you mean Larry Lawton? What's his problem? Your problem? Is that what you're saying? No, I mean, like, what did he say to you? Like, what was his? He didn't. That's what I'm saying. I really expected like a confrontation. I brought Jess with me, just in case. I needed to sit down a little bit. No, I thought she could take it. Like, I'm not gonna do well, but Jess is tough. So, nah, bro, you're jacked. This is all new show. That shirt just came off the racks at Nordstrom. That's a brand new t-shirt. So anyway, we go and I kept waiting for him when we got to that point, I thought he was going to be like, what? And he was like, yeah, you understand, these people are like snitching on you, you're in a bad spot. I was like, that wasn't
what I expected from him at all. And he said I had kind of changed my, I softened as I've gotten older, kind of changed my,
You know, I hear a lot of stories.
what is, have you ever heard of the prisoner's dilemma? Yes, that's a thing. That he won the Nobel Prize, what is that, Nat? Can you find out who came up with that, the prisoner's dilemma? It's fascinating. I just heard it like articulated beautifully in a book I was just reading. They compare it to mutually assured destruction with nuclear bombs. Yeah, it's Nash. What's his last name is Nash. The guy, Beautiful Mind. Oh, really? A Beautiful Mind? The guy who that was based on. His last name is Nash. What the Nash? Oh, he did. Michael said he was graduate. Wow. Anyways, so can you explain what that is? Like, what the idea? It's basically like you have two people who collaborated in a crime, right? You separate them, right? And you talk to one of them, and you say, look, you don't give me this stuff. You have two options. You can give me this information and get yourself off, basically save yourself, right? And you're going to have to give up this guy, right? Or this guy's going to do the same thing to you. Like, you present them both the same thing, and each one thinks that, fuck, what if I don't give him up? He's probably going to give me up. And they're both thinking the same thing, right? But I think the third, I think we're going on it a little bit. The Prisoner's Dilemma is a game analyzing in game theory. It is a thought experiment that challenges two completely rational agents to a dilemma. They can cooperate members of the lower. Oh, okay, there you go. Two members of yeah, you go ahead and read it. Hell no. Two members of a criminal gang, A and B, are arrested and imprisoned. Each prisoner is in solitary confinement with no means of communication with their partner. The principal charge would lead to a sentence of 10 years in prison. However, the police do not have evidence for the conviction. The plan is to sentence both to 2 years in prison on a lesser charge, but offer each prisoner a Faustian bargain. If one of them confesses to the crime of the principal charge betraying the other, they will be pardoned and free to leave, while the other must serve the entirety of the sentence instead of just instead of just 2 years for the lesser charge. This leads to a possible of 4 different outcomes. Number 1, if A and B both remain silent, they will each serve the lesser charge of 2 years in prison. B, if A betrays B, if A betrays B but B remains silent, A will be set free and B will serve 10 years. Option number 3, if A remains silent but B betrays A will serve 10 years, but B will be set free. Option number 4, if A and B both betray each other, they share the sentence and share 5 years each. Yeah, that's very interesting. So most prisoners, what do they choose out of these 4 options? Like 99%. No, well, the problem is that scenario doesn't necessarily really work in the real world, because if I snitch on you, who you snitch on? They're like, we already got you. They don't need you. They're not giving you those 5 years. Yeah, they just need one person. That's right. Now you're doing it. Yeah, I'll walk away. You do things. So it's just the first one that's there. Right. But in this scenario, where there's going to be people like this, it's usually there's always 99% of the time somebody's it's probably 90-95%. Here's the problem: is that the statistics say it's like 87-88%. But the problem with that is that doesn't mean they didn't walk. The other guys that only 88% cooperated. It means that 88% got the cooperation. So you and I both might have cooperated, right? But I get the cooperation, and they say, yeah, you did tell on him, but that was 3 days later. And you're the king too late. It's too late. This guy is going to give you up, and you're the bigger fish. So you don't get any cooperation. You're doing things. He's going for it. And by the way, almost nobody goes for it. So you're probably sort of too, right? Which is better than 5 or better than 10 years, right? And you were even beyond any of these options, because you were aggressively going out and seeking opportunities to rat people out in prisons, people that you had no involvement in. Wow, because that's actually not true. By the way, that's not what happened. Oh, really? Yeah, I was just writing stories. Like this guy, at one point I'm walking around the compound with him, and he says, he asked you if you could trust you. At least you were honest. Keep in mind, I had just gotten back from getting 7 years off my sentence for cooperation for it. And then I come back a month or so later, I'm walking around the compound with this guy who's also cooperating against his co-defendant. And he keeps saying, he ran upon these dudes, his name is Ron Wilson, and he kept saying, yeah, they're never going to give me any cooperation. I'm like, yeah, these guys are going to arrest these guys, they're going to indict them, they're going to plead guilty, they're going to be fine, they're going to reduce your sentence. Nah, you don't understand. Like, what are you talking about? And he goes, they think I hid Ponzi scheme money. I'm like, they have to find the Ponzi scheme money, and you didn't. Did you? He's like, no. And I go, well, wait, so you didn't hide it? They have to find it, prove that you were lying, in order to not give you something. And he said, no, they're going to fuck me out of the cooperation. I was like, okay, well, that's not possible. And if it is, then we'll get this guy, Frank Amadeo. Frank will... Frank will get them, force the government to reduce your sentence. So that goes on, and then let's say 2 weeks later, comes up again, and then a month later, it comes up again. I go, you keep saying it. Like, they would have to find the money. And I said, there's no money, so that's not going to happen. And he sat there and we were walking, and he goes, I trust you.
And of course, we can't forget when Theo told Brogan that his body looks like a supermarket turkey.
I gave, my wife, I gave her, like $150. She's like, but the problem is she found out, since then, he was having an affair. And we're getting a divorce, and she hates my gut. My fear is she's going to turn the money in just so I don't get any time off my sentence. And he said, and my brother's got like 30 grand. And I was like, okay, there's something like $200. Well, it's like less than $200. And I didn't, like, it fell in my lap, and I didn't do anything like that. That's what I always do. I always feel bad about that. I always feel like, you're an idiot. You should have immediately gone to the phone. But I didn't, because I thought
you're not running to the phone right after
that. Like in the middle, he just says it, and I go, what? And then I just start doing like the windmill all the way from
Frank, leave me with the phone.
But what happened was, I remember thinking, the government didn't want to reduce my sentence the first when they promised to. Like, they're not, like, first of all, they're not going to do anything for this. This is a couple $100,000. And that's if they go there and these people admit it. And I doubt they will. So I was like, well, listen, they're not going to say anything. Don't worry about it until we have the conversation. No big deal. A month later, my lawyer was supposed to send me my transcript for when I came in sentence. She never did. So I called her. Hey, what's up? I said, you never sent this transcript? She's like, oh, man, I'm so sorry. I'll do it, and whatever. Okay, fine. Yeah, right. So we're talking. So I said, okay, that's cool. Please, please don't forget. She said, no, I will. I'm listening. No, I'm going to go on right now. Okay. And so we're talking. And she goes, and she says, so what's going on? And I go, well, what do you mean? What's happening there? Anything happening? And I thought, like, this woman never wanted to talk to me. Yeah. When she was representing me, she didn't want to talk to me. She damn sure doesn't now. Her job done. Yeah. And she goes, yeah, anything happening? And I went, no, like, and I went, something weird happened the other day. Listen to this. And she goes, what's the guy's name? I told her what happened. She goes, his name is Ron Wilson. She listens. She goes, oh, wow. This is a big deal. There's a lot of articles. Oh, this is a bad guy. They got like 900. He's going 900 victims. Like, he stole from churches and stuff. And she's going on and on. Like, I don't know. I've never ordered anything on the guy. And she's like, oh, wow. Like, yeah. She goes, let me make a call. And I was like, okay. Like, she never really wanted to have chatted you up. Yeah. And I was like, okay. I hang up the phone. I don't even think about it. A week later, a correctional officer comes up to me and he's like, and he goes, yeah, what's up? Next movie, we gotta go to SIS. Now, SIS is internal security, right? Like they're the Special Investigative Services, and they investigate like the other cops. They do like investigations against like people bringing drugs, whatever. And I was like, okay, or if you're cooperating, like if other inmates will cooperate against each other, or whatever the case may be, cell phones, whatever. And I was like, okay. So I go to SIS, and everybody knows that exactly. Yeah, you're going out, but here's the thing: I was writing people's stories. So SIS called me every once in a while, maybe every month or so. They go, Cox, go to SIS. I'd be like, okay. So I go to SIS. I'd go, what's up? And they go, hold on, Cox, here. We got a Freedom of Information Act. You ordered on this guy, and they've got here, this guy, job. Like, what's going on? You're not allowed to have this stuff. I'm like, no, I'm allowed to have that. And then I explain, I'm writing a story on that guy. You got to give me that. I need that. And they go, well, what's the story? Because I had some guys in the magazine, and I'd been into magazines. They knew I was writing stories. They knew I had a book deal. So they're like, well, what's the story? And I tell them the story, and they go, okay, here. So I go there thinking, they just caught something in the mail. Open the door, they go stay in that room. I'm like, okay, I walk in, I walk in the room, there's a fat CO there, and he goes, sit down. I'm like, okay. Dials like, this is how they talk to you, sit down. All right. Take out the phone. Yeah, I got him right here. All right, hold on. Here, talk to this guy. I'm like, okay. But he didn't tell me shit. Yeah. I'm like, hello. Yeah, this is Agent, whatever. I remember the last name. This is Tom, I think it's Tom Griffin. This is Tom Griffin with the Secret Service. I understand that you know where Ron Wilson hid some harmless money. I'm like, shit. I said, whoa, I need something in writing. I need, I'll get you something in writing. What do you have? I said, no. Like, yeah, you can do it all. I told him multiple times. And I was like, no, I need something in writing. So I explained it to him. I need something in writing from the U.S. Attorney. And I said, listen, it's not millions. He goes, well, how much is that? He goes, not millions. He goes, $500,000? I go, it's not millions, okay? It's a few $100,000, but I do know where it is, and the people listen to the people are going to give it up if you even ask for it. And he goes, okay, I'll get something. So we end up emailing each other. He gives me something from the U.S. Attorney's Office, saying that they will reduce my sentence if there are arrests, if there's an indictment, arrest, or a significant amount of money is recovered. That's all that pretty whatever that's supposed to write. So I explained, this is what he told me. They turn around, they request interviews from both of those people, and the wife. At that point, they're getting, I don't know if they were divorced, but they were getting divorced. And his brother, his wife comes in and turns over, when he said $150,000, she comes in and turns over $350,000. The brother comes in the next day and walks in and turns in $150,000, so it's $500,000. And some of it's like silver, ingots, and because he was a precious metals dealer. So she's got coin, so it's mostly cash, but there's also probably $100,000 between the two of them in gold and silver and whatever. So it's $500,000. And listen, like a couple weeks later, Wilson comes to me and he goes, hey, Maddie,
the episode of JRE from last week with Dave Smith
what happened? What? My wife, they called my wife and my brother.
Finally,
how did they know? I don't
was
know.
the worst thing been in years when
And
you
he's like,
forget
yeah.
who's really talking to Joe's glazed over
Okay.
eyes
And so they put him on a bus, bring him back to South Carolina. He pleads guilty
but it's so
because
much
he's
better
done.
than that because the
And he
man
gets 6
himself,
months added onto
Douglas
his sentence.
Murray, is easily
His
the biggest twat
ex-wife
to ever
gets
grace the JRE
like 6
studio
months
with his
probation,
presence. Here we
and the
have a
brother gets
so-called
like 6
expert
months probation
with
and
his
like
degree in English
I think
literature
the
from
wife got
Oxford
100
University, telling
so
Joe
like
Rogan
neither
and
one of
Dave
them became
Smith
felons.
that they should be
Their
talking about
sentence
matters
was
of
under a
public
year.
interest in which
So
they
you're
have no
in the federal system
expertise.
is over a
The
year.
irony is so thick,
Under,
it could even make Rogan's
so
hair grow back.
both the sentences were under. They're
The point is
both.
that Douglas Murray had the wrong
And it was
message,
for
except
obstruction
he
of
had
justice.
no
So he
idea
charged
how
with
to
obstruction of
execute.
justice. So with
Instead
Wilson,
of putting
got
Joe
6
and
months.
Dave back
He
in
already
their
had 19 and a half
box,
years.
he
Now he's got
ended up
20.
coming off as a pompous
Turn
twat
around, go to
who
U.S.
was too
Attorney, pay.
arrogant and
Said you
unprepared
reduce
to
my
bring
sentence.
receipts. Douglas
If there
Murray's
was
the kind
a
of guy to
substantial
wear
amount of money recovered,
uniform to a
arrest,
dress-up party in Oxford
or
to impress his
indictment.
hot
There was
crush
all
on
of
the
those.
rowing team.
And they said, that's not really enough. Well, at first they said, we don't know what you're talking about. We don't know what you're talking about. So I had to file a motion with the court. Well, Frank Amadeus filed a motion with the court, 2255. They said, we don't even know what he's talking about, Your Honor. We sent him a copy of the letter. The judge says, I'm not you guys are going to figure this out. And so they immediately come back and they say, look, we'll reduce your sentence to give you one level off. We argue another 3 levels off, which was 5 more years. 6 months later, I get 5 years knocked off my sentence, and 6 months added. He got 6 months added, but then COVID happened, and he got released. He's home now. He's been home since COVID. He's been home for a couple of years. South Carolina.
And so the main argument being put
He'd be
forward
great.
by Douglas
Yeah.
Doucheface
Listen,
Murray
let
is
me
that
tell you
Murray
something.
is
Didn't
the
he,
assassin
like,
buddies like to dip
something
their
happened,
toes
somebody
into
said he, like,
complex
thank
issues,
you or something
and have
later on.
Look, this is what's so funny. So I've heard two things.
knowledge of the subject,
That story's true, but then I'll tell you something, another one too, which is the opposite. So what happened is, probably,
take it easy, guys. I'm just a comedian
whatever,
talking shit.
4 or 5 months after he was sentenced, I'm standing there waiting to count, right? I'm standing at my cell. And, you know, the
I'm gonna come back to the top
YouTube
250
shows, right? Like,
comedy
you know, there's
assassins in the
this
second
door
half
after,
of
you know,
this
well,
video
you don't have
because
doors.
in the
This was
last
at a
few
low.
days,
So
Rogan
there's
has
just, it's
offered
just
some
an
of the
open.
most dog
So
shit
it's kind of
takes
an
on
open
comedy
bay,
I've
but
ever
they
heard.
have, you have
Honestly,
like,
if
you're like
you're
at a
new here,
cubicle, but
it
it's
will be a
concrete
good
block.
test of
So
your
you're standing
ability
there
to
waiting for the cop
withstand
to
the
walk by and
cringiest of
count.
cringe. But the main point
I'm
here is
just standing
this.
there, and this
Yes,
new guy
Douglas
has just
Murray
gotten there.
is right in
Black guy,
principle.
he's still
My
wearing
view is that
his clothes
the
the
fart
bus
sniffers have
clothes they
used
ship
their
you on.
enormous reach to
And he's
talk about
standing
shit
there,
they have
and
no
I'm standing
idea
there.
about. And
And he
because of
looks
the
at me
sheer
and
size of
goes,
their audience, they've
I
incidentally
just not
helped
all
push
like
completely
so
rubbish
he asked like, hey,
narratives
you know where
across
Danny is?
many different
You know where
disciplines.
Danny is?
Or
Like,
as
there's a
Brendan
good chance the
Schaub
white
would
guy's
say,
like, yeah, there's
in
like 4
every
different white
facet.
Danny.
Here's
Yeah.
the thing though,
So
Joe
he goes, hey,
Rogan's a fake
yo, what's up?
comedian. So when it comes time to
You
throw
know
up
the
the
guy
hands
who
and say, whoops, sorry,
And I went,
I'm just a comedian
yeah?
talking shit.
What
Well,
do
you
you
see
mean?
the problem.
He
He's
goes,
neither
I
an
got a message
expert nor a comedian,
from
which begs the question,
Ron Wilson.
what are we doing here?
And I looked at him and I went,
I just feel we should
and
get
I'm
out
thinking
straight
this
away.
is going to be
I
rough.
feel
Yeah.
this is where the movie goes bad.
Yeah, this is where I get stabbed. Like, I'm already looking at his hands. I'm like, yeah, okay. And I went, yeah, I said, I'm not talking. I'm not talking. Okay. And he goes, I'm not serious. I pull out my ID. He goes, holy shit. And I laughed. He goes, okay. He said, yeah, I got a message from him. And I said, what's that? We're still waiting to count for the cop. Like, he can't get, still only 5 minutes, 2 minutes. And he goes, he said, and he looks around, right? Because he realizes what we're talking about, big dicey. And he kind of looks around, and he goes, he's not, he said, I was locked up in South Carolina. And I went, okay. He said, he's not guilty. He told me he was coming to call me to the well. And he said to look you up. He told me to tell you that he understands what he did. He's not angry. He hopes to get as much time off as he can. Now, by this point, I've already got my time. And he hopes to get as much time off as he can. And he wanted to let you know he's at peace. He found you. And I went, and he might be a religious kind of a religious guy anyway. And I went, okay. I said, all right. And he goes, yeah. And I said, is this going to be an issue? Like, am I going to hear that you're telling everybody this? He goes, no. He said, let me tell you what he said. I'm going to, he said something like that. I just got 6 years. He said, but I could see it, but I can't do it. Like that. And I said, that's between you and me. Absolutely. Wilson told me about you and the whole thing. Like, I understand. All right. I got a dog 2 months later. Yeah, 2 months later. And I would see him like, I'm going to walk by each other. He'd look at me, what's up? What's up? One day, boom, I'm just going along. So,
Look at how he got out.
no, he had snitched on a bunch of people. He'd already testified at several trials. He was just waiting for those people to get sentenced and then released. So what's funny is, so that's what I had always heard, that Wilson didn't have an issue, that, right? So then what happened was, I'd say, oh, then I did an interview with a guy that I was locked up with. This guy named Chris Morera. He's like a sovereign citizen. And we're doing an interview. What maybe before the interview? And Chris had been moved to I don't know if it was Butner or Yazoo. Yazoo or Butner, I forget. But he'd been moved, and he was locked up with Wilson. I said, hey, you locked up with Wilson? And he goes, yeah. He told me. He told me about you, about what happened. I said, it is what it is. But I'm laughing about it. He said, and I go, really? I said, I told him what had happened. And he said, well, I mean, maybe that's true. He said, but when I mentioned you, I said, hey, what's up? I said, I asked him if he was still in communication with me. And he said, that piece of shit motherfucker or something like that. Like you really do. Oh, really? Just getting your eyes. He snitched me out, which always kills me. He was in the middle of snitching out 2 guys on his case. Like, you were in the middle of snitching. So you snitch with these and fuck you. You said that day. Right. So that's what Chris told me. Oh, yeah, he hates his guts. Like, so I was like, okay, well, that's completely at odds with what the black guy did. We need to get to the bottom. How do you talk to people who are like extremely uncomfortable with you? Like that guy, that one guy you did a podcast with, like when they get really upset about you being a snitch, you start sweating. They hurt. Yeah, like what is your? How do you rationalize it to them? And then I rationalize it because here's the problem with those guys. Those guys always turn around and say that, well, the code of the street, like, and that's where it just like then like stop. Like they're trying to say, hey, there's a moral code among prisoners or criminals that says that you don't cooperate against other criminals. But the truth is, if you're a criminal, you don't really have a moral code. If you're a moral person or code of ethics, like you would be working 2 jobs to pay your bills and not robbing banks. So for you to sit there and say, hey, I'm a moral person, I have a code, there is a difference between like fucking over a friend or a fellow human being versus just not obeying the laws that are put in place by our country or our government. But who am I fucking over? Another criminal. You think he wouldn't fucking me over? He's a criminal defined by the government. He's still he's still another human being. He could be a friend. There's a difference between like selling drugs and like destroying your friend's life. Well, wait a minute, my friend's committing fraud or my friend is selling drugs with me. I'm not randomly saying, hey, I'm going to go pick somebody and say, this guy who works at Walmart as a cashier has never done anything wrong. I'm going to say he sells drugs with me. Like, I'm not going to do that. But if you and I run into a bank together and we run out and I get caught and you take off and I'm looking at 15 years and you're not answering my fucking calls anymore, you're fucking done. You're done. I mean, in the bottom bunk, bud. Yeah. I mean, what if we're both caught? What if we're both in prison and we're in the prisoner's dilemma? And we're both separated. And you better hope they talk to you before they talk to you. I mean, I don't know what to say. I know that, the appropriate thing to say is, I would never, do you remember the guy, that's right, okay, I interviewed a guy the other day that gave up like $11 million in gold to the government to get out of prison. And they reduced the sentence, they got him out. Now, when we were talking during the interview, he said, they caught me, they got me in the room, they wanted me to snitch, but I was like, I'd rather die. I'd rather die than that. And I was like, right. You know what I'm saying? I said, no, I don't. I said, bro, I fucking know what you made a mistake. And he kind of like stopped and he went, well, so he obviously didn't realize my stance. Yeah, so he just kept going and said, they asked for this much money back, he gave them that. They wouldn't, give him whatever. He gave him 3 or 4 million in gold. They said, no, you got more. Because somebody else was brought there. They said, no, you got more. And so he paid me. Finally, he said, after a month or so, I finally went. So he said, I went, I gave him the rest of the money. I said, okay. And he said, and so then like a couple days later, they gave him a minor sentence, and he ended up getting out of prison. Because 15 or 20 years ago, next to nothing. So the point is that So that's what he was saying, right? Like, yeah, this is never, I would never. And then when it was all over and the cameras were off, I looked at him and I said, you fucked up by giving them all that money back and not just cooperating against all those fucking people. The same people that are cooperating against you. And he goes, and then I said, I hear what you said, you'd rather die. He said, well, that's how I felt. He said, but after going to prison and after what happened with all those people and realizing that everybody was cooperating, and even after I got sentenced, people would get arrested that I didn't tell on, and they would cooperate with me. They try and get me fucked up on something else. He said, he said, at that point I realized, like, yeah, he said, I really fucked up. He said, and I said, you know what? I said, I'll bet you all those people who didn't cooperate with me, none of them came to visit you, none of them put money on your books, they don't answer my calls. I said, right. So for a bunch of scumbag piece of shit that wouldn't even talk to you anymore, they expected you to take the whole rap, and they would run off, and I'm left here. It's not like you guys are putting money on my books. You're helping my mom. You're going by to see how my ex-wife is. You're going by to help, with the kids. No, you're saying you got caught. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck you. And then if it's every man, so they're saying it's every man for himself. You're right, it is. But watch this. The next thing you know, you start cooperating. They all get knocked off. You get a bunch of time off your sentence. So that's a few million in gold. Yeah, exactly. Like that guy could have cooperated and kept the money. And that's what he said. That he said, I wish I'd cooperated and kept the money. Like he didn't know that at the time. He was still believing that whole bullshit code. And listen, all of these guys that I talk to say the same thing. And there are guys I know that I'll interview, and they'll say, yeah, they give me 10 years. And I'm just like, you've been arrested 4 times, you've been in prison 4 times, you've been mandatory minimum on that many kilos of that. Actually, but I don't say anything because I know what they want to do. It's the same thing Dave Bush does. He doesn't question. Some guy says he robbed 10 banks and he got 5 years. Stop it. You put people hostage, you did home invasion, you got 5 years. Yes. And then my fucking cookies get stitched on me, they get street tagged. Typically what happens is when it's all over, I realize, like, I'm not going to out you. You don't want to fucking say that's fine. But when it's all over, I say, come on, and they usually go, I'm going to tell you, but you don't want anybody to know. Okay. And then they say, well, yeah, here's what happened. Listen, half the fucking stories that I've written, either they admit to it, and the ones that won't admit it, I know the truth. Like, I got all your paperwork in. You're walking around saying you're a solid guy, and it's like, well, you're a 20-year mentor now, you got 2 years. I read your sentencing transcript. What's up with the 5K1? And they're like, hey, where'd you get that? Yeah. Don't say 5K1, that's a sentencing reduction. Like, don't say 5K1. I'm walking around the compound telling everybody they're snitches. And then I'm a stand-up guy. Like, it's like you're not even man enough to just fucking, to even admit to it. The one you cooperated, now you don't even say it. Yeah. Now you're telling everybody else. Yeah. You snitched. Shut up. Like, just, that's what that guy John Alite said when he was in there. And he was in some sort of Rico case. Right. And he said that there was like an endless laundry list of mob guys that snitched on him to get out. Yeah, which fucked him. But listen, and they were all guys that were like high level mafia. And those are the guys that are most outspoken about like snitching. Yeah, snitches get stitches. Yeah, you get fucking buried in the desert. And this is the other thing about that. Is like, if you're a high rep, like these are guys that it could be dangerous to tell them. Like, these are like, they're not hurting anybody. They're not gonna, like, aren't you worried? Am I worried about the banker? The banker, he's going to come in and do a hit on me because he got 5 years or he got 6 extra months. He's a fucking banker. He fills out paperwork. He's harmless. It would be different if these were murderers or gangsters or monsters that shoot with them. You'd be like, yeah, they might kill my family. That's another thing. Like, that always kills me too. Like, well, I don't want to say anything. They might kill my family. Like, these are the people you're protecting. People that you're worried that might kill your family. These are good guys. These are scumbags. I cut anybody's fucking shit. With that, I love it. Do me a favor. Look at me and then look directly at that camera and say, I'd cut anybody's throat to get out of prison. I'd cut anybody's throat to get out of prison.
That's a good one. That's fucking great.
So there's a your TikTok's got. I noticed that several of my clips have millions.
Oh yeah.
We just posted one a couple of days ago that has I just noticed today it's 5 million views. Not TikTok, it's a YouTube short. Like YouTube 5 million views in like a week. That's how many subscribers do you have now?
It's like almost, there's like 600 and something, 600 and change on the main channel, and then it's like 300,000.
I have 300 on the clip channel. I have 77,000 subscribers. Not that I'm complaining, but it's not 600,000. Like, that's insane. And yet, how many people that clip my stuff and put them up and they got like 3 million hits, 5 million, 7 million, 4 million. It's like, what is going on?
You have more views on their clips than you are.
I got guys, entire channels. I mean, 4, 5, 6,000. They just started a channel, interviewed me, ran a couple of clips, and they got 5,000.
That'll help stuff. It all helps you. It does, I mean, maybe not directly, but it's definitely not right now.
I don't know if you picked this up, but I'm not a big fan of helping other people. It benefits me. I don't know anybody out there helping me, going out there, well, let me do this to help. Actually, that's not. There's this guy, this Canadian guy that started my TikTok account got taken down. And he started a TikTok for me 5 months ago, maybe. And it's got over 100,000 followers in like 5 months. But then he got busy and he can't do it anymore. So I had to get somebody else. And he did that for free. Just cut him up and said, look, man, he said, can I start doing, I'd like to do this for you. And I'm like, why? I can't pay you. And he was like, no, I just want to do it. I think I can run up your numbers.
That's great.
Yeah.
You got people that like you. You got people that follow you. They're hardcore fans. They believe in what you're doing and connect with you. You're a great storyteller.
They believe in what you do. What am I doing?
You're telling stories. You're talking to people. Interviewing people. Spreading the word.
Doing it. These guys are saying you're inspirational. What are you talking about? I've never said anything inspirational in my life. Like, I'm not making an attempt to be inspirational.
Title up. You're inspirational because of your incredible physique, Matt Cox. I want to know the secret behind what is your workout routine? What are you eating?
I'm there
The basics, test, D-ball. You're just fucking insane. So what do you want? What's your protocol right now? Are you waking up at 5 a.m. every day and hitting the iron or what?
No, I wake up about 3. This morning I woke up like 3:30.
You're like Jocko. You're like the Jocko of true crime.
So I wake up and I write for a couple hours, 2-3 hours. And then Jess gets up. She wants
3 to 6.
Usually probably from let's say 3 to 5 because around 5 Jess comes downstairs and makes coffee. And she'll make me a cup of coffee and then she'll sit there and we'll talk for a little bit. A little on and off. She plays on Facebook and we kind of talk. And then she goes up and she gets her daughter up. And then by 6 o'clock, we walk out the door and we go to the gym.
What do you write about when you wake up?
I mean, I'm still like,
Did you start writing or do you like pick things?
No, I'm working on I'm working on 3 different stories right now. So one of them is consolidating that one story, and I don't always do that. Like I sometimes I'll write like somebody will pay me to do like a press release, and I'll write a press release, or they'll ask me to write a story, like a ghostwrite a story. So I'll ghostwrite a story for somebody, and then they pay me, and then so it's not always, it's not. Or sometimes I'll wake up like I'd say 3 days out of the week, maybe 4 days out of the week. Probably 4 days out of the week I'm a writer. So maybe the other 2 or 3 days, like I might come downstairs and do something regarding painting or fill out bills or answer emails. Or sometimes I'll just grab my phone and start answering comments. Like I'll answer like 40 comments, 50 comments, and then, but usually, because here's the thing, I'm working with my buddy Pete, right? in prison, right? And he does research, and then he sends it to me, and then I pull it off the email, put it into a Word document, and then I consolidate it. He'll send me like 1,000 words, but really, honestly, I need like 150, 200. What is he researching? He's researching that same story I started at the same time as the pandemic, and then we just kind of stopped working on it, and then we started working on it. It's a Chinese story about where the Chinese triad in California, they started hitting. This is back in the early 90s. They started robbing computer chip manufacturing plants in the United States, throughout the United States. Like they did, like probably maybe 25 to 30 different warehouses, manufacturing plants. They go in, they zip tie 15 employees at 2 o'clock in the morning. They load up 10,000 Intel processing chips into a couple of vans, and then they drive off, and then they go sell them for, maybe it's $10 million for the chip. They sell them for like $6 million. The Chinese would ship them back to China, put them into computers, and then ship them back to the United States. Like the whole Chinese startup of building their whole tech industry was built on stealing computer chips in the United States and shipping them back to China to then ship them back to sell them to the United States. When was this? Back in the late 80s, early 90s. Listen, it was so bad that Bill Clinton ended up making a presidential, what do they call it? Not a presidential order, what do they call it? Can you pull up something on this? So where he signed, but they signed in the law, because if it's national security, then they can just sign. It's a presidential, I want to say decree, I'm saying it wrong. Anyway, he signs it where he says, listen, it was so bad, he says, from now on, all computer chip manufacturers have to have armed guards, because they were getting robbed left and right. And so then these guys turn around, they start hitting the trucks. And they wait for them to load up the trucks, and then they just hit the trucks over. And anyway, it's a super cool story. The name of the guy was John Long. But whether there's something on it specifically or not, John Long. Who is John Long? John Long is the guy that was arranging all of these. This guy's got 2 life sentences, plus probably 150 years. He's in a pen. He never gets out. I talked to him on the phone a couple of times. Hardcore games, but they were making millions. We're talking about like a 25-year-old kid, 26-year-old. And he's getting directly paid by China. Well, like he's getting paid through intermediaries. Like, it's not like Xi Jinping was cutting a check or walking over, but yeah. So I wonder if you put computer chip, Chinese computer chip heist. We're not. No, that's 2016. John Long. Look, John Long computer chip heist. Well, listen, it was multiple different times that they got arrested. So, like, they didn't all get arrested at the same time. Where's the title? There's a Silicon Valley. Striking high-tech companies every 10 days or so, making off with computer chips and other components worth more than their weight in gold. As workers terrorized and losses in millions. The FBI and the San Jose police began an undercover operation 18 months ago, about a day in the wake of the biggest crackdown on thieves of computer components in the country. Dozens of suspected high-tech brigands were under arrest, caught in a sweeping raid that involved more than 500 police and federal officers on Wednesday. Whoa. The operation led to more than 120 arrests, mainly in Silicon Valley, about 45 of them on Wednesday, and the rest over recent months, reports said today. But do we still make computer chips in the U.S.? We don't make them, right? They make them all in Taiwan now. Yeah, but those are the semiconductors. Those are not the same thing, right? Well, I mean, the United States makes, I'm sure they make some of them, but something like 80% of all computer chips are made in Taiwan. And there are chips made in China, but they're low-level chips, like they might be chips that you put in the refrigerator. Right. Like, these are not super sophisticated. What are the ones that are made in Taiwan? Like, where the stuff that goes into the car, they go into computers, like the refrigerators, or cell phones, and they'll ship them over to like China, and then the Chinese are, they'll put them into, they're workers, they're not super sophisticated. That's the problem with where they keep saying, if they invade Taiwan, they're not going to bomb the crap out of Taiwan because they want to invade it because they obviously want at least they want the factories and everything put in place. The problem is, even if they get over there, they can't, if they kill too many people, they can't necessarily run the factories. So,
they won't kill them to bomb the factories either.
Right. They show some sort of animation
Of all these bases in China basically sending missiles over the fucking water and hitting Taiwan, some sort of threat simulation.
Look, that's the problem. Is if you bomb the hell out of them, then you've taken over the island, but you just first of all, it's all fucked up. It's all fucked up, and then they've always seen what they did in Ukraine, right? Like Russia invaded Ukraine, and Putin kind of thought, they're gonna invite us in. That wasn't true. And two, the Europeans and Americans, they won't do anything. They'll bitch and moan. They might put a couple sanctions, but they're not going to really do anything. And that's not what happened at all. So now China is watching that, and China was thinking to themselves, if that goes well, we'll invade Taiwan because we'll get the same treatment. But now they were like, okay, if we invade Taiwan and these guys put an embargo on us and kind of quarantine us, in 6 months we're starving them. They can't feed themselves.
Right.
So that's
what that guy Zane says, right? Peter Zane, whatever his name is. Talking about?
Yeah. Listen, he's smart dude. Yeah. And he also talks about the gap in their workforce. There's a huge, because of the one China policy, some stuff went. The one child per family policy. So there's for 30 years or so, 30 to 30. It's about, so I was talking to something almost 40 years, so 35 years, let's say. China basically, they were concerned that they were growing too fast. They were afraid that the new generation is going to eat them out of existence. We're not able to feed ourselves. And everybody's having kids and stuff. So they said every family can have one child. So two things happened. One, the bulk of the people that did have children ended up having 4. They dropped it. They're giving away girls. You could listen, in the 80s and 90s, in 2000, you could, if you wanted to adopt a girl, little Chinese girl, you could get one. So they were giving them up left and right. Or they were aborting them, or they were abandoning them. So what happens is the bulk of children are male in China, right? So it's two men for every one woman, or 3 men for every 1 woman. That's the problem. And the second problem is that in order to pay for the retirees, you have to be able to replenish your workforce. So they have a huge gap in their workforce. So you don't have enough people to fill the job. And you don't have enough, so that means that the economy is going to decline. And then those people that are paying in, there's not enough money being generated to pay for the retirement of the older generation. So there's this huge gap. So now, if I'm married, I have to take care of my parents, your parents, and probably some other parents. How do you do this? It's a lot to come up with. And these jobs aren't being filled because there's not enough people to fill the job, so the economy's going to shrink. Peter Zohan, whatever his name is, he's saying, listen, 10 years from now, they're going to be devastated. They're already seeing these facts. 10 years, they'll be devastated. 30 years from now, that whole country's devastated. And they all know that. It's the same thing's happening in Russia. The United States, we have a slight dip, but not a huge one. Keep in mind, too, in World War II and stuff, we didn't lose as many people as and you're saying we came back, our economy boomed. Other economies didn't boom for decades. So if you're broke, you don't have kids. We came back and it was baby boomers. People started getting jobs, the economy boomed, they're having kids. Around the world, that didn't happen. So there's this massive, and here's the problem is that
as that workforce isn't there, if you said, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to start promoting, like in Japan, they promote you to have children. That's great. But those kids will be ready to work in 25 years. For 20 years. What do you do? You need them now. So it's only going to get worse. There's a thing too, like the media all of a sudden like turned this whole, they turned the whole narrative like China. Everyone's going to about China. There's spy books. They're trying to like the media narrative, everyone left and right, like they both united against China. Everyone united against China. Did you see that video where they have like 40 or 50 news all playing the same it was literally like they must have emailed all of them at the same time, and all of them, they don't even rewrite it, they're reading it verbatim, what the government's telling them to say. It was so fair, it's like, oh, no, you're not basically just an arm of the federal government. Michael, I'm going to text this to you. But yeah, anyway, so we're like united against China right now. So like the U.S., both the left and right are both like in line with going after China, or like trying to keep China as the bad guy. And that's, some people speculate that's because they know that we're going to be involved in Taiwan. Yeah, definitely. We don't want China to be like China's, they're very outspoken about basically they want to be the world power. So the United States is right now. They want to replace the United States. They want to replace the dollar. They want to replace the United States as being the. Yeah, but here's the thing: everyone paints all these scary narratives, like they have all these way more technologically advanced than us. They can control our power grid. They can control all this stuff, but they're not. They're not doing anything. I think we are leaps and bounds ahead of China when it comes to stuff. We're leaps and bounds ahead of anybody else in the world. Literally $1 trillion, just south of $1 trillion last year on the military industrial complex. Like that's the next 9 countries in line. That's more than all of them combined. Right? It's insane. Yeah. And if you look at some of like the fucking blue sky research and these scientists are doing, like these companies like DARPA and like the stuff that they're fucking researching, and like look at those drones that are off the fucking coast, bro. Like, God. There's gotta be a person who knows. I can't fathom that the people that are like the people who are running like the military industrial complex and people that are in these organizations, private military contractors, the stuff that they're doing and testing and researching has got to be just more than 2 decades of time. Right, but I mean, to sit there and say, oh, well, we do our own independent investigations, we look into things, we don't get our marching orders from the federal government. Are you serious? Like that was like the U.S. government sent out a massive email. And then the Twitter files, where they're like, oh yeah, listen, we need this post taken down, we need this taken down, we need this done, and they're like, no we're not, and then Elon Musk takes over and says, yeah you are, and then they're like, oh, well, it's like, hey, we're going to raid Trump's office, and we're going to get him, and we're going to throw him in jail because he's holding these papers, these secret papers, and then you find out that Biden's got a bunch of money, so yeah. It's also so weird that, like, and just like the government aligned, they're all aligned, left and right. When it comes to war, they're lockstep. They're in full agreement on war. Like, let's spend all this money on war. Let's do it. We're gonna fucking go invade Ukraine, and then we're gonna go fight Russia, and then we're gonna go help Taiwan. And if you don't support Taiwan, who are you? You're a racist. You're a sexist. You're a homophobe. Well, okay, so one, there's a whole slew of Republicans that don't want to give Ukraine any money. They're like, we don't need to be involved in it. There are a huge slew of Republicans. But here's the problem. I mean, I don't know the name, but I've seen tapes where they're like, we're giving so much money to them, and it's ridiculous. And we have people, homeless people here, and it's mostly Republicans. But here's the problem. I feel like they're, and I'm extremely conservative, but to me it's like, stop it, bro.
you guys know damn well you can't let Putin start invading. And I think they're only doing that because Biden's behind it. Like, if Trump was in the office, you guys would be behind him. You know what I'm saying? There's some people,
They just want to get votes, right?
right, and I'll bet you the moment if Trump got back in office, I'll bet all of you guys would step in line and say, yeah, let's send them tanks. Let's send what you were saying. You know, and then, of course, the Democrats that are now saying, let's send them this, let's send that, would be like, no, we need to back off. You know, some of them so stupid.
Well, also, the U.S. isn't helping negotiate a peace deal between them. They're actually, like, not, like, proactively not trying to negotiate a peace deal because they want to spend more money, and then when eventually when the contracts to rebuild Ukraine come in, those are going to be U.S. contracts.
Right, well, they can't.
Imagine China negotiated a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia.
But that would be terrible. First of all, Putin isn't going to pull back, and they're saying we're not going to accept anything unless you pull back. Like, you guys have to pull all your troops back, we get our entire country back, and then we can negotiate a peace. And so they're at odds. Neither one of them wants that. But the problem is, once again, that you've got a problem because Ukraine has so many fewer people. Even though Ukraine is killing, like, it's for every one Ukrainian that dies, like, it's like 3 Russians die. And you think, man, they're kicking ass. They are kicking ass. But if you have, let's say, 2 million troops, and Russia has, well, let's say you have 200,000 troops, and Russia has 3 million troops. Like, yeah, you're kicking ass. You guys are taking out a lot of their guys, but it's only 600,000. You're only going to be able to take out 600,000 before you're gone, and they still have 1.4 million. And Putin doesn't care about wave after wave of these guys, because he can't lose. Because if he loses, like, you don't in Russia, you don't typically retire to your dacha in the mountains and do well. Like, the new guy comes in and says, the coffers are empty. They've been robbing the country for the last 20 years. Go arrest this guy. And so now he ends up in prison, or he ends up dead. Like, he knows, like, he's only got one choice. I've got to stay in power as long as possible. And that's a scary situation. Yeah. And probably the richest man in the world. I mean, they're probably very close to it. Yeah, because those guys don't really tell their wealth. So, and he's been robbing the coffers for 20 years, 30? Is it? Has he been in power for 30 years? He's been like 25 years. 25 years. Yeah, at least, like, yeah, he's 20 or 25 years, right? It was early 90s? Yeah, well, the wall came down in 90, I think, or 89 or 90. Yeah, it was 89, and then in 90, and then 91, all the countries basically broke apart. But here's the thing about that area. The control of different parts of that area of the world has always been interchanging, like, throughout our history, right? And just because Russia, they only really wanted, like, their Donbass region. They didn't really, I don't think they wanted all of Ukraine. Well, what they want, I think he wants all of those Eastern Soviet, the former Soviet bloc countries. I think he wants them also. The reason he wants them back, this is what kills me, is everybody says, well, he wants them as a buffer zone. Because there's so much flat land between, like, Moscow and Eastern Europe that you can basically just drive straight there. Like, you can just drive straight there. Like, there's no defense, there's no mountain regions or anything. But my problem with that is that like, so I want to invade your country, so it's a buffer zone between us. Like, that's ridiculous. That's just what you're doing. You didn't invade my country because I'm a buffer zone. Like, that's your argument? Well, NATO's too close to us. Yes, but NATO's not invading. Well, we feel threatened. Well, I'm sorry about that. But maybe you feel threatened because you're invading other countries. It doesn't make sense. And, all these countries are ridiculous. The same thing with, Xi Jinping. Like, we do have them surrounded. We literally have them completely surrounded. We have the launch pads in every single one of those countries. I agree, but do you see the United States invading Russia? I'm saying, if he just, are they creating a reason right now to invade Russia? The Russians invaded another country. Like, if they invaded that country, if they took Ukraine, do you think that Russia? If Russia took Ukraine, do you think he would stop there? Or do you think in 2 years he'd take Ukraine?
But
you
seriously
probably
though,
would take something
James,
else. I
really
think
get that
you
shit
just
checked
keep
out.
going because
I
that's
feel
what
like
bullies
every week
do.
we'll learn
Like,
something new about him.
and Russians really only respect strength. Like, I mean, that's just the bottom line. They only, same thing with Chinese, they only respect strength. And they think Americans, I just don't think they have any respect for Americans. They think we're weak. They don't really think we have the stomach for war. That's what the Japanese did. We don't. Sometimes, like, look at the Japanese. The Japanese in World War II thought, look, here's the problem. They were arguing over oil. Gas, and they were oil. So they were arguing over oil with the United States. And the United States had embargoed it. The Japanese came and they were arguing. And they realized they weren't getting in because they had invaded China. So they thought, here's what we're going to do. We're going to, if we can take out the Pacific Fleet from the United States, so we're going to go into Hawaii, we're going to Pearl Harbor, take out their entire fleet if we can. They're going to have such a disastrous defeat in Pearl Harbor. That's not what happened at all. Right, that's like Osama bin Laden thinking, if I can crash the towers, then the United States will pull back. They'll say, hey, we don't have the stomach for you to pull back, but that's not what happened. Like, the United States, we get nuts, and then we overreact. Like, now we're invading everybody. Yeah. So, I think don't you think it's crazy, though, that, like, the politicians and the government spend trillions of dollars to protect the freedom of other countries, but you can't pay elementary school teachers more than $20,000 a year. You've got veterans that are sleeping on the streets. Like, you're not funding the VA. You don't get to vote on what the tax dollars are spent on. Like, we don't get to vote. Like, okay, every single American, you're going to pay $1,000 to fund this war. You don't get to choose any of that shit. They fucking do it. Yeah. I mean, I think, the problem is, I think, that if the American public had the ability to help dictate what money was spent on, one, it'd be spent probably a lot better, but two, we probably wouldn't have the stuff we have, because, I think, like our infrastructure, like roads, like there's tons, roads and airports are dog shit compared to other countries. Even Trump said that. I understand that. Well, so did Obama. Obama was like, it's that. What I'm saying is that you have to say, okay, there are certain projects that you have to be funded, right? Like, we're going to spend whatever, $500 million to look into building this stuff. And they look into it, and they do all this research, and they build it, and it doesn't work out, and they cancel the policy. Like, they cancel the project, and the subs cut up and sold for profits, and people would be going nuts. The truth is, those are building blocks, like dumping a bunch of money into NASA. Like, spending all this money in NASA, why? So that we can go to the moon, which didn't do really any good, other than to say, hey, look, we're better than the Soviets at this. So people would say, he's going to spend like $3 trillion over the course of 5 years. Like, that's insane. That was back in the 70s. Like, that's insane. But I kind of feel like those are important programs because, they got a bunch of stuff out of it. They helped advance a lot. They helped advance plastics, rubbers. It helped advance, we got opticals. We got stuff for cameras, for, contact lenses. You got a computer chip. Like, it forced them to come up with all of these inventions that they never would have done. Did we leave a bunch of money? Yeah, but the government really shouldn't be in the business of making money. Sometimes they have to spend money on stupid shit, unfortunately. And I think that the public wouldn't understand that. That's my take up. And keep in mind, too, the public knew how much money they spent on the military. They'd be like, no, this is ridiculous. We'll just hunker down. But what happens when they start invading? Then it's like, where's our military? Well, you didn't want to spend any money on the military, remember? You guys wanted free health care. Well, we wanted to buy these new jets. We're spending $1 trillion a year on the military. Yes, let's just take $1 billion and spend it on something in the country. Like, let us get a little bit. Well, I'm not asking for a lot. Hey, listen, I'm dying for free health care. Like, I hear you. But, I also like the idea that I'm not really concerned about and the Chinese invasion. I'm not too sure.
What do you think about if China and Russia are teaming up right now? What do you
I don't really think they are teaming up because it's working for China's benefit to they're buying cheap fuel, and I also don't really think that China is planning on invading Taiwan anytime soon. Like they don't have to get across that strait, right? That the waterway between the two.
Bustamante said he thinks that they're going to invade the presidential election.
No, I can't believe that. First of all, you need special.
That guy's a geopolitical volunteer.
I hear you. I mean, I know that's just stupid to go up against Bustamante. But I'm saying that I've been watching a bunch of videos, and so that makes me nervous. Like he's probably I know. I'm the one that told you you've got to interview this guy. Who is he? I don't know. 2 weeks later, bro, did you call him? What? Who is this again? What does he want? I don't know.
It bugged me to call Bustamante for like 6 months before I called him. Now look at that guy.
Then he calls him. Bustamante blows up. He won't return a fucking text from me. He loves it. You said you'd come on my program. It's like
he's working on something big right now. He's about to be worldwide.
He's stepping on the backs of little people climbing the ladder. I get it.
Oh, how dare you?
Probably won't talk to you. He's not probably going to talk to you in 6 months. He'll be like, damn, God, that's but I think to move that many beliefs, I was going to say, like who is specialty craft to move that many people to get them on the beaches of Taiwan? Like they don't have.
They have those.
They don't have enough of them.
You've seen their new ships?
They don't have enough. Listen, as of 2 weeks ago, I watched a couple of videos where they were like, listen, they don't have them. They can build them fairly quickly, but they just don't have enough to move that many people. And they're going to lose a ton of people going across that strait. They're going to, it'll be a bloodbath. And here's the thing. Here's what I heard too, and I heard this from you. What if Russia helps them? Russia can't drive to Kiev. They can't drive there. Like they ran out of fuel. They logistically they're not capable of even making a drive 150 miles outside their border. They're damn sure not going to go all the way to China and be able to help them. What are they going to help them with? They don't have landing crafts. They got bombs. I mean, they got some bombs. They still have planes. They got some planes. Like look, like we have, let's say, let's say 550 or however many, F-22 Raptors, right? And we have like F-35s, and so we've got let's say roughly 500-600. Like they have like their version of that. I forget the name of it. It's really cool. They've got like 80 or 100. Like that's it. That's the remember they kept saying, why aren't they using these in Ukraine? Their fear is they're going to get them shot down. That they're not as effective as everybody said. And nothing about the Russians worked out. All of these things that the United States and everybody was saying how amazing the Russians were and how advanced their military was. Like, what happened? They got more nukes. Thank God I didn't use a fucking nuke yet. That's what they even take off. Like, who knows? I'm serious. Their trucks are breaking down. Their tires, they don't rotate their tires on their trucks. Half the fucking tires were falling off. They couldn't even drive their trucks. Like, they're not taking care of anything. Right now, they're doing it. You really think that their nukes probably don't work? You just can't. I think they're supposed to 36 years old, 50 years old. It's just 30, 40, 50 years old technology has been sitting in a silo. You think that's keeping... You think they're doing tests? That's what I'm saying. Because they don't even take their trucks and rotate the tires. Like, you're giving money to generals that are underpaid that are usually spending on other things. Putin thinks, all of our guys have night goggles and body armor. Like, I understand. No, they have to. We gave them money for that. Yeah, they bought some of them. Some of the special troops might have them. But the bulk of these guys are using like walkie-talkies from like Radio Shack. I mean, you've seen it. Like, why they should have crushed Ukraine. They should have crushed them. They didn't. What happened? Your forces 10 times as big. The country borders your country. You should have driven straight into the capital and crushed them, and you didn't. Like, that's not a fight. Like, that's not. How do they, and as far as missiles, like, China doesn't need Russian missiles. China has a whole they have a whole sector of their army just dedicated to missiles. Like, we have, like, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. They've got another one, which is just a missile division. It's huge. I mean, that's like, because they're going to probably bomb the shit out of Taiwan if they can't take it. Really, I mean, obviously they can bomb just the beaches and strategic. But I don't know. I start seeing women invading because I just think that there will be a huge embargo on everything Chinese, and the Chinese will be, they're massively starting up in 6 months. The U.S. is already doing these war game simulations, right? Where, like, all the people in the military and the government, they, like, play this game where they all play characters in this, like, fictional war scenario between Taiwan and China, where China is invading Taiwan. And they're basically, like, creating a science fiction scenario on, like, what do we do? Like, you people play China, you people play Taiwan, and we're going to play the U.S. Okay, do what you do to invade, and we're going to try to see if we can figure out the right move and see what happens. And they're, like, doing these crazy simulations. And almost, and that was a think tank in Washington, D.C., and this was, like, 3 months ago. They did a bunch of simulations, and they said, like, if Taiwan can survive for 3 days on their own, which is long enough for us to move, like, battleships and get there to help them if we come to their aid, then they can, with, like, an 80% chance that they can stay off invasion. But that's if the United States does. United States doesn't help, then ultimately they fall within, I think they said 3 months. I think they said they can't last more than 60 or 90 days. And with the United States help, it was like an 80%, but they had to be able to hold their own for, like, 3 days, which is rough. And, you gotta load up the ships, you gotta get there. So you're seeing there's a graphic where it showed all the military bases the U.S. owns around the world, and you compare it to China, even with the fucking, what's the thing they have, the road, what's it called? The Belt and Road, yeah. So China's Belt and Road Initiative, where they have, like, all these airports and factories, and all these things are all around the world. But if you look up the U.S.'s base, it's like 10 times that everywhere. It's insane. But I mean, that's also part of that $1 trillion that we're spending on insurance money and payback. And the other thing, like, you know, the other thing is, you gotta think, like, how far does that $1 trillion go compared to the CCP spending? Like, they're not paying $10 for a light bulb. They're paying a few cents for a light bulb. Like, our money doesn't go as far as theirs. So they are spending a lot of money. They do have a ton of people. I saw something recently where the U.S. Army had trouble recruiting Marines. They made a video. I saw this video on YouTube. But it was, I think it's actually on Fox News posted on YouTube, where the U.S. Army posted a video of, like, a guy dressed like a woman, like, doing some sort of song and dance, like, for the U.S. Army, trying to recruit people, like, young people to join, like, trans people to join the army. I was like, look, those aren't the people you want to recruit, man. Those U.S. Army, that should have, like, Matt Cox, like, shooting up some tests at the gym, get some steel. Those are that's like the Bud Light campaign. Let's alienate everybody that's doing stuff for you. Right. That's what we thinking. Like, and then her explanation, the head of marketing, frat boy, immature humor, like, these are people to buy your beer. Like, what are you doing? Did you see that video of her? No. Oh my God, she's their head of marketing was a female, and she
I saw a picture.
came up with she came up with the campaign, and then she was explaining, she was doubling down on it when it started going bad, saying, well, we need to be more inclusive. The brand is in decline. You need to be more inclusive. So there's inclusive, and then there's alienate. And what you did was you included less than 1% of society, and you excluded 100% of the people that currently buy you.
Right.
Like, and you insult them, and then you go on and insult them. They're like fraternity boys, immature, bratty. It's like,
It's your customer.
yeah, that's your customer. Like, don't insult your customer. I'm not a marketing genius, but I'm pretty sure that you don't.
That's a bad move.
People that are buying your brand. I understand you want more. I get it.
I love what Kirill said about it. You remember what he said in that comment? He's like, beer fucking sucks. It's like drinking bread.
They're selling it like Costco. People like get like a case of beer for like $1.25 or $1. Like, it's insane. I hate beer. They're desperately trying to, they're desperately trying to get rid of that beer now. Like, it's piled out at Costco. Like, there's like empty, like only the beers are empty, like Coors and all these other ones, like the shelves are empty with that, and there's all the Bud Light brands still there.
I also heard Costco's got their own brand of golf balls now.
Multiple people have told me that.
Yeah, and they're selling for like super cheap.
They've been doing it.
Have they?
So they ripped off the Pro V1X, and they had to change their golf ball because it was basically the same exact model.
So Tyler's like a quarter of the price.
Lexi's brother Tyler was saying that he was like trying to get up there. He wanted to do better. Lexi would go up there and get him, and she went up there with some balls. And I'm like, shit, for that cheap? I'm like, hell yeah, give me like 3 boxes of them. Yeah. And they were sold out. The guy at Costco was like, yeah, they come in and are off the shelf the same day. And apparently, Costco's trying to come up with like a bunch of golf shit. They're going to start making clubs and shit. Sell clubs already. Oh, really? Costco brand?
No, I forget what brand they sell.
I'm going to get a Costco such club. Or maybe it's not Costco. Maybe it's Costco. Anyway, they do. Yeah, they just like beer. Oh, beer. Yeah, this is $1. You said how much? It was like $1.75 or $1.25. Like, it was super. I just remember thinking, my God. Like, and the guy was like, they're practically giving it away because they were just stacked up. Isn't it so weird that aren't we the only country that like has all this infight about like people trying to be different genders or like trying to because when you even talk to people in Europe, like people in France or Germany or like some of these like left-leaning sort of like semi-socialist countries, right? They're not super conservative, right? They're kind of liberal, and a lot of young people, they just look at it and they laugh. They're like, it's so weird what's going on in the U.S. When you hear people's perspectives who aren't in the U.S., especially, it's like they're like, it's not going on in any other country. I mean, definitely not places like Russia, obviously, because they're like the war-torn country has been crazy cold. They have real things. Exactly. It's like it's funny how if there's a war right now, like a major war, like a serious war, not like we're sending off our current existing troops to go fight some war, that doesn't really affect. You mean that the continental United States actually invade? Like if suddenly, exactly, like all that shit is happening, all of it. My theory is that the youth, these are the people that would have to help fight that war. My God, could you imagine if 19, 20, 22-year-old kids had to help fight a war right now? The kids that are being raised, like it's well, isn't it like they need a driver's license? Isn't it the same thing as what happens to late stage empires? Like what happened in Rome, like they start late. Exactly. Like shit starts happening, like they start looking for more things to battle against, or they start looking when there's no real external threats. They start like eating themselves from the inside and looking for more problems. I mean, I that's kind of what I feel like you don't have real problems in your life, so you're manufacturing these issues that I have to call you he, she, or I have to, or that you want me to acknowledge that you're whatever binary or whatever the hell that is. And it's like what you're arguing over, and it's like it ties into media and politics. People, they love it. They politicize it for votes. People like AOC, they just fucking amplify it just to get more people to follow them and vote for them. And whatever happened to her? She's still out there chirping the Republicans. She's off all of her committees. She's like, is she? He went nuts when they started polling her. She was just off a bunch of committees. And she was just talking about some guy some guy in New York, I guess, got killed. There was like some homeless guy on a train in New York, and he was like threatening a bunch of people, and then some like Marine, I guess, put him in a chokehold and killed him by accident. And I guess he didn't get charged with murder. It was a homicide, but I guess like there was other people trying to restrain this guy who was going crazy. Right. The guy put him in a chokehold, and the guy selected and died. And there's people rioting. There's people in the streets protesting about this, like saying that that Marine should have gotten put in prison for murder. And AOC is like out there tweeting like, "Oh, this guy's a fucking murderer." Like, they never did anything about the transgender that ended up going and killing all those kids. A month ago. Yeah, you don't hear anything about that. Yeah, that was everywhere when it happened. We forgot about it already. A day already. If that had just been a regular white kid, we'd be hearing about it right now. We'd still be hearing. We couldn't hear anything else. Bro, that was we watched the video of that. Oh yeah, going in. They're walking through the classrooms with these little baby chairs. These little kids sit on, like running through, like clearing it. Oh my god.
And this guy is no exception. However, unlike
when do we become a type 2 or a type 1? We're a type 0 right now. When do we become a type 1 civilization? Yeah, type 1 civilization is not interviewing all these smart people. I haven't interviewed some. Type 1 civilization is when we become a global species. Or we can start thinking of ourselves as Earthlings, not just American, Russians, Chinese, and we stop becoming these territorial apes, bombing each other and trying to invade and take more territory. And think we got to do another planet. Create a colony on another planet. Yeah, that would probably help. No, because it would still be us, though.
Yeah, but then it's a whole planet of us.
Yeah, but then you're just saying you've got to. So what are you saying? Because I'm saying like progress. Like we progress.
You're saying this Earth be a type 1.
Yeah, when will this Earth become type 1? Because the only way.
Would you put out a one world government?
A type 1 yes, you would. A type 1 civilization is able to access all the energy available on its planet and store it for consumption. A type 2 civilization can directly consume the energy of a star, like the sun. Finally, a type 3 civilization is able to capture all the energy and magnify it. Well, we don't have to worry about that yet.
That's way deeper than that.
Yeah. We ain't even talking about people. No, so type 1, right. Type 1 is like, we're already sort of on our way to type 1, right? Like we have we're becoming more global in the sense like we have the internet, right? We're all connected to the World Wide Web. So that's like not all of us, slow step. Some countries aren't. Some countries aren't.
So that's great to energy.
Yeah, they were talking about like so like a type resources. So when you start becoming like type 2 civilization, then you can like travel throughout the universe. Like right, obviously then you can get off the planet and you can move interstellarly, like between stars, like between haven't you had some scientists? Like, is this a question? I'm really honestly not even really versed enough to talk about half the stuff we've already talked about.
You can't take anything that's said so far for the truth.
Like I'm not. That's why I'm interested, because you have an outside perspective. I'm wondering, like I've been thinking about like the type 0. Right now we're type 0. We're fucking monkeys with bombs. That's basically all we are. Just trying to make money. Like everyone who gets any sort of power or money, all they do is just try to get it. And they try to take it from other people. It's the basics of what you get. Right? You fucking found a way to exploit a system and you fucking kept gaming it and gaming it and gaming it until eventually got caught. You couldn't do it anymore. And that's like what we're doing. We're not looking out for our own species. We're not trying to better ourselves as a species like Elon is. Do you? I mean, yeah, he's dumping a ton of money. Like, to him, he's dumping a ton of money into to go to Mars. For what reason? Yeah, to build a colony. Why? Because I think we should be an interplanetary. Well, he's getting all the money. He's getting paid by the government to do all this stuff, right? Yeah, some no. Well, some of it. He's not just using his own money. He's getting a lot of it. He's using his own money. It's funny too because not for SpaceX though. He's got a lot of people. Like, you watch a documentary about him on Netflix. Yeah, he has a lot of. He's getting recouped for a lot of money, right? Yeah, for doing things like stringing up satellites and things like that. But is he making back all of his money? And who knows if he would or not? Look at what's his name, Bezos. Bezos is not even getting any of the contracts. Like, he goes up against Elon, loses. But he keeps dumping money into it because, of course, he's one of the richest men in the world, so he can. Like, to me, it's like if I had that kind of money where I'm not going to run out of it, I would probably do something absolutely ridiculous like that. Like I'm not going to run out of money. I pretty much got everything. I mean, Elon's got so much money that he doesn't even care anymore. Like, he's sleeping on people's couches and sleeping in like yeah, exactly. Like, hey, let's drop one of these little rooms that I'm building here, these little cubicle things, and drop it. And what are those things that you know what I'm talking about? They bring them in on a They're like, what are they called? They're called tiny houses. So, yeah, they're kind of like tiny houses. They are tiny houses. Yeah. So he's got one of those, so he can sleep there. Like, he doesn't really need little houses. He doesn't sleep there. Like, prefabricated home. Right. Like, you've seen him. Like, he's a mess. They're built in factories and it's dropped there. And then you've got Jeff Bezos, who has got like 5 yachts. Yeah, how about him getting all buffed, he's always jacked now. He's on test, ball. He's running around with like 21-year-olds on his yacht. That's good stuff. You know what's so funny? It's so funny his transition from fucking nerd to like billionaire playboy. Did you ever see the interviews when he first started? And total geeks, right? Same with you, yeah. He was bald. Now he's got a full fucking head of hair. Yeah, I heard he did a deal with some Turkish hair loss company. No, I didn't do it. I mean, it hooked me up, bro. My corners are getting. Yikes! They have them in. They have a clinic in Mexico, so you don't even have to go to Turkey. Really? Yeah. But I like it really good. It's not FDA regulated. He's the same surgery as you. Oh, he's the same shit? Yeah. Why did you do it in Mexico? No, because it's cheaper. Like, the guy, why would he go to Mexico for everything? Like, why would he come here and compete with American doctors who's doing the same thing? He goes to Mexico. I want the guy who did your hair. I want that. Just to fill in the corners, like maybe a quarter inch. I want one more surgery. Really? Oh, we had a talk and everything. But the problem is, in the end, I'm going to start a GoFundMe. In the end, I'm going to have to come up with, you got to come up with a fee right now. I have to explain to my probation officer I'm going to get a hair graft. He's going to be like, yes, couldn't you maybe pay that towards your restitution? How can you scam your insurance company for your hair? I mean, health insurance companies are the biggest fucking scam artists in the world. You got to get them back. I don't have health insurance. I don't know. I know. What if something happened? Yeah. I got health insurance. I got you can't do it. They pieced you back together like an old car. They rebuilt you like, and every time I hear about all this stuff, it's titanium, but it's like the Scarecrow. You look fine, though. You walk fine. Like, I wouldn't think you were, like, in all the accidents and your back, and like, oh my God, he's fucked up. You should be the surgery made it better, man. But you seem fine. You don't like sit weird or hunch. I got a weird walk. Do you? Yeah. My back's fucked up. You seem fine, but my equilibrium is like fucked up. Did we talk about last time you were here? We talked about your heart rate. Yeah, I think you did. What's wrong with your equilibrium? It's all fucked up. Really? I get like you ever get that ringing sound in your ears? If I drink like 3 cups of coffee, I have it all the time. Yeah, I get it all. Really? I get it. I just got it. You know what? Yeah.
Oh, that loud?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Where until I go totally deaf.
I have like mild tinnitus, but it's only for like 10 seconds.
The fade, data fades out.
I got my blood work done. You might have it. I might be getting directed there.
By the CIA.
Bro, I had a guy here since aliens talking to me. Oh god. That's how I got my blood work done the other day.
Oh yeah, let me tell you, what's your test levels?
They were, everything was, like they give you a range, like between, whatever is between, should be between 200 and 250, right? Or whatever. For what? No, in general. This should be between 1,200 and, 1,500, and mine would be like 13, 12. This should be between 300 and 375, and mine's like, 300,
You're like dead set.
I'm almost always right in the middle, and then you got testosterone. And it was, what's the range? So it's 200 to like 650 or something. 250 to 1,100. Okay. And sometimes like 15, 60. And I was like, you're pinned. Wow. And I called Ryan. He's like, it's fine. He's like, he's like, good. It's good. You feel good, right? I feel great. Yeah, that's great. Rock hard, baby. How's your libido? Yeah, it's but I'm hungry all the time. What's your dose? What's your dose? I don't even know. Because Jess gets it to me. You don't know how many milligrams you're taking? No. How often do you take it? How often do you shoot? It's like twice a week. Twice a week. But listen, I mean, I'm oh god, I want to get back on it. Like I'm like I can do like 30 dips. I do like 4 or 5 sets of 30 dips. I do pull-ups. I do 4 or 5 sets of 30. Like, I've never been able to do pull-ups. Like I do pull-ups behind my head. I can do like this. Yeah. Oh, easy. Wow. I don't mean like one. I mean we're talking about. Look at them. How many pull-ups can you do, Shane? Oh, my shoulders are one pull-up. One pull-up below fucking shoulder out. I mean, I could do other shit. I just can't do shoulder shit. But listen, I never do. Like I've never been able to do like a pull up like why am I doing now over surgery? You need to get everything so. I gotta do the fix. You need to stand it up. Is that illegal? No, it might not be federally FDA approved. It might not be FDA. In fact, I feel like that's a lot. Rogan gets them all the time, so it's got to be all right. Yeah, but I think he went to Colombia. They go over there. They go to Medellin. The guy on this podcast said they go right over the border in California, right down there. Oh, Tijuana. Yeah, Tijuana. Right to Tijuana. They fucking put you up in a 5-star hotel, juice you up. They got saunas. They got hyperbaric oxygen chambers. They got a spa there. Then you just drive right back over the border. Oh yeah, it's full treatment. It's like $8,000 for a week. They give you multiple sessions. Like you go in there on Monday. Started GoFundMe for that. You already got the GoFundMe. Just ask the boss man. That's why they have names like Mr. Pink Pollution and Oral B. It's meant to be a piss take right. So are you just on the test or what else? No, I also take an estrogen block. That too. Only because like say you do blood work and your estrogen is too high. No, it's just because when I started taking the test, like one of my your gyno. Yeah, and keep mind you, like they're gone. Like the glands are gone. You got them removed. Yeah, I had 2 surgeries. One, they cut them in half and started going back. When? Oh, this is when I was younger. Oh, yeah, because you said you were taking that shit when you were young. Right. So then they removed them. So then they just removed them, but still something must still be in there because I started getting a little bit of pain in one of my breasts, right. I hate to say breast. But it just started kind of hurting a little bit, right? Like I was like, it hurts. So I talked to Ryan, and we ended up getting. He said, look, just take like this as you need it. Like take like half a tablet every time. Like half a tablet per talk. And other than that, I feel great. Other than the fact that I'm hungry all the time. But you look phenomenal. You don't look fat. The only reason I feel fat is you're like a fucking bulldog. It's a little bulldog, dude. The only reason I feel fat because I weigh like 180. And I'm like, you weigh 180? Yeah. I weigh the same. Yeah, I weigh like a little over 180. Like I was typically like I want to be like 170. I feel like I need to be like 10 pounds.
how long should I wait till I go back? Until I go on?
I don't know why you got off it. Like, what was the reason?
He never does anything more than like fucking 1 week. I did it for a month, and I felt just like the best way I can describe it is I felt overstimulated all the time.
Well, then take a lower dose.
I did. I dosed down, and then I started doing it every day. I started doing the injections every other day. Just like I split it into 3, right? So I did it 3 times a week. And I still felt like I felt a little bit less overstimulated. It didn't lift, but so I did my blood work pre doing testosterone.
Were you working out?
Yeah, I was working out. So I did my blood work pre testosterone, and my test level was like 730. So I got in the middle of the month when I was doing testosterone. I did my blood work again, and it was like 640. I stopped, right? I stopped at the end of November. I stopped at the end of November to test. And then I got my blood work done again end of January. I'm back up to 750.
Could you never? Where are you going?
How did you ever get out the same place everybody goes, bro?
How did you
West?
You go into that lady with those fake machines?
No, what's her name? Literally, the blood work I got the shit typing them up. I got literally like the most comprehensive blood panel that money can buy. The lady had the needle in my arm, and she, they fill up those vials. She had like a fucking grocery bag full of those. They were falling on the ground everywhere. I'm like helping her pick them up. She had like 30 of them. It was insane. They tested everything. Like literally everything that possibly happened. And I don't know. For some reason it was low. I wish I had money to pay. I'm like, what's the cheapest one I need to test hospital? And I just get the no, sorry, it's a whole panel. Okay, well, that's all I need. Yeah. Like, listen, I might have had like there's different esters, like there's cypionate, enanthate. There's like 3 different esters you can take. One that the cypionate lasts the longest. That's what I'm saying. Enanthate has a shorter half-life. So I don't know. I don't know. I want to try it again, but I want to figure out. I'm like at 750 right now, so I don't want to there's really no need. I mean,
that's where you're basically supposed to be.
Yeah.
Okay, hold up.
Like that's when I was like, when I first did it, like the first injection I did, the first injection I did, I was like, she's like, what? Oh, you're like, enough already. Put her down, she's all like, hey, fucking horned up bulldogs walking out with one of those 5-gallon paint sticks,
And that's something like pigs in the kitchen.
That's hilarious. But yeah, no, that's why I got off. But I want to try it again. I'm like, I really want to try it again. You know what's funny? I wonder what would happen to Bojack. He's super hyper sensitive to any type of drug. Like you look at him, I am too. You look at him, you think he takes drugs. Like he doesn't drink, he doesn't take drugs, he can't drink coffee, and he can't take aspirin. Like 250 milligram gummies the first time he came in.
Listen, weed's different.
Now weed's different. Yeah. He's big on weed.
He does a lot of it.
He has no problem with weed, but he has a major problem with any kind of medication, like anything. I like that thing. So yeah, he couldn't. It's called a hyper responder. It's horrible. Like it's horrible because he can't take anything for anything. Like it's good if you're addicted to pills because you save money. I guess so, but if you need medication, he said if you're addicted to pills is good because you save money because you can take them. But I mean, what if you need medication? You can't take it. You just take a smaller dose. You just like a quarter. Right? He takes like he'll take little, like he'll have like a whole stack or something, and he's like takes ibuprofen, and it's all like feels sick and yeah, and like ibuprofen. And he's like, I'm like, how much did you take? He's like, I broke a pill in half. He's like, what do you just? Right. Like, I barely took any of it. And I'm like, well, that's not going to do anything.
Unless I got a little pan pop for 1,000.
Oh, 1,000 milligrams. It's in my age. I wake up. That's just part of my routine. I woke up to take fucking 3 200 milligrams. This guy got COVID. He's chewing up Vicodin, bro. That'll help, right?
It works. 2 days later, I was straight.
That's the secret. Left it off. Fuck ivermectin, bro. It's the Vicodin, man.
My grandma came over, brought over 800 milligram ibuprofen, some Vicodin, fucking some COVID, some cough syrup. I'm laying on on the couch, she brings over a Ziploc bag of pills and some cough syrup. Here, Shane, take this. I was straight 2 days later, slept it off, sweated out.
I had COVID. I've had it twice.
Really?
I've had it 3 times.
Damn.
I got it when I went to Podfest. We both got it. Jeff and I both got it.
Really?
Podfest. That bigger than the answer. Yeah. So I tell you what happened. I gave a speech. So I had to give a talk. Basically, it was something like 60,000 subscribers, like in 2 years or something. I forget what the name of the speech was. Like whatever. And I basically got up and just said, look, you have to. I just gave like 5 tips, right? And here's what happened. So there's a room, and I remember thinking, like, these guys are going on this app and they're trying to get people to go to their little show, right? I never did. I go to the show, I go to the thing, it's okay. It was 5 days, get on if we could have been 2. So you see everything the first day, and maybe when you look around after that. So then they have these rooms that are broken up. It's very professional. Like, it's a super cool kind of thing for people. So then they have breakout rooms where you go and you talk to them. They have big ones with 500 people there. Sometimes they go small and like 150 people. So I'm thinking nobody's going to be at my thing. I never tried to promote it. I never tried to do anything. I just told the guy that runs the place, Chris, I told him I'll do it. He said, okay. So I go to do it, Chris, whatever. So I go, and I'm also with on a panel. So I go, and I get there, and I'm like, the room's packed. And somebody goes, and they do a talk, and that's great. They do their talk. Most people come to me. The place is packed. This guy does a talk, and he sits down, and then this other chick gets up, and she does a talk. And listen, like, halfway through the talk, I remember looking over at Jeff like, this is the worst chick to follow up. This chick's been doing this for 5 years. I mean, I was like, wow. And Jeff was like, and it was like, right, it was just like, wow. So then she's done, as soon as she's done, I'm thinking, okay, great, so now I get up to do mine. And as I'm getting up to do mine, she says, okay, she's got the mic, she kind of stops, and she says, listen, if anybody else wants to talk about this, or needs some help, or needs this, or needs this, blah, 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 she said, I'll be out in the hallway, come on out in the hallway. Half, more than that, 90% of the room gets up and walks to the hallway. There's like 6 guys left. And then I went and did my thing. So obviously I was fine. We can look out. But I sat there, I thought, wow, like that, like I would never do that to somebody. You know, it was me. Like I wanted to go to her and say, "What the fuck did you just do? Did you see what just happened? Like, did you see what you like? Would you want that done to you?" It was just such, you know. If it was anybody but me, like if I was in the crowd, like I probably would be like, oh my god, that's so horrible. But I was like, wow, well, I'm not nervous now. Because there's nobody here. Sure thing to it. Yeah. There was maybe, whatever, let's say 15 or 20 people. So I did my little speech, whatever. But yeah, I got sick. Like the next day when I got home, by the time we got home that night, I was feeling achy. The next day, super achy. And so was Jeffy, both super sick that night. And I was supposed to go to Ian Vick. Fly up to be interviewed by Ian Vick. I think so. Yeah, I was supposed to go up there, and I had to cancel at the last minute. And I still haven't really been able to go up there since then. And so now when people say, hey, you should be on Matt Cox's podcast for Ian Vick, he says, fuck that guy. He canceled on me. Really? And I'm like, I really says fuck that guy? He didn't say fuck that guy. No, he kind of almost does. He goes, he basically like, he says like, screw that, no, the hell with that guy. He canceled on me. I had COVID. Like, I had COVID. I even texted him and get his flight reimbursed. No, he said he just lost it. And I told him, I said, look, I'll pay for my own flight and fly up. I get it. And he came back, and I told him, I said, hey, quit telling people that I canceled on you. I had COVID. He's like, yeah, I get it. But you said you'd be up here within a month, and it's been like 2 months. I haven't heard from you since. Okay, granted that's my fault, but come on, bro. Like I'm gonna get up there. First of all, you invited me to fly up to your show. You know how many needles we gotta bring with me on the plane? You invited me to fly up to your podcast. And you have like 3,000, at that time you said you had like 5,000 subscribers. I think you got like 30 or so. You'll probably get 100,000 before I'm at 100,000.
And speaking of
Like
dick riding Rogan,
he's
Brendan the Parrot shopping
people like
with everything
Bro, when is Tucker gonna start a
as if
podcast
he
on
isn't the
YouTube?
most hated man on the internet.
I don't know if you guys have heard about Brendan's back in charge of his socials. Have you watched his Full Send podcast?
Like I was
No.
saying, though,
Oh my
the
god,
latest
it's so
JRE
fucking
fight,
hilarious,
the
dude.
funniest guy in the room
He's
was
so
Sarah.
funny
For the
when
first
he's
time
able to
since it
speak
happened
freely,
just over
and
a
he's not
year
just
ago,
like reading off the
finally
helicopter.
someone brought up Cat
I saw a
Williams
video on
talking shit
where
about
he was
Rogan,
fishing in
and he's
Central Park.
never been funny, but he's Jimmy's
Tucker
face.
was? Yeah.
Honestly,
In
when
New
Matt
York?
blurted
Yeah.
this out, I
Really?
ripped up almost
Yeah, some
instantly.
guy comes up
I've
and
been waiting for someone to say this
turns
for
around,
so
the guy's
long,
like,
and Rogan's
"Well,
response
you're
was some of the
fucking
biggest
awesome.
crap I've ever
Are you
seen on
supposed
an
to be
episode
fishing?
of
Yeah, you can
JRE.
fish." And he's like, always cool with the guy. So I thought the guy's like, "No, that's a good license." He's like, "No, people don't know that, but you don't know that. You get fishing great." He's like, "No." Yeah, he's a big hunter and fisher, and he goes to hunt and fish a lot. But he likes to hunt. He's like a big bird hunting guy. Yeah. My God, he's already got 62,000 followers. What are you benching? How much do you bench now? I mean, you use, you bench? No, yeah, but it's not a machine. Like, I don't actually use the bar. How much do you bench? Like, it's like 250, 260, like, it's almost the whole rack. And I'm not doing, by the way, I'm not like barely going down, like I'm going deep all the way down, like all the way up. But yeah. So, and I start at like 225, I do like 225, then it goes like 245, then it goes like 255, and it goes to like whatever, 15. One where you see that, one where you're sitting up and like that. I do a slight incline. Yeah. So it's not quite, so I'm not laying flat. That way you don't build like the bitch twist. Build up the top. I mean, I do that. I do flies on machines. Come on, I'm working out with Jeff. And then we friend Jeff, we do dip. She's strong as fuck all. She looks like it. And the worst thing is, like, I'm on my upper body strength at least double everything she does. And yet, when we wrestle, I can't pin her. I can't, I just don't even fuck with her. It's gotten to the point where it's so embarrassing. I mean, it's embarrassing. It's like literally like I'm like, I don't understand. Like I'm sitting there going, like I'm benching double what you're benching, more than double, and I can't get you off of me, or it's ridiculous. Yeah, she's got my wife's got retard. She does. I hate to whisper that. I hate to say. Hopefully the algorithm didn't hear it. I'm sorry. I hate to say that. I mean, I know what it, but it is what it is. Like, and I went to a school with kids with special needs. Like, I know it's serious. It's just real. It's real. We had a guy named Rodney who had Down syndrome, strong as fuck. Yeah, Rodney. I don't know. He was scary. He would chase you around. I don't know. For no reason. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And Jess is like that. She's strong. Is it hot in here? You okay? I don't know. I drank 2 cups of coffee. This is literally probably my 5th house. So this is your first time in here since we got the new AC. Oh man, it's a lot of cold. You know what? Yeah. You don't get loud. I'm doing one. You don't have that loud, that fan going anymore, right? Quieter now, and I think it's a lot cooler now. This looks catch all drag. You like it? Yeah, I got it last time I saw it. We're getting ready to get a new studio. We're here or in someplace else. Not in this building, but somewhere else. And then maybe one in really big shop. Yeah. Here's a big warehouse. Really? Fantasy Factory, bud, on Indian Rock Beach. Seriously? Mm-hmm. What, why? How do you see them? And I like that jealousy feeling. How would you be jealous? I feel like I'm above that, but I'm not. Because I'm running my whole thing out of my living room. I'm running this whole. Listen, people show up. People show up and they're like, hey, what's up? They look around like. So does Lex Friedman. He does it in his fucking kitchen. I know. But you know who I had on the other day? Brett Johnson.
Oh yeah.
I had him on here a while ago. Yeah, this is the second time I've had him on. Oh really? He's great. Yeah, we were both on the Secret Service's Most Wanted list. Yeah, we both go back and forth. Oh, I got this fascinating. Hey, then what's up with you? You told the story about him, and when did he get out of prison? Yeah, but we didn't. We're on air. So, I mean, literally, he should be in a halfway house right now. The problem is the halfway house is packed. And so there's just nowhere for him to go. Like, he should be home. He should be in a halfway house or on an ankle monitor right now. Like, he's literally telling his case manager, like, have me go. I'll immediately go on a I'll immediately go home. Like, my home's already been approved. Like, he probably will not be in a halfway house for 6 months. And even then, he may only get a month or shit. No, basically, he'd be out of prison.
Where's he gonna move? Where's he gonna be?
The halfway house, like, his mom is somewhere up, I won't say the Panhandle area, but they tried to get him in a halfway house everywhere, like Ocala, Orlando, Tampa. They're just all full. Like, every place in full is full. It's packed with people that do hard ass and they do good. Yeah, and the halfway house is but great guy. I can't wait to listen. Do you remember the other day when you had a guy sit down and was talking about the cartel? He can tell you the origin of every single cartel, how they turned into different factions, why they become different between different factions, the murders and double crosses. He could tell you, it's insane how much he knows. He could sit here for 6 hours straight and tell you just about everything. How does he know about it? He just, he's probably he's probably got 100 maybe IQ. And it's insane. When I was doing his story, this is the kind of stuff he would do. It's funny too, because as much as I despise Death Row, he was much like her. Always speaks like her. And he would go, I was there, or when did this happen? He'd go, let me see, that was, okay, so it would have been, that was Tuesday the 12th. And he'd go, what? Yeah, June, it was a Tuesday, it was on the 12th of June. 1992. And he's like, why are you going there? Like, how do you know that? He'd go, well, because I remember so-and-so's birthday was on this date. And I remember we went to this concert. And it was 2 days after that concert. And, like, he literally has this whole, and he could do it all the time with everything. And if you went back and double check, damn if he wasn't right. It was off. And he'll keep in mind too, he's from Brazil, right? So he speaks Spanish, he speaks Portuguese. So he'll, listen, I can't say Spanish words, but he's still Portuguese and he or French or anything. His pronunciation is perfect. Just, he's one of those people that I talk to that I feel like, you feel like you're drooling when you're talking to him. You're like, gosh, like, this is ridiculous. And I feel like he's patient talking to me. Right. Like, he's just putting up with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He just has like an incredible sense of fucking time. Where he can put timestamps on anything that happened on different things.
It's not just that. Like, he'll talk to you about quantum physics, and he'll remember names. I can't remember names for anything. He'll remember the names, the pronunciation, when the book came out. This book, I remember it was like 1,100 pages, and this, and there's a chapter, I think it's chapter 13. Chapter 13 was about, and you're like, he'll tell you, listen, I'm gonna get it first. I'm gonna completely just just spend like 2 weeks with them and get as much information out of them as possible. And then you can have them on here. They'll tell you, I want him on here with you. I mean, that's fine. They'll tell you about his case. It'll take 8 hours. He knows every single date. He has every single document. It's insane. It's insane. He also is extremely wordy. Like, he has no concept. He reads, what, Welcome to the Prison? I don't know. That's a whole lot. And I mean not normal books. These are like, typically, if I get a book, I can give it to 4 other inmates. You get the book and you might just throw it away. Nobody else. Like, it's a book on mathematics. I know. There's a whole chapter on the comet. Like, what? Yeah, there's a whole... It's just... So, is he autistic? He is mildly... I always say, he's got to touch it out first. And you don't notice, like, you notice it when you first meet him, but then as you get to know him, you don't really notice it. But when somebody else comes over, you start to notice it again. Like with me, he talks to me, he looks me in the eye, we have conversations, we're open, he's very comfortable with me. Somebody else comes over and he immediately takes like 4 steps back. And you're like, you don't notice it. We just hang out all the time. Somebody else will come in and you do it, and I'd be like, why is he in prison again? Short version is the charge is basically conspiracy to murder 2 federal informants. There's 2 FBI federal informants that were both murdered. Then supposedly he ordered their murders. He ordered their murders and he disposed of their bodies. He'll tell you, yeah, I didn't know the murder, but I did disposed of the bodies. This is the bodies in the dumpster. Exactly. That's exactly what it was. One of the bodies they found in the dumpster, the other one they didn't. And he said, he checked his body wheel, it was a meth lab. I can't tell the police. What's the name? Did you write a story about that? Yeah, he told me that story. Devil Exposed. I wrote, so I have an abridged version, and then I have a full book. The full book is basically like a true crime book. The abridged version is really more about the crux of the case, how they put the case against them, and they're actually both. The problem, like I said, he has no concept of brevity at all. It'll take him 2 minutes to explain something that really will take about 20 seconds to explain. He's very worried. He's very detail-oriented. He thinks everything is important in the story. You can't touch it. But his research is fucking amazing. The problem is you have to read 2,000 words to end up saying, okay, there's 2,000 words, I'm going to use 200. Are you serious? What about this? What about that? It's irrelevant to the story. Sorry, it's all upset. And I'll tell him I'll say, I'll be like, bro, thank you so much. This was great. It was really informative. I chopped it down to 2 paragraphs, and I'll say you really need to work on not sending so much information. You know, damn well I don't need to know every single thing about that person to introduce them when they're only going to be in one scene. And what exactly is he helping you with? The book is called, we call it The Company. It's about the chip fight. All those chip fights. Yes. He's doing the research. And listen, from inside prison, so during the pandemic, they shut down the archives, because these are old, like they're all archived, right? Like, there's tons of articles, but you can't get them on the internet. They were back in the late 80s and 90s. So, and then even a lot of the court documents are on the archives. They're not updated on the system. Like right now, something 10 years ago, you can go pull everything on my case, on paper. But this is back in the 80s and 90s. So this is on microfilm. So we couldn't get into archives. So he happened to be talking to his cousin, who knew a girl that was actually dating a federal girl. So he got to her, got to the federal judge, explained that he was doing research on this case, and the archive was closed. They really needed it. The federal judge pulled down the people from the archive and asked them to go and pull the file, and boom, we get a fucking chunk of everything. I ended up having to pay for it. I think I paid like $600 or something to get the research. So now he's got all the stuff, and he researched everything. He read all the trial transcripts, read everything, went through and highlighted it. Tons of newspaper articles and archives. I ended up having to join some archive system to pull articles and send those to him, and then he just uses a machine. He reads it and comes up with the information that he uses. But it's a super interesting story. Do you pay him? No. I've offered to put money on his book, do this and that, but keep in mind he's not a mom. It's Pete and his mom. That's really, and then some cousins. So that's really all there is left. Bad guy who can break in. And honestly, you know, how long has it been? Oh, almost over 25 years. How old is he now? He's exactly my age. He's about 53. I think our birthday is all. His birthday is a few days before mine, maybe a week. Wow. I would say maybe he's I don't know. I could look at it. And that cost has been enlightening. How long did you jump? 2.5 hours. Oh, yeah. 2.5 hours. Yeah. Wow. Thanks again. Well, listen. Thank you for watching this video, and if you like the video, do me a favor and hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you get notified of videos just like this. Leave us a comment in the comment section. We'll respond as quickly and as promptly as possible. Try and respond to most of those videos, or most of the comments. If you want to get in touch with us, go into the description box. Danny's email will be there, my email will be there, and also we'll leave a link to my channel, which is amazing, although it is a grind and it's not blowing up quite like concrete. But it's all true crime stories, and it's a lot of fun and super interesting, so I appreciate you guys watching. Share the video, and hit the like button and subscribe. See ya.
So make sure you sign up so you don't miss out on that one. There's also a video up there covering the Kill Tony New Year's Eve show, which they only just uploaded to YouTube. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. Black guys like anime. But that's not true. Black guys in perspective. I've never met a black guy in my life who likes anime either. Jamie, the show's not about you. The show's not about you. That's the longest you've ever spoken.
What's up, man? Welcome. What's up, man? Thanks for having me out here. Absolutely. So for people who don't know who you are, give me a brief background on how you got into filmmaking and how you got into creating all these podcasts.
Yeah, so my name is Payne Lindsay. I've been filming stuff my whole life, and 2016 I decided to make a true crime podcast and go investigate a missing persons case in my home state of Georgia. And I just started poking around a cold case, and 6 months into the podcast was a huge break in the case, and from that point forward I basically forged this company, which is Tenderfoot. We have 20 plus titles now, and a whole slew of true crime podcasts about a whole bunch of different cases.
What made you want to start creating these audio podcasts? They're like audio documentaries, right?
Yeah,
I mean, they're similar to like Serial or like Shit Town, those other podcasts that dig deep into like episodic story breakdowns.
it was actually Serial that gave me the idea. My friend had showed me this podcast. He said, hey, I know it's like an audio thing, but I think you're going to like it. And we were on a little road trip together for the weekend, and we were driving back from Louisville to Atlanta, and we just binged through Serial, and I was super compelled by it. I thought it was really immersive, and I kind of just forgot that I wasn't watching anything, and it kind of gave me the idea, like, hey, I think you can make something super interesting and a deep dive into something through this medium, and that's kind of where the idea for Up and Vanish, my first podcast, really kind of started.
Yeah, what do you think it is about those podcasts? Because they're so fucking compelling when you listen to them. It's like you can't stop. But you're removing all of the video elements, right? And it's just audio.
I think that because there's a missing visual component, there's kind of like this relationship between the listener and, I guess, the narrator or the host, where it kind of feels a little bit more personal. It feels like you're kind of a fly on the wall sometimes, and if it's an investigative thing, it feels like you're like right there with me, or you're right there with them, and I think that is like a special thing that podcasts can especially do that maybe visual stuff doesn't really do that. It's because that layer is removed, it kind of makes you use your imagination. And it's kind of a closeness I think you kind of grow from that.
Yeah, that's a good point. You do have to use your imagination.
Yeah.
So I remember when I listened to probably like the first 6 or 7 episodes of Up and Vanished in the last couple of days. And when I finally watched a couple of videos on YouTube about it, it was not what I had in my head at all. Like when I saw the lady's house and I saw the glove, I had a completely different picture in my head. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
So when you're creating these audio documentaries, do you have to go like above and beyond with the audio? Do you have to like add way more to it just because it's audio to make it hit?
I mean, I don't think that you have to do that. I think that that's the approach that I've taken because I felt that was necessary. Like from like a filmmaking brain and visually forward thinking, I wanted to create a world that was a soundscape, immersive, that felt like you were actually somewhere, that took you somewhere. And so that's kind of the only way I knew how to do it. And so that's sort of evolved since my first episode of anything. But there's plenty of shows that don't even take that approach that are wildly successful, I think, just because the host connects well with the listener.
Yes. It seems like a very fun thing to do too. It is very fun because, like, if you could just go, like, that's one of the things I love about making documentaries is just showing up somewhere and hitting the record button and letting it happen. And when you get to do that with just a couple of fucking microphones, it sounds like it's so much easier.
That to me is the most attractive part of podcasting. Is, you know, I love TV, I love filmmaking, but there's so many components to that, and it takes forever. And the film industry is super difficult. But if I'm making my own podcast documentary, I can literally, like you said, just go hop in the car, drive to this person's house, press record, and we're doing something, and we're in full control of what we're creating.
Do you feel like you get more out of people when you just have a microphone and no camera?
Absolutely. I think that plenty of people are sort of intimidated by, you know, obviously a film crew rolling up to your doorstep. That's going to be a little spooky to most people. It's a lot more, I guess, discreet and sort of disarming. If it's just like, hey, like, you know, let's just sit down and have a conversation. Maybe you'll forget that we're even doing that. We're just actually interested in email.
And so you came from a traditional filmmaking background. What were you doing for work before you started doing podcasts?
So I was actually directing music videos full time, and that's actually how I met my business partner. He actually managed an artist in Atlanta. So for years I was doing, you know, some pretty like high budget stuff eventually for the record labels, and then I started getting burnt out. You know, the music video thing to me originally was just supposed to be a stepping stone to try to make a TV show, to make my own movie. And I was getting burnt out as a freelance creator, you know, struggling to make ends meet financially with what I was doing. And so I kind of got it in my head that I needed to make something on my own again. And that's when this idea for a true crime documentary came to my head. And I was like, well, I can't really make that the way I want to. I don't feel like raising money. I don't feel like half-assing this. And so I was like, well, what if I made a podcast that was, you know, just as compelling as a proof of concept, really? And then maybe that will grab the attention from the right people, connect the dots to do the bigger thing.
It's so much different making a music video than it is from making telling stories, right? It's like one of my favorite things that got me into filmmaking was music videos, and that's what I love.
They're fun.
I still, if I could think about it, like if I could pick any profession, I would just want to make music videos and get rich into music videos. I wouldn't want to do this. It's easy, right? It's fun. It's like it just flows. When you can put music to some sort of visuals, it's just like there's nothing words can do to make it good. It's just a feeling.
Yeah, it's a short and sweet delivery of, you know, making that song come to life, right?
And yeah, you're right. It's easy to get burned out in that industry because it's like a big bureaucracy and it's a crazy ladder you have to climb of ass kicking and trying to get more jobs, stressing between jobs. The liberation that comes with creating your own content and being able to self-publish it is very different. It's way better.
It's priceless. I mean, that's like, as a creator, if you're a creator at heart, like I am, then that's almost more valuable than anything else, right? Just to be able to create at your free will and it matter, or like be a part of your job and your life in a serious way, it's like really the ultimate thing for me.
Yeah, me too. When I was first working in the film industry, working on very studio sets and shooting documentaries and feature films, it was just I saw that this was a weird world that I didn't initially expect. Because all I ever wanted to do was be a part of that world. And then when I got there, I realized that I'm just surrounded by a bunch of carnies with dental plans that don't see their families ever, either once a year. They're just traveling. They get to travel the world, right? But they're alone. They don't see their wife, their kids, their friends. They live out of a fucking truck. Yeah. And when I saw that, that's when I kind of realized that I wanted to start doing my own shit. And sometimes when you get something and you kind of arrive somewhere where you feel like that was your goal to get there, you realize this isn't all it was cracked up to be. There's probably way more than this.
Yeah, and I think that just comes from experience, right? You lived it, you did it, you took a shot at it, and then you realized or came to the realization yourself that, shit, I want more than this. This isn't what it was cracked up to be. And that's when you probably had to make your own decision to create something like this, right? Like, go out on a limb and take a risk and try to create something on your own that is sustainable.
So, Up and Dance, was that your first project that you did independently?
That was my very first podcast, and I went into it pretty much blindly. At the time, Serial was huge, but there weren't a lot of other podcasts in that exact vein, where they were just like a deep dive, investigative narrative that felt like a documentary or a movie, and so there wasn't really much of a blueprint for me to go off of, and so all I really did was I tried to make a show that I want to listen to, and I still to this day kind of do that, and I try to not really look around to what everyone else is doing all the time or study that too much, because I think that I got to a point where I like kind of learning from my own mistakes and taking my own risks, and I don't want to be tainted by what someone else says you should be doing or something that's working for somebody else. Maybe it doesn't work for me.
Yeah, there's not a lot of podcasts like that, right? There's really not.
There's more now.
The most recent one that I've listened to, other than yours, is the one about Elizabeth Holmes, the lady who scammed everyone in Silicon Valley with her blood thing she had.
Yeah, crazy. Yeah,
that one was really good too.
Yeah,
and long.
Yeah, there's at this point there's tons of great podcasts like that.
Yeah. How long does it take to do it though? Because creating a documentary is a long fucking time. It's a lot of work, a lot of driving. A lot of, especially if you bring people with you to help you, camera assistants, audio people, whatever it may be, that it's monotonous.
There's just so much thinking that's involved in making a podcast like that. If you're doing a story on a cold case and the premise is that I'm going to go to this town and try to figure out what happened, there's so much thinking involved and so many different pieces to the puzzle that have to be figured out in your own brain and then sort of shaken down and put in a digestible form for a listener. So that process just takes forever. And what I've learned, how my team has gotten better at working is we're really kind of quick thinking, and we don't really overthink it. We just kind of pull the trigger and go with the gut. Right. You can always go back and change stuff. But if you get stuck on one little facet of something, you might miss out on something you didn't know was around the corner because you're still working on that thing that didn't really matter in the first place, right? So I like to think just like, let's just go do this thing, learn from our mistakes, and just kind of keep it moving and be okay with that.
One of the things I like about doing these types of podcasts is that there's absolutely zero editing, zero B-roll, and zero music you have to do. You just record it and you publish it, no matter how dumb you sounded. no matter what happens. Beautiful. And that's what I love about it. Is that a similar tactic that you take, or do you put a lot of, how much time, I guess this is better than that, how much time do you spend on between recording and actually publishing one episode?
So I actually admire what you're doing. I'm actually kind of jealous a little bit. But I mean, we do a similar thing. We'll sit down with somebody, right? But we take that tape and we kind of, whittle it down to the best of the best of the best and put it as like a component in a larger story. And so like it's this, like we get the information.
You got a story laid out already. You have the beginning and already figured out.
Yeah, we have an entire outline and backbone to what would normally maybe even be a script, right, for a TV series. And we're kind of plugging and playing. Also, it's a living, breathing thing. It's a documentary. There's so much that's out of your control. You might think it's going to go this way. You might think that person's going to answer the phone when they don't. And so you kind of have to safeguard yourself and plan around this real-life thing and try to shape the best result for not only the case itself and the victim's family, but also like as a listener a satisfactory ending or something that felt like this was worth having listened to.
So, but in like the case of Up and Vanish, when you released every single episode, like you obviously, that was a long time ago. Yes, you were doing that like between episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did you already have everything like in the canon edited before you released it, or were you still in between episode 2 and 3 going out there and getting new shit?
That was like my ultimate training as a podcaster. And I don't really do it that way anymore, but I was really at the time making Up and Vanish week to week to the point where it would be Sunday night, and I would get a phone call from somebody. I would record it, edit it, put music to it, and it would be in Monday morning's episode. And then as a result of that, someone on Tuesday is responding to this, and so it was kind of building on itself when this case was on fire. It was one of the biggest news stories in Georgia, and kind of just this snowball effect of everyone's talking, truth's coming out, we shook the trees, and now we're kind of just capturing what's happening around us.
That's cool. That's cool, because then you get like a vibe that this thing is not super produced or overly produced to where it seems fake.
Yeah, it was very real in that sense, but I was going kind of the extra mile to kind of frame it and put it in a way for you where it felt sort of premium, like it was, even though that call just happened last night, it's playing out like it's, in some Showtime documentary. Or that was what my goal was, to make it feel that way.
When you released the first episode of the show, what was that? What was that process like for you? The first time you ever published anything you ever made online?
No, it was the first time I published a podcast, and I was really kind of in my head about it a little bit because, throughout my whole, life and career, I'd identified as a filmmaker, right? And I looked at radio and podcasts as like a different piece. And I didn't want to come onto the scene and be like, hey, I do this now. I kind of felt a little like imposter syndrome about it. So much so that I was convinced that no one would like my voice, and everyone always says that. But I really was like, I don't have that kind of voice. I mean, that's what someone in radio has, right? Like, if that was the case, I would have been doing that already or something. And so I was really kind of timid and a little nervous putting it out, but the response in the first week was pretty positive. And I remember I got 5,000 listens on the first episode. I was like, that's huge, because that's more followers than I have on social media, more friends than I have on Facebook. So I was like, something's clicking here. And I just kind of kept making a show that I was sort of teaching myself how to make in that process.
When you uploaded the episode, where's it posted?
I use some old website. I think it's like around, I think it's called Podbean or something like that. Yeah, I just kind of like found my own hosting. Also, back then in 2016, it was.
So you didn't post like just the audio on YouTube, right? You only posted on the audio platform.
I only post on audio platforms. I was trying to get it in the same places that I found, Serial and other podcasts that I was looking at. I was trying to sort of frame it to be next to these shows. Like, hey guys, there's another one of these. There were visual components to it, but it was all like trailer stuff. We actually shot on the last music video that I did, it's still the last one I've done to this day. We rented a film camera and we kept a couple extra reels to film like a visual trailer for Up and Vanish. And I kind of wanted to put out something that felt super premium and suspenseful that would make you think, is this a new Netflix series? What is this? It's like, oh, no, it's just a podcast. And you're like, what? But that was kind of my approach to it.
And how did you show your first episode got 5,000 downloads or whatever? How did you promote that? How long did that take for that to sort of take off?
It happened pretty quickly. I mean, the first couple of weeks, I was targeting the actual town itself, Roseville, Georgia. I was paying for Instagram ads of this visual trailer that I had, and was really just targeting to people who were right here because they would definitely know this case, and so they would definitely be interested in this. And like once the townspeople kind of got wind of what was going on, it sort of snowballed from there. And then a month or so into it, there was an audience that was significantly larger than just the town, and it was becoming something that was a little bit more zeitgeisty and had a little bit of a buzz to it, and that just kind of kept going. I never knew what the ceiling of that would be. Never knew if this was even going to make any money. I was still looking at it like a stepping stone to do some other thing.
And then after you post that first one, how long did it take for you to post the second one and for this thing to really get viral?
So after the first one, from that point forward, I was publishing them every week. Every Monday, and barring a few off weeks that I kind of took because I was just in the weeds. But I made episode 1, and I had not even started episode 2. And in the week between 1 and 2, I made episode 2, and that's how I kind of continued the rest of the show, which I do not recommend for anyone to do it that way. But at the time, that's what I was dealing with, and I was still kind of trying to figure out what the hell I was doing. Really,
I think that's the best way to do it.
I mean, there's something to it. I will say, like, the results are special, but it's I lived in this case, in this story, in this podcast every day of my life for a year and a half, like quite literally. And that was intense.
So I guess we should explain it for people who don't know it. What is the premise of Up and Vanish? How did you decide to report on it?
So Up and Vanish season 1 is about a missing person named Tara Grinstead, who was a high school teacher in Roseville, Georgia. She mysteriously vanished in 2005, and it was a huge unsolved case in Georgia. It was one of the top 10 unsolved cases on the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's website, and the circumstances were weird. She had left this barbecue. She went to her house, allegedly. They found her car in the driveway, cell phone inside, doors locked, but she's just gone. And it was like, how does that happen in this tiny place? And then there was a whole myriad of different persons of interest, but none of them really added up. And so the rumor mill started going in South Georgia for years and years, and it was almost like a urban legend at this point. It was totally, had captured, the lives of everyone in the town. And when I came into it, almost 12 years later, I was kind of starting from scratch, and as a total outsider, just went to this town and started talking to people and asking questions as some city guy who has a microphone and apparently makes a podcast. And I just tried to use that to my advantage, even though some people were like, are you serious? Who is this guy? There was also a level of like, well, it's a little easier to talk to you than it may be the police or, Dateline with all the cameras they have. And so I just tried to lean into the sort of amateur nature of what I was doing to build some trust with people in the town.
So who specifically tipped you off on this specific case, and what made you decide on going to this town and I'm starting here.
I just had decided that I was going to make a true crime documentary, and I was going to investigate a cold case in my home state.
Okay.
This was probably, arguably the biggest cold case in Georgia at the time. And so I started poking it around, and a few weeks into it, I realized that, my grandma, of all people, was like best friends with one of the last people to see Tara alive. And so there was this weird sort of closeness. And at the time, I was looking for any signs that this was the right thing for me to be doing. And so I looked at that like, hey, if my grandma is, giving me tips or, talking to me about real shit in this case, then maybe that's a sign that I'm going the right direction. At least I feel a little bit better about it. And so I just leaned into that and just kept going.
And what sort of how did this thing become cold, and why do you think that this case just got put on the back burner and forgotten about?
I think that in the early stages, it was just a damn good mystery, really.
Was it corruption? Was there cover-ups by police, inside job? What do you think it was?
I think that just what they saw didn't make any sense. There were probably some mistakes made early on. There was a way for them to have figured this out back in 2005, and that was in their case file. There were rumors, and there were, accounts on record about these two guys, Ryan Duke and Bo Dukes, who ultimately were discovered as who murdered Tara. And there was a report about them out here on this pecan orchard burning Tara's body. And I think that it was just so preposterous sounding that these former high school students, super young, one would even be anywhere near Tara, and definitely not doing this, right? And so I think they just kind of turned a blind eye. But there you go, 10 years later, now they're looking at ex-boyfriends, going through her love life, and it's the neighbor, it's this guy, and it's just this classic, finger pointing in a small town.
I love how you did it too. I was on episode 3 last night. When I was finishing episode 3, I was like, holy shit, it's definitely this ex-boyfriend who did it. We found out there's no way there's this guy who was overseas in Iraq and his girlfriend's here, jumping around town being a little feral cat, and he comes back, he's jealous, and he wants to kill us. I was convinced. And then you freaking next episode, you're like, I could be wrong.
Yes,
that's great how you did that.
And that's how I felt. It's I really had no idea who killed Tara, what happened to her. I knew that she didn't run off on her own. And I would just go down these different rabbit holes with different people, and you could find stuff that did look weird, objectively, right? But it would never go all the way there. It could never, close the loop. And that was problematic. And then we learned halfway through the season that there were these other guys over here this whole time, and really, so the second half, not to spoil it for you, but the second half of the show is really kind of a different podcast. It's covering the live, as the breaks in the case are happening, as they're making arrests, and new information is coming to light. It's kind of unpacking the story of these guys and what really happened.
So, as far as the place that I'm at, the thing that I remember most recently that I listened to was the part where there was a house that burned down and there was no reason why. It was an abandoned
Snapdragon Road,
right. There was no reason the house would have burned down. There was a car there that shouldn't have been there. And the dogs, you were talking to the guy who had the dogs that were just a cadaver dog. And you talked to the fire marshal and they were like, what? How did I not hear about this? You were finding massive holes in this burned down house.
Yeah, and at that time I was like, each time I found something like that, I was like, is this it? This might be it. And it just turned out to be a red herring. That was weird, but it never went any further than that. But you could tell just even going back and exploring these things that there was stuff that was missed, or stuff that had a big question mark on it still. And so I kind of took on the mindset that even if I don't solve this, which my goal was to solve it, but I didn't think that was possible really. I could at least sort of bring clarity and rule things out, right?
So there's so many cops involved, and all the cops know each other. And there's that creepy old cop who's, I don't know how old he was when she was at her house, but it seems like he was way older. Who was HB, was his initials, Dix or whatever. Heath Dykes, yeah. He was at her house, business card and door, very suspicious, and there was he had made a bunch of phone calls to her.
Yeah.
And so how did basically the little bubble you were searching between all the cops and ex-boyfriends, how did that transition into these other guys, these Duke guys? Because you didn't mention these Duke guys haven't been mentioned at all in the first 6 episodes.
No, so early on, so Maurice Godwin, the forensic psychologist guy who had private investigator who had worked this case forever, who I met in episode 1. He stays throughout the series. Back in the day, he was here on the ground early on, and before the podcast came out, I was having many discussions with him about who you think did it, who I thought did it, and super early on, we were actually looking at this photograph of these former students of Tara's, and we were talking about the possibility of it being a former student who killed Tara. And I remember thinking at the time, I was like, that just sounds like I don't have anything really grounded with that. And I feel like if I start going down this avenue of suggesting that maybe she had these, peculiar relationships with her students, that would be really insensitive.
And he did, right? I mean, you talked about it earlier.
And then we discovered later that she actually did. And so I kind of just put that on the back burner, and I focused on everything that had been covered before. All the documentaries that had talked about this case, the names they brought up, Anthony Vickers, Heath Dykes.
Anthony, he's the one. Yeah, I remember specifically you were interviewing him, and it was on, you recorded it, and you were like, did you have a relationship with her? He's like, yeah. Was it sexual? He's like, hell yeah.
Right, I was like,
fuck yeah.
Holy shit, he said that. And that was always a rumor, and no one had ever seemingly asked that guy point blank if that's what was going on. And at least that mystery was dispelled. It didn't probably look great for him at the time, but turns out he had nothing to do with it at all. And I think that it was just step by step, kind of peeling back the onion layer and finding this little nugget and that little nugget, and then it was all of a sudden in February 2017, out of nowhere, they have a press conference in Ocilla at the courthouse announcing that they arrest a guy named Ryan Duke, who's a former student of Sarah's, for her murder. Pardon this brief interrupt. Everyone goes, who the hell's Ryan Duke? What? And it was never on their radar, so they say, and it was a total out of left field. And so it was that day that I had to make a decision. Am I going to leave it here and, hang up this story for now, my coverage of this? Or am I going to lean in even more to all the things that I'm hearing on the ground that are saying, hey, I don't think it was just this guy, it was this other guy too. And sure enough, weeks later, he's arrested. And we kind of go down this path of looking into both of their lives, and were the roles reversed? And there's a lot of evidence to support that. And so it became like, these cops screwed up. Let this guy get away with this for over a decade. And are they screwing up again?
So you personally, through your investigations, had no crumb trail reading to these two guys?
I had never heard of Ryan Duke in my life. So what's funny is that picture that I was referring to, right? Back when I was considering looking into the angle of former students, the other suspect, Bo Dukes, who some believe had a larger role in her murder than he's saying. He's in this picture. So all these guys that are in this picture with this trust are the guys that they were all hanging out with. The guys that were at the parties at the pecan orchard. the same friend circle, it was kind of right there. I just had zero clue and zero context to keep going down that direction.
But it's crazy that all the people you talk to, none of them mention these guys.
No, it's crazy. I think that it was really a very well kept secret, and those who did know something, A, didn't want to believe it, and B, were too scared to say a damn thing. And it wasn't very many people who knew, but law enforcement had the opportunity in 2005 to put this whole case to rest, and at least interview them, arrest them under suspicion of something, and it would have been over. But they just kind of let it go, and then it fell between the cracks, and now this case file is this tall, and it's just one little file buried in there, but that was the answer.
So when they brought him to trial in 2017,
when he was arrested in 2017, the trial was postponed and postponed. Didn't even happen until last May, and I was actually subpoenaed, and they were really just doing that to fuck with me. They didn't want me in the courtroom, but we rebutted and filed some other thing, and basically said, hey, I'm a journalist. You can't restrict me from being able to cover this public case. And so they backed off, and I ended up going for a day or two in the final days. But he, after a 2-week trial, he was found not guilty.
So why did they arrest him in the first place?
Because the other guy, Bo Dukes, his friend, came to the police on his own with this story that Ryan had killed her and that he had helped Ryan burn Tara's body. And so that's how it all started. And then when they finally went to scoop up Ryan, he's messed up, he's like disheveled, looks like he's on drugs or something. They take him straight to the station, they put a recorder down, and they ask him to confess, and he does. He confesses. But turns out the stuff he was confessing to didn't really make sense. And instead of the police in that moment saying, what do you mean? Like, making it make sense or pressing in the right places to get a strong narrative or see if there's any other truth that isn't what you're saying now. I think they were so green, they were so excited that somebody was, that they caught the bad guy. That they proved it.
So what did he say? Well, how involved did he claim he was? He just said he burnt the body, that's it? He didn't kill her?
The story is still so weird and convoluted, but it goes a little something like this, where the motive is also extremely unclear. He says that he woke up in the middle of the night, drunk out of his mind, got in this truck and drove about 15-20 minutes straight to Tara's house for whatever reason to rob her. And he breaks into her house with a credit card, and she, I guess, appears in the darkness or something, and he got spooked, and he hit her one hit, one punch, and she's dead. And I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense. Maybe that is how it happened, but that makes no fucking sense, right? And they just took that just word for word like it was no big deal, as if, no one else in the town or any juror wouldn't think that was a little odd, right?
So he claims he went to her house, broke in, punched her in the face, she died, and he dragged her out and decided to burn her up.
Then he goes back to his friend's house, and the next day he tells him when he wakes up that last night he killed Tara Grinstead. And I think that, according to their narrative, he first didn't believe them, and then he goes and shows the body to Ryan, or to Bo. And he's like, holy shit, you did kill our former teacher. And, I think the biggest thing about this to me was that it sounded like maybe Ryan didn't really remember what happened. Actually, even if he did kill her, I don't think that he really remembered it. And so, like, the ongoing building narrative that was just, that I was not forcing, that was just coming to me, and it ends up being a stronger version of events, is that what if this other guy told him he did this? Bo Duke says, "You killed Tara Grinstead last night." And if you look at both of them, you look at their behavior. One's a liar, one's abusive, one's nasty. One is, had trouble with the law his whole life, is a proven liar, is for fraud, stuff like that. Other guy, no one even really knows, is the quiet guy.
Quiet guy is who, though?
Ryan. And so if you just look at them on paper, you're like, it's really this guy? And maybe it is. But when these things start adding up, and there isn't a strong narrative as to why Tara was killed by Ryan and how he did it, then it makes you wonder, well, why don't I know those things? Because that should be there, I think. And they failed to do that, and that's why, in my opinion, he was found not guilty.
What is your tinfoil hat theory on why this could happen? Not saying that you're saying that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's no way that Bo Dukes is not more involved than he's said in the past. I don't know to what degree that is, but until that narrative makes sense to me, I'm going to have some big glaring questions, give me some big red flags there, and I think it all goes back to him. And so I don't know exactly how it all happened. I don't know if, they drove over to her house, or if he did that, or if they met in some other place entirely. But there's no way it happened the way they said it did. There's no way Ryan wakes up and goes, "Oh, I'm going to Tara's house."
Do you have any theories of what the motive could be?
I think maybe they could have been hanging out and, maybe on some friendship type stuff, just like with Tara. Yeah. And something got out of control, something got out of hand, and, she ended up dead somehow. And that would involve, somebody likely doing something sexual or went to that place. And I think that if you look at the behavior of someone like Bo Dukes, he does that kind of stuff. He's raped somebody before. He's in jail for rape right now. So it's not like it's out of his character. And so, I don't want to, point the finger at anybody, but there's a big question mark there, and I think that if you knew some of the main pieces, like how did they ever link up? To me, that was the big one. If you knew that, then I think that you could piece the rest together. But it didn't happen from some guy waking up drunk out of his mind, and just saying, "I'm gonna go to my former teacher's house to steal what? She's a teacher. She doesn't make any money."
That sounds like absolute bullshit. Yeah, it's surprising that the prosecutors and the investigators would just be able to settle with that explanation.
It blew my mind that, in the 5 years.
But it is Georgia.
It is Georgia. I mean, they had 5 years to get their story straight, and they ran with the same bullshit they did 5 years ago, and they're mad at me about it. It's like, okay,
who's mad at you?
Some people in the GBI have never really, liked me very much, and I get it. I'm probably, a thorn in their side a little bit, or some guy coming down and, poking at this case, and anything that I find doesn't make me look good, because why didn't you find it, right? And, it's their, responsibility to actually solve it. And so I think they just really didn't like the fact that I was investigating this case, and I made this podcast that got so hugely popular and put them under the microscope.
Right. How many people have listened to this whole series so far?
It's I want to say it's over 400 million downloads across the series, and it's been huge. And I think it's just really a testament to the kind of the style we go approach a story like this, and it's feeling like something is happening. This is special. We're trying to actually solve the murder. We're not just rehashing some tragedy, right? And I think there's a big difference.
Right. It's something to looking under picking up rocks that haven't been picked up before, and looking underneath them and finding something that has never had light shined on it before, and then just falling down that rabbit hole forever.
Or picking up the same rock and being like, "Hey, I know y'all picked this up a long time ago, but you all look very well.
Right, but I mean specifically when it comes to like creating entertainment or media or something like that and publishing it, like when you look at the media landscape, it's all stuff that just gets recycled and regurgitated, and people just want to like follow what's already popular, what's going to get them more listens or views or whatever. But when you actually like take risks and look for shit that no one's talking about, that is the stuff I think that is extremely powerful.
And that was what was new for me. That was the biggest learning curve was, what the hell am I doing as a investigator, podcaster, trying to solve this cold case? How do I juggle this? I knew how to do the creative part to an extent. That's what I've been doing my whole life. And I was just, learning from my mistakes and just kept building on what I felt was working. But, me being this sort of, outlier in this small town, talking to strangers and gaining people's trust, that was a new thing in that sort of way, and that was arguably the hardest part about doing Up and Vanished was dealing with the realness and the heaviness of everything, and knowing how big of a responsibility it really was at the time.
It's like you're just like putting this puzzle together, like we're playing a game, and these people's lives are actually like at stake.
Yeah, as a listener, it's a podcast, right? But these people are still going to call me. They're real people. They're living a real life, and so am I. It might be a cool listen, but it doesn't end when you press stop. For me.
How many people were reaching out to you? Did you get anybody that like emailed you or contacted you about this case that like provided any big breaks or even leads you on more stories?
There was tons. I mean, it's like endless. It was pretty much all the big things that were revelations in the show were things that people had reached out to me about that I sort of verified myself on my own. One of them being that the cops did go and searched that pecan orchard based on that tip back in 2005.
Oh, wow.
And that was a huge piece of information because it also kind of brought up the idea that of the statute of limitations up on this, because if they were looking into this in 05, if it's been past 10 years in some scenario, there's a possibility that they couldn't be charged with something because they blew it. Also, he blew it, right?
Did they ever find their DNA or any sort of...
So they've always been like real elusive about what they did find, and what I've been told and I believe is the truth is that they found bone fragments, like specifically teeth, that they were able to test. They burned her body for days, and there wasn't much left. Also, had been over a decade out there. For days, and so there really wasn't there was no witnesses or anything to this. I mean, they're just out there in the boonies, way out on this private pecan orchard. I think people knew that there was something burning, but I don't think anyone thought it was that, right? And so they had a huge property that this could be done on and sort of get away with it, which they did. So,
and the building that burned down, that was just a false flag. That had nothing to do with it.
Yep, just false flag, just a weird thing, weird coincidence, just like many others in the case. And it's all a result of not looking down the right direction from the very beginning and looking everywhere else and then trying to make that work. And that's what the police were doing.
Wow. So, what are you working on next? What did you decide to do after that? It's more true crime investigations like this, try to dig into more unsolved mysteries?
Yeah, so after season 1, I made another true crime podcast called Atlanta Monster about the Atlanta child murders in the 80s, and it was a limited series, 10 episodes, and it was an investigative thing again, but also sort of a history lesson in terms of what was happening back then in the 80s and culture at the time and racism and all those things. And I eventually got Wayne Williams on the phone, and so the last half of the show is me talking to him and him basically trying to convince me why he isn't the Atlanta child murderer.
Who was Wayne Williams?
So he's the guy who was arrested for the Atlanta child murders, and he's definitely the guy who killed those kids. But he would tell you otherwise. And there's some things that are weird, that don't add up, but the guy is a pathological liar. He's a psychopath. And I talked to him at length for months.
In person or on the phone?
On the phone. And I was able to eventually get to the point where I was going back through all the tape I had and could trip him up on his lies. And sort of, hopefully put to rest, at least for me, that this guy is a liar. Just because this looks weird over here doesn't mean that he didn't kill these 16 kids over here.
So what is this guy's story? If you could sum it up, would you mean a bigger picture of what this guy's all about? What the case of the whole child murder?
So in the early 80s in Atlanta, black children were going missing and turning up dead. And it got to the point where they realized that something was happening. These were all connected in some way. And there was likely a serial killer. And this is kind of
the bodies being left out in public.
Yes, and they were all kids. They were all black, and going missing from the poor neighborhoods. And eventually, they find their suspect, and his name is Wayne Williams, and he was a black guy. And he worked in the music industry. That's a loose description. But he recruited kids and was kind of trying to make his own band, right? Like a Jackson 5 kind of thing. And so he had access to these kids, and they eventually, the smoking gun for Wayne was when they went and searched his house, they found these carpet fibers that matched several of the bodies of the victims. And normally you'd say, okay, a carpet fiber, right? Everyone has carpet, why is that not someone else's house? Well, it just so happened that this particular fiber that they tracked down all the way was so incredibly rare that it was in maybe one or two other houses in the state. And so the likelihood of these fibers being on these victims collectively on its own is crazy. But for those fibers to also be in Wayne Williams' house, what are the odds? And so that was really kind of how they were able to close the book on Wayne Williams being the Atlanta child murderer. He only went to jail for 2 of the murders, but a lot more are attributed to him.
How many?
I mean, some say as many as 30, but I think it's probably realistically 15, 17 of the kids that he killed. I think that some of the other kids on the list, I think that there were other circumstances that were weird, but don't really match the motive and the MO of the other murders. And I think those are just outliers, and there's probably a bunch of different reasons for that. And so he kind of likes to look at those cases that maybe he didn't actually commit and say, see, I didn't do that. And it's yeah, you probably didn't, but you killed all these other kids. And so it's a really bizarre thing, and I just got so tired of talking to this guy. It was exhausting, and eventually I had to block his number from jail, from all my phones, after I kind of let him hang himself.
What was his background? How did he get involved in this? And have you been in and out of jail before? What was his motive?
That's always been a big question mark, and I think that what the general consensus is, and it's never really been proven, but it seems like there was probably some sexual nature to the crimes. I think that, there was probably some sort of pedophilia type, either motivation or something where he was attracted to these kids, and that's also why he did the music stuff like that. And he just started scooping them up, and maybe he did something one time and got away with it. And I think he liked the fact that he was able to get away with something so terrible. And he was kind of one of those guys who was a whiz at the time in terms of radio technology, and almost like chasing the news. And he even sort of liked to go out to crime scenes himself, and as independent reporter, and so I think he got off on the fact that he was killing these kids, and they were all trying to figure out who it was, and he was still doing it and getting away with it. It's hard to. There's no good reason for him to kill a kid, but I think that's probably in his head what he got from it.
Was there any sort of racial motive involved? And you said he was black and he was only playing black kids. What did he say about that?
And that's the weird thing, right? It's I think that shocked a lot of people that it was a black guy who killed these black kids. And
I bet no one expected that.
But even the police themselves, and they had said early on, the FBI profilers, they were saying, you know what? I don't think that a white guy could have done it, actually, because if a white guy was going in and snatching kids from these neighborhoods, that would be noticed immediately.
Right.
And so they had a hunch that whoever this person was, whatever their color was, he was able to blend in with his environment and go completely unnoticed while committing these crimes. And so that was kind of a factor in terms of the profile they were building of the suspect. And to a lot of people, it's still very shocking. I don't know if it was a race thing. I think he was just taking advantage of the kids who were closest to him.
When this was going on, was there sort of a media frenzy around some sort of racial narrative around it?
It was huge. I mean, it was also in the 80s when racism is alive and well at that point, right? And it was at a time where it was supercharged, and these black kids were going missing, and it seemed like no one was doing anything about it. And then it eventually became a national news story for some of those same reasons, and it was really the Georgia police, the GBI, the Atlanta police. They wanted this thing to go away. It was not making Georgia or Atlanta look very good. They're like, we need to figure out who the hell this guy is and put him behind bars. And so they really pulled out all the stops, and they eventually did catch this guy. But at the time, it was a huge story that had a lot of implications, and it was a big shock when Wayne Williams turned out to be the killer.
Did he confess to any of that, or does he still maintain his innocence?
He still maintains his innocence, which also, people do that. There's plenty of people who we know. I mean, O.J. Simpson says he didn't do it either. Right? Also, he says sometimes he did do it. But yeah, it's not surprising. This, if you analyze him, and I'm not even like a expert at that, but if you even just for the layperson, he's a pathological liar, and he's good at lying. He's actually pretty charming when you talk to him on the phone, and you're like, oh, stop it. He gets you like going down this way when you were trying to go that way, and he's just really good at it. And I think he's probably convinced himself, and he believes that he didn't do it either. He's convinced himself at this point.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get a lot of, from what you're saying, I get a lot of Charles Manson vibes from this guy. Do you seem at all kind of just like completely lost his mind, full of himself, narcissistic?
He's narcissistic for sure. He's definitely full of himself. He's super charming and quick and sort of witty, and he's kind of unassuming. Like, you wouldn't think that this frail old man who's acting all jolly could have done this.
Right.
But if you start just peeling it all back and looking at the facts, it supports the fact that he did. And there are some things that he's lied about that he shouldn't have. And it's just, you get into a pattern of covering your ass. At what point are you lying about everything?
Have you ever read Tom O'Neill's book, Chaos?
No.
About Charles Manson?
Is it good?
Really good. He was a reporter for some sort of Hollywood magazine, and he was tasked to just write a quick report on the 10-year anniversary, or 20th anniversary of the Manson murders. And he did it, and then he started looking into it and asking for some interviews. Next thing you know, he spent 20 years going down this rabbit hole with 3 lawsuits with different magazines that paid him to report on it because he was so invested in it. And he ended up finding all these gaping holes in the story, from everything from Jolly West, who was a CIA chemist, to his probation officer, who was like working with this free clinic in San Francisco with a bunch of hippies and like doing these crazy tests with LSD and amphetamines. And there's like these just gaping holes in that story, and he never got to the bottom of it. But it's a fascinating book how he covers it. And I'm getting a lot of the same vibes from what you're saying about this guy. But I'm curious, like, did this guy ever go to prison before all this stuff? Like, how much connection do you have to the law enforcement, the FBI, or anything like that? Because there's just so many weird psyops in history when it comes to cases like this that get tons of media coverage. Especially when I'm not saying that this is what it is, but it smells fishy like that.
And that's kind of one of the problems with the case, is that if you look at it on a surface level, you can, draw those assumptions. It's very easy to fall down the slippery conspiracy theory slope with this case, especially because there's just weird stuff in it. It's just, there's oddities that exist, but the thing is, sometimes weird shit happens, and at a certain point you have to look at the cold, hard evidence and put your blinders on and objectively say, hey, these things couldn't have happened unless he did it. I don't care how weird it is.
Right. So he definitely did it.
He definitely did it.
And you said there's 30 kids?
There was, 30 kids on the list, and I think that he probably killed half the kids on that list.
And who would kill the rest? Someone involved with? Or was
I don't think that it was a serial killer. I think that they were all just completely different circumstances. If you dive into the cases, you can tell that it was likely, some may have been just a one-off thing that, some other person killed this kid, or there was family stuff involved over here, and just different kind of scenarios and settings and MOs for every other case, that it was kind of like not connected to anything other than they just happened at the same time. And because they're all lumped together into this list, he just likes to hang on the fact that he didn't kill every one of those kids.
Does he have death penalty, or does he have like life in prison? Or
Life in prison.
Life, no death.
No death.
Does Georgia still have the death penalty?
I think so.
If you have life in prison, why wouldn't you submit if you really did it? You're already in jail for life.
I think because he still gets off on people like me who, wanted to hear him out. It's like, I'm sure he's moved on to the next one. They've done so many documentaries on this over time, over the decades, that I think that to him it's like the bane of his existence at this point. He likes to be able to preach this narrative to other people. It's like he's still spinning the same bullshit web that he was spinning before he went to jail. And that's just, he'll never stop doing that.
Strange.
It is very strange.
All your stories based out of Georgia, like all of them come out of Atlanta, your area, or Georgia?
No, those are the two biggest cases that I covered. But yeah, season 2 of Up and Vanished was a missing person from Crestone, Colorado, this small town. Her name's Crystal Reisinger. And then season 3 was about Ashley Loring, heavy runner, missing from a Native American reservation in Montana. And so, really, like all the cases that I've covered and the true crime stories I've made podcasts about have taken me kind of all over the place at this point.
So you have to move to these places when you start reporting on them?
For a period of time, yeah. I mean, I will get like a part-time apartment or Airbnb for a long extended period of time, and really kind of be there and immerse myself in the story. And actually for season 3 we rented an RV, and we just went to around the town, and people we wanted to interview, we would just invite them onto the RV and had a whole basically like a studio setup, because it was really kind of uncomfortable in a lot of situations to impose going into their house, and there was no real good public place to do this. And so we kind of needed to bring our, controlled element to them to get that tape and to have these one-on-ones with people.
What was that recent case in Florida that happened? I think it was that Gabby Petito, the girl who was in that reservation. I forget how that story. I did a whole podcast on it, but that was like maybe a year ago, and I think they found her. Did you follow that at all?
Talking about where they were out west on.
Yeah, they were out west in some nature reserve, and her boyfriend got pulled over. Yeah, who was driving a truck.
Yes,
and they interviewed her, and she seemed like psychotic.
Yes, that was you couldn't miss that case. That was all over everywhere. Yeah, it was like insanely covered. That was a bizarre case.
Did you ever find that guy?
Yeah, I think he killed himself.
Did he?
I think they found him and a gun somewhere nearish to where he was last. Yeah, and there was some sort of, I think, suicide note. I don't know if they ever released what it said. Maybe they did. But it was clear that he had just ran off and ended his life.
Yeah, what is it about like national parks and people disappearing?
I think there's probably just so many places, so many ways you can go wrong. You might fall down this crevice, you might get eaten by a bear.
Yeah.
You might just break your leg and, you're screaming for help and no one hears you and you die of starvation. And the bear's going to make sure there's some remains of you left, unfortunately. And so they might never find you. Or they're aliens abducting you. I don't know.
Or it's the perfect place to kill somebody. Just feed them to a bear, feed them to a...
Oh, yeah. It's like, it's so remote. It's, you gotta be careful out there, especially if you're walking around by yourself.
Yeah, man. That's totally. So a lot of these stories that you're reporting on, you're getting tips from people that are like reaching out to you, being like, "Hey, you gotta look at this."
Yeah, pretty much every case I've covered, at a certain point in the podcast, I'm getting this surge of new information as a result of what they're listening to. And so because the townspeople know this podcast exists and they're hearing stuff, they're raising their hand, offering the information that they have. And, I didn't know they existed until then. And so it's kind of a living, breathing thing in that way, where it kind of builds on itself.
Yeah, it's weird how when you do something like that, I'm sure this happened with your Up and Dance, the first season in Georgia. Like the whole town just becomes completely engulfed in the story, where it's all anyone talks about.
Oh yeah, it was the biggest thing ever. And what I realized had happened before the break in the case, it was, from all the townspeople, it seemed like it was, 99% of them loved what I was doing. I was, in their eyes, like this good Samaritan who was, going out of his way, putting himself at risk to tell this story and, uncover the truth. And then once the break in the case happened and the podcast was so big and polarizing, I think that the people in the town who were genuinely hurt by what was going on, they either had to say, they wanted to point their finger at somebody, and it was either me or the police.
Why would they point their finger at you?
It's a good question. I think that, and I think because it's easy to assign, blame to something. Had I not been here doing this, and maybe this, you wouldn't have been disrupted the way that you were. If you were to break that down, it kind of sounds crazy, but I think that people need to assign that to someone, and I realized that, yes, some people are going to be upset that I've done this, or that I'm doing this, just because I'm disrupting their lives. And not personally or individually, but because it's such a big thing that's happening in such a small place, they can't escape it.
What is their family think about it? What is their, are you communicating with them still? What do they say about it?
I don't really talk to her family that much anymore. I've talked to tons of her friends and family. I know it's a big family, and she knew a bunch of people. And so, even that's always been a little bit divided, right?
Really?
Yeah, I think that people want to point the finger somewhere. And the problem with doing true crime stuff or an unsolved murder case is that when you find the truth, it's going to hurt. It's really ugly what happened. It's really terrible stuff. Yeah, it's not a good thing, right? No one's having fun. It's the worst of the worst, and that's really hard to deal with. I've never had to deal with something like that on a personal level, but I've seen it firsthand up close to people that I grew close with and cared about. And so I know that it's something that is completely tragic and life-altering. And so I think when something that tragic happens to anybody, it can shape your perception of the things around you. And, I don't take any of it personally, that if someone didn't like me or they think that XYZ, that's okay. I understand, but I'm not gonna.
You're just exploiting my daughter's best.
I mean, someone might say that, and I know I can go to sleep every night just fine, knowing that that's not true, because having done it and lived through the podcast investigation of it all, and from every step of the way, I knew how hard that was and how immense that responsibility was, and that I gave it my all to make sure that I did it the most respectful way possible and never, ever lose sight of what matters the most, which was trying to figure out what happened to Tara Gunster. And that I led with that, and I continued with that forever.
Do you think that your podcast had anything to do with that guy coming forward and ratting out Ryan?
Yeah, so some people, especially on Reddit, it seems, really have a distaste for me. They say stuff like, Payne claims he solved that murder. He didn't solve anything. And, my first response is, well, one, I never claimed to have solved anything, right? You ripped the scab off, right? And I think people just misinterpret certain things this way, like, oh, he played a call from his grandmother who said this. I'm like, you would play a call from your grandmother too, man. It's not that deep. It was a special thing at the time. It was really happening. And so I would never say that I solved that case, because that wouldn't be true. But I know for sure that the podcast prompted Bo Dukes to start talking again. Right. And I know that I have proof of that because I have text messages from him sending the podcast to other people before, before he ever confessed to anything.
How do you have those text messages?
Because they sent them to me from multiple people.
Law enforcement sent them to you?
Oh, hell no. Other friends who, I guess, knocked them out. But, so I have, to me, it's I don't need that validation either way. I know that, it clearly brought new life into a case that needed it at the time, and I think good things happened from that. But it's true that this was on his radar, and I think that he probably, in his narcissistic way, felt kind of cool about it, and he just couldn't keep his mouth shut. I don't think it was so much of him being scared. I think that it was everyone in the town talking about this, and then the whole nation kind of on fire with this podcast, and he knew the truth. I think that was empowering to him, and that's when he slipped up and started spilling the beans a little bit.
I thought it was interesting how he mentioned, I was watching a video of his testimony, and forget if it was, who was on the stand. I think it was the brother of Ryan Duke. Yeah, and he was basically saying he was at a party with Bo, and Bo was like, "Hey man, I know who killed her. It was your brother." I was like, "Really?" No, I was just kidding. Don't say anything. That was very interesting.
These weird exchanges like that, you're like, what? Like, yeah, it's hard to wrap your mind around these conversations, and also you would see why someone like that wouldn't believe them.
Can you pull up the video of Ryan Duke's testimony on the case? He seemed very, very odd when he was on the witness stand. He was like,
he is odd, like just objectively weird.
He seemed out of all of them to be the weirdest. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just pull up any part of Ryan. Like, you skip forward, and if you look at the way he answers the questions, how he like moves his throat to the microphone every time he says something.
It was pretty shocking that they even brought him up on the stand. Really, that was kind of a surprise to most people.
Why wouldn't? Yeah, this. Yeah, right here. Yeah, post him.
Did you guys party a lot?
Is there a lipper in right now?
It looks like he's got a big old hog.
Yeah. That guy looks guilty as shit.
What drugs?
Just a little. That's a country boy right there.
Did you ever talk to him?
I never talked to him directly, but I talked to him through one of his good friends, and as kind of like a conduit when he was in prison. He was instructed to not talk to me at all. And that makes sense, right? Because I'm going to try to ask the hard questions and figure out what's going on here. But there's been transmissions between a friend, and he's a weird mystery. But I've never said that Ryan Duke couldn't have done this. I've never thought that he had nothing to do with this. I just think that there's a missing piece to the puzzle, and until that narrative of what happened to Tara, how they got together, makes even the slightest bit of sense, then if you have this big elephant in the room with Bo Dukes, who's clearly a piece of shit person, who's capable of doing messed up stuff, I'm not going to feel good about saying that it happened the way that they said.
Do you think it could have been like murder for hire? Do you think it could have been the Iraqi veteran boyfriend?
No.
Those guys to kill her?
No, I think that was just too deep. It's like,
yeah, but it seems the most obvious. It seems like the only motive.
The thing is that he had no reason to want her dead. It's like, he broke up with her, and it's like, if his heart was broken, you could start, spinning the conspiracy theory that, he was going to take her out or something, but there was no real motive there. It was peculiar that he was in town during that time period that she went missing, but so was everybody else.
Really. Did he break up with him first, though, and then he broke up with her after?
Yes.
So he claims?
Yes.
And that's all like he said, she said relationship drama.
It is.
If you're overseas fighting across the fucking world and you're just friends in the same little town, like jumping around from guy to guy, sleeping with students, you would be fucking distraught.
Yeah, I think that it was really, Marcus Harper had moved on in his head. He still cared about her, but he didn't want to be in that kind of relationship with her anymore, just like anyone else wouldn't want to be in their own circumstances. So there's nothing really suspicious to me about that. The only thing that was like odd really was that he was in town doing the police ride-along that night. But
got him held up, right?
Yeah, and that happened, but what's even crazier really is that he was doing that, and she still got murdered under everyone's nose. Like, the town is not very big. Right. It's just like the timing and it's just like the exact moment it had to all happen it's just so really weird and just like
It's amazing how confusing the whole story and how many people are involved and how hard it was to figure this out in such a small little town where everybody knows each other.
yeah, it's like I spent more time than I'd like to admit trying to put these pieces together, and I can never get them all the way there. And I just kind of come to terms with the fact that we'll never know the full story. And even if Bo comes back with a new story, or Ryan does, do we even believe them at this point? No. And so I think we'll never know unless there's some other big revelation that I don't even know where that would come from.
Yeah, man, it's wild, and I feel like it's rare too, where these outlandish mystery murder stories don't have some extreme element of corruption, of either from law enforcement or some other angle, with authority covering shit up and shit like that. So I think it's wild that this story has none of that. It just has incompetence.
There's a different thing. There's corruption and there's incompetence. This is incompetence, and I think that you could assign that to a bunch of different people, and collectively that created a nightmare scenario of going down the wrong rabbit holes for a decade that could have been prevented.
Did Bo and Ryan they got life in prison, both of them?
So Ryan, he got found not guilty,
so he's free.
He is getting free. He's still serving some time for what he took place in that he admitted to, which was destroying the evidence, burning Tara's body with Bo. And Bo was arrested a couple of years ago. He went on this, psycho tear and had, abducted these girls and held them at gunpoint and raped them just out of seemingly nowhere. And so he's currently serving time for that right now. He'll probably be in jail forever.
He's getting time for this?
I don't think that they've done that yet. Like, wow, they've been able to postpone that, and they're gonna hit him with the most they can hit him with. But right now, I think he's serving at least 20 in prison, and he'll never see the light of day because they're gonna hit him with everything else, and maybe it's another 20. If he comes out ever, he'll be an old man with no friends and no life and no money.
What does Tara's parents or family say about those guys? Do they believe that they're the ones who did it?
They definitely believe that they're involved. I think that they believe that Ryan Duke did it.
They believe that Ryan did it.
Yes, and I think that they believe the GBI's narrative, and they want someone to go down for their daughter's murder. I completely sympathize with that. And so if they believe that Ryan Duke is the murderer, obviously they'd be very upset that he was found not guilty for it. But I think that's more of a testament of how law enforcement treated this case and how they wasted 5 years not making their case any stronger. I don't think the blame can go anywhere else there.
What else are you doing? What other kind of stuff are you doing? Just like this. Are you working on, how many podcasts are you working on right now?
Man, so many. I've done tons of true crime stuff. About a year and a half ago, I had this crazy idea of making an investigative show about UFOs, UAP. And, as a kid, I always just kind of liked the idea. Just sci-fi stuff in general always, intrigued me. Steven Spielberg movies, you name it. And so it really kind of started as just a passion project, an idea that I was fond of, even just the idea of, what else? What if there's something else out there? We're not alone. And so I kind of went down this road of trying to put together an investigative story that was in the same vein as the other true crime stories I've told about cold cases, and take a similar approach to the topic of UFOs in modern history and today, and really kind of figure out what's really up, like what's going on. And I found out pretty quickly, through my journey, that there was a lot more meat to this bone than I had really even imagined. Because I'd never really gone down the rabbit holes to explore it in this analytical kind of way. And I became, completely convinced beyond a doubt that there is something otherworldly going on, and it's just happening right there in front of us, under our noses, and no one cares. And my goal with my new podcast called High Strange was to make a podcast for the skeptic, for the non-believer, or for someone who's on the fence, or someone like me who's like, yeah, they're probably real, but like, I don't know. And not, forcefully feed something to someone who might have an aversion right away if it pokes their belief system a little bit. And so I wanted to kind of take a different approach, layperson's approach, in unpacking some of the most compelling and hardest to debunk cases in our history, and kind of lay it all out there for you to decide, just like I would a true crime podcast. And with the goal being that I want you to listen. And I understand why people would be resistant to this idea, because there's a lot of implications that come with it. If you believe that we're not alone, if you believe the Bible, or you believe this or that, it might be hard to make all these things fit for yourself. And because of that, some people just don't want to go there at all. Because I was trying to make something like, hey, wait, before you tune out, like, let me just share something with you. And I'm not gonna, forcefully, put this on you. I'm gonna spoon feed it to you. And maybe if we can finish this thing together, we could have a real healthy conversation about this topic. So I think that's what it needs, is a objective, healthy, normal conversation across the board with the reality that is.
Interesting. So how do you take the approach with that documentary? How do you start it?
The first thing I wanted to do was go find some of the most compelling stories in modern history that are still technically unsolved or haven't been debunked, right? And interview the people who experienced it. And so I interviewed Travis Walton in episode 1 and 2, and his story is he went missing for 5 days in the woods with his logging crew, came back with this crazy story of being on a spaceship, and I met with him in person with my producer Mike, and by the end of the conversation, we both looked at each other and said, I'm like, do you believe him? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, me too. And so I was able to walk away with my personal assessment of, even if he was lying, I can tell you for sure that Travis Walton himself believes it. And there really is no definitive way to disprove it. And even if, to me, if it was somehow not what they said it was, the circumstances are so bizarre that the alternative of what could have happened is almost stranger than what they're saying happened. And to me, that's compelling. And you can present that kind of case to someone who would be a skeptic. And, okay, you poke your holes in this then. You tell me how you feel when you hear this guy talk. You tell me what you think about this. And I think there's a few cases kind of like that in history. There's a lot of strong components to it, and it's really hard to poke that hole that you'd want to poke if you were some stark non-believer or something.
Yeah, the odd thing about that phenomenon is that if these things are some sort of civilization from somewhere else that are visiting us, they are deliberately only making themselves visible enough to convince someone willing to believe, but not enough to convince the skeptic. They're not providing enough evidence to convince somebody not to believe. They're right on that line. And why is that? And I don't know if I believe. I don't. The thing about people like Travis is he definitely believes his own story.
Of course.
But does that mean that really happened?
It does not mean that, no.
We don't have evidence that it did happen. We don't have evidence that it didn't happen. Other than the fact that he's told the same story, and apparently we got a couple of kids that was there that verified everything that happened.
Yes.
According to your story. But, there's definitely a psychological component to that, where at a point it becomes religious.
Yeah. I mean, it does.
And then once you come out with that story, and it gets that much attention, why change it?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely an argument to be made that, he's making this up for whatever reason, and shit, that might even be true. I don't know. But I personally think that if there's any part of his story that's like completely untrue, it's everything that happened after they solved this flying saucer in the woods. I think these guys weren't close enough friends with each other in real life to go to their graves with this, this pact of lies of them having seen something weird in the woods. And where was Travis for all those days? If his family was genuinely looking for him, then he wasn't with them, or was his brother in on it? And to what end? It's like, that part's hard for me to rationalize. Like, he would have had to seize the moment and been like, I'm going to go run off and hide for 5 days and come back with a crazy story. Maybe he did that. But that to me is crazy too. And it's like, well, where were you? Because they were looking for him. It's like, it was like a manhunt. What year was that? 1975.
That's another weird thing. Is how come this stuff has stopped happening?
I don't think that it's stopped.
There's him, there's Zimbabwe, there's all these close encounters of what is that, the third time? How come we don't hear about this anymore?
I don't think that we don't hear about it anymore. I think that if you look at the past 50 years, you can say, okay, there's that case, and they've become sort of like the legendary staple cases, that are synonymous with this topic. But I don't think that, it's ever really stopped. I also don't think it's a common thing. Reports what?
Close encounters of the third time, and similar to Travis Wald, who was in Zimbabwe or back in Barton Hill. I haven't heard any new cases like that since those.
But if you even look at that for what it is, it's like, okay, how far are we zooming out? I don't think that something like the Roswell incident or the Travis Walton incident is something that happens a lot. If they were really happening, if those are true, I don't think it's a common thing. There also could be, like, you can speculate a lot about it.
50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Do you know of any cases after the 90s?
After the 90s?
Yeah,
I mean, the Phoenix Lights in, 2000, there was, a mass sighting.
Right, but I'm talking about like abductions, like an abduction encounter.
I mean, there's people who fucking every year claim they've been abducted, but the problem with that is that, how do you prove that, right? And, with the Betty Barnard Hill case, what's unique about it is because it's so old, it's like kind of like almost like an origin story for the abduction phenomenon. And so, like, when I look at that, there's not very many, things they could pull this stuff from. They had to either, the idea of a craft floating there, making no noise, being abducted, experiencing loss of time. How many other places was that before the Betty Barnard Hill case? Not many, not that I'm thinking of off the top of my head, in, the 1960s. And so, did every other case follow suit with that kind of narrative and was influenced by that? Or did they really genuinely experience something that not many people had, on record at least, experienced yet? And so there's cases where people claim that they've been abducted as recently as yesterday, probably. But, did they really get abducted? Probably not. Was it sleep paralysis? Maybe. But there's no way to verify their stories really anyway. Like, what would it take for you to believe them anyways? I mean, would it be the 4K video on your iPhone of the spaceship? I mean, that might do it, but then would you say, that's fake because it looks too real. Maybe. I'm like, I always kind of joke around with Mike, like, I feel like, what is truth, right? Like, what would be enough for anybody? Let's just say today, like, right when I left, there is, on Fox, on CNN, on across the board, on all news networks, there is a spacecraft landing on the White House lawn, and these aliens are stepping out and shaking Biden's hand. Well, one, I'd be like, that's suspicious, right? But, like, I still think what would happen is people would say that's a conspiracy. Then that's not true, or this is, and like, it doesn't matter what it is, like, you're going to believe what you want to believe. I just think that, I don't know how far the abduction stuff goes. I don't know, like, to what end the truth, where it ends, I guess.
Well, you're starting your series with Travis Walton,
and that was kind of a bold decision.
You're not really dipping your toe in. You're kind of jumping in head first.
And I was kind of like on the fence of whether or not I should do that. But I felt like his narrative was so compelling. If I could just smack you in the face with quite possibly the nuttiest story that there is, and you are still here in your seat with your headphones on, then maybe you'll definitely finish the series. And that was kind of like I'm like, am I going to spook everybody? But I tried my best to have like this really sort of like objective approach to it, where I wasn't taking it or myself too seriously, and so it felt like a little soft-headed. It was, I would say, yeah, that sounds crazy. Like, I would probably say what you're thinking if you thought it was crazy. So yeah, I don't know where those stories end or if they're all true or not, but I do believe that there are crafts in the sky that aren't from Earth. And that's been happening for a while.
Really?
I do believe that, yeah.
Which craft specifically? What reports do you think are from Earth?
I mean, there's tons that like I could reference, but I would say I think that the Tic Tac stories are definitely something not from Earth. If we're believing the accounts of the Navy pilots and everyone else in the military who was genuinely spooked and perplexed by this, if we're believing them, then I think that there's your biggest account. There's also way better footage of those things, and I don't know why they won't release that. I mean, maybe it's top secret, whatever. If it's a fucking balloon, who cares? But I don't think it's a balloon.
If it's a balloon or if it's some sort of technology that we're developing secretly, that's why we're not. I think that's a good reason to keep it secret.
It's always a possibility that what we're seeing sometimes is, our own stuff, or it's an adversary.
Even if it's an adversary, I think that would be a good reason to release it, right? To put this out there so people see what it is, so we can start getting more reports of it and to expose the sort of technology that we don't understand, something that we really don't know what it is. But if it's something that we had or we're secretly developing it and we don't want other nations to know about, I would imagine that would be a great reason to keep it secret and not release the actual good compelling footage of it.
But then if you were going to go with that theory, then you'd have to add the anecdote of, well, they lied to us then, because they said they don't know what they are.
But that's what the government does, they lie to us.
I mean, sure, but like, at what point do you believe them now, or do you believe them then, or do you believe them this time?
Right, you can't.
What's like,
You never know.
that's a bold statement. So that's either the person that was approved that statement believes that is true, or there's some other like deep, dark, like small black operation that would that's going on that like is developing technology that like our smartest F-18 pilots don't know about.
It definitely is. That definitely exists.
Sure, but like to what end as well? Like, do we think that we've reached the point where we can do stuff that these F-18s can't? Like, seemingly defy laws of physics with things? Have we gone there? I don't know, but that would also have to be one more asterisk with that way of thinking of that they're all ours, which who knows what they are, but they're not what we're used to seeing.
There's so many different,
And they go back a long time.
right?
And that to me is also odd.
That's very odd. When you go back to the 50s, then you start to get freaky.
To me, those are the most compelling cases,
Yeah.
because you can go back, like, as a researcher, and you can look up, like, literally what happened that day.
Right.
And you know exactly where technology was to the point.
Right.
It's a Kodak film picture that wasn't photoshopped.
Right.
So what the hell is that thing?
Yeah, I think if anything, I think the sightings and videos and the accounts from like the 50s and 60s would be definitely but when it comes to the new stuff, I just don't know. I don't trust the people that got us into the Iraq War under false pretense.
Yeah, it's harder to believe that stuff now when you see it. Like, even if it's super compelling.
Have you seen, you can find, I don't know if you've seen the article yet, but there's an article posted on Warzone where the journalist, Tyler, his last name, he found out the, have you ever heard, because there's some context, have you ever heard of Ryan Graves, the Navy fighter pilot who recounts seeing the opposite's radar?
Yeah, I actually spoke to him on the High Strength podcast.
Okay. He recounts seeing this thing, or not him seeing it, but he saw it on his radar. But one of the guys he was flying with saw something he described as a cube inside of his feet.
Yep.
Remember that? Yep. What do you think about that?
That's just weird.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, my reaction to that when he described that to us for the podcast was like,
I'm gonna touch you something good.
that sounds like, oddly specific.
Right.
And it's like, you have this sort of trope idea, this Hollywood image in your head from all the sci-fi movies over generations that it's this flying saucer all the time, and not something that is maybe none of those things at all. Like, what would that be? I don't know. Like, you could speculate, but like, it doesn't sound like a craft. Also sounds like nothing we've ever had ever. So like, is it like a energy thing? Is it like a portal? Like, is it like a drone that looks really cool? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, so this article that was done by this guy on the Warzone, he basically discovered the patent that was, I think, approved in the 80s, I think, for a radar deflecting device that is basically propelled into the atmosphere.
Does it look like it?
Via a submarine. It's a balloon with a radar deflector inside. Go down, you can actually see the diagram.
Oh, weird, yeah.
So it's a tetrahedron, is that the right word? But it can easily be mistaken for a cube if you're flying by it really fast.
Yeah, I mean, it looks kind of similar.
And they were developed during the Cold War, and they were actually tested over Cuba.
So why would these things be floating out here now,
Right.
in their airspace without their knowing?
Right, and the interesting thing is that they only started seeing them once they upgraded their radar in their F-18.
Yes.
So they could essentially be testing their own stuff on their own radar. So essentially, like if deflecting the radar was working on the old radar. When they upgraded, instantly they started seeing it.
We're not going to trace there. You tell us if you see anything as like the test of.
Scroll down, it actually shows you everything about the patent. So can you zoom in on that?
Are there any images of the real thing?
U.S. patent number 2463517, titled Airborne Corner Reflector.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can do a deep dive on all of this stuff. It's literally on USP.
Yeah, you never know. Like, it could totally just be this thing, right? Something that we don't have much knowledge of, that is not alien, but foreign enough to spook a Navy fighter pilot.
Right, so then what they were doing was they were deploying these things from submarines over Cuba, and then they were like shooting like phony radar signals, trying to confuse the Soviet stuff and scramble Soviet radar.
Yeah.
During the Cold War.
That's wild. That's a good find.
So there's lots of things, man. I don't know. Ever since the Tic Tac and this thing, I just have been super skeptical of that. And then the recent thing that came out a couple of days ago, the Atlas shot over. What was that recent one, Jordan? Where was that? It was like in Venezuela or somewhere like that.
The Colombian one?
Colombia. That was it.
Oh yeah, I like that one. Yeah.
I
mean, it does look cool. I'll give them that.
I don't think that shit is aliens. I think that's gotta be our technology.
And maybe it is, but that's a very UFO looking thing. right? They didn't. Yeah, they made it look like we want them to look like. Then
Yeah, like a manta ray or a disc bomb.
I don't think that it's like a traditional balloon because I feel like it would move differently if a plane passes it like that.
Yeah. How fast is that plane going? Like 100 miles an hour?
I think so. Something like
That's how fast would something be? If you're driving on the highway and you pass the sign, how fast would it be going? Play that back again. It doesn't seem to be moving very fast.
Yeah, so I don't think it is moving very fast. It obviously appears that way, but it's not. Right. But I think it is moving. Right. Yeah, but it's just also super high up there. Like, it's like, yeah, maybe it's not an alien spaceship, but I don't think it's a balloon that flew away from the Party City parking lot either. You know, and also it's super high up there. And it looks like a craft, like a thing that does something. So that to me is either like some advanced balloon or like technology.
The thing is, there's shit that we don't know what it looks like that we are currently developing. Just like the example I just showed you, that thing that there's a literal U.S. patent on that no one has ever seen before, and these fighter pilots don't even know where these things exist.
So how do you kind of, I guess, rationalize why there is a UAP task force? Why does anybody in the government feel like it's an important thing to explore these unknown objects in the sky that have been ruled out pretty much everywhere else? Well, it just was total bullshit.
My theory evolves almost weekly on this, but right now I think it's a limited hangout.
Limited hangout?
Yeah. I think basically it's just, I guess, dumb CIA, the CIA jargon, or just a distraction. We're going to give you a little bit of truth here to distract everybody from what's really going on.
And what's really going on, you think?
I think it's secret projects that we have going on through stuff like DARPA or Skunk Works that we're developing and that we're testing that we don't want foreign entities to know about.
So is your feeling that none of them would be something otherworldly?
I don't know, but the more shit that comes out, like all these crazy acronym task force, right? All these people talking about it and people making careers on this stuff, and the more shit that comes out about it, and the more headlines I see in the New York Times, the more I start to lean towards limited hangout, and that is just distracting.
Yes, I mean, false flag. I just don't like instinctually like to give the government too much credit. I don't think that they're that smart. I don't think they're smart enough to plot this whole, like, deep campaign to make you look over here and do this. I think that they're not that smart. They've done it. They've attempted to do that before, but they also didn't succeed. So it's like, just like Project Blue Book stuff, sure, some people were probably affected by their misinformation campaigns and, thinking that you were loony or you're crazy if you saw something in the sky that you thought was an alien spaceship. But, people never stopped thinking that, really. Some people did. But, it's like, at what point is it, is something true? Even if it's 0.1%, the universe is so big, it's like, it wouldn't be impossible for it to have happened. Definitely not. And so it's kind of, so with that in mind, it's hard to kind of, I guess, break down the things that we see here on Earth, but it's something that's been talked about for literally centuries. As far as you go back in history, they're describing shit like people still describe they see in the sky. And so, you go back far enough, none of those things existed. We weren't even flying planes yet. So there's no doubt that the government has some pretty cool, badass stuff up their sleeve.
I don't know if it's stuff that, I don't know if it's stuff that we've developed on our own, if it's stuff that we've found, that we've sort of reverse engineered or figured out how to use. Maybe it could be both. I don't know.
How do you feel about that whole theory of just kind of the low-key rumblings around other journalists that I've talked to, there's this common knowledge or idea that the government has like alien spacecraft and they're reverse engineering it.
I think it's totally possible.
Yeah,
I think it's totally possible. And they're doing a damn good job of keeping it secret.
Yes, I think that for that to be such a big secret, I don't think that many people know about it. I don't think that they're sitting up there, Congress or whatever, lying through their teeth. I think that they just don't know. I think that there's a little private company that a few people know about.
There's a company called Battelle.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah,
Is that in Vegas?
There's a company called Battelle. If you look it up, they have most of these contracts.
Okay.
To work on these. It's actually just recently.
Are they rumored to be one of the ones that
I just learned about Battelle recently through another podcast I did, but these guys have some of these crazy futuristic anti-gravity contracts.
Oh, cool.
And even light photon propulsion shit, stuff that you can wrap your mind around.
Yeah.
That they're doing, and it's all based on national security and war.
And I hope they're doing that. That'd be pretty damn cool.
My friend, the guy who was on here, he recently went to the UAPEC hearing a couple days ago, and he was talking to one of the congressmen about this. He had never even heard about Battelle. He was talking to me about it, trying to explain it to the teacher about it. He was, we gotta go there. I never heard of this before. That's crazy. This is one of the longest standing.
You should have heard of this one. Yeah.
I'm on the fence about it. I don't know. What do you think about Bob Lazar?
So, to me, Bob Lazar is so frustrating for two reasons. One, if he's lying, why are we still talking about it today? That's annoying that he's still it feels like there's still some gray area there. And two, if it's true that we're considering the fact that he's lying, so that he's telling the truth, it's damn, that's all the information you ever wanted to know about, UFOs and Area 51 is right there. My biggest problem with Lazar, he's a very believable guy when you hear him talk. He seems nice. You want to believe him. But the whole college thing, I can't let it go. The fact that he lied about where he went to college. And it's if you're someone like me who's gone and, investigated a cold murder case, these would be red flags in someone's character. And if you lied about this, where do your lies stop? He has, to my knowledge, no one's ever asked him outright why he's lied about his background. And I would just love to know his response. Maybe he'd have a really good response, but I can't. He didn't just scrub you from the digital database.
Right.
Are you implying that they erased you? Well, someone there would remember you. Anybody, right? And the fact that there's nobody, I think that he just said a lie one time a long time ago in the 90s, not really thinking about what we'd be saying 30 years from now, right? And I think he just avoids it at all costs, and that makes me question everything else about his story.
Yeah, for me, the thing is Jeremy Corbell really kind of ruined it for me. When I saw it, he ruined it for me specifically when he debated Stanton Friedman about it. And Stanton Friedman is a legendary physicist.
Okay.
I highly recommend watching that debate on YouTube. It's fast.
You haven't seen it, yeah.
Stanton Friedman questions him on the degrees too, and he goes, "Why did you lie about this stuff?" And I think Jeremy's response is, "Come on, man, haven't you ever lied to try to get a chick before?"
Okay.
And he made the case look, he's made multiple offers to Bob. I don't know. I think that interview was close to 7 years ago, that debate I was referring to, and Stanton said that, like, look, we've reached out to him many times, offered to debate him on it, to talk to him about it. He won't talk to anyone that knows anything about physics. He only talks to layman people about this stuff. He'll only talk to George Knapp, Joe Rogan, people that aren't physics, don't have physics background, don't understand physics language.
Right, so you're saying like the physics in what he's presenting don't necessarily make sense according to another physicist.
That's what Stanton was saying.
Which would still be an opinion versus an opinion. It's not like this guy's like, hey, I've built one of these things, and that's not how you do it.
Right. And that's what Eric Weinstein is saying, too. I mean, Eric Weinstein publicly reached out and offered to debate him, or they even had a conversation with him about this stuff. And I wish that would happen, and he's never done it. He's never talked. There's no documented.
That bothers me. I don't like that.
You know, and the other weird thing to me, too, is he's always had a handler. Like before he had John Lear, or Gene Huff, rather. John Lear story is weird, too. Yeah, but the Gene Huff thing, and now Jeremy Corbell, like anywhere he goes, he thinks something. King or Rogan or whatever, he's always got this person right here to just fill in the gap.
And I know Jeremy Corbell personally. I've never asked him straight up about the Lazar college thing, but now I want to. And yeah, I really would rather ask Lazar himself. Like, I want to know not what Jeremy says or this person says in response. I want to look someone in the eye and ask them a hard question and see what they say. Right. Because that's the linchpin to me in most of Bob Lazar's story. And I can't really reason with the idea that, well, maybe that part he lied about, but the rest he didn't.
And then there's the fact that he got a job at Area 51, right? So he got a job at Area 51 right after his wife killed herself. And he married somebody else also, like, days before his wife committed suicide. He's a weird dude. What a weird history. You're going to work at the most top secret fucking base in the United States of America. You don't think that would be a red flag into hiring you?
Yeah, it's hard for me to see why he was the best pick for those kinds of reasons. Like, wouldn't you try to avoid situations like that?
Absolutely. They would never fucking hire somebody whose wife committed suicide.
And that's what some other motive to
it
it.
was also the tie to the Hells Angels that his wife had, and she went to jail because of something happened with the Hells Angels.
Yeah, there's all kind of weird stuff with like his personal life.
And then the other thing is Jeremy Corbell's documentary. I don't know if this is right. This is what I've heard from multiple people in red, so take it out its word. But in the beginning of his film, where they're talking about the FBI rating him for having element 115. Apparently there was a FOIA done on that FBI rating. It was specifically because somebody just bought some sort of chemical from United Nuclear and used it to murder somebody on their wife.
Yes, that is true.
And then basically, so Jeremy admitted that was he made that up.
No, that is actually true that there was a murder investigation, right? But I actually do still find this one a little bit odd. Maybe like, why are they going pulling out all this stuff? Like, I would love to know exactly how they pinpointed this specific element and tracked it all the way to Bob Lazar. That's a convenient, person to track it to. If anything he's saying is true. And I don't really know what happened with that. I mean, he didn't go to jail for that, right? But like, you could easily look at that as like a good excuse to go raid his place or just to fuck with him, ruffle his feathers. It's just still weird. Like, it's like, you guys still care about this guy or something? Or what are the chances that he gets wrapped up in some weird murder investigation? But no, everything's good though. But I don't know one whose house has been raided for some element that they have. How do they even track that?
It was just a chemical somebody bought, like a common chemical somebody used to kill their wife, and it was the guy literally bought it from his website. That's why.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Then why isn't he in prison for that?
Because it's not illegal to sell the chemical just because you sell bleach.
So what are they looking for?
I forget. I don't know what the name of the chemical was, but I guess they were looking for it. Maybe you can find it.
I don't think they even said what they were looking for, but the murder investigation is why they were there, they said. I'm like, what were they looking for?
Well, that's a good point. Like, if you bought bleach from Ace Hardware,
they're for more bleach? I don't know.
Why the FBI gonna raid Ace Hardware?
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe because maybe they just need to prove that he sold it or something. I don't know.
Maybe. So, like, what would they have needed? Like a physical printout of something?
And here's another question about him. If he is this whistleblower, right? If he's a whistle on one of the government's most top secret programs in history. Yes. Why is Jeremy on that interview or that debate with Stan Friedman bragging about how Bob still has all these federal government contracts or something like that? I don't know. Edward Snowden, does he have any government contracts? Do any of these other whistleblowers get government contracts? I don't think so.
No, they're ready to stick that guy up whatever they could.
Right, yeah. So if he is this whistleblower on the government program, why would the government still be doing these secret government contracts with him?
Yeah, what is he even doing? Or what does he even say he's doing with them?
Jeremy, you have to pull up the interview, but Jeremy Corbell is basically, pull up the Jeremy Corbell Stan Friedman interview, but he says it multiple times during the interview that he's doing all kinds of crazy, cutting-edge, science-based studies for the government, for secret government programs.
Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things where, everything can't be true. Like, it can't all be true. And so, if you look at bizarre through that lens, it's like the same thing. Like, it can't all be true.
Yeah. I don't remember where it is. Maybe go like quarter of the way through.
At one point, James literally said, I hope you spent the $20 to watch my new documentary instead of just pulling up everything clip by clip because Joe didn't know the documentary was already out. Bro was just trying to get paid. And we've seen this with other grifters like JRE who are there to sell shit on their website or a cause or to create a controversy so people will go and watch their latest documentary on Netflix. Think back to when Billy Carson was on the podcast. That guy literally has a website called Forbidden Knowledge. Where you can unlock the secrets of the universe by clicking on the online shop and buying his alchemical elixir of the Anunnaki, or Bart Sibrel, the moon landing
He didn't have any other science
his website when he was
Then I
at
asked, was he
JRE
valedictorian?
50 times, where he's got a bunch of
No,
self-published
he
books
left.
for sale on the
Some
moon.
of high school teacher.
And
Josh
it's given
Newman
the
was trying
background
to
why
build
yes, I
awareness towards injustices in the
I
legal
was
system.
valedictorian in my high school
And
class
apparently
in
brought on
Linden,
a
New Jersey.
gruesome murderer. And like I said before, Graham
And I was
Hancock
accepted at
for a
MIT.
visit when he got a new season of Ancient Apocalypse
Except I
to push
couldn't
out
afford
on
to go.
Netflix. But what
Tuition was
happened next with James
$950.
Fox was possibly one of the most
What is it,
embarrassing things
27,000?
I've ever seen in an episode of JRE.
So I resented
Got so
the
fucking
kind of
bored of talking to him that
implication
he
that this
told
guy
Jamie to
graduated
pull up
from one of the top
ChatGPT so he could talk to it about the drones.
MIT.
There is so much going
Was
on
he in the
here,
top
so
10 in
I'll
this
play the
class?
clip and
No.
break it down.
Or maybe they're not
Get
MIT.
ready for the Joe Goober experience.
100? No. He was like 265 out of 366, which was the bottom third.
Yeah, but can we cut to the chase here?
Well, the point is that the notion that he went to MIT doesn't stand up. Nobody could find him in a yearbook. None of 5 people there who I talked to, including the registrar, had any connection with him. And he was in the bottom third of his class. And MIT admissions office says you got to be in the top 20%. They'll bend if it's more than 15%. So, he was lying about having gone to MIT. I called Caltech. They never heard of him. He was asked in Rachel, Nevada, home of the infamous Little Alien, to name some of his professors. He said, let's see, Phil Buxer will remember me from Caltech physics. I looked at my directory, there's Phil Buxer, I called him. He never taught at Caltech, only at Pierce Junior College, which is a long way intellectually, if not geologically, from Caltech. He checked Phil Bob had taken a course on it. At the very same time, he was supposed to be at MIT, 2,500 miles away. And if you go to MIT, you don't go to Pierce Junior College.
Right.
If you were going to give me advice,
So we've got some dissimulation.
to leave these coast, it's in the current information provided by a trusted authority. There's no evidence mentioned.
Okay, so they basically, let's just get to the crux of it. The crux of it is, none of this is really the point. I mean, really the point is, how did he know? Go ahead, Tom, that's a good one, Bob, that's for you. That is really the point. Okay, the point is this, how did Bob know that on Wednesday over Patrick's Dry Lake that there'd be
I didn't say he was. Anyway, you don't have to watch the whole thing, but it's really ever really
defend the college thing, or no?
No, he, earlier in this interview, when he's asking him about it again, his verbatim response was, "Haven't you ever lied to get a chick?"
Okay, so Jeremy seems like he knows that it's weird and it's not a good look for him. But he just doesn't want looking past it.
He's looking past it, right? He kind of accepted Bob lied, but
I have a hard time looking past that. I do.
And then there was another college called Pacifica University that was convicted, and they got shut down because they were allegedly a degree mill. They were selling degrees into degree mill. So there's so many crazy stories.
Yeah, so why does he have this kind of convincing narrative, and he's a believable, nice-looking guy, and all these weird parts of his past, and he can't overlook that stuff if you're trying to figure out if someone's telling the truth or not.
Right. But, I mean, if I'm Jeremy Corbell, I'm willing to avoid the truth to tell a great story and to create a great documentary because it is.
And it's a hell of a story. Yeah. You know, it's like a part of you wants it to be true.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, and then you left out John Lear and you left out Gene Huck, which is really interesting. I don't know why you left those guys out because those guys were really important parts of the story. And John Lear was really like the beginning of this whole thing.
Yeah, I wish I could sit down with Bob Lazar and ask him these kind of questions and just see what the response is and really kind of have a conversation about everything and be able to make my own personal assessment. That probably won't ever happen, but hey, Bob, if you're listening, it's on the table. It'd be cool.
Yeah, well, listening to all of his interviews, man, I was sold. I was completely sold. Very believable. His body language, the way he talks about shit.
That's the annoying part. He's like, just like, it seems like he's telling the truth. You want to believe the guy. You can't overlook obvious things. You can't. Or they need to be addressed head on. Right. Like, if Bob Lazar told me that, look, dude, I lied because of XYZ, I might buy that, actually. But, okay, I still think that it was weird. But if you're going to, like, dodge it or seemingly dodge the question and not just come out and say, hey, like, all this shit I said is true, this part isn't, I'm sorry, but, like, this part's still true. Like, I feel like you should do that if you're him.
Yeah, I feel like the next big documentary has to be, like, somebody that actually blows the Bob Lazar story out of the water. Because, you know, the story of Bob Lazar has been told, right? It's been done. It's the biggest podcast that Joe Rogan ever did. It's an incredible documentary that Jeremy made. Somebody has to, like, look at it and really take it apart and convince people.
It's going to be hard to do. I think he's kind of elusive like that. It seems like he has a small circle.
There's people around him, I think, that could know.
Yeah, I think so too. What you need though is Lazar's responses to the hard questions. Right. Like that. You know what I mean? Like, even for me, for every other listener or viewer, like,
it'll be very telling if he never does that. If he never takes the opportunity to
absolutely. Then I can't, like, wholeheartedly believe anything until that's done.
Right. You know, and that's the thing, like, getting back to the beginning of this conversation, is like, once you start to kind of gain this freedom of creating whatever you want and posting it online and being able to be, like, an independent, free creator, basically just reporting whatever's interesting to you, like, you have to remember not to just lean into things because you get the money or because you get the clicks on it. Like, a lot of people do that, and it's extremely obvious when people start to just lean in until they've completely forgotten who they were.
I mean, the news does that every damn day.
Yeah.
It's like every headline, every click, every, YouTube thumbnail. It's like, everyone is about the clicks. You can't do that. You can't operate with that mentality if you're truly objectively investigating anything.
Right.
You really can't. doesn't mean you don't button it up and make it sexy and make it, something premium that you trust or enjoy. But you cannot fall for the bullshit, because then you're putting out bullshit.
Right. You can't not just fall for the bullshit. You can't fall for your own bullshit.
For your own bullshit.
Just because you're seeing so much success in one thing or one area.
Oh, that's cheap. That's low. That's
I don't know if you follow sports at all, but like the greatest modern example of this to me is Skip Bayless. What he has become over the years from being a sports reporter to just being this fucking clown talking head. It's bizarre. It's so obvious how fake his narratives are and how he just does that because it's part of a show.
Yeah, like the hating LeBron shit, like that blows my mind. I'm like, is this just a gag or what?
It's so. It's
also like LeBron's really fucking good. What are you talking about?
Right. Yeah, it's so obviously just a fabricated narrative that he's created this giant labyrinth of people that love to hate him. And he's seen so much success from it, he just leans into it, and he doesn't want to try to challenge his own beliefs anymore. He's just going to keep leaning into it.
Just keep saying that and saying more of that and doubling down on that and distorting that even more and going further and further down that rabbit hole. Right. When, it could have been something else.
Right. And I see a lot of that in the UFO topic, man. I like to see more of an open conversation about it. I like to see more people talking about it and making content on it like you are and other people are, like I and am. But I think that's good. I think that's good that people are building an economy around it. I think that's important. But at the same time, I hate to see drifters.
There's just been like most of the content over the years in the UFO space has been really geared and targeted towards believers of something, fans of UFOs and aliens. And I get it, right? It's like, it is fun, but at what point do we try to have a healthy, realistic conversation? You can't just target the people who are already going to talk about it. We need to expand the conversation. We need more people in this room. Yeah. And that was one of my goals with High Strange, was to try to expand or elevate the conversation, push it forward in any way at all. Where if you were someone who wasn't thinking very open-minded about really anything, that you maybe you're a little bit more open-minded about anything. Because the reality is, I don't know what's true and what's not true. I don't. But I also know that we don't know everything yet. We learn so much every day. Just look back in history, it's very obvious. I think that we forget that sometimes, that we're still learning. And there's something to all of this. I believe that. And someone else may not believe that. That's fine, but you should still be in the conversation.
Have you seen James Fox's documentary, Moment of Contact?
No, I heard it's good though.
Oh my god, it's good fucking amazing.
Yeah, that's on the list.
It's one of the best documentaries on this topic I've seen in a long time. Plus, it's phenomenal. His work is incredible.
Yeah, no, I'm pumped for that.
There's hundreds of witnesses in this little town in Virginia, Brazil, that saw a live alien running around the town.
Yeah, I know the story. Yeah. So what do you make of that story, though?
I think that one's real.
Some of them you're like, well, what was it then?
There's no way all of these people came out and talked about this. These military people, these cops,
and those sisters or whatever, like girls
walking home.
What's their incentive to totally fabricate this thing?
All the people, he had to do so much work in convincing to get these people to go on camera and talk.
Isn't there allegedly like a video of it, like rumor to exist? But where is it though? I don't know.
Right, there is. Well, what happened right after this is that apparently these quote-unquote men in black came and started knocking on people's door, offering them money and basically saying, I hope you and your kids have a long and healthy life. Here's some money we're going to offer you, and let us know if you need anything. Weird. So weird sort of intimidation tactics that were being done by people that seem to be Americans, according to these people in Brazil.
Yeah, there was a military response to the whole thing.
You guys also landed there the next day, yeah.
Also kind of odd, right? And he's like, what are you doing? Why are y'all doing all this if it's absolutely nothing?
Right. And what is the lady's name? The New York Times reporter,
Leslie King?
Leslie King. Yeah, she just was on video a couple of days ago. Confirmed, she said that she talked to some of her sources in the government, I guess the Pentagon, and her sources, according to her, said that the story's true.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
That's pretty fucking.
And I know Leslie pretty well.
Do you really?
I've interviewed her a few times for High Strange, and she's a straight shooter, really. And she has spent a lifetime developing pretty strong relationships with people. So, I mean, if Leslie's saying she heard that, I believe that she did hear that.
Yeah. Find that Leslie King, it's like a 5-second video of her talking about that while she's sitting next to James while he's telling the story about this.
I want to see the video, man. If it exists, I hope we get to see it one day.
I mean, it seems like another thing is like the crashed flying saucer thing seems so bizarre to me. Like, how do they crash this? And if they're so advanced, how are they crashing it? And this fucking living entity or of a biologically engineered creature is here. Like,
we've crashed our planes and like it lived.
Yeah, right.
Travis Barker survived a plane crash. He's drumming his brains out. So, I think it's possible. I think it's like, I don't think that because you could be so technologically advanced or something that there isn't some element of error. I don't think they meant to crash. If they've ever actually crashed here, I guarantee you they were like, oh shit, we fucked up.
Leslie King, James Fox. Just type that in, see if that comes up. Click on videos. I might have seen this on Twitter. There it is. That one. Yep.
Joe loves being the arbiter of comedy. He loves being the gatekeeper for new talent and setting the tone for comedy.
Turn it up with some more volume.
The Austin Holy Trinity is going on JRE as a guest. They're doing a set of the mothership and then guest starring on Kill Tony. But when it comes to recognizing talent, Rogan fucking sucks at that.
James, 20 or like 12 or 15 years to make this documentary. Jesus, 15 years.
I mean, that's incredible.
This issue for years and years and years. Some of the insiders that I consult with, and I mean, basically they verified that this happened. You know, if a movie like that comes out, you could see all kinds of people reacting and saying, "Oh, this is crazy, something in the future." You know, no, it's the opposite. These insiders were confirming it. So that was really exciting. Really exciting. And it's great for James to know.
Told you.
And the fact that there was U.S. involvement, and most likely, debris and even bodies from that case reside now in the United States. I'm not able to find out the information, but never give up. And I also wanted to say about the medical. I was able to talk to this doctor who he was the doctor of and so he knew a lot about his death, and the autopsy report was really interesting because of the nature of microorganisms that were found on them, that have all kinds of suggestive components coming from some kind of. I saw something more very evidential.
That's the thing that I wish we had more information on, was the toxin that killed, I believe it was Marcus Reed. I'm not sure about that one. I think that could have been basically they killed him because they didn't want to talk.
Which one was that one?
He's the guy, he was the cop who actually handled the alien.
Oh yeah, he got messed up from it or something.
Yeah, he actually died like less than 24 hours later. Complete immune system shut down.
There are, dozens of stories kind of similar to that, where there's like, people claiming that if you get too close to something, or there's something unsafe for humans with certain types of interactions with either UAP or extraterrestrials. The military was even looking into that, studying that, as part of their.
Really?
Yeah, that was in their previous, the one that Lou Elizondo was a part of, whatever they want to call it now, I don't know. But they were researching UFOs, and part of their study was into if they harmed us, or in instances where people have claimed that they experience some sort of harm or, even, sexual encounters and stuff like that. Like they were legitimately exploring these kinds of claims. And I mean, I feel like that would just be a tremendous waste of time and money if there's zero chance that any of it's true. Right. Unless they're just big sci-fi buffs. I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. There's so much to it. There's so much to it. And I wish like I said before, the more I see big publications talking about it that have ties to the Pentagon releasing stuff, and the more I get suspicious. And also, the more Annie Jacobson books I read, the more suspicious I get.
It's so easy just to fall down into this mess, this web of complete nonsense. I mean, and also we just don't definitively know anything, right? Like we don't definitively know enough to stop racking your brain on it. And if you rack your brain too hard on anything, you might enter the conspiracy land or some nonsense might kind of spin out of your mouth before you know it.
Right. Well, I love the quote that what's the difference between truth and conspiracy theory in 6 months.
It's so true though.
Dude, well, thank you again for doing this. It had fun.
Dude, that was awesome, man. Thank you for having me out here.
I guess tell people where they can find your podcast and follow you online and all that stuff.
Yeah, so I'm Payne Lindsay. My social media, Instagram, Twitter is just @Payne Lindsay. And my new podcast that investigates the UFO phenomenon in American history is called High Strange. It's an 8-part series. It's available now wherever you listen to your podcast.
Sounds fascinating. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Cheers.
Good night, everybody.
Of spending so much time getting Jamie to pull up shit that he saw on Facebook and Twitter, and then in the next breath complaining about how toxic social media is. I can summon my car. That's crazy. Like if I'm in a parking lot and I want my car to come to the front, if I park back there, I can summon it. It'll come to get me. That's nuts. And then I can press the address and I'll say take me home. But it just takes me home. Full navigation stops at red lights. Puts its blinker on when it changes lanes, recognizes where traffic is, goes around it.
How did you get into this whole world of esoteric stuff and religion and history of all of this? How did you get into this subject?
Well, I've been studying the occult and esoteric conspiratorial for about 15 years now. I'm 28 years old. I started researching this stuff when I was about 13 or 14. 13, 14. And, but prior to that, my entire life has pretty much revolved around this stuff. I've had a lot of experiences all throughout my life that have led me on this path. Primarily being the fact that I grew up in a religious family, both Christian and Catholic. So as a kid, I never liked church, still don't like the institution of it or anything, but I was always fascinated by the Bible itself and the stories and everything, and so I always had that fascination for the legends and the mysticism behind religions, and that fascination led me down this path as a kid. And also as a kid, I was always rebellious. I was the youngest of 4, so I was influenced by my older brothers, listening to a lot of classic rock, gangster rap, and stuff like that. And was just a rebellious kid, never liked authority, was always an independent thinker. And then so when I started, smoking cannabis and doing psychedelics and all that kind of stuff around 13, 14. Yeah, that's a whole other thing too. And while I was doing that, I was listening to a lot of underground hip hop that spoke about a lot of stuff. And so it just all came together at that moment, 13, 14, and started listening to stuff, having experiences, and already had previous experiences as a child. And so I really started digging into the stuff through books, through articles, through documentaries. And another experience actually real quick that led me on this path as a young person was when my grandpa, who used to be a pastor, told me that he had seen a UFO. And I was about 8 years old. And he was always off in the corner, smoking cigarettes ever since I was a kid. To this day, he still loves smoking cigarettes off in the corner. And that was always like a running meme for us, there's Grandpa, just smoking his cigarettes. And I never understood why he was, always out to off with himself. And so one day when I was like 8 years old, I asked, Grandpa, why are you always smoking cigarettes and looking at the sky? And he told me the reason was because he had seen UFO. And he goes kind of wanting to see another one. And was always questioning existence and everything because of that. And so I remember asking him, knowing that he used to be a pastor and that he grew up in a religious family, well, then what do you think about God? And he kind of just took a drag and looked up at the sky and said, I don't know. And so that kind of blew my mind as a kid, being in a religious family and all this and that. Now the possibility of aliens is real. So I've had a lot of weird experiences throughout my life, and again, just getting into it as a young person, researching, reading. I've been doing this ever since, pretty much all my life, but more specifically the past 15 years. And again, my name is Eddie, but I go by Esoteric Eddie online. But that incarnation as an artist is only about a year and a half old. I've only been doing this for about a year and a half under that name. My YouTube channel, my books, all that pretty much launched at the beginning of 2022. Prior to that, I had other incarnations as an artist, different names, different projects, and so I've only been trying to get this information out as an artist through different ways. It's just redefined, and now through Esoteric Eddie, through that name, through that brand, everything's kind of been finally, being received well, and I've gained some popularity and stuff like that, and it's been awesome to see where it's flourishing, it's blossomed.
Yeah, I watched your documentary about Lucifer this morning, which was wild. It's a great documentary, by the way. And it's crazy how all this stuff from psychedelics to the different translations of all these religions, come to be, and there's so many different translations. It's easy to get so lost in the sauce of what is what and all the different interpretations of it and how it relates to history and it just, to me, it seems like there's just a variety of different cultures who interpret things that just happen in the world possibly a different way, such as the floods and stuff like that.
Yeah, man, yeah. So what I'm here to talk about is pretty much my newest book, which is On Consciousness. But before we get into that, I want to talk about my other two books, which is The Lucifer Mystery Revealed and The Anunnaki Theorem. And that's kind of like my expertise in the seeker community, if you will. A lot of my friends and people in the community come to me for information on ancient religions and ancient cultures. So that's what I do. I kind of deconstruct and deprogram institutional narratives of religion and now consciousness, but I approach everything from a neutral, unbiased, perspective. Pretty much just like a historian.
Yeah, it's funny. How come the History Channel is synonymous with talking about the Anunnaki? I used to only hear about it from my crazy stoner friends, but now it's just it's mainstream conversation for people who watch cable TV.
Yeah, and it wasn't always like that. And the funny thing is too, I remember being a kid and my grandpa was always watching Unsolved Mysteries. That was Ancient Aliens before Ancient Aliens. Unsolved Mysteries. That's all they really had. It was always the same stories, like the Betty and Barney Hill story of the first UFO abduction. And so I remember being a kid watching that stuff too. But to your point, I was talking about the Anunnaki and stuff like that way before Ancient Aliens, the TV show. I was a freshman or even in 8th grade, talking about this stuff because I came across the work of Zechariah Sitchin, who made all this possible through his books in the 1970s. But I was talking about this stuff and trying to educate my friends, and they always thought I was crazy, man, you're fucking crazy, whatever. But I remember being in 9th grade, sitting on my friend's couch, smoking cannabis, just chilling, and then the first episode of Ancient Aliens airs. And I was just freaking out, what? I started calling everybody over to the living room, this is the stuff I've been trying to tell you about, So I remember that moment, and I stopped watching after the second season when I saw the agenda or whatever. And it's a money machine now, and they kind of play the same narrative. And so in my book, The Anunnaki Theorem, I kind of just look at everything through my own perspective, through a clear perspective.
What do you think it had more to do with your early interest in this stuff? Was it, like you said, psychedelics at a super young age, or was it your early indoctrination into religion and your religious family?
I think it was the indoctrination part. That's where it all started. One of my earliest memories, one of the earliest core memories that I have, I must have been 4 or 5 or something. I remember my mom dropping me off at the kids section at Catholic school, Catholic church. I remember walking into this auditorium or whatever, and I was small, so everything looked bigger to me. So I remember walking in there and being just overwhelmed by how big the room was. And then there was this huge image of Jesus just staring over us. And I remember just freaking out, who is this guy? And so that image just was in my mind. And then as I grew and learned the teachings and everything, so it all started with religion, and specifically with my authorities and elders telling me that the devil is real and that demons are real. So as a young kid, I thought demons and the devil were real and that they were out to get me and stuff like that. And I played a huge part in how I viewed the world and played a huge part in my fear and in my traumas. But as I said, I was always rebellious too, so I never liked authority. And so that rebellion is what saved me because I always thought for myself. Like I remember listening to Pink Floyd and Bob Marley and stuff like that when I was like, third grade, so I had that rebellious and independent spirit. And so when I came across these books and videos and stuff, like 8th grade, 9th grade, it just shattered everything and it all made sense in that moment. Like, oh wow, I could see it. I could see like all the indoctrination and everything.
There's something about religion is that when we're young and it's forced on you. Like when I was young, my parents dropped me and my brother off to Sunday school and we'd have to go to church and stuff like that. And it was just like, when you go home and you start listening, you see like Black Sabbath and Marilyn Manson on TV, like this is way fucking cool. But like when you get older, people start, generally, I feel like people start to accept it more or understand it more and embrace it more. But there's something that happens like as we age where we kind of we understand it better. And when we're not so opposed to it or inclined to rebel against it, I feel like. Maybe it's something like when we get closer to we're getting closer to death. Maybe that has something to do with it. Like we're not, because we're getting closer to death, it's kind of like, it's not a closed loop, right? There's like, it's an open loop. So we're not sure what's going to happen. So it's easy to sort of like accept it.
Yeah, well, it's part of the human process. We've been worshiping things since the beginning, and it's all been developing, and that's kind of part of what I'm going to talk about today, is how this idea of worship and God has developed over the millennia. It's just gotten more and more complex, and in some cases for the wrong reasons. So we've always had to cope with death and stuff like that. And I feel like way back in the day when we were more primitive, we had a much more healthy relationship with that. It was much more beautiful and more accepted. And it was like, we accepted it. It was beautiful. But like now, we have all this like weird religious stuff and weird like laws and morals and ethics that get in the way. But I think actually that we're starting to move away from the Abrahamic faith in a sense. Not that they're not good for us, but it's just that we're starting to see that there's so much more to life, and that's also part of what I'm going to talk about today. In my third book, which is about consciousness, it's like we can do life with these Abrahamic religions, but they're just very specific set of perceptions and philosophies, and there's a whole other life outside of all of that.
Do you think that God and angels are aliens?
To a certain extent, I used to believe that a lot when I first got into this stuff, like 13, 14. And the reason being is because of Zechariah Sitchin. If you don't know, Zechariah Sitchin, he's the guy who brought all this Anunnaki stuff to the forefront in the 70s. He wrote the first book on the Anunnaki, and so in other words, without Zechariah Sitchin, there would be no ancient aliens, there probably would be no Billy Carsons, none of that. Without him or Eric Von Daniken. So I read his book, and he was a prolific biblical scholar too. You could say like he didn't try to disprove the Bible. He tried to like bring even more veracity to it, but saying that we're looking at it in a skewed way. He's the one who said that these angels and these beings are actually these ancient astronauts and stuff like that. So, and his books are fascinating. They're very detailed. It goes hard or whatever. But I have my own critiques of that, and most people do after they read his works after many years. So I kind of just like put all his stuff to the side and kind of look at all this stuff myself. And for what it is, and come to my own conclusions. But to answer your question, are angels and demons just aliens? I mean, you can perceive them that way, but I go further than that, and I say that these archetypes never really existed. And that's what my first book is about, Lucifer Mystery Revealed.
You think they were just sort of stories that were told to keep society in line? To be like, here's the difference between good and bad. In order for us to operate as a society, don't kill, don't steal, don't rape people. Like, that's not a good way to live. and you develop these stories that people can read and become fascinated by, and even whether you know it, whether you believe in it or not, it's still a sort of a way for society to operate, sort of like boundaries.
Yeah, basically in simple, but it's more complex than that, and I guess we can kind of just get into it. Let me explain why it's more complex. And the reason it's complex is because the three Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, they're all based on even more ancient mythologies. And they kind of just borrow these mythologies for their own purposes. And monotheism, primarily through Judaism at first, was created for the purpose of controlling the populace. And so that's a simple way to put it, but let me give you some deeper examples. And also, apart from that, a lot of this religious stuff has just come about through mistranslations, misinterpretations, and exaggerations. Charlatans as well. And for example, Lucifer, right? So Lucifer plays a huge role in Christianity and just in Western pop culture, this and that, right? You know, there would be a cult without Lucifer, the Christians abhor Lucifer, but Lucifer never existed in the Bible. And the reason why we created the archetype was because we had misunderstood and mistranslated the Hebrew text. So the entire world learned about Lucifer through one verse in the Torah, which is Isaiah 14:12. And that's the famous verse that goes, "O Lucifer, how art thou fallen," etc., etc. And we translated the word Lucifer into the English as an uppercase noun, name, with a big L. But we got the English from the Latin, and the Latin is where the word Lucifer is first shown to us, because it's a Latin word comprised of two root words, lucis, light, and fede, which means to bring or to hold. And that's where the occult got the idea of Lucifer being the light bearer, the light bringer. But we got the Latin version from the Greek version. And in the Greek, where we would see Lucifer, we would see the word phosphorus, which is equivalent to the Greek Latin, which is equivalent to the Latin Lucifer, which means light or fire or bright. But we got all of those from the Hebrew, which is Hallel ben Shahar. And Hallel ben Shahar means Hallel, son of Shahar. And the word Hallel means bright or shining. And so that's where we got Lucifer, son of the morning, Hallel ben Shahar. The Shahar also means morning. Right? But there's a reason why that is used in the Torah. Isaiah was a royal prophet and a royal scribe, and he was writing during the time of the Babylonian exile, and the Babylonians were descending upon the kingdom of Judah and taking them all into captivity. And so he was writing a prophecy about the downside of the Babylonians, saying that they are like Hallel ben Shahar. Hallel ben Shahar was actually a Canaanite deity belonging to an old mythology before Judaism, and in that mythology, Hallel was a younger god who tried to rise to the throne, but failed. But it gets even deeper. The word Hallel, the Greek word phosphorus, the Latin word Lucifer are all words that can be used to describe or denote Venus. And Venus is the brightest celestial object in the sky preceding the sun. And so Hallel was another version of an ancient Canaanite deity known as Ashtar. And Ashtar was a male rendition of the female Astarte. She was also Ishtar, who was also Inanna. And all of these goddesses were also represented by the stars or the symbol of Venus. And so Isaiah was prophetically and poetically saying that the Babylonians are like Venus, they are like Hallel, they think they are something bright and shiny, but they will soon be overshadowed by God or the sun. So that's what he was really saying. So the early Christians kind of look at this and we're like, oh wow, like he's talking about some person named Lucifer. But we totally just took that and ran with it and exaggerated it. And so there never was a Lucifer. And so we took that, ran with it, and primarily,
You said there never was a Lucifer. Well, they mentioned Lucifer, and the L wasn't capitalized, meaning it wasn't a person.
yeah,
So what, it was a symbol?
well, Lucifer is a Latin word, and it was a translation of Hallel ben Shahar. So there never was never the Lucifer character. And when I say that there never was a Lucifer character, what I mean is there was never this right-hand angel that was the leader of some choir who rebelled against God and then was cast down to earth. That's the whole Lucifer mythos. That was put together over hundreds of years by Christians, but it all started with some mistranslation of what Isaiah was saying.
So relevant to hard sources of what he created.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, okay, so what? But the reason that's important is because if you break down what Isaiah was doing, then it kind of opens up a whole other discussion. Because what he was doing was he was referencing even older Canaanite mythology. And this is what this whole Anunnaki thing is based off of. The whole Anunnaki thing is based off of the fact that Judaism, which is basically the first Abrahamic religion, is all based off of the Anunnaki tales. And I can give you an even crazier example. For example, in Genesis 1:26, right, when man is being created, you can open up any English Bible to this day, go to Genesis 1:26, and it'll read, and God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. And there's plurality there. If you would ask any theologian or whatever and be like, why is there plurality there? They'll give you some cute answer like it's God talking to himself or God talking to Jesus or whatever. But that's not the truth. The reason there's plurality there is because the word that was used in the Hebrew text, the original, was not God. The word that was used was Elohim. And Elohim is a plural word, meaning the powerful one. So if you go back and read Genesis 1:26 with that in mind, now you're reading, the powerful one said, let us make man in our image after our likeness.
So who are the powerful ones?
Well, the powerful ones are the Anunnaki. And the reason that is so, and how we know that, is because the people who wrote the Bible, they were from the Middle East. They lived in that area. They lived closer in time to the Babylonians, to Sumeria. So the Sumerians were their ancestors. They knew those tales by heart. For example, the Sumerian Enuma Elish was reenacted every year in Babylon at the Kitu New Year Festival. So these were their ancestors. They knew these tales. They implemented them into their new religion. The Enuma Elish is the Sumerian cosmological tale of how the universe was created. And there's I get into that in my book, The Anunnaki Theorem. And also, real quick, if anybody's interested to learn more, I have 3 documentary versions of both my Lucifer book and the Anunnaki book on my YouTube channel and things like that. But yeah, so what I'm saying is the Bible, the Torah, whoever wrote it, and still I'm even clear on as to who really wrote it. Whoever wrote it was writing it with the Anunnaki stories in mind, and not just their stories in mind, but a lot of the other religions around them in mind. And when you look at the text, it's still fascinating. For example, the oldest piece of literature known to us right now is the Sumerian text known as the Kesh Temple Hymn. And it's a strange text. It's about, somewhere around 4,000, 2,000 years old. But it's a strange text when you read it. It's basically just these gods, and they call them the Anunnaki in the text. These Anunnaki putting together some kind of ritual or ceremony. That's all it is. It's like they're getting these instruments and these smoking devices or whatever, and putting together a ritual. And this is the oldest text known to humanity. It's like, what is that about? And so in my book, I conclude that these people, these Anunnaki, weren't aliens, they weren't interdimensional travelers. I don't doubt that possibility, but the reason I think that is because if you read the text for what it is, they tell you what's going on. And so right alongside the Kesh Temple Hymn, we have the Enki and World Order text, which is just as old, one of them.
World Order.
Yeah, the Enki and World Order text. And what it is about Enki constructing society. He's kind of like appointing all these other gods to their positions in society. Like, okay, you're going to take care of this farm, you're going to take care of agriculture, and this, and that. And in the text, he also devises a calendar. And so if you're reading this, you would think that we're doing this for the first time. That these are the magical gods of creation, creating everything. But what tells me that this isn't them creating this for the first time is this simple passage in the text, where it is said that Enki noticed that there was nomads on the outskirts, known as the Martu nomads, and noticed that they were without resource, and so that he hooked them up with resource, whatever, like a house and animals. And so if these are supposed to be the gods of creation, who are these Martu nomads on the outskirts? Right? So I'm looking at it as if these beings are reconstructing society. They're having to reconstruct everything and build everything from the ground up. And on the outskirts, there are these disenfranchised people. So if we look at anthropology, geography, and all that stuff, we know that they have been deep into that. But so what I think is that these beings were just survivors. They were survivors of the cataclysms, and they were savvy and clever enough to rewrite themselves in history as the gods.
And the Sumerians were, when was the ancient Sumerians, when were they?
Approximately 4,500 BC.
4,500 BC. Okay, so I believe that the most recent world-ending cataclysm was the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, which was 12,500 years ago, roughly.
Yeah, man, so it wasn't that long ago. It really wasn't. Our current timeline is like 7,000 years. The entire history of humanity on this globe right now, or whatever you believe, it's only 7,000 years old. Like, that's huge, and to think that that's all we've ever known is arrogant. Because we already know that's not true. We have places like Göbekli Tepe that are like 9,000 to 14,000 years old. So there was obviously civilization before this current 7,000 years.
Right, and it's crazy that people don't take it seriously. Like it's still considered not mainstream. It's like underground, sort of like, it can be classed as like, some people classify it as conspiracy. There's like this war going on between like people on YouTube researching it, people like Randall Paulson and Dan Hancock, and then fucking colleges, like people at colleges who like, or people who throughout history have like written books and then published about this stuff, and have, they don't like to have their ideas challenged.
Yeah, man, I'm kind of in the middle of all of it. I'm just kind of reporting it all as like a historian. I try to look at it all from an unbiased, neutral standpoint. And so, like, getting back to the Lucifer stuff, because this is just one part of what I want to talk about. This is the first book that I dropped, but I just wanted to lay the groundwork for what I'm really going to get into, which is consciousness and assimilation theory. But what we need to understand is that, for example, these religions, man, they're built off of fallacies. In some cases lies, but a lot of times they're just based off of human error. For example, this whole Lucifer thing. Lucifer never existed. Isaiah was referencing an old Canaanite myth, and he was using it poetically to talk about the downfall of the Babylonians. But it was the early Christian writers that AD, or Common Era, who took this and ran with it and exaggerated it, and just been exaggerated ever since.
You think it's like the game of telephone over like history?
Yeah, man, it was definitely like the telephone, and it was mostly just human error. Like, we just weren't understanding. There's a bunch of Hellenistic Jews and Greeks.
Yeah.
Looking at,
I wonder if it was error, if it was an intentional error.
I don't think so. Like, Origen Adamantius, he was one of the dudes who first looked at this and created this archetype of Lucifer. And he was a wild dude. He was later deemed a heretic because of his writings, which was really wild, like the way he thought about things. But it just didn't go unnoticed. For example, Martin Luther, the famous reformist, he spoke about this, and he spoke about how there was never a Lucifer. He was smart enough to read this with the historical context in mind, as I'm explaining. Like, Isaiah was an ancient dude, he was closer to his ancestors, the Sumerians, but the early Christians were just so fanatical and reading it from their mind state of the New Testament or whatever, But this didn't go without. This didn't go unnoticed. And Martin Luther, he picked up on it like, there's no Lucifer, this is an error, like we're reading this wrong. And even the occultists, the famous occultists like Eliphas Levi or Helena Blavatsky, who were huge players in the occult, the modern occult, they knew this too. But still, even though they knew that, they still played on the Lucifer archetype in philosophy and blew it up. And it just made things even worse. Because it is just philosophy, if you think about it. Lucifer being this bright angel who fell, and all he's trying to do is give us knowledge and upgrade our consciousness. That's the whole story. But we're just putting all these puzzle pieces together that never initially were meant to be put together.
He was trying to upgrade our consciousness?
Yeah, so
He's telling us to do drugs?
basically, yeah.
Really?
So basically, so you have Isaiah verse, Allah Ben Shahar, which there's no similarity there at all. There's no connection. They're just always piecing these different things together. So they would like to take that from the Garden of Eden and then use it as evidence for there being a Lucifer archetype. But in the Garden of Eden story, we find this being called the serpent, right? And the word used, and it's always about the word. That's the thing Christians don't understand. It's like you have to look at the Hebrew, Middle Eastern contextual history and the word and everything. The word that was used instead of serpent, originally was nakash. And nakash is a double meaning word. It can mean serpent, but it can also mean wise one. And whoever wrote the Bible, they did a lot of this on purpose. They used a lot of words that could be prayed for, and there was a surface level understanding and a more mystical, esoteric understanding. So the word nakash again means serpent and wise. And that person, as I relate in my book, if there ever was a Lucifer, who was a fallen angel who tried to uplift us, it was that person. And in the Garden of Eden story, of course, the serpent tries to convince Eve to eat this apple or whatever it is, consume this drug, so that we would become like God. That's what the Bible says. Eat of this, you will become like God. And when we did eat it, again, in the Bible, there was a plurality. After we eat it, God says they have become like one of us. You go back, open your Bible, I don't know what verse that is, but it's in Genesis 1. God says they have become like one of us. And again, if you understand into historical context, who they were talking about, the us was the Anunnaki. Because that was the first religion. The first religion on earth, according to the current 7,000-year timeline, the first religion, the first God, were the Anunnaki. Those were who our ancestors worshipped.
Pardon the brief interruption.
So all of that got condensed into one God, as I can get into. But getting back to the Garden of Eden real quick, Enki, the Sumerian god, he has always been known as the wise serpent. His symbol was always that of a snake or a serpent, and he's always been known as the god of knowledge and wisdom. For example, Sir Henry Rawlinson, who was considered the father of Assyriology, the guy who started studying all this stuff after he pulled it out of the ground in the 1800s. He concluded that it's clear to our ancestors that Enki was the god of wisdom and the god of the serpent and the snake. So again, whoever wrote Genesis was compacting all of this ancient mythology into this simplified version. And that's important. It's important because it's a maybe deliberate erasure of our history, of who we really are, where we really come from. Especially when we look at how monotheism is born. And I'll get into that a little bit right now. So, monotheism came forth through Judaism, primarily. Some people will say it started with Akhenaten and sun worship or whatever, but primarily it started with Judaism. And it all started with Abraham, right? So all three of the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, they all claim that Abraham is the patriarch, the father of all these religions. So without Abraham, we wouldn't have the seed or the bloodline or the lineage of any of these religions. It all starts with him, right? And if you open up the Bible and read Abraham's story, you learn that Abraham and his father, his family, were from Ur-Kasdim of the Chaldees. So, and there's a lot of debates within academia as to where it is, where was he really born? Was it this Ur or was it this Ur? And what's interesting about that is Ur is the capital of Sumer, which is modern-day Iraq. So the Bible telling us possibly that Abraham was from Sumer. And the Bible tells us that prior to Abraham, his father, Terah, worshipped other gods. We are told this in the Bible. In Joshua 24 specifically, we're told that Abraham's father worshipped other gods. So this whole idea of this one God was new with Abraham. And who were these other gods? Well, if you look back in history and listen to our ancestors, they tell you who these other gods were. They were the Anunnaki. By name, they say that.
And Enki. So was Enki Lucifer?
Yeah, basically, yes.
He was.
Yeah.
And Enki had a brother, right?
Yeah, and Lil.
And Lil and Enki. And what was the difference between those two?
So Enki means Lord of Earth, and Lil means Lord of the Command. And basically, Enki was this more whimsical god who was always kind of creeping behind the other god's back to impart knowledge on us, impart wisdom on us, to have an admiration for us. Whereas Lil was very vindictive, and he didn't like us, and he wanted to drown us in their flood story as well. But it was Enki in the Sumerian version who went against his brother's back and warned us about the flood. So there's always this contention between the brothers having to do with us.
Okay, so back to Lucifer.
Yeah, so there was no Lucifer per se, but again, if there ever was a Lucifer, it was Enki in the conceptual story of the Garden of Eden. And so that's just important to know because it just shows how, as humans, we can take something and exaggerate it and create this whole thing out of it. I mean, there's a TV show now called Lucifer.
Right.
Yeah,
it's popular TV show.
There's all these things, and it all started with just a misunderstanding.
The crazy, like I mentioned before we started the podcast, that guy John Marco Allegro, who spent most of his life, he was a linguist, studying this stuff, studying the dead. I think he spent a few decades just studying the Dead Sea Scrolls. And if I'm not mistaken, the Dead Sea Scrolls were like the original source of everything, right?
Kind of, sort of. So the Dead Sea Scrolls, we found them in the 1940s. And what makes them interesting is that they have some of the oldest versions of some of the stories in the Bible.
Right, okay.
Some of the oldest remaining versions.
And where did the Dead Sea Scrolls come from?
I always get those mixed up with the Nag Hammadi library, but I think the Nag Hammadi they're found at the same time, and they both have like very ancient and weird versions of the Bible. But I think the Nag Hammadi was found in Egypt, and then the Dead Sea Scrolls were found somewhere also in between the Middle East and Egypt. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, it was John Marco Allegro came up with after all of those years of studying the Dead Sea Scrolls and deciphering them, because it's such a sketchy thing when you're actually trying to decipher the words and figure out the meaning. And that's what this guy's specialty was. And basically what he concluded was that these religions were ancient fertility cults, and that they were consuming loads of psychedelics.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of that, for sure. The Nag,
what is this? The Kerbet Qumran. Dead Sea Scrolls are ancient manuscripts that were discovered between 1947 and 1956 in 11 caves near Kerbet Qumran. Dyslexia for bitch. On the northwestern shores of the Dead Sea. Okay, they are approximately 2,000 years old, dating from the 3rd century BC to the 1st century BCE to the 1st century BC.
They have very strange versions, along with the Dead Sea Scrolls too, as far as the Nag Hammadi library, which are the Gnostic texts. They're very psychedelic. But again, these were just people basing their versions off of other versions and just off of mythologies that go all the way back to the Anunnaki.
And what were those ancient tablets that Billy Carson was telling me about?
I did watch the video, but it's been a while.
And tell me he went to a library where he was able to actually look at and read some ancient clay tablets.
I don't know what he's referring to, but we uncovered Sumer in the 1800s. So prior to the 1800s, we didn't know about Sumer. Sumer was already forgotten. There were some references to it in like Assyrian and Babylonian texts, and it was known in the Bible as Shinar. But in the 1800s, we found it in Iraq and started digging up all these clay tablets. And to this day, it's been reported that we found about like 500,000 if we're being conservative. But even out of that 500,000, only like maybe 10%, if that, has been circulated throughout the public. And so these clay tablets are the text from our ancestors talking about these Anunnaki, these beings, and some other colorful and boring stuff too. But what I want to get into, again, to kind of just shift is monotheism and how that came about and how it was based off of the Anunnaki as well. So, monotheism, again, it all pretty much started with Judaism, right? That's where this idea of Yahweh, the one single God, came from. But Judaism was formulated not that long ago. It all formulated around 500 BC. Around there, 500 to 600 BC. And it came about after the Babylonian exile, which was a true occurrence in history. So what happened is the Babylonians descended upon all the neighboring kingdoms and started subjugating and taking the elite captive. They didn't take any of the common folk, just the elite. That was their practice. Take the elite captive and hold them or whatever. And during that Babylonian exile, the elite were mingling, they were being influenced by what was going on around them, right? And what happened was King Cyrus, the Persian, he came through and he destroyed the Babylonians. And luckily, King Cyrus was tolerant towards other religions. So after he freed the Jews, he said, you can go back home if you want, and you can chill here. And some of the Jewish priests decided to stay, and that's when the Babylonian Jewish priesthood began in Babylon. So there's two different priesthoods, and then some of the other ones went back home. But prior to the Babylonian exile, the Jews were losing their way. They were losing their footing. They were reverting back to their polytheistic roots and the Anunnaki worship. And we're told this in, I believe, Jeremiah. In Jeremiah, we are told he was a prophet. He was alive during that time. We are told that the Jews, the people, the Israelites, they're reverting back to the days of their fathers, and that they are worshiping as many gods as there are street names, as there are streets. They were reverting back to the Anunnaki worship. So because of that, they weren't fortified, they weren't unified. Everything was just a mess, and that's why they were easily controlled and taken over by the Babylonians. Yeah, and so during the Babylonian captivity, the priests, the elite, were like, man, we can't let this ever happen again. How are we going to, come together? And the Bible tells us how this comes about. The Bible tells us why the Torah was written. We are told that the prophet Ezra was given command by Artaxerxes, one of the kings of Persia, to go back to his kingdom, go back to his people, and give them a new law to follow. And that new law was the Torah, the Old Testament. And the reason they did that was so that they can control them, put them together, be unified. So basically, monotheism, Judaism came about after the Babylonian exile as a way to do away with the Anunnaki worship, to do away with polytheism.
Yeah, that's incredible. So it was a way to basically have security against people taking over your town.
Yeah.
Keep everyone together, unified under one God, not divided.
Yeah.
That's wild, man.
Yeah, and it gets crazy. Real quick, so Judaism is all based off of the worship of Yahweh. That's his name, right? Yahweh. But what's interesting is that the worship of Yahweh historically goes further back than the Jews. The earliest inscription of Yahweh that we have is actually found in the Sinai Peninsula. And there was a band of these nomads known as the Shasu who were worshiping Yahweh in the Sinai Peninsula. And we know this because there's an Egyptian text that we found where I think it's Amenhotep III, he subjugated some of these Shasu, taking them as slaves. And he claims that these are the Shasu of Yahweh. And there are inscriptions in the Sinai that state, this is our God, Yahweh, and his consort Asherah. So these Shasu were worshiping multiple gods. To them, Yahweh was just a part of the polytheistic pantheon. And that's interesting because in the Bible, the first time the name Yahweh is given to us is in Exodus to Moses in the Sinai desert. The Bible is also reflecting history. The Bible is telling us that the name Yahweh is one God was given to Moses in the Sinai desert, where these people were already worshiping Yahweh. And so it's just more proof that all of this is just based off of the Anunnaki worship, the Anunnaki mythology. And it was just slowly fortified, slowly perfected until after the Babylonian exile. And then all those kingdoms were gone anyway. And they said, you know what, let's take all of this and create our own thing, our own kingdom, our own religion. Let's go forward. Because at that time, the Sumerian kingdom was already way gone. The Akkadian kingdom was gone. The Babylonians had just fell. The Assyrians had gone. So all that was left really were the Jews and some of the neighboring kingdoms and then the encroaching Greeks. And then slowly through time, after that all fell, it was the Christian Empire and the Jewish Empire. Everything else had already pretty much crumbled. Now, at that time, the Christians utilized the same blueprint. Because they were dealing with the pagan religions. All the pagan religions, this and that. So they said, you know what, let's get rid of all of that, and let's just all make it one thing, Christianity. And what they did is they created a power shift. They said instead of having to go to Jesus, to find God, you have to now go through the Catholic Church. And they created a mediation. Because before the original Christians, they didn't go to these big churches or anything like that. They just worshiped together, communally. They were hippies. If the church came through and stamped its boot and said, no, now you have to go through us. We are the mediators between heaven.
What is the first person to come up with the church was?
Yeah, well, technically it's
What was the first church?
It was, I believe, in Syria.
Really?
Yeah, but technically Paul was like the first one. Paul was the first one who created the Catholic Church or the church, and then after him, the Apostolic Fathers followed after him in line. Kind of the same way that the Jews do with the rabbis. There was like an original rabbi, and ever since him, it's been like a succession.
Right.
But basically, all of this stuff, man, all of this stuff is just based off of the Anunnaki. It's just based off of the Anunnaki, and it slowly just morphed and changed and condensed and become centralized. And here we are. I just saw a video the other day of Vladimir Putin, doing some kind of cold plunge baptism or something.
Cold plunge baptism? Really?
Yeah, something weird like that.
Yeah, find that.
Yeah.
What was that all about?
I don't know what it was.
You think he knows about the Anunnaki?
Well, what I was going to say is that before he did it, he did a little Hail Mary cross, because he's Eastern Orthodox. So I'm just saying, this is how pervasive this has become.
That's right.
Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, yeah. Look at that.
With a big cross right there.
Except Jamie forgot to disable the comments on the episode here on YouTube. How dare Josh show up without a murder? You can blame whoever you want to, but at the end of the day, the judge was right. Besides the body parts and freezer and multiple other crimes,
that's a big thing in Russia. Yeah, they wear the war hats and they do it. They do the cold plunge in the sauna. It's a big Russian thing.
Danger to society before this clown got him down.
But this is all for Jesus Christ.
Wow. In this case, he should have been left in jail.
Yeah, so it just shows you how pervasive all of this is. I mean, religion is still a huge part of the world. I mean, he's one of the leaders of the not-so-free world with a finger on the nuclear button, and he is still indoctrinated by this stuff.
Can you imagine seeing our president doing the cold plunge?
Oh, man, he probably wouldn't get back up.
Yeah, man, but what do you think about the fact that the only people that are talking about the Anunnaki are people like yourself or History Channel?
I mean, it's weird, man. I think it'll eventually catch on.
Who would it catch on with? It's catching on because it's making money.
Yeah.
That's the reason it's catching on. And that's the reason a lot of people even start thinking about it and reporting on it or doing things that you're doing. They get inspired by shit like these shows on the History Channel. So it's not a bad thing that they're making money. A lot of people say, oh, History Channel, they're just fucking, they're monopolizing this fucking shit and making it more fringe, but in reality what they're doing is they're creating an economy around it, and they're creating more people like yourself who get fascinated by it and just dive into it and find out even more things about it.
Yeah, and that's their focus for the most part is the money, right? And they're not telling the whole truth because they're always leading into those cliffhangers of like, they were aliens and this and that. And it's like, you know, like, okay, that's fine, it's entertaining, but like, let's get to the real truth, like, what's really going on? And then that's what I try to do. And for me, I started doing this because I was indoctrinated. Like, I'm telling you, like, I used to really believe demons were real and the devil was out. Getting in that place, huge role.
Don't think demons are real?
No.
Really? Yeah. Why not?
Not in the.
Are you sure they're not real?
Well, let me say this. I don't think they're real in the way that the Christians perceive them to be.
How do you think they could be real?
Well, that's what I wanted to get to with my new book. Per se, because I just want to make sure there's nothing else I wanted to say on that. John and Matthew stuff, because we're going to get into like consciousness and the possibilities of things like that being real. The reason I say demons are not real is because that's a perspective. For example, again, with the word demon comes from the Greek word daemon, and daemon never meant like an evil being. It was just a word that meant a god, a demigod. The daemons were, it could be good, it could be bad. And a lot of times, who the fuck missed that translation? A lot of these people, and why? They just want to. We need a devil. I mean, maybe. Okay, a lot of this is just human error. That's what I'm trying to find, man. That's what I'm trying to find out. A lot of this is just human error. Like even in the truther community, for example, whatever that means, a lot of stuff is still exaggerated. Like I did a video recently on my channel about the famous Albert Pike letter, right? I don't know if you know who that is, but Albert Pike, he was a Confederate general from Arkansas. He's the only Confederate general I think that has a statue in Washington. And but he was a Freemason, a very prolific Freemason. And he wrote like what's considered the Freemason Bible. It's called the Morals and Dogmas. Right? But there's this rumor that's been circulating for almost 200 years now. For almost 200 years, there's a rumor that's been circulating about him having written a letter that predicted World War III. Well, not just World War III, but the two World Wars before that. And that's been a big thing. I just recently sat down doing, the research and dug into it. Like, is this real? It took me hours of digging through and researching and reading. Only to find it was never real. There was never an Albert Pike letter predicting World War I, II, or III. It was, again, a game of telephone. It all started with this dude by the name of Leo Taxil back in like the 1800s who started this rumor. But it never had to do with war. It was never to do with him and Lucifer, again, the whole Lucifer thing. And slowly, over time, it progressed to this thing having to do with the 3 world wars. And in the true community, people swear by that. This letter's real, this letter's real. But it's not. A lot of this stuff is not real. It's just us playing games with ourselves. And that's why I had to write this book about consciousness. And I didn't mean for these 3 books to kind of follow each other, but they kind of just did. First book is about Lucifer, how that never existed, and how we just kind of play these games with ourselves and create archetypes, and we base our life off these archetypes. And the second book, The Anunnaki Theorem, is about how monotheism is formed out of the Anunnaki stories and how it was used just to control us. It's all these like petty things, right? But then, outside of all of that, we still exist. We're still here. There's still a beautiful life to be had. There's still on Earth. And so what's up with all of that? What's up with life outside of these institutions that we dictate our life through? And that's what my third book is about. It's just getting outside of the institutional narratives, not looking at things through a Christian mindset, a Judaic mindset, or Islamic mindset, but just as a dream. Like, what is going on? What is this all about? And so when I say there are no demons, I mean that I don't believe in demons in the way the Christians think about it. Because if you believe in it in the way they believe it, and then you're just falling back in line with all of these fallacies and these different philosophies. But I do believe that the paranormal does happen. I've had experiences in the paranormal. I've had experiences in the paranormal. I've seen some weird things. I've had friends tell me some crazy stories. And well, let's get into it. I'll get into that.
What kind of experiences have you had paranormal?
So I've had a lot of experiences as a kid that I thought something was happening, but to this day I look back and I'm like, I don't know, that's probably just my mind playing tricks on me. But I've also had experiences where even as an adult, I'm like, no, like that actually did happen. And
Just before or after 14-year-old monthly?
after,
5 minutes after, 1 hour after?
yeah, and like for example, as a kid, like I would just have like weird things, like hear noises or thought that I saw something. But I think that was just my mind playing tricks on me because I really believed that demons were around me and shit like that. They mess with my mind. And before we get into that, let me tell you a quick story.
The mind does that shit. Like, before we die, the mind, like, the pineal gland opens up and we fucking hallucinate before we die. That's what those near-death experiences, studies on those near-death experiences are about.
Yeah, there was a funny moment in my life when I realized in full circle that I was just tripping like a kid. So I was having a conversation with my nephew. He was like, I don't know, like 9 or something at the time. And he was telling me that he was seeing clowns at night. And he didn't grow up religious. He didn't grow up like I did. He didn't know the Bible or anything. He's not religious at all. So, but he was telling me, like, hey, uncle, like, I'm seeing clowns at night. I can hear them. They're in my closet. And, like, typical kid stuff. And I think at that time is when the whole clown thing was happening, where people were dressing up like clowns at 2011 or something. Remember that?
Yes, I do remember that, yeah.
So I think that was messing with his head. And I was like listening to him, like, oh yeah, what's going on? Tell me. And he's playing therapist. And I'm like, look, listen to me. And I told him, and I gave him the whole thing, like, no clowns in your closet, nothing's going on. And I gave him the same Bible verse that my mom gave me when I was a kid. And it was Psalm 27. It's like this empowering verse about, having confidence and whatever. But when I was hearing him talk about this, I started laughing. Like, not at him, but like internally, like, wow. When I was his age, I thought I was seeing and hearing demons. But that was my trauma. That was the thing that I grew up being afraid of. So it made me realize like how powerful the mind is, how powerful the imagination is. And we create these things. So to get into my third book, which is titled The Crystal Lattice Mind Illusion, I'd like to start with a quote from Carl Jung. Right? But before we get into that, I just want to also recap this whole thing. The reason that's important, again, is just to understand that our entire world, the entire institutional world that we live in, the corporate world that we live in, which runs off of religion, government, the entertainment business, all of these different corporate industries are based off of just illusions. Based off of illusions, narratives. And that's evident in the history, as I've recently pointed out. To this principle on non-confusion stuff. So starting this conversation, I'd like to start with the quote that I opened up my book with, which is from Carl Jung, the famous psychoanalyst. And I don't know the exact quote off the top of my head, but basically what he said was that archetypes are to consciousness what the crystal lattice is to the crystal. And what he's saying is that just as crystals are formulated off of these microcosmic structures, right? So is our entire reality constructed of these intricate inner symbolism. Basically what he's saying is our entire reality is constructed off of codes. But the codes to him were archetypes, major and minor. For example, in tarot, and when you pull a tarot card, you're pulling an archetype. It could be the archetype of the hermit. And when you pull that card, immediately that card comes packed with all kinds of philosophies and things and this and that. It's just a card, just an image. And it's the same thing about reality. He stated that when we are born, our mind downloads the archetypes of our reality, so that when we're born into this world, we know what true is. We know what a sun is. And Plato talked about this too in his theory of form. Plato talked about the fact that everything in this life is a facsimile from the source, the original. For example, there's a sun in the sky, and you can draw it, you can take a picture of it, whatever. But all those representations are facsimiles of what he calls the essence, the sun. That's the only real sun there is. And he believed that all of life is like that. Everything is just a shadow bouncing off of what the mystics of old have always called source, heaven. Time and time again, the mystics have talked about life being like a dream, a shadow coming from somewhere. And in my book, I talk about the mind illusion. Now, the mind illusion is the fact that we believe, for the most part, that we're just one unit. We're just a body. I'm just a person. I'm just Earth. But that's not true. Because the body itself is made up of billions of components, if you want to count all the moving cells and all the intricacies within it. Just the body alone is made up of billions of parts. But the body is just one part of who we are. The other part is the mind. And even the mind, like the body, has compartments. We know this to be true in the conscious and subconscious. And with that spirit machine that we toggle through in this reality, we have central reality. Central reality is the narrative that is told to us through the central networks, the central institutions. And central reality, for example, would be told to us, or we would be indoctrinated through, for it or to it, through the TV networks. The TV networks, the health industry, the entertainment industry, the education industry, the governmental industries, all of these centralized institutions that make up the globalist network are what dictate the central reality.
So money dictates reality.
That's one part of it.
And sex.
That's one part of it. But what I'm saying is that there's a central reality that we all agree is true. Right? But we also have our individual reality, the way that we think about ourselves, the way that we think about life.
Well, how do we fit into that?
Well, it's a crude system, really, and it's actually a genius system, right? Because this world is pretty big, actually. I mean, it's small, but it's vast, for one person to move around, right? So the rulers that be, per se, in order, as I just mentioned, they have to find clever ways to control it. And one of the earliest ways they found is religion. Right? So the central reality of Judaism is the Torah. Right? The central reality of our world is the government. No matter where you are in the world, the government is always going to be the core of what regulates everything.
Right.
And that's more and more globalized
Religion.
and religious.
Politics are becoming religion.
Yeah. Exactly. And so you have to. Oh, yeah.
Even like there's two religions in the US. Crazy.
As
in left and right.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, see, exactly. So those are central realities. We're creating like these, but it's all just, again, energy.
Yeah, but at the same time, we are social animals, and we like to be grouped into, we like to be in our group, right? We feel that's how we get security. There's this pyramid this guy explained to me called the creation of state. And the way he explains to me is interesting. He says there's three main levels to the pyramid. There's the first layer, which is individualism, right, where we're all out for ourselves. The second layer is tribalism, where like you and me can be in a group, and those people can be in a group. We're both in our own tribes. Maybe I'm a good farmer, I'm a good gardener, and maybe you're a good hunter. So I'll do the gardening, and you'll do the hunting. You'll share meat with me, and I'll share my vegetables with you. And we're a tribe. That way, if this guy tries to come in and club my wife over the head and steal her, you'll help me protect my wife, right? Above that, there's a creation of a state where, now these tribes become so big, you have to incorporate things like taxes, and everyone kind of throws into a pool to help each other, to run all of the things that keep our state intact. And, it's like, that's how society runs. And it's like we're at the point now where we're too big for our own good. Right? This works up to a certain size. Like a small tribe, it makes sense where you see everybody, you interact with people, you each have value to each other, right? There's trade-offs. But like right now, we're so fucking enormous, it's like we have to almost faction off into these smaller tribes.
You know, like politically.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it should be. That's the way it used to be. We used to have our tribes, our little corners, and we were just friendly or whatever. But over time, specifically in the 20th century, the institutions tried to globalize everything and have that monopoly on everything. Right? Just have that net over everything. And I have a documentary on my channel about the Committee of 300 that shows the timeline of the globalist philosophy and how that developed and how we got from, like, for example, Cecil Rhodes to Klaus Schwab, how we got from there to this. And so these institutions, they're trying to turn us into something that they're not naturally. And they're trying to turn us into this one centralized, autonomous, this governmental one-world system. When, like you said, it's not how we are naturally. It's not how we act naturally. We have a family system to missing out on. Family morals, our realities. We're trying to make central realities the one thing.
Well, it's also like, it's almost like religion is meant for a smaller group of people. It's not meant for billions and billions of people. You know, it's almost like we're too comfortable. It's too easy for us now with technology, the way technology's evolved. You know, communicating over social media through a computer, people staying at home all day, doing meetings through the screen, not interacting with people. It's like it's breaking down society.
Yeah, and I don't think that the interconnectivity is like an evil thing. Like, it could be a beautiful thing, and that's like the whole thing in the Jewish community is like.
No, the interconnectivity is the foundation of what we are. That's what we need to thrive and live.
Yeah, we're like moving out of this Kali Yuga, per se, and back into a golden age, right? I guess it's like the Atlantean age and everything was advanced and interconnected. Like, we could live on a very beautiful place where everything is more benevolent, more efficient, but unfortunately the people that are running the world, they just don't have that in mind, like they just want to produce and they want to keep us as them versus us and stuff like that. For example, like Jeff Bezos, it's like this monopoly on the production system right now, and slowly it's going to probably become even bigger and bigger until maybe there is just one giant company that takes care of all the production.
People like him are so weird to me. Like, I understand wanting to like have this enormously successful, but maybe I just do another thing there. I understand that, but like I understand like creating Amazon, becoming a billionaire, but like to get more ambitious than that, like you're a billionaire, you have more money than anybody else, and now you want to monopolize the earth. How do you get there?
I mean, in a sense, we've always been like that too. Like, all history shows us there's always been Bezos and guys like Klaus Schwab, like Nimrod, Sargon of Akkad. Like, we've always been like that. Even the Sumerians were a warring faction. They were always warring against each other. We've always had that flaw in us. But I don't think we're destined to just be that. I think we're destined to be more than that. And that's kind of the part of what I need to talk about.
But there's something else you mentioned. There's something else that you mentioned that I would probably mess up when I regurgitate to you and you can expand on it. But there was after the gods created us in their likeness. They created us as like a worker species. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So even in the Bible, we're told that we were basically made to till the ground. We were made to take care of the Garden of Eden. We were made to till the ground, to take care of the animals, to take care of God's creation. But we messed up after partying with the serpent or whatever. But again, that's based on the Sumerian tale. Because in the Sumerian tales, there's at least 3 texts that talk about us being created. And each of those virgins were always created through an admixture of their blood and what is called clay. Whatever it is.
Clay.
And the Bible obviously reflects that with Adam being formed out of the clay. And so the Sumerians tell us we were created out of an admixture of their blood and clay, that we were specifically designed, and the text tells us this, we were specifically designed to simply just be worshipers and workers of the God.
They want us to build something?
Yeah, I don't know the exact word, but compared to one of the text says we were meant to basically be there to serve them, to serve them and worship them and appreciate them. That's pretty much it.
What do you think about that?
I think it's pretty wild, kind of weird, you know, and I think it's plausible. For example, it's plausible because for one thing, whoever the Anunnaki were, whoever they weren't human by definition. Because what a human is what we are. And even what we are, which scientists say we are Homo sapiens sapiens. Homo sapiens sapiens are a new creation. We're like, at best, like 150 to 200,000 years old in this current skeletal system in hominid form. But prior to that, we were a whole different thing.
And you think that whatever we were, the cataclysm wiped us out and we started over?
And what I think is, like if we were to go based off of our ancestors, what I think is that the Homo sapiens sapiens was probably, at the very least, like a genetic experiment done through selective breeding. At the very least, I mean, Zechariah Sitchin, at the far end of the spectrum, you have Zechariah Sitchin and ancient aliens saying, yeah, you know, aliens designed us in the lab. But even our ancestral texts and the Sumerian texts tell us that we were created through an admixture of DNA of the gods and whatever clay was. And even in anthropology, we are told that the Homo sapiens sapiens was a fairly new creation. And we haven't been around that long. So if you take all that together, what I think is, yeah, we're pretty new. We're pretty new. And we're probably designed at the very least through selective breeding in the same way that we do with plants. The same way we do plants and even animals. Like certain dogs weren't around 100 years ago, 200 years ago.
Yeah, the lab, or the golden retriever, it was created by humans.
Yeah.
So it's like we are the slave species that are just here to be born, work, and die, and build and create. And that seems like what we're doing.
Yeah, man, that's pretty much all we do, right? But I don't think that's all we were meant to do.
Like if you think about AI and like the evolution of AI, all we do is just compete against each other. Whether it's the companies or individuals, we compete to develop better things. Like look at the iPhone, it's a great example. Or consumer electronics, it's a great example. Samsung and Apple, they're competing to create more innovative, advanced technology to sell to consumers. Right? And it's just underneath that is just this labyrinth of workers, whether it be legitimate slaves in China mining lithium or whatever it is, and or you know the people that are sitting behind the desks creating the applications of Rolling Stone. It's like there's a famous quote, I forget who it's from, I forget where I heard it, but it's always stuck in my mind. It's that he was an AI person who said this, that we are the sex organs of the machine world.
Yeah, I heard that quote, yeah, actually, I wrote like an essay for Shuttle Body Press, based out here in Florida, actually.
Right.
Yeah, and it was titled Technology on the Other Side, and it was just about that.
Like we're just humans creating this hyper-intelligence.
That's exactly the metaphor I use. You know, we're like beavers, we're like bees, we're like butterflies. Like it's in our innateness, you know, our nature to just create technology, and we might not even know why. You know, we might even don't know why.
But we're creating it.
Yeah, and it could be for AI.
I think the majority of it too is weird to think about, but if you really distill it down, it's all about sex and money. Reproduction and money, which goes back to fucking sex. People want money, so women will like them, they can fuck.
Yeah, I was going to get into that a little bit here. But yeah, getting back to the consciousness thing, and this kind of goes with it. Right, we have the conscious and the subconscious. And as you're saying, there's this drive that's, you know, pushing all of this, and it's subconscious. The subconscious is what drives most of it. And what's interesting is that the subconscious is where the program really begins. But just to close what I was saying about central reality, we have this central reality, right? This governmental, globalist institution that tells us what is what. But that's just an illusion, it's just a program. Right? And then we have the subconscious program. And in the subconscious is where all the programs individually or collectively begin. And we know this because it's difficult for us to change our lives. Whether it's that, you know, eating better or not doing drugs, or whatever it is that you want to do that you feel bad about neglecting every day, the reason it's difficult to do those things is because you can't just do it consciously. You can't just rely on the conscious mind. So if it was that easy, we would all be living a high self. If it was that easy to just say, I want to do this, and I'm going to never do this again, then you would. It's not easy. Because our subconscious mind is where the program really is.
And that's what Freud was all about, right? He started talking about subconscious mind. And then his, what was his, Edward Bernays, I think it was his cousin, his nephew, right? That was a fascinating documentary from, the BBC guy who did the documentary, Adam Curtis, all about Edward Bernays and Freud. Edward, he created this, he worked for, I think, one of the biggest, he created the advertising agency. He created advertising in America, right? Consumerism. And he was doing these focus groups for, I think it was Betty Crocker, I don't know, Betty Crocker maybe. And he was doing focus groups because these cake mixes weren't selling, right? They were selling these like boxed Skittles instant cake mixes. And they did a study with these housewives. And he was studying their mind and asking them things, and they were feeling inadequate at home because they didn't feel like they were contributing enough. They felt worthless when they were creating this cake because they didn't, like, it's not like they didn't create it, right? They felt like they didn't contribute enough to it. So what Bernays thought of for Betty Crocker was, we'll just say on the instructions, you got to add an egg. So now they feel like they're making this thing, and they felt more fulfilled as housewives. Yeah, such a weird thing about the subconscious mind, how it works and how it sells, and it all goes back to consumerism and money.
Yeah, it's like how simple we are.
Yeah.
You know?
And have you ever seen the show Westworld?
I haven't, but I know about it.
There's a great quote in that movie too, where he's talking to the guy who creates Westworld. He's talking to one of the ladies that works for him, and he talks about human consciousness. And he says, look at the Eiffel Tower, look at the Mona Lisa, look at Mozart, and all it is peacock feathers. The human consciousness is just an elaborate movie. All these brilliant creations throughout humanity. That's all it is. Peacock feathers.
Yeah, I can see that. That's really amazing. Yeah, and I get into that into the book too. Is like, you have these different facets, and as the ancient texts tell us, like, we were designed to be simple, or biological AIs, we just eat, sleep, and fuck, you know. But I do believe that we can be more than that, and I'll get into that. I think that whatever created us, like the grand creator, had it in its mission for us to eventually evolve and upgrade. And we weren't always meant to just do these little things, but it's the rulers of this world, the controllers of this world, that want us to stay in that role of simply just reincarnating through some sorrow just to be these little, biological automatons. But we're meant to be so much more than that. And the universe and nature tells us that. I'll give you an example. So we have the mind illusion part of our life, right? Again, so we're not just the body, we're obviously a mind as well. Both of those compartments have their own facets too, which are complex. But apart from the mind illusion, we have this crystal lattice part of it.
Yeah, what is crystal lattice?
So a crystal lattice in physics is basically just the most minute three-dimensional unit that makes up a crystal.
Okay.
So it could just look like a cube or like a hedron or something, but it's an actual like minute formation of particles, the most minute unit, right? And that's what Young was saying in that quote that I said earlier about reality, is that all of reality, the physical reality and the mental reality, is made up of lattices as well. It's all simulation in that sense. So the crystal lattice part of this physical world is the fact that even nature is built off of these microcosmic structures that are systematic and geometric. For example, we have the Fibonacci sequence. Right? And the Fibonacci sequence was founded or presented by Leonardo Fibonacci in his book Liber Abacis. And basically he just came up with this like cool, fun equation, and through that fun equation he founded the Fibonacci sequence, which is the sequence sequence of numbers that are the sum of the two previous numbers. But what scientists found later is that when you input those numbers or that sequence into nature, we find that all of these natural growth patterns that are around us run off of this system. And they run off of codes, very specific codes. And so nature around us may look like it's flowy or it's random or it's chaotic, but when you really study nature and how it grows from seed to full form, it's all growing off of a system of codes, a system of very set, rigid codes. And that's evident in the Fibonacci sequence, but it's also evident in the golden ratio. And the golden ratio, which is 1.618, is the ratio that all of the Fibonacci sequence numbers harmonize to. And when we input the golden ratio again into like nature or whatever, we find again that equation, those numbers, that set of numbers and equations is all around us. It's in our face, it's in our body. So the human body, as weird and oblong as it may seem, for the most part, is actually carefully designed through these code systems. So the moment a woman gets pregnant, from conception to being birthed, a human baby is being formed through a system of codes and geometries. And examples of that is not just the Fibonacci sequence and those numbers, but also the fact that when we become an egg, we're like this little circular egg thing. And then the circular egg duplicates and duplicates, and that's geometry. Those are sacred geometric symbols. For example, the flower of life is actually a symbol of that, of the symbol of the egg duplicating into all these other little circles. And the fact that it takes a baby exactly 9 months, give or take, to be born is another example of how all of life is based off of systematic numerical codes and geometry. The codes of these equations and the numbers and the dates that it takes for things to form. The geometry would be the abstract final form of what these equations are. For example, again,
can you find like a diagram of this Fibonacci sequence? I feel like that would be a good thing to look at what you're talking about, because this is hard to wrap my head around.
Yeah, so originally we started off by talking about rabbits mating.
Just like I knew it was important.
That is the Fibonacci spiral. So if you input the Fibonacci number or sequence into nature, it's going to create that spiral growth pattern. So if you
That first one on the left?
Yeah. So if you input the numbers, the sequence into nature, it'll create this growth pattern, this fractal growth pattern that we see in a human fetus. The human fetus starts off in that form, curled up in a fetus form. Galaxies, for example, galaxies follow this sequence. Wind patterns, everything, it's almost everywhere.
Right.
But he started to say,
that's what a hurricane looks like from above.
Yeah, if you go a little bit down, see that pyramid right there? Yeah, so that's like a natural representation of the sequence. So every number is the summation of the two numbers before.
Okay, got it. Right. Wow.
Yeah, so that is it. So who came up with this? Leonardo Fibonacci.
Oh, Leonardo, you said that.
Yeah, and his book, Liber Abacus. Yeah, so this is the lattice that is in nature. Right, so you look at a tree and it looks like a flowing tree, it's all chaotic, it's got branches going everywhere, but it's actually beautifully designed that way to a code system. And so all of life around us is built off of code system. This is apparent in technology too. We ourselves encode things. We know how to do that ourselves. A laptop, a computer, this microphone, it's all built up of smaller components. And the more and more you go into it, you just find that it's particles. Lattices are particles creating this stuff. So that's in part the crystal lattice mind illusion, the fact that we are more than a body, we are also a mind, and that all physical reality is comprised of these lattices, these codes that create it.
And we are also pieces of a bigger piece, right? We're also little particle lattices. What's the word again?
Yeah, lattice.
We're lattice to something bigger than us.
Exactly.
And I wonder, what is that?
Yeah, that's the big question, and we can get into that later. But before we do, I want to talk about DNA for a little bit. So there's a recently new theory about DNA. For the most part, people thought that DNA is what created genes. That DNA is what the cause of genes. But Rupert Sheldrake, if you want to pull him up, Rubik Sheldrake, he talked about what are known as morphogenetic fields. And morphogenetic field is a new theory for how DNA and cells are formed. He simply stated
that the suggestion popped up when you click on his name in the search, and you have like the suggest things. Yeah, morphogenetic fields down there.
Yeah. So he simply looked at cells and said DNA can't be the constructor of the cell because DNA comes as a part of the package of the cell. You see what I'm saying? It's like the DNA is already a part of the cell. DNA simply decides what traits the cell is going to give off.
Okay.
So he theorized that there's a whole other force or field. There's an invisible field that actually resonates cells into existence. It's kind of weird, but if you were to imagine, if you look at, like, go to the microscopic world, to the world of cells more or less sort of just resonate into appearance from somewhere. And that's what he called morphogenetic field. And I want to start with that because it's not far-fetched, because even everything around us already operates in that way. In physics, we have what are known as the four fundamental forces. The electromagnetic force, which is invisible, but we know it exists. Right? You can get a magnet, you can see it push things around.
Right.
That's one force. And we have the strong nuclear force. The strong nuclear force is what holds things together. It holds atoms in place. And then we have the weak nuclear force, which is what causes things to decay. So it causes emission. It's what causes combustion in the universe. And then we have the fourth, which is the gravitational force. This one is still theoretical. Einstein is the one who kind of like came up with this. But gravity, you can't measure gravity yet. You can only measure it through its effects on other things. We know it's there, but we can't see it even with that apparatus yet. And what gravity does, it sets everything into motion.
It's all about mass.
It's in the mass, but what it does, it sets everything into motion. It actually sets the clockwork into motion. So the three forces were fabricated first, right? After physicality was formed from whoever or whatever. And gravity was the last thing. It was like, all right, let's start it. Let's get it going, let's press the start button, right? It's the clockwork force. It's what makes everything start moving.
Right. Gravity and time are very intertwined.
Yeah, exactly. But scientists have been looking for the fifth force for many, many decades. And so the fifth force is this theoretical force that scientists think interlinks all forces. And it spans all across the universe into everything, whether it's a particle or a planet. And some scientists think that they have found it.
Gravitational time dilation occurs because objects with a lot of mass create a strong gravitational field. The gravitational field is really occurring in space and time. The stronger the gravity, the more space-time curves, and the slower time itself proceeds. So the stronger the gravity, the faster time moves. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and I am not a scientist, man.
That's why in the movie Interstellar, when they go to that other star, they go to that other that planet on that other star, there's like very little gravity there, and that's why time, when he comes back, he's the same age, and his daughter's like 90 years old.
But I'm no scientist, man. Like I just love researching and reading stuff. So I had to read so many thick pieces of material to just barely wrap my head around some of this stuff. But I started to see the full picture. Right? I started to understand what's really going on here. So this fifth force, scientists have been trying to find that. It's also known as the unified field. And some people think they found it. Like, for example, in 2022, we found a new particle called the X-17 particle. And if you go, that might be the fifth force. That's actually interconnecting everything. But you still get to find it. So what's interesting is when you read all the ancient texts, you kind of get an idea how all of this began. Right? What we know for sure is that we're here, that we're here, things are physical or whatever we're here, but how did we get here? Who created us? If we go and read all the ancient texts, we find three key similarities. Whether we're reading the Enigma Elish, the Egyptian creation text, or the Rig Veda by the Hindus, they all say that it all began in a watery darkness. there was some kind of watery darkness, and from the watery darkness sprang forth the first mind, the first consciousness, and it was a self-created androgynous mind. And that mind then created the physical world, but it created the physical world through sound, through resonance. For example, in the Torah, God said, "Let there be light." And in the Masabiya Sutta, in the Rig Veda, we're told that this God basically spoke life into existence. In the Enuma Elish, we're told that nothing had yet been named. Right? And in the Egyptian text, we're told that Atum, the first created consciousness, spoke life into existence. So this idea of word bringing life into existence is important, because all word is just vibration coupled with meaning. So we started off in this etheric field of watery darkness, a force field. And that first mind created everything through the imagination and will. So whoever the creator is so powerful that it can create through just thinking and stating. And we have a microcosmic attribute of that. We have imaginations, we can think things, and we can create the things we think. So we're a reflection of our own creator. We have that power to think and create.
What is the story about the Atlanteans?
So that one again is one of these telephone things.
Okay.
So Atlantis was told to us through Plato. So in what is known as his Timaeus and Critias text. And we learned through Plato's text that his uncle, some Greek by the name of Solon,
Right, God the Sun.
yeah, Solon heard it through an Egyptian priest. But the moral of the story, people think that the story has to do with like this big, like city or whatever that had flying cars and golden buildings or whatever. People think that Atlantis has to do with this lost golden age. But the moral of the story, if you actually go and read Critias and Timaeus, is that this Egyptian priest was telling Solon that the Greeks are infants in history, that they don't even know the vastness of their own people. And this Egyptian priest tells Solon a story that they don't know. And the story is about this island nation, the Atlanteans, who used to be benevolent. They were like benevolent, high moral, but got too rich and snooty and kind of like destroyed it all and decided to venture out to the neighboring kingdoms to go subjugate them and kill them. But it was a band of ancient Greeks who actually drove them back to Atlantis and fought them out and saved all the neighboring countries. But those warrior Greeks unfortunately fell with Atlantis after its sink. And so what the Egyptian priest was saying, the moral of the story was, you Greeks are arrogant in thinking that you're some high civilization, you're an infant compared to my people. And you don't even know the history of your own warriors who fought back against Atlantis. That was the moral of the story, basically. Just don't be arrogant in thinking that you know everything and that your civilization is the greatest and you haven't even studied your own history, let alone the history of those around you.
Don't fly too close to the sun.
Yeah.
Have you seen the videos of people talking about where Atlantis is, like the Eye of Africa?
Yeah.
Like, I think Corsetti talks about it a lot, and like shows the evidence that was Atlantis.
Yeah, that's cool stuff. I mean, I did a little video on Lemuria, which is always coupled with Atlantis. And Lemuria, again, a telephone thing. Like, if you go into the spiritual truth of community, there's like, I'm a reincarnated Lemurian or whatever, But Lemuria was hypothesized by a zoologist in like the 1800s who realized that there were similar lunar bands off the coast of Madagascar in India. And he postulated that there might have been a land bridge at some point in the Indian Ocean. And he called it Luna or Lemuria because of the lunar bands. So it's like, I just thought that was funny. Like, those people call themselves Lemurians, but it was all just named after Lunas.
Yeah.
So it's just fascinating stuff. People are like exaggerating, like all into it, But
yeah, it's so interesting to me how all these ancient stories and stuff
tie back to cataclysm. So fascinating to me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and that's the real, that really happened. This earth has shifted many times. You know, if you want to believe in plate tectonics or whatever, like the formation of the countries right now is fairly new. There used to be a Pangea. There probably were several Pangeas. And there probably will be another one at some point.
What is this? Land break? That's wild. So this thing follows all the way. That picture, that little map they show, that's what they project it will look like. That's insane.
That's wild, yeah. Yeah, I see people, you know, 1,000 years from now will be like, oh yeah,
You're gonna want to bottom right.
like I'm the ancient reincarnated Ethiopian or whatever. The end of the ocean.
What is that? There's like a statistic of like the number of species that we still haven't discovered that are under the ocean.
I don't know, dude, that's what freaks me out.
You know, I mean, it's like back in the day, they, you know, they think in the times of antiquity, they thought that there were sea monsters. Now we have names for them because we're studying them more advanced.
Yeah, yeah, and that's kind of what I do too, man. So I just study these quote-unquote archetypal monsters, the things that we feel, you know, like Lucifer and stuff like that. It's like the more you just really study things unbiasedly, the more you can mature as a whole people, you know?
Yeah.
That's my goal with this, man. It's just to like look at things maturely. Like what's really going on? What's the real history? What's the real definition? So that we can move forward. I want to bring up Alfred Wallace. So Alfred, a lot of people know Darwin, for example, right? Everybody knows Darwinism, theory of evolution, but very rarely do you come across somebody who knows Alfred Wallace. And Alfred Wallace is actually a co-founder of the theory of natural selection and basically Darwinism. You know, he was friends with Darwin. He helped Darwin create this theory. But Alfred Wallace later denounced his belief on evolution when it comes to the mind. He realized that evolution does not explain how the human mind came into existence. It's way too complex and it's way too abstract to have been a necessity for just some, like, you know, hominids. You know, like the fact that we can imagine things and create them and create languages and symbols and all this stuff, that's not useful for somebody who speaks a hunting you know? So, and he was going to seance parties too. He was kind of a trip. He was going to like seance parties and was witnessing the most weird shit. What's a seance party? These were big in like the late 1800s where people would come and like basically try to summon spirits and parties and shit. Yeah, like the Ouija board stuff like that. He was going to these seance parties and he was seeing like tables levitate, like people talking in tongues and like actual phantoms.
So what made him decide that we're not part of evolution?
Well, after going to these seance parties and just kind of like, you know, analyzing the human mind a little more, he just concluded for himself that evolution doesn't explain the human mind, you know, how it developed. Because evolution only explains how like rudimentary, necessary things in nature evolve, adaptations. But the human mind is not necessary, you know, like it's not necessary to just eat, sleep, and reproduce in the complexity that we have it today. And the thing is too, is even anthropologists today think that the current consciousness that we have is new. You know, according to how we analyze art and everything, like it's only about 50,000 years old. Prior to about 50,000 years ago, we didn't have consciousness in the way that we have it today. So it's almost like something upgraded it. And that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, we might have started off as like these slaves for the Anunnaki or whatever, these Neanderthals, but something caused an upgrade. And Terence McKenna would say that upgrade was mushrooms through the Stone Age theory.
Stone Age theory, yeah. Explain the Stone Age theory for people who don't know what it is.
So the Stone Age theory, you know, proposed by Terence McKenna, is that at some point in our caveman history, we started following around certain animals who were pooping and through their poop, mushrooms were growing. And as we followed them around, we started, you know, getting curious. We started eating the mushrooms. And after we had these like very potent psychedelic trips, we started to formulate language. You know, we started to speak and we started to see things in a new way. And the mushrooms helped us create abstract thinking. And apart from the Stone Age theory, and also in that theory, Terence McKenna states that our brains doubled in size. Our brains doubled in size, which caused the consciousness upgrade. But even in anthropology, just mainstream anthropology, we are told that our pre-Homo sapiens sapien ancestors were non-linguistic hominids. What separates us from our ancestors, from our caveman ancestors, if you will, is that we are linguistic, symbological hominids. We create languages, we create symbols, we have abstract thinking. And we don't really know why. That there was no need for that, per se. Maybe there was. One of the theories for it is that it actually helps us create a better memory system. That the way we have consciousness today actually helps create a better memory system. That's all the only reason why we developed that. So we can remember things. Like, for example, don't go into that forest, there's cheetahs in there. So you create a symbol for that. Like, cheetahs, beware. So like, just created
Survival.
The survival. So there's that theory too. But all in all, Alfred Wallace, the co-founder of Darwinism and the theory of evolution, concluded for himself that evolution does not explain the human consciousness experience. It's too complex. Something else must have created it. And the mainstream theories for consciousness basically states that we're just a computer. There's 4 main theories. I don't have them in front of me right now, but the 4 main theories basically state that all of the working components in our brain work in conjunction to create the false illusion that we're conscious. The fact that we're constantly sensing things and that we're constantly experiencing things, that culmination of all of the experiences. For example, I'm sitting in this chair, I'm smelling things, I'm hearing things, all of those come together and create this like 3-dimensional illusion that I'm conscious. But it's just really me just sensing all those things at once. That's the mainstream theory. We're just a computer. We're just computing things, and because we're computing at such a complex and fast level, it creates this simulation of consciousness. Hey, I'm a person, I'm thinking, I'm doing things. But we know that's not true, inherently. We know that's not true. Because we have abstract thinking, we have what's called the self. This individuation. Because if that's all we have, we don't have a self. There would be no reason for a self, for abstract artistic thinking. We would just be like animals or birds. We have autonomic thinking. Not to say that they're not conscious. I think they are, but I think that they have a different form of consciousness. There are different levels of consciousness. And this is taught to us through the mystics in like the theory of reincarnation or the belief of reincarnation, I should say. Right? I read a book, which is where I gained my knowledge on reincarnation, and it was written by A.C. Bhaktivedanta, a very prolific Swami. And he states that reincarnation isn't a good thing. A lot of people think that reincarnation is like this, like cool, like elusive thing, like yes, I'm going to reincarnate. But if you listen to the actual yogis and gurus, it's not a good thing. You don't want to be stuck in samsara. It's a bad thing to continue to come back. But because the goal of the human being, the goal of the human soul, is to elevate out of this, to go to the next step. If you can believe it or not, there's actually another level of conscious living. Okay? And so there's different kingdoms of consciousness. There's the plant consciousness, the animal consciousness, and the human consciousness. And you can read
isn't there evidence now that plants are conscious?
Oh yeah, they are. Actually, we did a study last year, I think, that came out that mushrooms, for example, certain mushrooms have a language.
Right.
They speak up to like 50 words. Yeah, so everything's fascinating, and it does have consciousness, but it's different levels of consciousness. And reincarnation teaches us that we have the privilege of having the highest form of consciousness on this kingdom of earth, that there is higher consciousness. And all that means is when you gain a higher consciousness, all that means is that your awareness expands. For example, if you were to feel heat coming from over here, right? Your consciousness now expands. You're like, oh, there's something over here. And right now, we can't perceive what happens to us after death. We can't perceive that. What happens after death? Because our consciousness isn't expanded to that point. And I can say that in a metaphor. For example, there was a door right here, and we didn't know what was behind that door. We would just sit here and wonder, what's behind that door? And we would just run wild. Is it heaven? Is it samsara? Is it this? Is it that? So if you were to go past that door and see what's behind them, oh, it's a nice chill couch and there's beautiful people here. It's all good. Suddenly our consciousness expands. Our conscious awareness expands. Now we know it's everything. So right now we're in an illusion, in a game, in a program where we're limited to only know and understand what is here. But I think it's in our Creator's plan to expand our consciousness to a point where we will be able to see more than we can see now, hear more than we can hear now, feel more than we can feel now, and know more than we can know now. I think that's an strength for us, and that's evident through all the evolutionary stages of our example.
So what is that higher consciousness? What do you think happens after that?
Well, as I was explaining earlier in the beginning, according to the ancient text, there were three main components. Cosmic ether, that watery darkness, the creator consciousness, that first consciousness, that first mind.
Cosmic ether, watery darkness. You know, is that like what you think? Is that like the idea that when you die, it's just black? Everything just goes away and it's just black, nothing.
Kind of, sort of. I'll get into that.
That's a scary thing.
Okay, for me, yeah, it's kind of creepy, but it's also kind of peaceful because it's not really feel it, you know? Like, the way I cope with that is like, I don't remember not being alive, so it's all good, you know?
But isn't that sad? Think about just like, you just evaporate, you know, I guess the scariest part is if your memory fades to nothing. If the memory of yourself fades to black, like if your body, if you die and your body dies, that's one thing. That's fucking frightening, right? Just to think that there's nothing after this. But like, at least we have a legacy and our memory that we know will outlive us.
Well, the good thing is I'm going to give you some scientific evidence that our memory might actually last.
Scientific evidence? I love scientific evidence.
Yeah, so, but getting back to the darkness, I think that darkness that you just spoke of, that spooky, that fearfulness, I think that's an illusion too. That I'll get into. I think this whole entrapped simulation we're in is meant to keep us coming back and to just stop at that darkness to return back to here. And I'll explain that, but real quick, again in the beginning, like, there was that watery darkness, which I call the cosmic ether. And I think that was the mother of all wave sounds, right? Like the ocean is a representation of her. Radio wave is a representation of her. Air is a representation of her. The breath that we breathe is a representation of her. Whatever she is, however that looks like, our ancestors understood that in the beginning there was just this watery darkness and ether. It all started with the ether, which is what we would also call the spirit. And then there became the consciousness, the creative consciousness, who we can call God, the moment, the one. And then after that, together, they created physical life through the spoken word. And the spoken word is just vibration. And science teaches us, quantum physics teaches us that all particles are vibrating, and that the vibration of particles is what makes physical reality. This table right here is comprises of a lattice of particles that are vibrating right now. So our ancestors understood that this is the series of how life is created, how everything is created. And it's all reenacted all around us every day. And in our birth, it's reenacted. We are inside the water, right? We are given a mind. We come out yelling, we come out bleeding, we come out with our voice, right? It's all reenacted in all these different ways. These three elements is what I call the ancient matrix. Those three components make up everything, and they're just represented in fanciful expressions all around us. It's that watery darkness, the mind, and physicality, and vibration. Yeah, and so as I was explaining with the four fundamental forces, and the four fundamental forces again are just the cosmic ether, these different expressions. Electromagnetic force, strong weak forces, the gravitational force, those are children of the cosmic ether, the grand mother, the person. Right? And consciousness is the children of the earth consciousness. We are just fragments of both of those. And so scientists have been trying to find what this underlying force, this fifth force, or even trying to find the gravitational force that interconnects everything. They've been trying to find that for decades. And two scientists, for example, Vernon Neff and Ed Close, came up with the theory, I have it here, it's a beautiful name, by the name of the triadic dimensional vertical paradigm theory. So, they found this in 2011, and these guys are well vetted, you know, a bunch of publications, real scientists have been around many days. And in this theory, they realized that the current model of physics can't explain our world. They can't explain our world because when you start to look at things at the quantum level, there are anomalies that the current model can't explain. When you look at things at the microscopic level, at the particle level, they start to break the laws of physics. So how can the things that make up the physical world break the laws of physics? It's an illusion that we live in 9 dimensions. They think that we live in 9 dimensions, but those 9 dimensions are inside of an infinite dimension. So
This is what Billy Carson is talking about, the 9 dimensions.
Yeah, so these guys, they went to connect with it. Vernon Neff and Ed Close.
Okay.
Yeah, old dudes, you know, been doing it for decades. And again, I'm not a scientist. Like, I had to reread like a few of their papers to like really begin to understand why this makes sense. But what they realize is that the modern model of physics can't explain quantum physics. It can't explain how things work at the particle level. So something else needs to a different model needs to be constructed to explain it. And what they realize is that there is at least, I think, like 48 anomalies that the current model cannot explain. And one of those, the only one that I could really wrap my head around was the Kadibo angle. I don't know if you want to look that up. So the Kadibo angle, from what I understand, is this weird anomaly having to do with particles. So when you look at particles, they bounce in a certain way. And when they bounce in this angle, they disappear for a second, like a fraction of a second. So they're like phasing in and out of reality, from what I understand. And so this is one of the anomalies that, you know, Vernon Neff and Ed Close are looking at. Like this angle can't be explained with modern physics. They look at everything, they redid the entire model and come up with their super long model and realize that we live in 9 dimensions. For whatever reason, that was the conclusion. But what's interesting about their theory is that they came up with another aspect of it, stating that in these 9 dimensions, there exists a field that they call the Gimel. And the Gimel, I don't know why they call it that, but the Gimel is this fifth force that interconnects all the dimensions and extends outward to the infinite dimension, the infinite plane. And the Gimel is how all things are interconnected. It's like the cosmic internet that allows everything to exist. It sustains everything, right? And this goes back to the ancient matrix with the watery darkness, the cosmic creation, and the vibration. There are those 3 elements that exist inside everything, and they stretch across everything, and they sustain everything. And so these 2 scientists realized that there was an internet interspersed throughout all these dimensions, which are called the Guinness. And that's important because this goes against materialist science, you know, Einsteinian science. Einsteinian science states that all this is just physical. This is just a table, I have just a body, I have a brain, my brain makes up my mind. But scientists like them and other scientists are starting to realize that it's actually the other way around. That it's consciousness that is creating all of this. So that fifth force, the underlying force that we've been looking for, is consciousness itself. That's what we're starting to realize. There's a vast internet of an etheric consciousness that we all tap into. And it's that internet of consciousness that allows us to toggle into this reality. So basically what I'm saying, what I've been saying, is this isn't really what we are. we're simply experiencing this from wherever it is we actually are. And we know this, for example, because our brain isn't really evil. Science tells us this. Because science tells us that all physical objects, the entire physical world, is made up of lattices that are resonating and phasing in and out. So they're holographic. So if all physical objects are phasing in and out and are holographic, then our brain, which is also a physical object, is also doing the same thing. So our brain is simply the physical representation in this simulation of what we are. It's what we designed to be the avatar, to represent the complexity of what we really are. That's what we're starting to do. And with that, again, we have the conscious and subconscious mind. And again, in the subconscious mind is where the program resides. And there's a new theory about consciousness that was proposed last year, 2022, primarily by a guy named Andrew Budson, a scientist. And Andrew Budson realized that all of life is basically deja vu. That, for example, if I were to move my arm over here, my subconscious mind told myself to do that like a split second before. But when I actually do it, I'm simply experiencing the deja vu of it. So that's his theory on life, is that everything we do is being reenacted or enacted out like a split second after our subconscious mind actually tells us to do it.
Right.
So what that tells us is that our subconscious mind is the driver of that. But where is it? Where does it reside? It doesn't reside in our brain. That's what Alfred Wallace was trying to tell us, the co-founder of Darwinism. Our mind, the brain doesn't produce the mind. That's what he was saying, is evolution didn't create the mind. The mind came into the body at some point. Right? And we've been around for millions of years. For some reason, about 150,000 years ago, the Homo sapiens sapiens was created. About 50,000 years ago, the current style of consciousness that we have, the abstract style that we have, was upgraded. So it was integrated into it.
You ever heard of Dr. Andrew Gallimore?
No.
It's in Hong Kong. He's been studying the induced effects of DMT, long sustained effects of DMT. So probably than DMT, I haven't, but there's apparently there's a different dimension that you see when you're on DMT, where like people have similar experiences, right? There's been a vast amount of people who've done DMT that recount seeing like little elf creatures, like shapes, lots of different geometric shapes, and what they're trying to do scientifically is keep people, because DMT, when you do it, however you take it, whether you smoke it or whatever, it only lasts for maybe like 10 to 20 minutes, right? It's very short. So what he's trying to do is keep people in that state for a long period of time so they can study what's going on there.
Yeah.
Which is fucking fascinating.
Yeah.
And what is that? What is that state? You know, it's all in your mind. It's doing something chemically to your mind, where you basically enter another dimension.
Yeah. So if we understand, right, that we aren't our body, right, we are simply experiencing the simulation through the body, then it all starts to make sense.
The body is our lens to whatever this is. It's constructed inside of our brain.
Yeah, so
and it's different for everybody. Like people like vision. Vision is very different for different people. Like how do you know when you're looking at me that you're seeing the same things? Like we could be seeing completely different things. We have the same words, like we use our language to describe things. And people like, you reference that, like I see that mic arm, whatever. Yeah, it's this black plastic microphone arm that's holding my mic. But that's how my words describe what I'm seeing. But we have no way of knowing really what we're each experiencing individually.
Yeah. Yeah, words create reality. Getting back to essential reality real quick, you brought up money before. You said money is like essential reality. It's what dictates everything.
It is,
Yeah, and I back it up in my book because money is just, it's an institution, it's a concept. It doesn't actually exist. We created it.
Right.
You know, everything that we need to survive on this planet grows out of the ground. The food that we need grows out of the ground. It runs around, it's free. You know, we constructed the essential reality of money as a way to, whatever, just run our lives. You know, so we could run it off to so many other different systems. So, and money is just a language. Money is a language comprised of terminology, like dollars, banks, transactions. It's a language with its own terms and its own symbols. Dollars, paper is just a symbol. It's a reality. It's a reality to me, essential reality. And so we create reality through language. And that's what anthropologists say. Or anthropologists say that our consciousness upgrade is when we started speaking in metaphors. Once we started speaking in metaphors, having abstract thinking, that's when all kind of like double takes.
Yeah, but the concept of money is even evident in primates.
Yep.
Like we just have a proxy for money, like these dollars and different yen, different, monetary, different types of money. But the concept of it is clearly evident. And there's been studies where, like, they found prostitution is real in monkeys, right?
Let me ask you this, man. Do you want to be like monkeys?
Prostitution, evidence of prostitution of primates. Researchers observed chimpanzees in the Thai National Park, TAI National Park, I don't know how you say that, Thai, and concluded that a form of prostitution exists in chimpanzees, and the females offer sex to the males in exchange for meat, right?
Smart monkey.
And it's the same way that human beings are, it's the exact same thing. Females are attracted to males not just for physical features, but for being able to provide security and create a family and to raise kids. Right.
Only bananas.
Yeah, only bananas, right.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, man, is like, do you want to be like this, right?
No, we want to evolve, we want to get better.
Yeah, we want to get better, and so right now, we're starting to realize that we're more than this body. We're more than just Anunnaki slaves. Right? And that's evident in quantum physics. And it's evident all around us. And to sidetracking consciousness real quick, let's just talk about the energy grid around us that I think we are meant to tap into. Right? So right now, there's this whole craze going on with UFOs. And we're seeing them all over the news, which is wild. I never thought I'd see the day where UFOs were normal on national TV. Right? And we're being told that these tic-tac UFOs or whatever are defying the laws of gravity. And whatever they are, whether they're man-made or not, they're defying the laws of gravity. How are they doing that? Well, anti-gravity technology has been experienced on since the 50s.
This guy doesn't know what he's getting into, does he, Jordan? We should sit a fucking 4-hour episode with a physicist talking about this stuff there.
Really?
Oh, yeah, food fucking mind.
Hell yeah, what's the saying? It's like, really? Like, anti-gravity?
Yeah, it's been being studied for a long time. He has lots of different theories, but it really took my fucking head for a whirlwind. He's talking about light propulsion too, so it's like he's really going deep on this stuff. There's like levels and levels of psyops and government cover-ups and dark research that's going on. But anyways, sorry to interrupt.
No, yeah, you do. That's fucking dope. I can't wait to watch that. But yeah, man, as you already know, this studies on anti-gravity have been going on since the 50s. And primarily, they started with George S. Trimble, who was the head of the Research Institute for Advanced Study. And he put together a research team back in the 50s, some of the top scientists in the country to study this.
Talking about ARPA?
Oh, DARPA?
Yeah, what was first ARPA?
No, this is Riot.
Okay.
Riot. But anyway, so George S. Trimble with Riot, and that whole group eventually became Lockheed Martin and Skunkworks, which is like these people at the head of all this stuff right now. And one of the former heads of Skunkworks for Lockheed, Ben Rich, he was the guy who said that we now have the technology to take ET back home. And he was asked, well, how does this technology work? How does anti-gravity technology work? And he kind of just slyly said, well, you know how ESP works. And the interview said, all points are universal connected. I said, exactly. Which is kind of what I've been trying to build up to. It's like everything in this physical world, this material world, is connected to lattices. Smaller lattices that fractal out into the larger lattice, and they're all interconnected through an internet of force, a force field. And if we tap into that force field, then amazing things can happen. It would be like driving a boat through the ocean that runs off water. It would just run forever. Because we tap into the water Red Sea. It's the same thing. If we found a way to tap into the four fundamental forces of the universe, four light, like this guy said, if we found a way to tap into the space-time metrics that are around us right now, existing as invisible fields, which are energy sources, we can create propulsion systems that can take us from here to the other side of the universe, no problem.
What do you think those tic-tac objects are that the pilots see?
I'm going to just go with ROTHSCHILD and Rabbi. I don't actually know.
What do you think?
It's either China, or it's Ruby.
Yeah, I think so too. There's lots of different, top secret projects that are worked on by those companies and from DARPA. But even if that was anti-gravity, saying it wasn't hologram, saying it is like some sort of anti-gravity technology, like that guy Bob Lazar claims to be real. If it was aliens, how did they get here? Even if you were moving that fast, it would take you hundreds of thousands of years to get to another star.
Yeah, well, see, that's my thing. Like, I don't really follow the usual narrative with the aliens anymore. The Greys, the little oldest guys, the guys. I used to think that the Greys were like real, right? But I kind of view them differently now.
Why do you think they're real?
Well, okay, I think they're all real, but I think this is going to be a conspiracy, think I would have to it, I kind of believe they're anything that's in the future. I don't think they're interplanetary or interdimensional. I think they might be from the future. And the only reason I believe that is, I'm being honest.
So they're time travelers?
Per se, yeah. And I have no evidence to back it up. The only reason I believe that is because I follow in line with what Credo Mutwa told us. And Credo Mutwa was the last Sanusi of the Zuni tribe. So the last wisdom teacher of the Zuni tribe passed away like in 2020. 90-something years old. And it was through him that we all learned about like the reptilians. David Icke interviewed him back in like the early 2000s. Did this explosive 3-hour interview, and that's like the reptilian thing blew up.
You think that reptilians are real?
Not really. I used to.
Not really.
Not really. I mean, it's fascinating stuff to believe. Like, it's fun to believe. But I don't really think so. No, I don't really think that they're real.
Your source could be a reptile.
I mean, it looks like one. It looks like one. But I kind of side with David Icke in the fact that, I mean, there's so much more to life on the visible spectrum, in the light spectrum. So what he was saying basically is like, if you were on psychedelics or if you were on higher states of consciousness and saw things with a different perception, people might actually look different. Some of these guys like George Soros to us on this playing field might look like a whole ugly dude. But if you have like a higher perception, you can see like more energies or whatever, you might actually look really helping the mind. Because of the energy we carry and stuff. But as far as the UFOs and aliens, I think if anything, the Greys might be from my future. And that's what Credo taught. Credo taught that these beings are from our future and they're coming back to punish us. And that's why a lot of times the abductions end with like the weird brainwashing of the red ending. A lot of people report that the red reason Greys like show them like images of the world ending.
Right. That's what the Zimbabwe encounter was. There was an event where there were over 60 school children on the playground that all witnessed the same thing. They all came running to their teachers saying that they saw a ship or a craft that landed outside of the playground, and there was these little gray anti-state eyes that walked out and were projecting images into their minds, like these images of technology that.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, so Credo was saying,
like, it seemed that one's always bothered boggled my mind, because how hypocritical is it that you're coming down in a spaceship telling kids that technology is bad and technology is going to destroy the earth?
Yeah, so let me break this down, because it's deep, man. It's not vertical, right? It's like horizontal. It's not like one thing going on. It's like a lot of things going on. Just in that one story alone. And actually, Carl Young, I talked about this on the book. Carl Young has a book about UFOs. And he states that UFOs strangely started appearing for the most part in modern times right around the World Wars. And he thinks that they came through as mass hallucinations. Right?
That's what Young thinks?
Yeah. Because we all have a central reality which our collective conscious interfaces with. But we all have a collective subconscious that also interlinks. We don't realize that. We don't realize that all of our subconscious are interlinked as well. And sometimes if that subconscious hysteria is powerful enough, it can shoot out and project a hallucination. And so we thought that these UFOs were hallucinations coming out of the collective unconscious, because at that time our world was ended. We hadn't seen something like that ever. You know, I mean, everything around everybody was just dying. There's bombs, airplanes overhead. For everybody, the world was ending. And so there was such an unrest and such an unease in the unconscious that for whatever reason it projected these UFOs. And he thinks that another reason for that is that our minds were expecting a Messiah. And we're always expecting to see the Messiah in the sky. He's down from the sky. And that might explain why these craft are like strange. They don't interact with us or anything. They're just moving around.
Some people tend to get abducted.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. But and I'll get into that. But strangely, recently I tried to make a compilation video of UFOs. Right? And let me go out and make a compilation of UFOs. If you go out and try to find any video of a mechanical craft that you can call legit, you won't be able to find probably more than 5, if that. What you will find is hundreds, if not thousands, of videos of these light orbs, these strange light orbs, and that's been going on for hundreds of years. There's reports in the New York Times of exactly that, of like hundreds of people witnessing these like light orbs dancing in the sky and fighting each other, so we thought they were. So, whatever these light orbs are, they've been around for a long time. The mechanical craft, I think for the most part, are psyops, if not hallucination. But what are real and even more strange than the mechanical craft are these light orbs. What are those? And so getting back to the graves, if they are real, apparently they are, because a lot of people have seen them and been protected by them, I think that they're probably from the future. And I only side with Plato on it because he's more wise than me and had an actual experience himself. And he said that they're from the future because, again, they come here and they warn us and they reprimand us for what we did to ourselves. You know, because we look like this now, but if we keep on the trend of like social media, technology, and becoming more transhuman, we might shift and change into something, a lot less human and human. We might end up living like them.
Well, if we can genetically engineer ourselves to be able to travel across massive distances through space, we would want our eyes to be able to see more and see different types of light.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is all just conjecture and speculation. I've never had an experience. I've never met anybody that got it in. And it's a strange thing, man. And it's even weird for me because I haven't heard anybody bring up the crazy. That was like a huge thing in like the 90s, 80s. Like, where are they at now? What are the days? That's just kind of like strange to me. But again, like, all of this is possible for us to make sense if we realize that we're actually consciousness. We're actually consciousness of an experience as a simulation. But getting back to the propulsion system in the unified field, NASA, for example, has a paper in the 1970s titled Field Resonance Propulsion Concept. And in that paper, they talk about exactly this. If you find a way to tap into the energy field, you can create propulsion systems that can use the cross field for a space system out. And the Defense Intelligence Agency has a paper from 2011 on the same thing called the quantum tomography of negative energy states in the vacuum. So they've been studying this for decades and decades, as this guy's I've been told you. So how can we tap into the energy fields around us and utilize it as a vast ocean and sail through it like a boat in water, continuously running off the water with moving. And so we're starting to realize that this is probably how these UFOs are doing that, if they are real to begin with. And again, there's so much there, right? Some of these could be mass hallucinations, some of these could be future travelers or just demons coming in and out of dimensions. And to get into the demon part of it real quick, there's a CIA paper titled Analyzation or Assessment of the Gateway Process. Have you heard of it? No. It was declassified in the early 2000s. It was written, what was the paper called? The Assessment of the Gateway Process.
Assessment of the Gateway Process. Okay.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. So it was written in the 80s. Analysis and assessment.
CIA.gov, baby.
Yeah. So I recommend every
Zoom into the top of it.
I think everybody should read it. 20, 30-something pages. 30 pages.
Okay.
I did a documentary on this too on my channel, and basically what this paper was written as an assessment of the work of Dr. Robert Monroe. Dr. Robert Monroe used to do radio broadcasts where he realized something significant in his brain. Oh yeah. Basically, the paper tells you that the entire universe is a hologram. That's what it says. It says the universe is a hologram. Our body is a spirit machine.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, what was the premise of the study? What was the reason they studied it?
So they put this together as an assessment of the work of Dr. Robert Monroe. Dr. Robert Monroe was a radio broadcaster who realized something strange about our brain and how it responds to frequency. So our brains have two hemispheres, the left and the right, but they both respond to stimuli differently, and frequency differently. It's basically working individually. So they work individually. But we realize if we can get them to harmonize through sound healing, sound frequency techniques, if we can get them to harmonize and work together, then your entire body starts to work in this very unified way. And now you start to tap into these energy fields around you. And you can induce lucid dreaming, you can induce astral projection, and you can actually leave your body and start to traverse these other dimensions that exist around it.
Wow, look at that, bro.
Make that bigger.
There was a lot of outrage because people were saying that
The consciousness energy grid. The left hemisphere consciousness energy grid. Wow, easy for you to say. The left hemisphere consciousness grid acts like the mind's computer software to reduce input from the right hemisphere to global stimulus and concepts. The right hemisphere reduces three-dimensional holographic images to two-dimensional. Go/no.
So what's the latest with that, Jay?
The positive is like, let me explain this. So this is about infinity here. So
Sorry, go back to that last one more time. Can you go to the right a little bit so I can cut off the end of that? Oh, it's dropping bigger. Okay. Reduces three-dimensional holographic images to two-dimensional.
Posting about the veracity of it.
So if you look at very good. So this is where I want to give you the evidence about our memory existing after death.
Okay.
And to help you with this idea that after you die, it's nothing. So, okay, again, everything vibrates, right? Everything's vibrating, everything's resonating. How consciousness is resonating. That's just how this stuff works. I started with the cosmic piece with the love and darkness and the own vibration that brought all this into existence. Alright? But every waveform has two rest points, which is at the top and the bottom. And those rest points would constitute a death. Because when things are not resonating, and the particles aren't moving, they receive from this reality. But they don't just disappear, they go back to the source, infinity. Because in this reality that we are contained in is where time and space exist. Time and space is a program. But the opposite of time and space is not death. The opposite of time and space is infinity. And infinity, if you were to look at infinity on an oscilloscope, it would look like a straight line. In this reality, everything vibrates. It's chaotic, it's movement, everything's shifting. But infinity is tranquil, where everything exists for all eternity, whatever that looks like. So, what Robert Monroe realized was that if you can get your brain waves, which do exist, to vibrate at such a high level that the rest point at the top converge to the point where if you look at it on an oscilloscope, it would just completely dissipate into a straight line because of how fast it's resonating. You could transcend this dimension and go into infinity. And this is where meditation comes into play. And this is the point of meditation, of sacred astral meditation.
The brainwave moving so fast that you don't have the ups and downs. You have a straight line.
Yes.
And that's when you go to infinity.
Yes.
This sounds like some Scientology shit, right?
I mean, this is really how it works, man. This is reality, man. You know, we have it all.
I mean, fucking CIA research.
Right? I mean, we have a brain, right? And for the past 100 years or whatever, Einsteinian science has been telling us that we're just a physical body with a brain, and our brain is a computer and it creates the illusion of consciousness. But that's not true. We now realize that's the opposite. Consciousness is who we really are, and we create reality and we interface with it. And this has actually been proven. It's been proven last year, in 2022. October of 2022, 3 scientists won the Nobel Prize in Physics for proving this. And how they proved this was through proving that quantum entanglement is real. So
Describe quantum entanglement.
Quantum entanglement is the phenomenon of when 2 particles become interconnected to the point where if you were to place them on the opposite ends of the universe, they could send instantaneous information to one another. That's quantum entanglement. And according to the laws of physics, the Einsteinian laws of physics, that would be impossible.
Right.
But this was just proven real last year. And these 2 scientists have been trying to prove it for decades and have finally perfected their experiment to the point where it was infallible or whatever. 100% correct.
Yeah, Michio Kaku has a new book about this called Quantum Supremacy.
Yeah, so we're realizing that the universe is not locally real. I saw Joe Rogan post this, and this is what Rabbi done researching this. He posted the article, the universe is not locally real, it's not real. That's what everybody's saying. The universe isn't real. But it was kind of a play on words, just the whole telefunken thing again.
Yeah.
Because the actual headline is that the universe is not locally real. And locality is a physics term, or quantum physics term. So locality is the Einsteinian science. It means that, everything's physical, we just live with the brain. That's locality. Non-locality means that anything's possible, that consciousness is the driving force of reality. So, for example, 2 particles talking to each other on the other side of the universe, that's non-locality, it's non-local. So these scientists prove that we live in a non-local universe, that 2 particles can send information instantaneously, faster than the speed of light, no matter how far apart they are. So this opens up a huge discussion as to what can we do with that. And if we're just consciousness, if all we are is consciousness, which is an etheric form of something, then how can we tap into that? How can we tap into that as an energy source? And what can we do with that? We can do so much with that. And for example, these UFOs, whatever they are, they probably already figured that out. They've already figured out how to use quantum entanglement, the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, and also the consciousness as a controller for it. And getting into Nikola Tesla, he figured this out also. Nikola Tesla talked about us being a human machine. He realized that we were an engine. He called us a little engine. And he spoke about there being a force, again, all these scientists heard you as the same force, heard we fell together, and he called that the luminiferous ether. And he correlated that with the Hindu Akasha, the Akashic record, which is basically the Hindu version of what I've been talking about, this underlying force where infinity exists, where everything is interconnected. And in 1938, he gave a presentation 5 years before he died, where he stated he had just made 2 great discoveries. He didn't want to say exactly what they were in that moment. He was always like that, kind of like always hinting at it, kind of like, you know. So he said, I just made 2 great discoveries, and one of them had to do with gravity. He said that I just disproved all the theories of gravity, no relation. And the other theory, he said, has to do with all of reality, from the most minute particles to the biggest of structures. That's all we know. And then he died 5 years later, never trying to see what those discoveries were. So we can assume from what he was telling us and what we already understood is that he probably came to this conclusion that all around us are these 4 fundamental forces of nature. There's also one interperson between all of them, and that we are not physical, we are consciousness, and that if we find a way to implement our consciousness into these other energetic fields, and we can toggle through this reality with immense power. And we can do anything we want. Anything. But I believe, for one, the powers that be don't want us to do that happen.
Who are they?
Well, in simple, the globalists, those are, I don't know, probably, Putin, Biden, I don't know, just all these guys that you see on TV, right? All these leaders of the free world, leaders of the corporate institutions. I have a documentary where I actually get into these actual names of the globalists, but probably too much to get into right now. But the globalist philosophy is a fairly new philosophy, like I started in the 20th century. And there are very specific men who got to going into institutions of member of government. For example, at the Tavistock Institute, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Club of Rome, all of the founders of these institutions were the guys who started getting all this done. And Klaus Schwab was a student of these people. Klaus Schwab was a student of Henry Kissinger, and when he started his World Economic Forum in the 70s, he had Aurelio Pesci, the founder of the Club of Rome, come and fill in as a keynote speaker for like the 3rd seminar of the World Economic Forum. So Klaus Schwab, although he looks like he just came out of nowhere, he's been doing this for decades, and he's been looking up to all these globalists his entire life, wanting to recreate what they've been trying to do, which is interconnect all the governmental institutions into one so that they can rule us much easier. They don't want us to expand our consciousness and realize that we're more than just a body. There's that. But I think there's a higher purpose. I think they're just doing a teeny little reptilian human thing. And I think that the Creator, God, has intended for us to get to that point where we realize that we're consciousness and that we realize that the energy forces around us that we can tap into. I think it wants us to get to that point. And I also think that UFOs and crop circles are a part of that. I think that when they come in and out of our reality, they're helping, they're broadening our conscious awareness and making us realize that it's possible. Us seeing it happen is almost like telling our subconscious we can do that. So I think that there's a slow process that our God or our Creator has intended for us to go through to get to the point where we can realize in full who we really are, what it really is, what all this really is. And there's a teaching in Kabbalah, the Jewish mysticism, that talks about this. It's called the Shavira, the breaking of vessels. In that tale, we were told that God created the universe before this world, and that it little fragments of itself and its light into its creation. It gave its spirit into its creation. But its spirit was too strong. Everything blew up. So it had to recreate the universe. At this time, it created what is known as to perform what is known as sim, self-limitation. So you only put a little bit of itself in everything because its power is too potent for everything to blow up again. So in this theory, I believe that God is vague, God is like in the background or whatever, but it's God's intention for us to slowly evolve. If we would just come down now and be like, yo, I'm God, I created you, check this out, we'd blow up, our minds would explode. So I think it's all these little instances that slowly leading up to the point where we fully realize who we are, where we are, what this is, and what death is. I don't think death is the end. The CIA paper tells us that this is a hologram, there are different dimensions. And in the CIA paper, there's one sentence where it stated that the practitioner, the meditation practitioner who is ascending to different dimensions must be, ready and prepared, because sometimes you will encounter lower vibrational entities. And so to answer your question earlier, I believe in demons, not in the Christian sense. I think that there are lower vibrational entities. And
like what? What's a lower vibrational entity?
Man, okay, so getting into well, first and foremost, we need to realize that this reality, this dimension, this universe isn't the only one. As crazy as it is to wrap your head around, it's just the truth. It's not. Even in the physical sense, there are colors we can't see, there are sounds we can't hear, there are different dimensions. And as you're starting to realize, the DMT dimension, right, might be an actual place that we're going to. That's what we're trying to map out. Our dreams are sometimes an actual place that we're going to, because we're not our body, we're our consciousness. It's just that we get trapped here and stuck here, that we can't toggle it. We haven't built up that skill to be able to toggle through these things yet. And so in these different realms, I think thoughts can become beings. It's a concept known as an egregore. An egregore or archetype, like Lucifer, for example, I think can actually become self-aware if given enough energy. It's like AI. AI can one day have consciousness, even by mainstream definition. But mainstream definition states that any complex nexus of computated, sensory, whatever, brain networks can form a consciousness, an illusion of consciousness, right? AI can one day be conscious by mainstream definition. It'll be an illusion of consciousness, but it'll have one. But I think even in reality, and in a real sense, I think in actuality, AI can actually have a consciousness one day. It can actually be given a spirit of consciousness and actually think for itself. And I think in that same sense, in these vague, weird, interdimensional places like the DMT realm, or dream realms, where our thoughts and fantasies and nightmares and stuff like that exist, I think it's given enough power or energy. Some of these thought forms, like the boogeyman or the clowns in my nephew's closet or whatever, these demons that I thought I was being visited by as a kid, if given enough energy and time, these things can develop self-awareness and can become lower vibrational entities. Everything's vibrating. What constitutes life is the spirit, the vibration, the physicality, and the mind. Right? That's the three fundamental forces of the intermatrix. So as given those correct ingredients, I think these thought forms, these demons, these whatever they exist, can actually become self-aware. Just like AI. You might not have a lot of capability. The only capability they might have is just to knock over something in your house or visit you at night as a shadow. But over time, these things can become more and more self-aware and develop more and more into conscious beings.
So lower vibration, meaning that sound wave, and then higher vibration, meaning becoming a straight line and that being turning into infinity. Is that kind of what you're referencing?
Well, lower vibration is kind of just a descriptive word. It's not like an actual vibration, but it's more like a description. Like lower means that it's just like demonic. It's ugly. It's lower. It's lower, but it exists in a more ugly, lower place. Because if you want to view it as like a vertical plane, yeah, man. So I've had experiences throughout my life where I've actually projected once, twice. I actually projected when I was like 16 years old. And when I actually projected, I went to my hallway and I saw like this figure, this dark shadowy. It was just.
How did you astral project? What made you want to do that?
I didn't do it by will. So the first time I did it, I was about 13 years old. And at the time, I was reading the Emerald Tablets of Talk, which Dave Carson talks a lot about.
Yes.
And so I was reading that, and kind of was like really, creepy and weird and dark. And so I didn't finish it. I kind of put it away and went to sleep. And I had my first astral projection experience. I didn't know that's what it was, but looking back, that's what it was. So what happened is I woke up having to go to the bathroom. Got up and thought, okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. But as I got up to go to the bathroom, I kind of just floated to my floor like I was in the water. I was like, okay, I must be dreaming. It's a dream. Gotta be. And so I laid on my floor and could see like the hallway. And then I woke up in my body, so I thought, I was like, all right, let's go to the bathroom. The same thing happened. Floated down as if I was in water. Okay, I'm dreaming again. The first time I finally woke up, everything kind of sped up and I was back in real life and into the bathroom. Didn't think much of it. And then 3 years later, when I was 16, I went back to the Emerald Tablets of Talk and tried to read it again. And in that night, I had another astral projection experience. At this time, I knew it was. I knew it was happening. So I got up out of my body, and regrettably didn't turn around and look at my body. But I moved through my room and made a right. And I was like, oh, dude, I'm astral projecting. Everything just kind of slowed down. You feel like you're in water. Like time doesn't exist. And I was just like unconscious. And so I remember going to my door and moving through my door. And as I stood in the hallway, I saw this just dark energy. It was just like a shadow. It didn't have a face or anything. It was just a shadow, lower vibrational entity, right? And in that moment, looking back, I think it was a text per se, because in the Emerald Tablets of Talk, the author teaches you how to vanquish these entities. It teaches you how to vanquish them using your mind power. And so almost simultaneously when I saw it, it's like I felt like a laser being shot in the dick to like whatever my heart center was at that time. And just like quickly downloaded it and then I shot like a beam of light at this thing and it just disappeared. And then almost instantaneously like I woke up in my body. And I didn't think that was real. I was like, man, there's no way that this happened. I was like, that's crazy. Like, I went to sleep, and the next morning, my mom took me out for breakfast. And she asked me, she's like, hey, is everything all right? And yeah, everything's cool. She's like, are you sure? Because last night I walked by your room and I felt like such a dark presence that I had to stop and pray for you. And in that moment, I got chills, and that's when I was like, okay, maybe that was real. Maybe that did happen. You know?
What was the entity? What do you think the dark entities are?
Okay, so at that time, I was 16, I was on house arrest. And there's like some
At 16? Why were you on house arrest at 16?
So then me and my friends stole the golf cart, took it for a joyride. We took the golf cart for a joyride.
Dude, it's going to sound really weird. I did the same thing when I was 16 and got arrested for that.
No way.
Same exact thing.
But
I never was on house arrest.
well, okay, I got on probation, and then I popped a daily drug test, and then I got on house arrest during probation.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. But, so I was on house arrest, and I was researching a lot of occult stuff. I was writing a story at the time, like a fictional story, and I was researching a lot of grimoires, like demonic books. So I was looking for like inspiration for like character development and like names and stuff. It was a weird time, so I was like practicing that kind of like life magic and shit. And I remember it was just a really dark time. I remember feeling like strong energy in my room. And I had some weird relics in my room and stuff. And so I was kind of calling it in. And I was getting back to that idea of egregores and archetypes. I think for me, I think like 95%, if not more, of the paranormal experiences that we have in life are our own subconscious minds projecting us. And it can become powerful. Subconscious mind is very powerful. And I think it's so powerful to the point that it can actually influence conscious reality.
Right.
In these egregores, in these spirits, or in things moving sometimes. I've seen things move as a kid. I can't verify it. I have no way to back it up, but I've seen things move.
That's got to be.
And I
What do you think all these people claiming they're being abducted by aliens? What do you think that is?
think a large percent of it is probably hallucination, trauma, and it's probably a small percentage of it that is real. You're going through something real, whatever that is, I don't know. Again, whatever these rays are, they can be these lower vibrational entities breaking into our reality for a small period of time. They can be these interdimensional travelers from our future. I don't know. I think a large percentage of these experiences are our own mind saying things.
He's just sitting there in his ivory tower, surrounded by
Yeah, that's what that guy John McAvoy, psychiatrist, said. He went to Zimbabwe to interview all those kids on that playground, and like he set them all aside individually, and leave them all. They all drew pictures that were like very, not the same, very, very similar. And that was like when he started talking to all these people and like seeing the commonality between all their stories. He was like, he wrote a few books about it, but he was convinced that this was reality for them.
Yeah, man, yeah, again, getting back to the central reality, like, the central reality is like the mundane narrative, that we're just a citizen in the country, we have to go to school and work, like, that's like the central reality, but life is way more spectacular than that, in many, many ways, and so we're being caught in that illusion, that's all we are, we're just a person, that's it, it's all good, now, like, we're a consciousness, targeting through this program, and our creator, whatever it is, put us here for a reason, and I think that reason is to slowly bring us up through development to the point where we can finally accept and receive what this really is and who it really is. And while we're here, though, we are being taken advantage of the physical aspect. Because our brain has compartments just like the mind does. The brain has what is known as the reptilian brain, the R complex. And the R complex is where all the primal instincts reside, as you were saying, sex, money. So the R complex is taken advantage of by all of the networks, TV networks, entertainment industry. They just try to they just market a reptilian brain. Right. And that's what I call the reptilian brain network. And the reptilian brain gets invoked through fear. It's the easiest way to evoke the reptilian brain through fear. And we're always constantly being told to fear something. And in the past couple of years, most of the world is caught in fear. And so when we're in fear, we're not operating on a conscious level, on a higher conscious level. We're operating on the reptilian brain level. So the funny thing is, when you actually look into reptilians are real, they are real. We are the reptilians. They're turning us into reptilians by keeping us in our reptilian brain complex. And so, by us staying there subtly, they keep us in a subtle, low vibration where we aren't operating on higher levels. And they do this through so many different ways. And depression is an effect of that. And the thing about depression that I talk about in my book is we're starting to realize that depression is not just an emotion. Depression is actually an altered state of consciousness. It's called a global state of consciousness. So being in a coma, being in a comatose is a global state of consciousness. It's a state of consciousness that takes over your entire body. And scientists are starting to realize that depression, again, is not an emotion. It's not like you're watching a movie and you feel sad now. Depression is actually a state of an altered state of consciousness. So when somebody's depressed, their entire physical being and mind is altered, changed. They're not even operating on a conscious level. They're making decisions based on a lower thinking level. And so this world, this central reality is designed through fast food, through corruption, through the entertainment industry, and social media is designed to keep us depressed. It's designed to keep us in fear. It's designed to keep us in a low quality state.
I mean, getting back to what we talked about earlier, organized religion and groups in society. Look at during the lockdown how many suicides there were. Keeping people locked up in their homes, out of public places, not around other people. I think suicide shot up by like an insane amount. Like there's like I forget what the number was, but there were hundreds of thousands more suicides during the pandemic lockdowns than there were before.
Yeah, that's a nasty thing. It's all just too late. But that's the reptilian brain network, man. It's like it's operated through the central reality. And if we don't wake up and realize that we're more than this body, and that our Creator intended us, intended for us to be more than this body, eventually, then we're going to just, that's all we're ever going to be, just this body, and we're just going to be some civilians and unhappy slaves or whatever. But the body isn't evil, though. The body is meant to be used in this. The body is beautiful. It's designed perfectly for what we need to do here. This current program. And so how we ascend this is through the body and mind. It's through the spirit machine. So the yogis who have been meditating have realized for many centuries now that our body can produce some very amazing things that can help us break us out of the central reality and help break us out of the reptilian brain program. For example, a lot of the poses that they do, the Mula Bandhas, as they know, a lot of the poses, they're not just like random poses they're doing. They're specific poses that help activate blood flow and circulation through the body, which is important. Because, especially in Kundalini meditation, because we have what is called the cerebral spinal fluid. It's a fluid channel that you may know that runs through our sacrum all the way up around our brain, inner brain, and back down. And the cerebral spinal fluid is responsible for discarding bacteria, viruses, and also dispersing beneficial vitamins and things like that. But it can get clogged, it can get slowed down, stuff like that. And in some cases, sometimes people have like blockages and cause like aneurysms or just like defects, mental defects, brain defects. And so when you put yourself in certain yogic poses, what you're doing is allowing the body to clear that channel. And when you breathe, you do certain like yogic breathing techniques or breaths, you're allowing that channel to open up more. And more than that, we have what's called the vagus nervous system, the vagus nervous system. And it follows the cerebral spinal fluid. It starts at our sacrum and goes all the way up to our brain. And the vagus nervous system touches all of our internal organs in our brain. And so it's an internet channel from our brain to all of our organs. And so when we meditate in certain poses and do breath work, we're opening up the cerebral spinal fluid, we're cleansing out our vagus nervous system and clearing out our brain. And we couple that with conscious eating and conscious thinking. Then what we're doing is we're changing our energy field. And that's not fanatical hippie stuff. We have an actual electromagnetic bias. That's real. And so when we get back to harnessing our spirit machine and clearing and taking ownership of it and doing these practices that yogis and mystics have been doing for thousands of years, what we start to do is we start to clear our subconscious mind where the program is desired, right? We start to clear our subconscious mind, which is where the program starts. So when we start to clear our subconscious mind, we can start to regain independence in our consciousness, in our soul. And we can break apart from the reptilian brain network and the central reality. And further than that, what we should be doing is strengthening our consciousness. Pierre Chardin talked about this. He's the famous Jesuit mystic who said we're not human beings having spiritual experience, we're spiritual beings having a human experience. He talked about individuating our consciousness. The more we individuate our consciousness and the more we create that connection with our body and our mind, and the more we meditate and start to actually realize and expand our conscious awareness and realize that we are more than this, and start to see that, then when we die, we'll be ready for that. Our consciousness will actually transition to that easily in the same way that when we fall asleep into a dream, we forget who we are. Some people don't. If you practice lucid dreaming, you can fall into a dream consciously throughout the whole process. It's the same thing with death. If you prepare your body and your spirit machine for that, when it happens, you can hold on to your mind and go through that process and go through it and retain your mind and be ready for whatever that is on the other side. And this is evident in nature because, again, we're consciousness. In our body, when the body dies, we don't die. It's just that we don't practice the skill and technique of realizing that we're the consciousness. So that when we meet death, or whatever that transition is, because we're operating on a low reptilian vibrational level, that high vibration that we are met with, which is infinity, simply sees us, and pretty much evaporates or washes it down. It sees the low vibration and it blocks it, it rejects it. We're not ready. So we come back, samsara, reincarnation, until we get that level where we are actually consciously aware and know that there's more. We can see it. When you ask for suggestions, when you meditate, in lucid dreams, you can see it. You actually can see it and know that there's more. It's like that door that I talked about earlier. You know, right behind that door, I know there's a couch there and there's a few beautiful people. I'm going to walk through it.
How does knowing that change your day-to-day life? Your perspective?
Man, it just makes things a lot funner. It can. I mean, for some people, it makes everything more grim and depressing. And I went through that when I was starting all of this years ago. I went through a depression stage where I thought I was going crazy. Like I was hearing voices and stuff, having hallucinations, like my mind broke. And I had to take a break. I stopped reading, I stopped listening to this stuff. I didn't want to talk about anything more strange than the weather. Really, man,
it drives a lot of people crazy. Especially depending on what drugs you mix with it. Schizophrenia is a real thing.
That's what I was afraid of, schizophrenia. But I've had two friends that have been diagnosed with it. One of them, rest in peace, he passed away in his college.
Yeah, weed, like marijuana and psychedelics for everybody. Some people just weren't made for it.
Absolutely, man. But, I mean, a lot of people in the community, they learn this stuff and they get bitter about the world. Everybody needs to wake up, the sheep.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that, right, man. Like, not everybody's meant to know this stuff either. And that's why I post this stuff kind of treading lightly and as I can. But, for the warriors that are ready, to take on the truth about religion, to take on the truth about our government, to take on the truth about life and consciousness, this will be for them. But not everybody needs to know this. I don't need to run into my mom's house and start telling her all this stuff. She's got a little life and she loves it. And I believe that we love our lives and we love people around us and we strive to be as good as we can, and that's good enough. But for me, for whatever reason, the Creator endowed me with this ambition. I couldn't run away from it if I wanted to, even when I tried to stop, because I was going crazy. Eventually, I had to come back.
How did you come back? How did you overcome that?
Oh man, I just took a break. I took a break, but everywhere I went, I just saw a little sign. And it's funny, actually, I went to a used bookstore, and I love going to bookstores just to take it in cruise and find some stuff. And I was in the bookstore, and I found a collection of Zechariah Sitchin's books. Like 8 or 9 of them, and they were all for like $1 or 50 cents. And that was like a gold mine. Zechariah Sitchin was, again, the guy who got all this Anunnaki stuff, and I love his work. So I was like, man, I can't just let this go. I have to buy it. At the time, I was broke. 2 years ago, I started making decent money. I spent pretty much all I had on that, and I took that as a sign, to get back into it. I'm like, it's got to be a sign. So I bought the books, went home, and meditated, just said, all right, I'm ready. I had enough time during my break. It's been full force,
That's incredible, man. Okay, man, thanks for doing this. I really appreciate you sharing all this information. Help us see where they can find more of your work, more of your videos, all that stuff.
Absolutely. You can find me on Instagram at Esoteric Eddie, YouTube at Esoteric Eddie TV, and pretty much everything else. My books and some of my notes at esotericeddie.com.
All right, man. Thanks again.
Hey, thank you, man. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Because he loves the nicotine. Between what again and quit? I don't have a problem with people taking nicotine pouches, but it's a vasoconstrictor, it raises blood pressure, as long as you're healthy in other ways. I see people go from one pouch to a canister a day.
kept
So what
straight,
he's
I
saying
think.
is that nicotine is a highly addictive
Well, a lot of it's
substance
kept
which
straight
makes
because it's
people
like
want to
telling
take
the
more
story.
and more as their tolerance
He's told it so many
increases.
times.
Jay's
It's kind of like
you.
reading the
By the
script.
way, it's
Kind of
about
like
time
you
Rogan
just
admitted
memorize
that he
the
doesn't
script
actually
and
buy
you
his nicotine pouches,
the
and
first
the
person
companies who
reading the
make them
script.
just
So
send
I
him
don't
free
think
shit.
that
Seriously,
it's not
these
that
guys
hard
will
to say
shield
that
anything for the right
because he
price.
hasn't changed
And so
it.
this
It doesn't mean
conversation
the
eventually
story's
led to a
true just
discussion
because he
about
hasn't
drinking.
changed it.
And our boy
What makes the story
ended up
true
catching
or
a
not
combo of
is whether
strays
there's
from both Rogan
supporting
and
evidence
Newman.
for that. So we've investigated S4, for example, the secret facility at Eastlake where he claims he worked for this period of time. So his timeline, his background, what was even the background check training. We talked about this issue of background check and how he got the background check to even have a work job there. Have you looked into that stuff? Or did you do background check?
Me personally, all I do is just listen to podcasts about it. I haven't done any real homework. I haven't looked at any like classified documents, so I haven't like subpoenaed MIT or Alamos Labs. But
I haven't talked to like his former, associates, even important figures in the case, and where the biggest holes in you.
Bert kept talking shit and making claims about his
Well,
physical strength and abilities that he
the
couldn't
biggest
back
holes,
up.
I would say,
In fact, they
there's a
don't
couple
even
of
do
them.
Sober October
So,
anymore because Rogan
one is
was so
this
fed up with Bert's
issue
shenanigans.
of how he
As
was
for
hired in
Huberman,
the first
he was
place.
referring
The
to the time he went on
background check is
Turbo's
the
Mud
biggest
Cave
hole
last year,
because it
where
takes
he
normally
brought
like
up
8
Bert's
months or
drinking
more
and tried
to
to
do a
convince
thorough
him to
background
quit.
check.
At the time, Bert had
The
gone sober for
background
a few
checks
months
that
to drop down to
investigators and
230
interviews
pounds
have done
so
on
that
Bobby
he could
are,
keep on drinking.
show
Yeah,
a whole
donuts.
history of
At the time, Huberman
this
seized the
guy would not
opportunity
have
to try
passed
and
the
get him to
background
quit
check,
for good.
especially
And as you watch these
friend
next
who's
few
John
clips,
Muir,
just take a
who's
look at
the
Bert's
guy
face
who's
during
blowing
these
up the whole
conversations.
UFO
It's exactly
story
like
about the
Rogan
case.
was saying. Bert just wants to be the topic of conversation, whether it's positive
A
or
year
negative.
before Bobby
And
Barr
Huberman's wearing
talking
the same
about
black
this
shirt.
top secret
Loves
case
that
and
shirt.
saying that there was a subsection of the secret hangar complex that had 11 recovered alien discs in it. That was John Muir saying there was 11. Yeah, he said there was 11. Bobby Barr said there was 9. And, later, he's basically confirming John Muir's story that John Muir had already told a year before. And there's just so many elements of Bobby Barr's story that he has tracked down so that, it's easy to classify information on scientific level. That's the element of the tree stuff. So that's the real big scientific thing that he supposedly came out with. And there's so many misconceptions about that as well. I'd like to spend a minute to clear up. Okay. So, one is that, elements, element number is based on proton mass. How many protons are in nucleus? So, hydrogen is number 1. It has 1 proton and 1 electron. The electron number balances the proton number, so that has a 0 charge. It's like a neutron. So, this issue of the protons, that's the distribution. So, you just like element 115, the periodic table goes up to a certain number, and then just predict that it's going to go to higher numbers that we haven't created yet. And this was figured out back in the 1960s by a guy named Glenn Seaborg, who worked at UC Berkeley. He worked on a lot of the particle accelerator experiments that built the entire higher half-life periodic table. And, well, it's interesting, he wrote an article actually in Scientific American in 1969, and published it, talking about the higher elements in this so-called island stability. So this island stability was known about by geophysicists working at UC Berkeley labs and other places. It's not just like a little bit of beer, it's a lot of beer. It's a lot of, they have a lot of companies out there that do it. They have their own vodka. And it's good to get a guy like Eric Weinstein on with Bobby's life. I know that Eric Weinstein
So we're at the point now where Bert's closest friends are calling him out in public. It was only a matter of time before the fun drunk Bert started to annoy the shit out of everyone. Even young JD's been trolling him lately on the recent JRE episode with Kill Tony regular Ari Mati. He pulled up a photo of Bird and shared it on the screen while they were talking about how weird it is when guys wear Speedos for no reason. If a dude wears Speedos, he's a freak, right? A dude in Speedos unless you're in your
It's interesting. Bob has always said that he would be a type of weirdo who's a scientist.
In Speedos, like a weirdo. If you have problems online, if you get comfortable online, I swear you
set this up and invite him over.
but it wears short.
Really?
For ladies.
Just back from
That's information that's
and so he's never given that technical debate with scientists. He's never debated with scientists. In fact, the first time Joe Rogan had him on the podcast, we had physicist Sean Carroll on the next podcast and didn't ask him anything about Bob Lazar. And I was like, why would you ask physicists about Bob Lazar, what they have to say about the story? And, I'll tell you, the key thing with Bob's story is when it was the scene, the two sources, how he was the callousness and also the anti-gravity air sensors that he fly. And he claimed, he predicted it back in 1989. There's lots of other people who have predicted it back in the 1960s. Glenn Seaborg was going to be comments up that high. The islands was very real. And there was actually an article that was published in Scientific American in May 1989, which is the exact month and year that Bob Lazar first came out with his story. And it's on page 68 of the May 1989 issue of Scientific American. It's called Super Heavy Elements. And it talks about the elements of the and all that. But nowhere in any of this is any mention that it has anti-gravity properties or energy production properties. So that's the big thing. We discovered element it's like they slow bells and then want to try to claim that means that they confirmed Bob Lazar's story because he predicted it in 1989 and then they discovered it years later, so that confirmed the story. He claimed that there was a stable isotope and that it had anti-gravity properties. So now we never discovered it as stable isotope, and that's one of the main arguments that's used to dismiss it. But it's also true that certain isotopes that have the inputs lanthanum, the layers in the periodic table, these elements can actually jump back and forth. And Bob Lazar kind of describes that in his physics, semi-technical talks about periodic components. He talks about this jumping up to 116 and then back down, kind of, or 14. He's not sure if it was 14 or 16 or not, but it jumps around somewhere in there. And there's elements that actually do that, and you can take these unstable elements and you can stabilize them within an electromagnetic field, magnetic bottles. You can kind of hold this unstable nuclei together so that it doesn't decadt in normal time. So it's possible that there may be some ways to isolate and stabilize machines that we haven't discovered yet. And that, so I'm not saying that it's completely debunked. You can't ever disprove the negative. It's not up to me to debunk Bob Lazar. It's up for him and Danny Corbell and George Knapp to prove that he's telling the truth, or come up with some supporting evidence for his story, or documentation. And the kind of documentation I would be looking for has it come out. So Bob Lazar has some more records and educational background. Have these degrees to get degrees with comedy schools, which there is evidence, right? So the evidence came out, right? It's interesting because he had a court case in 1991, and on his court documents, he stated that he had a bachelor's degree from Pacific University, which is a correspondence university. And what year did he finish? It was shut down. It was shut down in the early 90s as being a degree mill. So this was like 91. So 2 years after he came out with the story.
So this place called Pacific was selling degrees.
Yeah,
selling.
That's what he put. So the court case is interesting too, because apparently, become this whistleblower about this big top secret program that he was hired to be this senior staff physicist on, and that afterwards, after 2 years later, he's running a brothel. He's literally running a brothel. That's what he did. Well, he wasn't running a brothel. There's a madame who was running a brothel. It's called the Crystal Cove. And he actually got arrested for
setting up a CCTV camera system in the apartment complex. And they were filming and blackmailing, customers at the brothel.
They started blackmail people.
It's a court case. He's pleaded guilty to it.
Yeah,
You can look it up in Nevada. Yeah, you can look it up in Nevada. So it's there. And there's a video of it online, and there's even videos of George Knapp talking about the incident, how he just, brought this big scientist whistleblower out, and there goes the whole story, because, and apparently it wasn't enough to make it go away, and a lot of people sure don't know about that, and that it happened, but I'm supposed to be from Pacific University, not MIT or Caltech, he didn't say that, and he says that his, he had some, I don't know, something about the University of Caltech. I can look at the documents from that book. It's on there. You can look it up. There's a whole website on bodyofdebunk.com where you can get a lot of these documents and other stuff. And other researchers have done stuff on this too, including compound criticized signals and stuff. And
yeah, there's not a lot of traction among the people that are trying to pick apart the story and doing it successfully. It's how every single word is used that I really start to notice some of these details.
You know what these people are looking for? Because the Bob Lazar story is such a fantastic story.
it's awesome. I mean, we've got military researchers, UFOs and black sails, and picking the government constant stuff. That and really like Independence Day in 1997, where they had that scene where they're going to the underground tunnel in Roswell.
So how, from the time you first learned about that, how long did it take for you to start to question everything?
I didn't start questioning it until I really started going on like forums, like about Top Secret and other forums, where I was really arguing in favor of the case with a lot of more knowledgeable researchers about it, and they sent me to a lot of interesting links which educated me about background checks and Bob Lazar's timeline, that he borrowed a lot of money from his past, that he a lot of debts. He also was apparently, he claimed that his clearance was revoked, right, for the purpose of he claims that his wife was having an affair with an airline instructor, and that's why they revoked his security clearance, and that was because they thought it would be like psychologically traumatizing for him to adjust to it. That is absolutely ridiculous if you know the case, because he was friends with John Lear, and he knew John Lear, and he met John Lear and was a friend of his. He'd gone there, if you read the story, so there's two people that are left out of the story in John Corbell's story. I think that it's deceptive to not mention them or bring them into the story, because they're two of the most central figures in the Bob Lazar story, and that's John Lear and Gene Huff. And Gene Huff co-wrote the original Bob Lazar tape. It's a film produced by, he helped produce it. So the original Bob Lazar tape, the tape that started all this, was produced by Gene Huff. And in a radio interview that I have saved on the channel, Gene Huff claims that he met Bob Lazar because Bob Lazar was running the photo processing business at the time in Las Vegas. And that's what he was listed on court documents. He listed his occupation as a photo processor. So he had to use to take that W-2 form and the ID badge. Those are the only two documents that Bob produced in support of this case.
So W-2 form and ID badge.
Yeah, so the W-2 form has his first wife's social security number. That was the weirdest thing. So that was definitely fake. He didn't even put his own social security. He put his first wife's social security number on the thing, and then they changed it to other versions. But we have the original that he wrote, and has his first wife's social security number on it. Which he was married to a woman named Carol Nadine Esslinger, or Carol Nadine Strong. She was 10 years older than him. They married in 78 or 79, moved to and he was still married with her when he moved from California to Los Alamos. But sometime in the middle of that is when he met this other younger girl, Jackie, her name is Tracy. They call her Jackie, but he married this, he started hanging out with this younger girl. Apparently he married her, but he didn't get a real marriage certificate. He just had a wedding and married her, and he was still married to the other girl. And then the other woman found out and was so upset by it, she allegedly committed suicide. And then this is all documented. And then Carol Lady Strong, we looked at her history. The woman he was married to at the time, he would have had these background checks and security clearances. So the government hired him to work on the most top secret project the U.S. has ever known, and they would have obviously looked at his part of his background and found these issues that he has.
So
It looks more like he was having an affair with his wife, you know, because he married two women at the same time, this younger girl, and then his older wife committed suicide, and then he ends up marrying the younger wife, legally on paper, a couple months later.
and his first wife allegedly committed suicide before he was hired to work at Site S4.
Yeah, before this was out in 1986. This was 2 years before. 2 years prior, 2 or 3 years prior to him coming out with his story in 1989. Right, so 1986 is when, you know, he meets this younger girl, moves to Los Alamos, and then he breaks up with, you know, breaks her heart, and she then commits suicide. Winds up tailpipe in the garage and find her in the car, or whatever. And he's the one that found her, or what the whole story is there, but it's certainly very, you know, peculiar and bizarre and strange. And definitely, guy wouldn't have gotten a background check because his former wife was involved with the Hell's Angel murder, according to some newspaper articles and stuff that we recently found from Las Vegas. So she was from Las Vegas and lived up there. Apparently, she's supposed to be someone that worked at Fairchild Industries, and that's how Bob worked there out in California before he moved to Los Alamos. And he and a bunch of other guys like Jim Tagliani, who worked at Tonopah Test Range. And Jim Tagliani knew about S4. He was one of Bob's friends. So he's a guy that was friends with Bob Lazar and John Leo and he worked out at Tonopah Test Range at a real place called Site 4. There's a real Site 4 at Tonopah Test Range. That's Area 52. So like Area 51 is in Nevada, Las Vegas. And if you go like west from Area 51, you'll fly right over Tonopah and Air Force Base. And that was called Site 4. There was a section out there called Site 4, and just the ECCM, which is electronic countermeasures radar site. So they would build Mach 10 radar systems, like Russian radar, and then they would figure out how to spoof and jam those radar systems. The frequencies or the signals and stuff. And this was the origin of the stealth wars that they were working on. I mean, the stealth program was a little bit before that, but they were still doing a lot of stealth research and stuff out there at the time. Which is also interesting because there was another Site 4 that we found, which was at Plant 42 in Palmdale, which is where they made the B-2 spirit bomb. So there's two classified sites named S4, or Site 4, one at Tonopah, one at Palmdale, where they're building the B-2. And then Bob comes out with this fantastic story about this place called Site 4 where they reverse engineering saucers and stuff. And that's the same story that I guess John Lear told a year before on George Knapp. So it's kind of interesting. You have this timeline where Bob Lazar moves to the wife thing, he reached Los Alamos, he's getting married, and then he meets his new girlfriend. Something happens at Los Alamos. He apparently only did work at Los Alamos. We've been able to confirm that, right? He only worked at Los Alamos for like 8 months, where you can tell that he figured out. Apparently, he was fired from Los Alamos for using company equipment to work on his jet car, which he was in. He was already in. There was a Monitor article from Los Alamos in 1982 on the jet car article. So he was in Los Alamos with his jet car in 1982 doing stuff. So you can get a little bit of scope of the time period. And if you really chase it down the whole timeline, there's no room for him to have gotten the degrees. There's no evidence that he got the degrees. And then if you listen on the court documents that he didn't really have the degrees, he had a specific university, which is like a mill or a base degree.
It's a crazy
and
thing.
he's meant to
No one can teach you how to do it either.
They were doing that.
So your way of doing it is different. My way of doing it, my way is different.
So I mean, you could, by some stretch of imagination, just assume that the government, you know, just tried to put a bunch of dirt on this guy and made up all this stuff. It's all made up by the government, right? But then at the end of the day, if you just get rid of all that circumstantial evidence about it shows that the guy you're not who he says he is. Men have been involved with, people like John Lear, who's selling the same story of George Knapp getting tons of views on it. So, his father's all working for the photo processing company from Gene Huff. And Gene Huff says that the first time they met John Lear, that Bob Lazar went over there to do an appraisal on John's house. And they went to do an appraisal with Gene Huff in an appraisal business. And he worked with Bob Lazar to do photographs. So Bob Lazar would go to take the pictures, process the photos, go and do the ads, and stuff. And he would hold the tape measure. And this was when, supposedly before, this is the guy they hired to do the senior staff physicist to work on, to figure out how this other thing that our top scientists couldn't figure out how this reactor works, so we had to bring in this guy to figure this out. But does it make sense?
Is this true though? This guy, first of all, the first time Bob, from what I understand, the first time he met with George Knapp and they did those interviews, he had to do a lot of convincing to get him to do that. And then he tells the story of how he actually interviewed him with this whole story. And before he published it, Bob called him and said, "No, I don't want to do it." Like he had a change of heart, didn't want to publish it, didn't want to rely on what George Knapp said. That he wrestled with him over the tapes or something. That he described some sort of like a physical altercation to grab it from Bob fucking published. So Bob, and so what is there to gain for him? He hasn't made any money off of this. He hasn't? That's what he claims he's never made any money off of it.
So they sold the Bob Lazar case back in the back of UFO magazines and stuff for $30 a pop back in the 90s. And I know they sold quite a bit of them. So I know that he made some money off of it. I've heard that, Jeremy Corbell didn't make really thought he had made some decent money off the film that he put out. And I've heard that he paid, Bob's wife or some back so Bob actually did get paid for that. But I have no evidence to confirm that. But I would love to, do some more investigation into that and find out. It would be real easy for someone to just order, a whole bunch of stuff in Bob's business, United Nuclear, right? It would be real easy for Jeremy Corbell to order, $200,000 worth of scientific equipment from United Nuclear, and then you have nuclear just sitting out there with your equipment. There's other ways to wash that money. Bob has the needs, and that's how he started United Nuclear because he ran a fireworks show called Desert Blast, where they basically invite a bunch of people and sell tickets to go watch massive fireworks and bomb shows out in the middle of the desert and just go all kinds of stuff. And that was during the days when it's getting harder. You used to be able to order ammonium nitrate and other stuff right in the mail, and they started putting a stop to that, so you had to be a registered company to order those chemicals and get them. So Bob Lazar created United Nuclear and started that, and ordering those chemicals and selling it. So he started out the whole thing selling and they have actually kicked out a lot of things because they were selling all this glassware, and it was winding up in all these nut jobs all over Vegas. And they took them out of Vegas and made a nuclear company with a mission. So there's a lot of history behind how Bob got the money, and there's also these companies where if he was doing it, you would never know that he got paid for it if he did. And I'm not sure I would do it either if I wasn't getting paid for it. He's done, but again, that's besides the point. What could he be getting paid for besides selling tapes for $30 a pop and helping Jeremy make a documentary and selling some fucking souvenirs on the United Nuclear website? I mean, it's not like it's a lot of trouble for that. It seems like he'd be trying to make a lot more money off such a little endeavor. I've never done any podcast with Joe Rogan, but it's interesting because it's almost like, why would he hasn't done any documentaries either besides
as one with Jeremy Corbell. So why would you only work with Jeremy Corbell or only work with Joe Rogan?
I would imagine because he doesn't want the attention, and he's got people like Joe who are fascinated by the topic, and people like Jeremy who are also fascinated by the topic, who are pushing this guy to do this. Like, come on, do it. He's like, no, I don't want to do it. You can tell when you go into his podcast, he's like very hesitant, he has a headache, whatever. And it's not like he was happy to be there. Hey, happy to be here, Joe. Let's talk about fucking aliens. He seemed like he didn't want to be there.
It also seemed like Jeremy was his like handler of the whole thing. Yeah, because he didn't answer. When he got the migraine and a lot of questions he couldn't answer.
And why let him do more press?
It just seems like he knows the story's a lie, but he doesn't want to do more press because he just knows that it's going to get found out. The more time he spends on there, all he needs to do is get on a show with a guy like me instead of someone who doesn't know anything about the case. As long as he's talking to people who don't know anything about the case, or there's people who want to believe in the case and support the case without question, and Jeremy Corbell, convinced that it's real, and that guys like me are part of this big organization to like shut down the truth. And it's like, well, what's the truth, man? What physics do you have? I've interviewed real senior staff physicists. I can show you what a real senior staff physicist looks like and compare that to Bobby Clark. And I can show you what real physics programs and real SATs and the sort of research and what it looks like. I've studied these things and I've interviewed the people who worked on them. I've had them on their podcast. But I tend to question guys like that as well. And especially that's one of the main things is the education, the fact that we lie about being a physicist and having these credentials and then not being able to back it up. It's the biggest thing to me. And I don't,
when he's on these shows and on these tapes and interviews, is there any red flags in his language about physics?
Yeah, well, I'm sure if any physicist who's listened to Bob who's all talk knows that this guy is not like a real physicist. He's not, he's not doing real things. Some of the most basic, physics stuff, and then he'll throw in a bunch of other stuff like this gravity, A wave, and B wave idea. I've had some people on the podcast that have tried to analyze that in different, ways. But again, there's no poor physics there. And when you talk about anti-gravity, right, first off, you can't have anti-gravity without negative mass. You need to have negative mass. If you're not producing negative mass, you're not producing anti-gravity. And what he has is the most massive element you have. So he's not producing negative mass, he's producing super mass. So it's the opposite direction. It's kind of like a misdirection in all fronts. I feel like it's intentional disinformation that they put out. It's almost like, why was John Lear telling a story, and then Bob Lazar suddenly meets John Lear and then gets hired to go work out there, despite that he knows John Lear. And then as soon as he gets working out there, what does he do? He goes and blabs to his friends and brings them up on the mountain, up to the peak. That's what they did. Apparently, they brought him up to the peak, and that's when we got the calls and they revoked his clearance and stuff. But apparently, up at the peak, what they were filming was either Janet flights, incoming airline flights coming into the base, or they were filming some of the early Star Wars SDI program tests on plasma, fusion-induced plasma. They had proton beams and other types of beams that they could generate balls of plasma in the sky.
Right. I want to get into that. I want to talk a little bit more about this first. One of the things that I noticed in one of the links you sent me was a Medium article about one of the guys who ran security clearance for Bob at Apparently, what was the guy's name again?
Right, so Jeremy Corbell, this whole thing about this Mike and he talked about him on the Joe Rogan podcast and touted him as this ultimate whistleblower truth that Bob Lazar really worked out at this place and got the security clearance. But honestly, when you do the security background check on Bob, he doesn't check out. None of that stuff mentioned in any of this. No proof is given no. He didn't record the interview that he did with this guy. He didn't, record audio. He didn't think, he records himself in his apartment, sitting there with no shoes on for hours in his film. But he's talking to George Knapp on the phone, or Bob Lazar. He couldn't record that one conversation. That's way more important than anything.
So who wrote this article? This is on Medium. The title is Bob Lazar, Mike Thigpen, and the Clearance Investigation.
This guy is Signals Intelligence, and I'm not actually sure what his real name is. It almost sounds like this guy Vicky that I know, but I'm not sure if it's him.
So I want to figure out if there's a clip in here. Scroll down. There's a excerpt from an interview with Mike Thigpen. Who does it say conducted this interview with Mike Thigpen? Is this the guy who wrote the article?
Yes, so the guy who wrote the article actually reached out to these people and found a lot of these people. So there's a lot of people that have been doing their own background investigations. Yeah, so they went out and actually found people who worked with him at Los Alamos and people that worked with him at for all these things and interviewing them and everything that they knew about the guy. Big picture of it.
So this guy, I'm going to read a little part of this article. It says, I spoke with Mike Thigpen in August of 2021 to confirm Corbell's account of their conversation. When I asked if he had any recollection of Mr. Lazar or conducting a background investigation into him, Mike Thigpen said, it's possible I don't remember him. No, I only got knowledge of him where I recall it, after he got into the news. I did stop and pause and listen when they threw my name into the story. The author asks, you didn't remember Mr. Lazar? As far as you were aware, did you not conduct a background or clearance investigation on him? Thigpen, as far as I recall, I did so many of them. If I did his background, I'm not saying I did it all, but if I did, I don't recall. The author says, did you not tell Mr. Corbell that you remember Bob? Thigpen says, personally, no, I don't know Bob. I don't recall meeting him. If I told him I did, it was an error. I certainly didn't mean to say or apply that to Mr. Corbell. It should be noted that Mr. Thigpen readily agreed to allow this publication of this interview. Now play that little YouTube clip real quick where they're talking about Mike Thigpen. This is the guy, just to give people context. This is who, this is in, I think, Joe Rogan's interview with, the only one he did with.
So Mike Thigpen was the guy that did the security clearances to go to the base. One of the guys. He said he did. And George Knapp, George didn't believe him. George put him through 4 polygraph tests, right? He tried to see, man, this is a big risk. It sounds interesting, but let's see if he's telling the truth. One of the things was, Bob said there's a guy named Mike Thigpen, he did security clearances for the base, and that's a weird name, it's very specific. For 30 years, George found this guy in this weird department. He didn't even know it was Thigpen. The guy went talking to ghosted, totally ghosted for 30 years. Used Facebook and Google image match with his children. I was able to find him after 30 years. I talked to him 3 times on the phone. He lives on the East Coast. He almost went on camera with him. Confirmed that he did security clearances for the base in 1989. Confirmed he remembers Bob Lazar.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that there's no evidence provided for that. There's other guys that talked to him that didn't get that story. And again, I've done my own background investigation, and I just don't think he's the kind of guy that would work out at a place like this. So let's compare him with someone that did. Look up Dr. Bernard H. H-A-I-S-C.
Okay, here's one more thing as well. One of the biggest things that I believe that have been confirmed was Bob described that hand scanner, that to get into the base, he had to put his hand on this machine that measured like the length of the fins, the biometrics of the bones and things, and that turned out to be legit.
Well, we'll get into that in a second, but yes, the hand scanner center, we found that apparently was Jeremy Corbell's favorite film, which is Course of the Third Kind, which came out a decade before Bobby's House. So, again, anything that was classified, that was from Bobby's House story, every single thing that he says was classified, we found in sources, unclassified public sources before that. I can name every single piece of classified intel that he's ever spoken about. I can cite that in sources that predate his disclosure. So he's not a whistleblower of anything. All this stuff is in public domain. It's all unclassified out there for anyone to find and put these pieces together. I mean, the story about the scientist who cut in the reactor and supposedly died. There's a movie that came out. That same year called Fat Man and Little Boy. Go look it up. And in the movie, it tells the story of the Los Alamos scientist. The guy's name is Louis Slotin, Slotin, and he's the scientist that cut into a reactor during the Manhattan Project, where he cut in there. They had a beryllium half shell, and they had a demon core inside of it, which is a plutonium core that they used in the atomic bomb for the training test. And they had a beryllium half shell. Now, beryllium is a neutron reflector. So what that does is all these neutrons that are given off reflects that. So when you put this half shell over it, it reflects all those neutrons around. And what neutrons are is a big, heavy particle that has no charge. So if you want to smash atoms apart, you don't use a proton, because a proton is positively charged. You can't get nearly as charged. But neutrons have no charge. So you get a bunch of these fast-moving neutrons rolling around inside this chamber, and suddenly they start smashing atoms up, and then you see more neutrons, and it's a chain reaction. And when we created the first one, they were trying to measure the criticality with this half-shell experiment, and they killed 2 scientists. And that's the real story. It's a story where seems to match pretty closely with his descriptions of the reactor core. They look a lot like the steam core and the half shell that they were using. In fact, the experiment they were using, he was using a screwdriver, and the screwdriver slipped and it fell, and it was super critical. The screwdriver was holding that gap up, and the gap fell. It was super critical, and he quickly grabbed the thing and pulled it off, burnt the crap out of his hand, and totally irradiated himself. He saved the lives of the other 9 scientists in the room, but sacrificed himself. And for that, he was getting all these awards and stuff. And he died a couple of days later. Radiation poisoning, brutal, and all the pictures and stuff. But that's a real story about what is his guy's name? Louis Slotin. S-L-O-T-I-N. Yeah, that's the dude. That's the pictures of that. That's the dude right there. So they built a new reactor to run this experiment. And it has a mechanical holder for the half shell that's on top, so it's lowered and raised mechanically, so they can do it in a separate room, safe distance away. So they can run this experiment with precision. Doesn't have that element inherent screwdriver. And the new reactor core design looks a lot like Rabbi's L-115 reactor. It's almost just like it, actually. But you just modify a couple things on the
So the government didn't just choose the flag himself overnight and throw it in the back.
It would be called the beryllium half-shell criticality experiment. That's a tongue twister. Yeah, I know. Beryllium half-shell criticality.
Any U.S. state with a total of 70,000.
There's the scientists that were in the room that we saved. And they haven't dropped their distance down. So is this supposed to be describing a reactor inside of a flying saucer? Well, I think he took pieces of what he learned from, he said it was like a basketball. He says, this is on display at the Los Alamos History Museum. There's exhibits on all this stuff that we were seeing at these one time in Los Alamos. So he could have adapted this stuff to make up the story. That's what it sounds like to me, because there's no verifiable intel that's come out of anywhere in the past 30 years on programs that were working on this kind of stuff, or even interested in this kind of stuff. The scientists that were working on it were a couple of these German guys that were working on CERN. Particle accelerators at CERN. They were continuing Glenn Seaborg's work. Glenn Seaborg is the guy who predicted ion stability. He discovered a huge number of the elements on the free observer at Berkeley labs. So he pioneered a lot of physical chemistry research in those early days.
He's the only one that makes sense to me. He's the only one
going back quickly to that
Yeah, the hand scanner. So that was in Close Encounters. It was in electronics magazines. We found it. We found numerous pre-1989 sources for that hand scanner. Anything from the project. So he said specifically that that's what he used to get into Area 51. He used the opening sequence of Close Encounters. Go watch the opening sequence of Close Encounters, and the guy goes into the top secret facility with the same hand scanner right there. And Jeremy Corbell said in interviews that his favorite movie is Close Encounters. But how could he miss it? How would Bob know that that was specifically in Area 51? Because it's in Close Encounters. Oh, they're filming in Area 51. No, they're filming a top secret facility where alien stuff's going on, and they have to get into it. Right in the opening sequence of the movie.
That doesn't mean that that's the exact machine you use.
It's the exact machine. It's that exact machine. I watched both of them. It is the exact machine. But how would Bob know that that is in fact what they have at Area 51? Just because it was in a movie, do they have it? It was one of the high-tech. Yeah, one of the. There was people with a photo tape. One of the security guards had to provide a photo of one of the things at Area 51. Maybe you can find it. Maybe that's the photo there. Other sources that we could have learned about doesn't mean that you find
a photo, like proof of hand scanner at Area 51. Maybe you can find it.
Yes. Another thing about the security Area 51, right? So Bob's security badge, he put it says MJ12 on it. Okay, that's his security badge. Now it's been said Wackenhut does security.
I also think Trump raising his fist and saying flies off the shot is one of the most American fucking things of all time.
They don't look
I'm not the guy to get political information from. If you want that from a
so we
comic,
got that
go
wrong.
to Dave Smith.
And then I mentioned this the only other piece of documentation is provided is the WT film, which had his first wife, so
was just read, in my opinion.
So,
Joe uses the
you make any
excuse,
sort of
I'm
argument
not
that
the
you
guy to
can.
get political
I tried
information from
this
when
one,
it
right?
suits him.
So let's just
He'll go hard
say
at the
this
paint on
hypothesis,
science, politics, and history.
right? Let's say
And when
that,
he gets called out, he'll bitch
you know,
out and
Bob
say,
was our
I'm just a
John
meathead
Lear.
comedian who talks shit for a living.
Starts
He
learning
can't
about
have
all
it
this
both ways,
UFO
but let's
stuff.
put it to the
You know,
side for
seeing the
now because
popularity
I'm
of John
seriously
Lear's
bummed that this means
and
we're probably not going to get
they're
Trump
watching
on
John
JRE.
Lear.
Just
Obviously, they
imagine
knew
if
John
Joe
Lear
had
was the only
Trump
one
and Shane
talking
Gillis on at the same
quickly
time.
about Area
But that's
51
never going to happen
and
now,
else why.
obviously. And the
Pictures of
strange thing is, Joe's
captured
pretty
much
much
from
always
Lear,
gone easy on Trump and defended
basically
him,
running
even when it
tests on
made
it.
him look like an absolute
He had a picture of it on the tarmac that he went out there and took before they had the security at the base even set up. And you know, he was one of the original guys. So Bob was our meet John Lear, and then maybe, you know, he was recruited. Maybe they said, you know, we're going to plant a disinfo pill on John, and we're going to pretend to hire Bob Lazar, and we're going to bring him out to a hangar, and we're going to set up, and we're going to bring a bunch of, AZ-9 Avro cars, AZ-9 Avro cars, and some of the old Alfred C. Lodi. Okay, so Alfred C. Lodi, look up Alfred C. L-O-E-D-D-I-N-G. This guy designed tons of flying saucers for the military between the 1940s and 1950s at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He was an engineer that built and designed tons of flying saucer shape and other weird shaped aircraft. L-O-E-D-D-I-N-G.
It's not fake, but he was referencing Trump saying he didn't say Jesus, he said stable genius.
That's the dude right there on the left, yeah. So you can look up a number of his patents and a number of his craft.
Is that a particular craft that he designed right there on the far left?
Yeah, that's one of them. I mean, there's tons of them. There's over 100 different models that
I believe he designed it through the
And
those are the blueprints of those things?
There's a whole secret chapter of classified aviation, airframe design experimentation that went on back in the 40s and 50s that the U.S. Air Force is experimenting with that, nobody knows about. So some of these relics might still be around today, some of these craft. Imagine they got a bunch of these in a hangar, put locks on the doors and then put a Bob in there and tell them that they're alien technology in the place. Dress up a couple midgets with some kids with some dummy suits and stuff. But then he says he actually worked on that sport model craft. And it was all so there's another couple things that we did. So from his descriptions of all that, right? And his descriptions. Michael Schratt is a researcher I work with. Michael SCHRATT. And what he does is he takes UFO case reports, and he's actually he works for an aerospace company as a graphic designer. So he does 3D models of planes. So he'll take UFO reports and then he'll build a 3D model of the actual craft based on the sighting. And he has a whole archive of all these. Yeah, that's like a chart of all the ones he's produced over the years. So he takes all these UFO reports and he does scale model diagrams, very precise, based on the descriptions of all these craft that he's described. So he takes the Lazar saucer and takes some of the descriptions of what Bob gave of how tall he was when he went under it, and he tries to match up those dimensions to see figure out how big this thing is. And when he did that with the Bob Lazar sport model saucer, he found all kinds of problems with the dimensions. He wouldn't have been able to stand under it in those places that he said he did if it was the size that the interesting thing about that saucer, that sport model flying saucer that Bob Lazar talked about, is that it looks a lot like George Adamski's craft, or the Billy Meyer craft, or even before that. So Billy Meyer was like the 70s, and the Billy Meyer UFO, he was faking all these UFO photos that caught, and they look just like Bob Lazar's sport model saucer. But there's an earlier case in the 50s called ROTHSCHILD. If you look up XTC01, ROTHSCHILD. And you'll find this guy, he was trying to, he was a UFO hoaxer trying to sell UFOs back in the 50s. OTIS. CARR.
Can we just stop and appreciate that Joe Rogan's watch dealer has
see how it doesn't even, you will not find it unless you know.
Okay, there we go. Look at this. Look at that diagram down there.
Yeah, that one right there. So look at the saucer that he built in the 1950s, and he's got a bunch of money to try to build an anti-gravity company based on an inertial gyroscope. And he ended up building an amusement park out of all this stuff. Click on that video. And there's a bunch of people who've seen these saucer patterns that pass around the world, so I want to talk about them. This old,
I think of money as fun coupons. Sure, that's what I figured.
Billy Chad. Yeah, I see him on the show. Yeah,
between him and Jamie. One of them is going to end up
getting it looks just like the sports model. And that's from, so like,
let's finish up with my theory on
all this UFO lore that you can trace back like all this stuff to, and it kind of looks like Bob Lazar, could have borrowed a lot of this stuff, but it's also possible that maybe, counterintelligence group took all this and put together, you got guys as rich as Doty, I don't know if you know who that is. Doty's this guy in the U.S. Air Force, OSI, which is the Office of Special Investigation, came off the case if they got too close to a top secret program. And there's this guy named Paul Bennett. There's a whole movie on this called Mirage Men. And this guy Paul Bennett, he convinced Paul Bennett that he wasn't seeing top secret craft going in out of the Air Force base in the mid-next year. He mentioned that we were seeing aliens, and they even beamed fake messages through his audio, his receiving radio equipment to make him think that he was being contacted and seeing aliens. And the guy went crazy. They tried to tell him that, hey, look, none of this was real. I had to do this. Jody tried to tell him that it wasn't real. He didn't believe that. He just got too deep down the rabbit hole and committed suicide. It's the Paul Bennett story. And, but it goes to show you the lengths that the U.S. Air Force would go to keep their classified programs a secret. And it's interesting that you mentioned the two Site 4s that were classified programs that, were other facilities. And they talk about this place called Site 4 in Patrice Lake where we don't find evidence of anything. We had no evidence. So we had a guy, this guy Gabe Zeitman, who actually flew over the base in Christmas
this time. They shut down that no-fly zone, so you can actually fly it like real close to that area. So we got real trash with a super telescopic lens and we have a camera. And we got the highest detail pictures of copies ever. And George Knapp took this interview out and showed it, and then he realized they disconfirmed the story and didn't confirm it, and quietly pulled the story back and it disappeared. And it's like that with everything George. George, he'll report on all this stuff that debunks Bob, but then he'll hide it, report back, and it disappears in the background. But later on, if some debunker confronts him, he can say, "Oh, I already reported on that, and really covered that." And it's kind of... It's just kind of deceptive. I think that he's done some of the best debunkings on Bob Lazar because he's had to confront all this contrary evidence in the case, but all of it's buried.
You ever debated anyone like you?
No, they didn't. Corbell did one debate. Okay, he did a debate on Bob Lazar with Stanton Friedman. It's out there, and Stanton Friedman just mopped the floor. Stanton Friedman was a nuclear submarine guy who got really big in the UFOs after seeing one. I believe that. I saw one, but he got super into UFOs and was one of the best science researchers out there doing early scientific work and trying to understand flying saucers and stuff. But he wasn't really he says he's a nuclear physicist, but he's actually like a nuclear engineer or something. He wasn't super good at physics. He wasn't good at some of the other scientists I met and talked to. So he's an interesting guy, but he got pretty far, but he didn't, it's unfortunate he wasn't alive for the last, he died very young. He died a couple years back in 2012.
What part of that debate stood out to you?
The one thing that stood out the most was when Corbell's response, when Stanton cornered him on the whole issue of him lying about his education, Corbell's response was, "Oh, come on, you never lied to get a girl." He lied to get the job, or lied to get the job, and he lied on his resume to get the job. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to lie on your resume if you're a senior staff physicist, as I mentioned. Why did you mention that? Let's bring up Bernard Page again because I wanted to get into that. Bernard Page has what's called a CV, curriculum detail, and that's what any public scientist is going to have a bunch of work that they've worked on. Now, this guy was a senior staff physicist. He worked at Lockheed Martin Advanced Aerospace Concepts Department from 1979 to 1990. Yes, so 1999. And he worked on a bunch of classified physics programs as a senior staff physicist. And this is what a real resume could look like for someone who they look to hire to these types of programs. Bob Lazar does not have a CV. He claims to have a master's degree from MIT. He claims that his thesis was in MHD, or magnetohydrodynamics, which is a form of propulsion. You take the ionized air and make a plasma, and then use magnets to move that plasma. That's magnetohydrodynamics. So you can use it for propulsion, and this is why he claimed that's what he's and that's why he gives him credibility to actually done the thing that he did, get the position out there. Even though element 115 and these high-end nuclear physics is really a separate issue from magnetohydrodynamics. It's a completely different field. But I don't know, you look at guys like this, and you compare him to Bob Lazar, and I'm like, well, why would they hire Bob Lazar? Why would they need Bob Lazar when they have dudes like this working? Now, what did Bob Lazar say specifically about MIT? Where do you say his level of education was at MIT? He said he had a master's. They said he graduated in 1982, right, which was the same year that, according to the Los Alamos Monitor article, he moved to Los Alamos in California. So if he was in Los Alamos, he moved to Los Alamos and then Los Alamos sent him to MIT. That's kind of like what he changed the story. Yeah, that's how he filled in like the holes in the timeline, saying that Los Alamos sent him to this program to do a speedy master's degree in MHD with
there's no record of thesis paper. That's what people become a scrub, right? Try to scrub everything out of life. How could you scrub that? It's published in journals. And then other scientists in that field review every paper. It's like if I'm in hydrodynamics, when the paper comes out on NHD, I'm reading it. And I'm like, oh, who's Robert Lazar? And he remembered these things. So nobody's ever heard of him in the field. There's no record of his thesis anywhere. He keeps a copy of it, and there's none of that. So it's all the records. How could they believe, every yearbook issue to every student who graduated in 1980?
So there's no yearbook or anything like that. That's absolutely zero pictures of it.
Yeah, it's all it takes is a yearbook picture,
not one thread.
And that's why Eric Weinstein recently, I think he started with he's challenged by his argument debate. He said, well, Joe Reagan asked me if I debate Bob Lazar and Gettysburg, which was the story at the time. But I guess now he has, and he wants to get into that. And MIT and what physics, who's a physicist do you know? He was asked one time in 1993 in Rachel, Nevada, was the last Q&A session that Bob Lazar ever did publicly. He was asked at that Q&A session by Tom McKay, you claim that the government deleted your educational records. Could you try to reconstruct some of that history? Some of the professors from Caltech or MIT. So no, sure. I guess Dr. Duxler and Dr. Husson, is what Bob says. And he says that Duxler was from Caltech and Husson was from MIT. And couldn't find anyone in the whole registry with that name. So Stanton looked up, Duxler, the whole, APS, has all the types. Any of his physics teacher or student, gets into the American Physical Society. APS, they're listed under the common list. And he looked at Duxler and found that there was one Professor Duxler who looked at Pierce Junior College in Northwest California, which is where Bob Lazar lived after high school, next to a rocket engineering in Eugene Groover, who actually built those rockets that was on the jet fighter, rocket bike, and rocket car. Those are Groover pressure jet engines, not actually rocket engines. They're extremely inefficient, extremely loud, and so that bike was built by his neighbor, living in West California. That's where the article someone talks about him. Yeah, you can read that. He was a helicopter, he worked with helicopters as well. He was an interesting guy. And Bob Lazar lived in Newman, California, went to Pierce Junior College, and then Stan Freeman went and looked it up and found records that he actually attended classes there, and asked Dr. Duxler to look in his records, and said, yeah, he did have a student, by the name of Bob Lazar, in classes. So, yes, it's a fact that he did go to Pierce Junior College, and if you can go to MIT and go to Caltech, you don't go to Pierce Junior College. Right, but he said, no, go to Junior College, you go to MIT and Caltech.
He claims that he was sent to MIT by parts of the government that was working for it to learn more about some of this technology. That's what I believe he claimed. I could be wrong.
That's possible, but then again, there'd be records of him being in Cambridge at some time interval, and he'd have personal knowledge of things that's around Cambridge. He'd have knowledge of people that he worked with or was related, and then something to say, I can't remember any of my teachers or any of my professors from college and this and that. You don't remember your academic advisor or program like this. I can remember all my teachers from high school. I learned one yesterday.
The thing about him is he doesn't. It's just amazing how much stuff. He doesn't appear to be. It's just like that stuff. He doesn't appear to be a liar. He doesn't.
If he's playing a part as a character, he's got it nailed. He is a liar. If I was going to cast him as a role in a movie, he could be a great character. He could play a part for sure. He does a good job at that. And he had me for a number of years. I
used to argue in favor of Bob Lazar until I got smartened up and educated by the real Airbnb and real physicists and real scientists. Got deep down the rabbit hole on how this was whole stuff. If you think Bob Lazar is the epitome of where this technology and this stuff is at, you haven't even scratched the
So, what gives you the right to question some of this physics stuff with Bob Lazar? What do you know about this?
I mean, I know a little bit, but I mean, I've gone and interviewed. We run a site called one of the guys who got me into all this anti-gravity research was Tim Ventura back in the days, American Anti-Gravity. And I teamed back up with him, and we started this conference because I thought he's perfect for the world. He's our moderator. And we wanted to bring people in, create an academic and open community where we could discuss these kinds of ideas, UFO propulsion, and discuss UFOs and anything goes conference. And we got the idea because we attended the SB Spark conference, which is an annual conference put on by James Woodward. He's famous for the Woodward effect and the Mach effect. And Woodward puts on this SB Spark conference every year. It's a number of really good scientists that really talk about their ideas for propulsion and physics and stuff. So, one of the best ones from that was Nathan Kimmer and NAN. That is a good physics primer on anti-gravity. That's a good school for physics that can be written with degrees. Yeah. So I went to Bridgewater State University, and I graduated in 2012 with a bachelor's degree in physics. I did a minor in math. And so I have a background in physics. I speak the language enough to get to it, and I'm not really super into all this crazy tensor and string theory stuff. I'm not no Ed Whitten, so to speak. But I know enough where I can dabble in it. I'm more of an experimentalist and an engineer kind of guy. So I bridge that gap, but I talk to a lot of those. I talk to those people, and I can mediate, and I can understand enough of what they're saying. If I don't get all of it all the time, I'm pretty up on it.
So Eric Weinstein was talking about that. He was talking about the Gandalf. And
he says that now
is it true that I think what he was trying to say is that just Ed Whitten is not even striking distance of understanding or coming to any sort of conclusion on anti-gravity.
That's interesting because Ed Whitten went down the string theory rabbit hole in the late 60s and early 70s and stuff. And he was working, it was the father and son team that owned one things out. It was and Ed Whitten, right? He was written by approached by Martin Marietta Corporation and was like, oh, we want you to figure out anti-gravity for us. And we figured it out. And so they put him through. What year was this? This was like, I'd say 19, when did it start? Right in 1950s. He goes over and if you want to look it up, you can look up 70 plus years of anti-gravity history. There's an article on thedrive.com where they actually have a video with Lewis Whitten giving the whole story. So if you want to look that up, they can find that whole thing, an article on it and a video with some more information on it. But yeah, 70 plus years of anti-gravity history research for that. But the other thing is, are people still working on anti-gravity? I know at least 12 people. But right now, I'm going to try different groups of people that are trying to figure out doing different approaches and different methods. Yeah, there's a lot of people that still working on it. And there's been 70 plus years of projects. This is not just, there was all kinds of other projects. So they had a whole facility. The other team was the Hudson White team. That was Wright and Cecil deal at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. And at North Carolina Chapel Hill, also in North Carolina, they had this guy Andrew Bonson. So they had Andrew Bonson. Bonson was the guy who was funding. He ran a big air conditioning company with a lot of money from selling air conditioning units, and he wanted to post selling it. He was selling. And he ended up, funding this lab called Bonson Labs, and they hired, Thomas Townsend Brown and a number of other guys to try to do experiments on anti-gravity back then. That was 1954, 56 and stuff. So they had this whole facility down there. I know that Bryce went down there before. Yeah, this is a cool article. But yeah, there's more history to this in the physics. So what's interesting is that Bryce Dewitt was working a lot with John Archibald Wheeler, Richard Feynman's PhD advisor at Princeton. And Wheeler did a lot of classified work. He worked in the H-bomb. He actually left H-bomb secrets on a train one time on accident. And then he got so scared he refused to leave Princeton. He refused Princeton after that and stuff. But John Wheeler was a genius. He came with all these different concepts and stuff. And one of the interesting things that he's working on, specifically with Bryce Dewitt during this period in the 1960s, before things got corrupted by Springfield or sent off the cliff, they were working on resolutions to paradoxes between quantum mechanics and general relativity and special relativity. How do you merge relativity with quantum mechanics and make the two consistent? And they were struggling with how to do that. And one of the solutions that they came up with was this issue of quantum non-locality. And that's this issue that the substructure of space is on some higher dimensional plane, that space and time are actually like a holographic illusion, and that everything exists all in one hyperplane all at once, and you just see different things in different perspectives from different observer viewpoints and stuff. So I also think that really related by all aspects, and John Bell and others, with some of their experiments, that core argument of quantum non-locality, that explains right there how UFOs are generated. You can create an Einstein-Rosen bridge between these 2 points in the universe. You can open a wormhole and then just step through. But then how do you do that? How do you do that is another story. And I kind of got into some depth, with making the relativity of why aliens can't get here. We've all heard the speed of light is the speed limit. Can't go faster. And that. But
Speed of light would take, what did you say, 100,000 years to get here from somewhere.
But how long does it take for the photon? The photon is in fact, the photon makes the trip, goes backwards, and then needs to negotiate, and then goes backwards in time, and then figures out what its route is, according to PED, which is quantum electrodynamics, the theory of light, as written out by Richard Feynman, which is super interesting. It's like this pilot wave theory. It's one interpretation of quantum mechanics. There's two different interpretations. One is this pilot wave interpretation that Bowman takes, and the other one is Kirkman interpretation. That's the Schrodinger's cat, where it's both alive and dead at the same time in this state of superposition before the wave function collapses, rather than it takes the trip and renegotiates and then figures out how it can go. It's kind of a different approach to quantum action. It's principally quantum action. But this whole idea is that for the photon and light, it seems has a lot to do with all this. As I mentioned, in order to create anti-gravity, you need negative. So how do you create negative mass? Well, they've done it experimentally. Do you know that? Yeah, there's an experiment that they did at the University of Rochester where they created negative mass in the laboratory. They did it using something called polariton condensate. What the hell is polariton condensate? Well, it's liquid light. Is another word for it. It's light that's been trapped inside of the material. So when light goes into the material, it freezes these quasi-particles inside the material by the interaction of the electromagnetic fields in the material. They're called excitons. And when the excitons are large enough to polarize the actual physics inside the vacuum, you can actually create these polaritons. Those polarons and bipolarons. These are all quasi-particles that you can basically generate in material. And
through these generation of these quasi-particles, you can create systems where negative mass can be produced. These claritone condensates, which is liquid light, it's trapped light. So it's fascinating because you see these, UFOs that like appear like glowing balls of light, and then they do this warp, and how are they doing that? And it's really, interesting, very physics behind it. Well, sure enough, light can produce propulsion, and there's a number of, I mentioned the radiometer, Crick's radiometer, it's a meter which measures radiation, Crick's radiometer, it's called, and
This was what you showed me in the Visa Power Plant in Christopher Dunbar.
No, that was the Crick's 2. That's an electron. Yeah. That was, remember Joe Rogan had Tom DeLong on the podcast. He was talking about this, metamaterial that they have that they use to work space-time. And he's saying, they fire an electron at it, it goes slower, one way or the other. And Joe Rogan's like, how do you fire an electron at it? And Tom DeLong's like, I don't know, I'm not a physicist. And, the answer is a Crick's tube. That's an electron tube. That's an electron gun. Yeah, so that's what you can use to fire electrons. But this is a little different. So electrons, these are photons. These are light particles. And light particles actually, contain mass, or they contain momentum, because you can get this thing spinning just by shining light on it. And it's just black squares on one side and white on the other. So what happens on the white side is it's reflecting the light, and the black side is absorbing the light. Right. So there's an imbalance in forces through the light, the pressure of the light system. So that's what causes it to spin and rotate. You don't have to get the black on one side and the white on the other. So that's the principal concept behind this. So light has momentum, so you can use light to push things. So if you get enough light, you can push heavy things. This is really light, perfectly balanced thing, and you're using a small amount of light to push it. But what happens when you get a ton of light and you bounce it around inside this resonant cavity? This metamaterial that we created that is made to capture and trap light. It's essentially a piece of glass or a dielectric between two mirrors. So the mirrors just bounce the light back and forth between the glass. So the light goes in, and they're one-way mirrors. So the light goes in, and then it gets trapped. Then you can bounce it around, and then you can do different things to that light. You can squeeze it, and then you can set up other, xenic surface waves and other types of waves in that structure to produce these different types of condensates. So, condensates are condensed matter physics, so it's not like condensed milk where I'm evaporating all the water out of it. It's when I'm pulling all the quantum particles here, the statistics that govern them all fall to the same level, so they start behaving, the quantum mechanical behaviors start becoming more emergent. So you're creating macroscopic objects that are exhibiting quantum mechanical behaviors. That's how, you can, there might be a window into how to, change physics altogether. If they're not working on this, then they should be. And I don't think they really figured this out in the 1950s. I don't think they had the math or the material science back in the 50s. Assuming that we captured actual pieces of, UFOs or extraterrestrial technology, we might have, had some of this and maybe back engineered or learned something from studying those pieces. But as far as, us being able to build them and manufacture them, I don't think we're at that level yet. I think that's where the problem is in the whole industry. So that's why I'm not worried about talking about this kind of stuff. I don't think, Russia and China, you need a very large state apparatus to be able to fund a program and research something like this.
What do you think these modern day UFOs are? Do you think they are from somewhere else, or do you think they are something you found and figured out?
I'd like to evaluate every UFO case on an individual basis. It's all different things.
There's so many
technologies that people have no idea about. And I'm like, oh God, I watched this one video. This thing is transmedia. It's coming out of the water and it's flying around and goes back into the water. And I'm like, dude, that's a blurred down version of MPUAV camera. Look it up. They decommissioned a bunch of nuclear subs, and Lockheed Martin did this, and they started figuring out what they could do with the launch systems for the nukes and the subs. And they built this craft called the formula. It shot out of the freaking water into the fly, and then returned to the water and reconnected the submarine. And that's what they showed the video of. And it's but then there's other cases where you have that are more intriguing, where there's actually debris, contact, and other things. Let's start with Roswell. Yeah, Roswell's a perfect example. All these rural farmers, you have Matt Krause, the farmer, finds this material, brings it into the bar, brings it to town, shows a bunch of people, apparently drives down to Roswell on the air base, and some other people found it. They're showing a bunch of pieces to the fire station. So lots of people handled this material and described it as this memory material, which is you could crumple it up in a ball and then let it go, and it would go back to its original shape. And memory metals are super interesting. Shape with tension alloys. So nitinol is the first one that we created. It was not created until 1954 at New Orleans Research Lab.
It's called nitinol?
Yeah, nitinol stands for nickel titanium, NITI, NOL, New Orleans Research Lab. So it was discovered at the New Orleans Research Lab back in the 50s, but there's evidence that they were working on this nickel titanium alloys at Patel and Patterson during 1949. Because Patterson, 1947, Roswell happens, all the debris ends up at Patterson, allegedly, right? That's where NASIC is, that's where the U.S. Air Force Aerospace Intelligence Center is, that's where the U.S. Air Force Institute of Technology. This is the hub. This is a real, 3-4 times the size of Area 51. And they have way more intelligence people than they test. Here, if you want to build it, it's just a test ground. There's any kind of real, nuts and bolts, physics and science research is going on there at Lake Patterson and Patel. Patel would have been the perfect choice if you had the technology and had to come up with a contract to look at it. They were doing tank-armored metals research. They had all the experts in metallurgy that they needed. And at the time, and they were also a private institution, so they're not actually a government organization, they're a private institution, so they don't have to follow the
Patel,
it's Patel Memorial Institute. It was set up in the early 20s, and it's been around almost 100 years now. They currently manage all of our national yeah, Los Alamos labs, Oak Ridge, everywhere is managed by Patel as a contractor. And that's kind of scary for science, because if you want to control technology and you want to have a UFO cover up at this kind of scale, you need that.
What do you think happened at Roswell? What do you think that was?
It's interesting. I think that a number of people who brought out their scientists to look at this, that have testified to it and talked about it. Robert Sarbacher, he was a part of it. Interesting guy, did a lot of work on baritons and psychons at research. And also a guy named John von Neumann, who's one of the smartest guys at the Manhattan Project. He came up with the idea of one Neumann probe just 4 months after Roswell. So, maybe he heard about the idea that it was a crashed alien spacecraft, and he just came up with that idea from his imagination. And maybe it was a von Neumann probe that crashed. I don't know. It's a self-replicated space probe. It's like a Type 3 robot that can go out, make copies of itself, and call and share it.
People who had psychedelic experience.
It's like a drug. It's such a shock. Like a model or something.
And I think there are
information.
Steve Jobs talked about, his use of
we'll probably go on soon, probably to our internet once we create one.
Experience. In fact, there's a whole tradition
like that.
of computer engineers.
So there's a whole bunch of theories on it.
We were selected genetically because of there was an advantage to people who were taking a look at it. So you
on computer or something?
No, it's Turing. Yeah, it was Turing. This was von Neumann was the
He was called the human computer because he could do like very complex, large calculations in his brain. And he did a lot of the work for the project on that. But I don't know if he did a direct work on computers. He was more of the theoretical and computational physicist for us elements. But yeah, that one he was Turing and Babbage were some of the first computer guys that but anyway, supercomputer was Gray. Gray, I think,
Maniac was in the computer. An army-funded electronic. It was an army-funded electronic numerical integrator. The first computer in the world, and was the first computer 100 feet long, 10 feet high, and it had a 17,000 backing queues, and it weighed 60,000 pounds. Look up the Maniac computer.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he did some of this computer work too. I didn't know about his computer.
Yeah, Amy Dickinson talks all about this in her book, The Pentagon.
Yeah.
And this is kind of like this sort of research, right? And this was all like this computer was used to calculate the exact amount of feet in the air they needed to detonate the bombs over Japan to create the most civilian casualties. Yeah, like they literally figured out the exact altitude to detonate the bombs. Yeah, probably just set in like two integrals and so on and so on and find that intersection. They had to do it with computers, playing in complex. This is dark shit. Some of the stuff that Von Neumann and Herbie were working on. It was called ARPA in the beginning.
Yeah, ARPANET was the original issue. Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know about this. So it just shows that they knew it was computers, and they knew they needed to figure out computers and integrated circuits and stuff. That's the thing. Like guys like the day after Roswell, of course, says that all that integrated computer chips and all this stuff came from Roswell and stuff. And it shows that they were working on this stuff. This stuff existed before Roswell. I mean, they were documenting it. They were working the transistor. Even though it was invented after Roswell, I don't think it came from Roswell because the guys who were working on it had all the solid state theory behind it. All the physics was there. It didn't come to nowhere. All the traces of human scientists and human sources. That's another thing I don't like to know, because a lot of times aliens get the credit for all these discoveries and stuff. It's like, you're missing all the history and the real science and computing work on this. There's people that spent their lives to get the science of this case back, and you're going to credit aliens for everything. It's like the same.
So did you tell me? I don't remember if you actually said what do you think was the crash of Roswell?
Oh, I don't know what crashed at Roswell, but I don't think it was Project Nova. I don't think it was Project Nova. That would be train.
Right. Right. That was a cover up, right? Where they had the guy take the photo posing with that piece of like foil.
There was both the guys in that photo, so Jesse Marcel and Colonel DeBow, both testified to the material switch and said that was not the material. And that they faked that photo out and they did the material switch. So both the top intelligence officers right there testified to that. Numerous people who handled the material described it in the great detail. Yes, it's a radar target and everything, and what a radar target. So that's, you can see the look of disappointment on Marcel's face, like almost like he's being forced to do this, and he knows something there. And even Jesse Marcel's son said he stopped at the house on the way home and showed his son some of the material. Right. So he saw it too. So it looked like this crystallized stuff and dates like material or something. So the materials that were described by all these witnesses who saw it was not a weather balloon. It's just hard to believe that he was mistaken by Air Force intelligence for a weather balloon. That they would make this mistake and then have to fly it out to Fort Worth. Could you imagine, like, the Air Force intelligence getting to Fort Worth and being like, "Oh, it's a weather balloon." You thought it was an alien spaceship. So there's certain things that don't make sense. I believe that if it wasn't an alien spaceship, the government completely had the ability to cover it up. They still do to this day. With what I've seen, their ability to cover other things up. I just cannot possibly believe that they couldn't cover something like that up if it were true. There's so many people from Wright Patterson that reported, handling this material or working on it. And we have the Patel study that was done in 1949, looking into nickel, titanium alloys. They developed a whole system of, dissolving these alloys of unknown origin using chlorine tetrachloride. So they dissolve it in chlorine and then measure the off gases as they burn it in chlorine and dissolve it in chlorine and burn it. And they measure the off gases to tell what the thing was made out of. So why would this was a Patel document? Written for Wright Patterson Air Force Base in 1949, and the scientist who wrote it, Elroy John Center, testified that he worked on, he was given materials and working with Patel, he was given metals that he thought were for the he could make that kind of stuff. He was impossible, the stuff that he had worked on. His whole life was controlled out of the So, it's super interesting. And the director of Patel is this guy, Howard Cross, who turns out was connected with some interesting research into all this. And NASA doing research into these super tension alloys as well. The fact that they're looking into specifically nickel titanium alloys and trying to figure out this stuff that really just shows me that there might be something to this. We created the first memory node based on this technology, and we're working on it right after this. And all these witnesses are describing this foil, which sounds a lot like a sophisticated memory material. Now, I've heard that it's like a nitinol wire, a fine thread of nitinol wire that's woven in the fabric. That's actually how some of this stuff is made. And that's why it has these materials that it does. It's like woven on the atomic level, and that's why they looked at it under an SEM and were like, how the hell are we going to make this? Like you do like a microwave or something. Right. So you can just imagine that the complexity of these nanomaterials, when I looked at them, and we're like, how can we build this stuff? What's even going on here as far as the physics goes? Because, you dive into all this proton and exciton stuff, where you're trapping light inside these cavities, and then you can do things with the light. Once you have a trap, you can build integrated photonic circuits. You can build entire circuit boards with integrated electronics that function on photons. So they're much more efficient. You're burning most of your energy that you're using to do your calculations on the computer and most of that energy is taken and wasted. If you had it all in terms of light instead of electrons and electronics, if you had it with photonics and spintronics, of just these microscopic nanotechnology engineered materials that would trap and redirect light through all these channels the same way that your computer does it with voltage and current and all these integrated circuit boards. You could build very advanced computers and the storage capabilities that you have, like 5G crystal storage. It would just be, this is the world we're going towards. And you can't get smaller than building atom by atom. So that's, if you're talking about alien technology, that's the crux. I mean, that's where you're eventually going to get to, is the ability to manufacture things atom by atom. And what we're going to be able to do with technology once we that level.
So this light propulsion technology, you're basically saying that in order for another civilization to get here, that's what they would use, the anti-gravity would
anti-gravity is kind of irrelevant because it's not just, you're not just calling it anti-gravity.
Right.
You have to be able to go interstellar. So you have to be able to open up these massive distances of time, space-time, and create an Einstein resonance between those two. So,
I'm sorry, I gotta, this is dumb, so I don't know what Einstein resonance is.
So this Einstein-Rosen bridge, so they kind of came up with this idea of solutions to Einstein's field equations, and a bunch of these a bunch of people come up with different metrics and different solutions to it. One of the most popular is the Schwarzschild metric, which is what black holes do. That's how the topology and physics of black holes is the Schwarzschild solution. Now these other these Einstein-Rosen solutions are wormhole solutions. So they're solutions to the field equations where you can open up 2 points and connect 2 points of space over interference. Yeah, it's all about how you folding the paper and then how you poke the hole. So the opening and the shape of the hole that you poke and all that is super important to doing that. And this bending and folding of space-time, how do you do that? So the way we can see it being done from physics is that the photons themselves are actually generating and building and producing the space-time. So rather than thinking of relativity as this absolute theory, think of it as a emergence theory that's generated comes out of quantum mechanics. And one of the guys I like does a lot of theory research into this is Louis Kaufman, a mathematician who does a lot of knot theory and shows how, he has this whole paper on how relativity can emerge simply from, quantum mechanics and these simple functions. If you just do this expansion and you separate the audience even terms, you get relativity from these two parts. And it's an interesting take on the whole physics of it, because it's saying that if when you shine light, that light is building this, it's building the space-time. The light itself is building the space-time, and it's creating these Einstein-Rosen bridges between everything, and like these interactions happen. So you really need to connect these. How do you connect 2 points, distant points in space-time? You have to have a lot of light going between those 2 points that's going back and forth or focus. And is it light in our dimension, or is it light in another dimension? And that gets into these real hyperdimensional physics, that the hot vibration stuff and the stuff that Eric Weinstein's getting into. I think that's really the door opening, into our pathway into this hyperdimensional physics. It starts with the material science. How do you actually build it and do experiments with it? And I think that has a lot to do with these trapped baritone science things, and also with Jack Body and others are talking about in some of these groups. These Frohlich condensates, F-R-O-H-L-I-C, and this guy was another physicist who came up with this theory, and it's basically these condensates where they can create a supercomputer, a conscious AI, a conscious AI and a supercomputer on the surface of this Frohlich condensate paragraph. With this trapped light this idea, and that you would almost be unconscious, and that's like a whole other just weirdness, because I don't understand that quite fully, or where that's going, but I think that's cool as hell that there's physics involved in it, and we have a whole team working on small scale laboratory replication. How do we do this? How do we build it? And then we have another couple guys who are working with that. They're trying to use AI supercomputers to do material science, engineering, and design. So we want a 2D material that does this, that's like graphene or vortex. So can you make, or you have a material that you want to do a certain thing, so you have to use supercomputers and AI to engineer and design these things, and then first, so that way you don't have to go through a lot of the work. The AI can do a lot of the calculations and computations and thinking stuff for you. And I thought that was super interesting. I also have one of the largest databases on all this anti-gravity stuff anyway. Just massive, I think 30 terabytes, 30 gigabytes. Yeah, 30 gigabytes. We have a couple terabytes, so it's immensely down. It's books, texts, papers, everything that's been published related to relativity, gravity, theory, any of these search terms like Clariton condensates, exciton, Clariton pairs, Rabbi entanglement, quantum entanglement, anything related to that. And we were thinking about doing is training our AI to go through that database. We're going to get a chat GPT-4 bot and train it using our database, and then start asking it questions about gravity, physics, how far engineering come further along. So, and I think that there's other people probably already working on this and doing this. And I think we're first to take this and be able to try it. But yeah, that's what we're working on. We have that. We also have propulsion.com, the APEC conference that I mentioned Estes Park. So Estes Park during COVID, they had the Estes Park conference, which is this propulsion conference that James Wizard puts on, and they had it online on Zoom because during COVID, no one could do that in person, so we did the first thing on Zoom, and that gave us the idea, man, we could be building conferences on Zoom. The technology where it's from is just great that we can do this now, This didn't have this back in 2011 when I went to MIT and did the full fusion study, but we can do this now. And so we set up our own conference with the APEC conference, and we started inviting all these guys. One of the first guests we had on was Mark McCandless, who's the ARV, the Alien Reproduction Vehicle guy. Talking about that Fluxliner and stuff. He's one of our first guests. We had all kinds of people. We had Ronald Evans, who's Project Greenville, on there. We had a whole episode with a bunch of scholars from India, where we're taking them on and talking about all the research into Vimanas and all the history of Vimana, ancient Indian flying saucers. And we just had a whole bunch of names. Some of these names you probably never heard of. Glenn Robinson told me he's from NASA. He worked with me in Lee on those replication experiments. Mike McCulloch's over the UK. He's got a DARPA contract right now, working on his quantized inertia drive idea. There's Ronald Evans with Project Greenville. We had him on about a month before the BBC had him on to do a report on the same topic. Of course, we asked him much more detailed and deep technical physics questions. We had an hour, it's an hour presentation and an hour Q&A. We just have like DARPA, NASA, MIT, all kinds of super smart guys on it, asking all the best questions. Like, for instance, you guys are currently working at DARPA, and are they underneath for NDAs or anything? Not for it. I mean, they might be for some of the stuff that they're doing that they can't specific about. They can't share information with us, but they can sit there and get information from my guests or ask questions. They love what we're doing, man. They can be. Like, we never hear about this. It's amazing that this type of physics and this type of science is so, it seems like it's so hard to find. I've never heard anyone talk about this light photon propulsion. Yeah, well, NASA did a lot of started research and all this under the SBI, the Star Wars program, directed energy and laser light propulsion. And they actually started out of, it's interesting when you see how they create and who they recruit for these projects. So it's often from graduate students or graduate programs or sometimes professors. And it's usually like these obscure universities, like the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, for example. And then the other one I was going to mention is they recruit out of Rensselaer Polytech. So Rensselaer Polytech is who they chose to go to ask to help design the Star Wars light craft microwave propulsion. So they hired a bunch of guys out of Rensselaer Polytech to do that. Can you show a picture of this thing yet? Yeah, so that's the guy named Leik Maraby. It's Leik, first name Leik, Myrabo. And he wrote this book called Laser Light Craft. I think it was published in Canada. And somebody, definitely not the DOD or anything, went and bought out every single copy of this book that was in existence. That's Light Craft. Yeah, Light Info. John F. Lewis. When was it published? It was probably
This is writing, so I wrote this. It
sometime around 2010 or something, but yeah, this was the idea. They started with these craft that they started with a laser on the ground, these Navy lasers that they were using to see how far they could shoot stuff up in space. But they realized that the divergence of the beam, that's how far it splits and widens out as it gets further away from the source. Right. As the beam diverged, they lost the ability to kind of pinpoint. So they could only shoot this thing about 400 feet or so up in the air before they could. Who was they? Who was doing this? They were doing it. Mirabel was doing this out of U.S. Navy research labs. I forget where exactly. It might have been New Mexico.
Okay, so they're shooting these lasers into the sky.
What they do is they have to coordinate to make sure that there's no satellites or anything above where they're pointing the laser when they're doing the test. They can shoot out a satellite.
I think you're holding up something's moving in your hand. That's
Although the beam might diverge so much by
story is right now.
So
that picture kind of shows us like a saucer flying. How about the dog?
Yeah, sideways and so yeah, that's kind of crazy, huh?
It is really crazy.
So now it's interesting that they were working on this kind of stuff back in the 80s, Star Wars SDI program at some of these facilities. So you may have heard or learned some information about this and you've been in this story too.
So if you had it's impossible to get a copy of one of these books right now.
Not impossible, you probably pay for it. Look it up on Amazon. Look up that book on Amazon and see if you can find
The Lightcraft Flight Handbook.
Yeah. So I went and bought all the copies. I only could find one for like $3,000.
Female Secret Service agent that can't holster her weapon.
$349 for the paperback? How long was the time? Oh, we're at April 18th.
It's still mad expensive though.
That is expensive for a book.
It's like more than even the thickest, heaviest college textbook I've ever bought. I don't know whatever, even the most expensive college textbook.
That's my card. Check out the later.
Yeah, you can check it out. It was before. It's been a while since I checked it. When I checked it a while ago, it was at like 2,000 and there was no copies of it available. So maybe
People are definitely reading that. Must be a resale.
maybe a reprint or reissue or something. But I don't know if it seems like those kind of things go out of print and they don't want it. It's like that's how they classify it. It turns out in book form and they'll go out and buy up every copy of the book.
Why would who do you think that the DoD would be trying to hide that? Why would they do that? For war technology, secret war technology?
It's just another way of suppressing it. It's security by obscurity. What's the best security strategy?
What do you think their concern is with that kind of information being open source?
They are concerned that more people will know about it and therefore their ability to use it effectively in deceptive warfare will be lessened. You know what I mean? So it's like they're trying to fake you out and make you think that alien UFOs are swarming your craft. Say we have a bunch of these countermeasures which we can create these illusions of UFOs and fleets of things. And even have some drones with maybe some of this light craft technology on them that they can do some of these crazy maneuvers, hypersonics. So this hypersonic technology that was developed, you know that?
No.
So hypersonic started with this supercavitation, the supercavitating torpedoes that would supercavitate the water, like the pistol shrimp is. The pistol shrimp will actually supercavitate. It creates this like flick, really hypersonic flick, and it creates a supersonic bubble, which supercavitates really quickly, and it actually knocks out their prey. It'll knock out a fish, and, stun them.
Find a picture of this shrimp.
The mantis shrimp or the pistol shrimp? The pistol shrimp. Or mantis shrimps do it too. Yeah, it's got this one claw that creates the supercavitation effect, right, in water. And what happens is for a brief moment, the water vaporizes and turns to gas, and also evacuates the area, so it blows out, so it creates a vacuum.
To allow it to lunge towards its prey?
No, it doesn't lunge towards its prey. Because a fish comes near, and it creates this shock wave that it stuns the fish and knocks it out. It creates such a strong, powerful shock wave that it just knocks the fish right out. Knocks it out cold. It's a mantis shrimp hunt.
And you're saying that this this is like
So what
they use these rockets.
they use it in ICBMs, some of the advanced intercontinental ballistic missiles. There's a laser point. There's a laser tip in the nose cone that blasts energy a certain distance. And again, you know somebody uses computers to calculate that distance away that they need to do that detonation for the atomic bomb. It's similar to that, but there's detonation in front of the nose of the rocket or the torpedo or whatever. So they supercavitate the air or water, and so that the rocket or torpedo is actually flying through a vacuum, so that they can eliminate greatly reduce the air drag by production of these directed energy-reduced plasmas. And so they're able to get craft up above Mach 10 using this supercavitation technology, this is developed from, this is a grandchild of that narrowly light craft technology. They started out with the lasers and now creating these plasmas in the sky. And the problem is we need to move the laser off the ground and actually put it on the craft. That was the first step. Then once they did that, they could figure out how to turn the first light to create the supercavitated effect.
How do you know that this has been published, that these are being acted in, these are being tested on ICBMs?
There's no video tests anywhere. There's one video I could find of a torpedo test, like in South Korea doing some tests with these supercavitated torpedoes. But there's no videos or anything on it. You can find the patent if you look up Kevin DeMeyer, AREMEUYES. And he's got a bunch of patents on this, including one where they actually shine the laser down on the surface of a plane's wing, and they can take control the airflow over
acrobatic, right?
Yeah. So they can basically, oh my god, they could take control over your plane and fly you from remotely by creating these plasmas on your wing. They could flip your plane, ground you, they could put you in a stall. You could do lots of things to your flight control by inducing these plasmas on the surface of your airplane. Yeah, there's all kinds of variations of experience that I have no idea about what have been done with these technologies. And I think a lot of this UFO stuff is almost like a Pentagon psyop to none of the technologies are ever talked about. It's always just like it's aliens. And it's almost like the Pentagon is like pushing this narrative super hard, to get people. But it also gets people to report these things, which is good, because if the Chinese and Russia have these things, and they're flying in multiple countries, so we want them to be reported. We want to know about it, right? So, but this gives a layer of safety to the DVDs, because now people are like reporting it, but they're not getting scared. They're just like, oh, am I seeing aliens? It's a little less scary than I'm seeing, high-tech hypersonic spy drones from China and Russia.
But now we can talk about the Navy pilots. The Navy pilots came to favor in 2004 off the Nimitz saw the Tic Tac UFO thing that basically was like mimicking or mirroring his movements in his FAD, and the thing like arrived at his cap point before he knew exactly where he didn't know where his cap point was. He got there, the thing was already there. He explained that Tic Tac thing, hovering above the water, creating disturbance in the water. How do you explain that?
Well, there's a couple different technologies. There's a lot of different missiles that can travel like it looks like a Tic Tac and can cause those disturbances on the water and can travel that fast. So, I'm not absolutely convinced on that. Again, I think pilot, testimony is pretty credible. These guys are trained. They've seen a lot of different stuff, so it's hard to argue with them. And Kevin Day, we've had Kevin Day on every guys have seen. Who's Kevin Day? He's another pilot. And I never got the chance to really sit down with Graves and really grill him on it. And again, I'm only interested in what kind of technical intelligence data I can extract from those testimonies. and where that can get. That's where I'm at. It's like, if they're not telling me, yeah, I know there's stuff that flies around like that, that's crazy stuff. Yeah, I know that there's all kinds of stuff out there. But what specifically are they saying? It sounds a lot like, again, with the cube inside of the sphere, sounds like this Project Radiant technology.
So Graves said that he never actually saw this thing with his own eyes. Graves said that he saw these things on his radar once they upgraded the radar and they've seen it. Some of the guys that he was flying with claimed that they saw one guy directly past this thing with a cube inside of the sphere, right by his ears.
Yeah, and those are actually Project Radiant had these balloons that they put a radar reflector. It was actually the shape of an octahedron, which easily mistaken for a cube. It looks like octahedron.
Can you find out the diagram of the octahedron?
It looks very similar to a cube, but yeah. So if you saw that inside of a balloon, you think a cube inside a sphere, right? That's an octahedron. So, yeah, it's actually an octahedron, and that's what's in the patents for these balloon type devices. And what is the purpose of these things? So these are early repeater technologies. They're signal reflectors, and some of them will be a little bit more sophisticated, where they could do radar repeat spoofing signals. So a lot of them were used as like spoofing. So they create these balloons. They can inflate one out of a buoy. They have these buoys set up that can spontaneously inflate these balloons, and then they can inflate or detonate and pop them on command. So what they can do is have one buoy here, put up a balloon, then pop that balloon and have another buoy, put up another one. So on the radar, it looked like this balloon teleported or did a jump maneuver from one place to another. And that was like some early experiments that they did with that stuff. But then other
And the purpose of this was just to confuse on radar.
yeah, that was to use any radar and also to confuse, planes coming in with radar. A lot of planes report seeing these types of things. And the fact that it mimics this technology, that sounds a lot like the DRFM technology, like this digital radio frequency memory, where it's going to take a signal and then repeat it back. But it's almost like something that's looking at it and recreating that, like fly repeater maneuvers. And that also is interesting because one of the ideas we had is projectors. And someone pointed out, well, the thing would be a circle and then follow the line of a circle, so you would have to project through them at some point. Trying to go in a circle. So what about, the SDI programs put these things in satellites? So they might have these types of lasers in satellites. They could potentially project these types of things from above and do that. That's the Star Wars defense mission that's underway. So they have there's a number of these things, and they were actually practicing these lasers to take out ICBMs. So that's just things over nukes that they shoot on the sky with these lasers and satellites and stuff. So that program and a lot of these technologies and stuff are basically, the ground for people that's great. A lot of that stuff that got started to a lot of this stuff. So that's not the only thing. There's a lot of other projects that were made in 1958. That's when the CIA set up Project Rainbow in 1951. Yourself programs being called electromagnetic frequency response. And so EMF response is important to invisibility because it's how you minimize the radar accuracy. It's to make sure that you right where something will fit over 15 minutes in. I'll underneath the wrestling desk is staff. Person's hanging the leg trying to get me rapid. And I was like, dude, I'm not wrapping this thing. I was like, I'm wrapping it. Exploit that equation to figure out how to minimize that radar process time.
Smacking my leg trying to get me
By exploiting that formula. That's the reason that the F-117 has those flat surfaces. Those flat surfaces minimize that contour.
questions, even if Trump didn't come on his podcast, but still, I don't think there's anything to lose at this point. Imagine if Rogan got Trump to have his first drink ever in the studio with him, just like he got Elon to smoke a joint with him years ago. That would be
There's a lot
wild,
of technologies that have been done into radar and counter radio. There's another one called ECCM, electronic countermeasures. Right. So radar would be ECCM, electronic countermeasures. These countermeasuring, having a countermeasure against incoming airplanes by turning the radar to be able to see them ahead of time. And they're using their ECCMs against the countermeasures to counter the countermeasures using shapes or flares or other radar spoofing stuff that we talked about, function nemesis, project nemesis, or other series of these multiple encryption that actually can use DRM technology to specific radar systems so they can spoof certain radar systems to see whatever they think they want.
We're too uneducated to really understand what they're saying.
So
I talked to Ryan. You saw talked to Ryan. I asked him about possibly, these war games that are testing these dark technologies, radar spoofing technologies on off the coast of North Carolina or off the coast of San Diego. And his argument was that they would have specific ranges that are designed to test this stuff. Number one. Number two is they wouldn't be testing it for a span of 10 years from 2004 to 2015 off the busiest,
just like most heavily militarized sections of airspace.
Right. There's more air traffic going through that area off the coast of North Carolina where he was flying than anywhere in the United States. So why would they be testing it there, and why would they be testing it over here?
Yeah, it's interesting. Catalina Island always looked like a good place to do testing, to move things off the coast and stuff. And you see a training base there. A lot of setups. It's very similar to a lot of the stuff that they have in Area 51, where they build like these mock cities, mock towns that are cargo containers and stuff. And they do like training, farming exercises on these facilities. You can see those. They build a whole compound. You can see those will have set up as one team versus the other to do a and they'll do training and these types of things. There's a lot of that on Catalina Island. There's also a lot of interesting microwave and radar set up there.
As well as his experience as a jury in the modern world.
Definitely infrastructure there to do this kind of stuff. Again, why do we do it for a period of 10 years and why do we do it there? There's another question. And then, yes, we definitely need to, not military contractors perform this technology, the military itself, right, doing this type of, using this technology in active training or warfare preparation of scenario. And maybe it's just new technology and they've been training with it all along, and it just happens that other people see it from time to time and it has to be derailed from other explanations of what that is. Maybe that's a possibility. I still haven't completely dismissed that yet. I haven't dismissed the possibility that it's aliens either. I mean, it could be aliens flying out there, but again, they have the technology to get your wire freeze and invisibility cloaks with metal materials and invisibility cloaking and carbon nanotubes, all those types of technologies you can produce invisibility with. We've done it. There's a mirage effect. We've got mirage effect CMTs. CMT is short carbon nanotubes.
I know this stuff right on Google.
Yeah, if you know what to look for. If you know what to look for.
Right,
You have to know the keywords. If you don't, and you'll never ever stumble across it in your random research. If you know what you're looking for, come right up. So you have a sheet of carbon nanotubes, and they run a voltage to it, and creates a mirage effect which bends the light around. So that's way easier on a warp drive. Yeah? So if you got warp drive, you can invisibility. You got invisibility, extra.
This is underwater.
Yeah, it's underwater, actually. So what happens, right, is they run the voltage through those carbon nanotubes, which are like,
It's a carbon nanotube.
so like, think of like graphene, almost like a real, almost like a superconductor, but not quite a superconductor. So real high, really low electrical resistance. So when there's a high voltage to it, it produces a massive amount of heat locally, very quickly. So it's heating up to like maybe I don't know, like 4,000 or 5,000 degrees at a very small point on the surface of that. And that temperature inversion creates a warp in space. And this happens actually. You ever heard of Fata Morgana?
No.
So type in FATA Morgana. So a Fata Morgana is another type of mirage. It's called the Flying Dutchman. It's where like ships will appear to be floating slightly above the surface of the water.
Okay, yeah.
And that's caused by, you see that graphic, the reddish thing. You gotta get a bigger version of that. There has to be a bed of really hot air on top of a bed of cold air. And see the super hot air in that layer between the hot air and the cold air is where that refractive index is key. And the refractive index is key because when that refractive index changes rapidly, there's a reflection off there. So you're actually getting a reflection off of that temperature gradient, the same way that you're getting a reflection off the mirage of the temperature gradient in those carbon nanotubes. So it's that's how visibility works. That's how visibility works.
All right, Smoker, I gotta get us some more ice. Well, let's don't pause, just keep running it. I'm gonna go grab some ice. I'm about to get here. I'm gonna need to wet my whistle if we're gonna get through this.
Right, so it's the same idea. You have this surface of hot air, or the temperature gradient creates an inversion effect where you have a refractive index. And that's the same effect that you look at the hot road on a hot sunny day and you get the mirage effect.
Right, exactly. If in the desert, you see that when you look at like a telephoto shot of the desert, you can see it walking down the road.
The surface of the sand of the road is hotter than the surrounding air.
Right.
The sun's right there, and that temperature gradient or layering effect creates a.
So, is there any proof that this is actually being used in defense research or any kind of like technology bigger than something visual?
Yeah, well, they started again, I mentioned the Project Rainbow was the U.S. Invisibility project started by the North Coast Project
Research Project Rainbow.
Right, and they created a number of interesting technologies. One of them was this is the metamaterials first background. So you're not good at that. But look up wallpaper. Project Rainbow wallpaper, for example. Right? There's a stuff called the wallpaper. So they created a grid and they printed on it like a grid on the wallpaper. And the grid was like a metamaterial that was tuned to that same frequency as the rest of the radar. The radar systems they were trying to see invisible. And by coating the U2s with fuselage of the U2s, this wallpaper stuff, they really can make it invisible. And this was like a very early version. Of course, it was very thick and heavy and created too much drag and other problems for the craft to really be usable and effective. But that was like the big thing because, they started, the Russians were tracking our U2 flights, as early as the 50s. And they were trying to figure out how we can get these programs to go.
And that was Lockheed that made this?
Yeah.
Developed by the Hanson Labs and Lockheed.
So then they had some of these other ideas for how to do it, including the trapeze reflectors and stuff. But eventually this stuff developed into a study on materials themselves. So it's actually the paint, the black paint we use on the SR-71, which replaced the U2.
And also the paint that's on the F-117 is this black, very dull black paint, right?
Yeah, it's Brett was talking about this when you guys were on his show.
Yeah.
Briefly.
Yeah, so they actually figured out it's made out of barium titanate, barium titanate, and which is a ferroelectric, has an interesting radar response. So they use this paint with metamaterial built into the paint to make it a radar object. And they burned a bunch of this stuff out of they have to replace it, to scrape off and replace the paint very often because it's very susceptible to weather.
You can't come anymore. He goes,
In order to keep it fresh, it costs a ton of money to repaint these things and do it. And also, the toxicity of explosion and stuff, they were burning and making burn pits out of area for too long. And a bunch of dogs got sick. And look up a case with the guy's name's Fred Dunham. And he's one of the dogs that got super sick from these open burn pits. So they were actually, burning this stuff and people being sick out there as a way to dispose of the technology. But yeah, there's some evidence that them using this and all kinds of stuff.
And is there any has there ever been any footage of what we saw on the little tubes inside the water of basically the thing becoming invisible?
Oh,
Working technology.
So if you look up BAE stealth tanks, so they have these polychromatic. This is the earlier version of this. This is a different version. So they use these polychromatic heat guns. BAE is what? BAE is British Aerospace. It used to be Marconi.
Really not. Look at that tank. Look at all the guys standing next to it.
Holy shit. Look at that thing, dude. Like a Tesla tank. Yeah, so those hexagon panels on the side of it can change the color, and they can also they change color to make it like visual camouflage, but they can also change heat signature with infrared. So look at that image where the tank is infrared in the middle on the bottom.
Oh, right there, yeah.
That's the tank, and then it activates the panels and looks like an SUV out there. It's the heat signature. It changes the cool, the other colors and keeps the other ones up. Yes, I don't know what BAE actually stands for. I thought it stood for like British, or like the British version of Lockheed or something like that, right? Yeah. Oh, by the way, you know where Britain's Area 51 is?
No.
Porton Down. Porton Down is where the area that's Britain's Area 51. Where they do all their classified aerospace and physics research.
What country do you think has the most sophisticated
U.S.? Yeah, we definitely have few other countries.
What makes you think that? What makes you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. China, the thing is, China has a lot of the academic literature on some of this stuff. They are, decade ahead of us. A lot of stuff, and also our electronics. They produce all of our cutting edge electronics and stuff. The Pentagon's put out reports about, warning us about how, we don't catch up to China soon. We're going to have real problems because, even with the computer issues, all the computers, the Pentagon's computers, you can't buy a computer anywhere that doesn't have a Chinese chip in it, Chinese manufacturer. So like, they're finding all these hardware problems with these little tiny chips that these call home functions or other things. They built into these circuit boards that are contacting Chinese servers and sharing information. So that they have all these problems and holes, and it's like a crisis to try to get our own manufacturing infrastructure for today's electronics and computer chips and stuff going here, so that we don't have to be so reliant on China and for this kind of stuff. But also, as far as some of these, flare-on condensates and all that, entangled with those types of technology with way more papers that I find in the academic literature from Chinese universities than I do from American universities, which is disturbing because it's like we're not spending enough time, we're not taking this seriously enough, and China is, and we don't pay attention to it, they're going to reject those could be decades ahead of us in a short period of time. But as far as the actual development of it and application of it, the U.S. has done more as far as the stuff that I know about with the U.S. is to know China is doing with it, but there's obviously a lot of espionage going on, so the Chinese are that's a whole other issue. So I want to tie this back into these. So you have all these spoofing technology, you have all these technologies that you use to fake UFOs and different. So I refuse for UFOs. Right. Then you have the issue that there might be real UFOs out there. I like to think of the prime directive interpretation of why the solution of the present paradox. So all the statistics and stuff say that aliens should be out there while contact with others. Right. And I like the zoo hypothesis. It's my favorite. It's called the zoo hypothesis. We're like a zoo. They're just observers, but they're hidden from us, so you can't see them. They keep themselves hidden. But they
it's like almost they're mocking us or messing with us to the point where, like, when you think of UFOs, they show themselves enough to where you can convince the person willing to believe, but they can't convince the skeptic.
Right. And the other thing is that Star Wars,
there's no actual, there's no real solid evidence of it, right? There's just that little bit they give you.
Right. Well, so Star Trek, they have this thing called the Prime Directive. It's one of my favorite episodes of Star Trek. It's called Who Watches the Watchers. And it's about them watching this Bronze Age civilization and their really malfunctions and fails. And someone from the Bronze Age civilization discovers their outpost and sees them. And then, so he goes back and starts telling all the villagers about what he saw. So they want to kind of correct them and show them that they're up on the spaceship and try to show them a couple things and explain stuff to them and then send them back. And you can see like the tales as he tells it to all the villagers, it just morphs into a religion and all these other things very quickly from his experience and his interaction with these higher beings. And then they set up this thing, well, it's a prime directive, you shouldn't have any contact with non-warp civilizations. So once you discover warp drive, you can open up the cosmos and then contact with pre-warp civilizations. I like that. I like that idea very much. There's no proof or evidence for it. That's the one that resonates with me the best. Obviously resonates well with you,
But anything that we can't understand, something that's way too advanced for us, we can go to just be God. Like there's all those paintings from like the Renaissance era, where there's paintings depicting a UFO. There's a famous what is it, Ezekiel in the Bible? Ezekiel's wheel.
The wheel and the ring of fire and stuff. Again, if you were seeing the light craft that was being propelled by trapped in light energy, how would you describe it? Sound right. Fire or something like that. Yeah, a lot of the angel stories sound like one thing I want to say about aliens and species and stuff.
Yes.
I made like a video of that as well.
How am I paying the bills? How am I eating? I felt like a physical weight left over my shoulder. I remember.
idea that just imagine that we had gene editing technology where we could go and change anything we want. And we wanted to create a perfect spacefaring race because we're not really built for outer space. Like astronauts who go into space for a long time have lots of problems. Mm-hmm. So we're built for Earth.
Not even outer space, just like outer orbit.
Yeah, outer orbit. The stuff that happens. So imagine we're going to re-engineer our bodies and make some adaptations. So let's add some chlorophyll to our skin so that we don't have to eat. We can just use sunlight. And let's make our eyes way better at seeing. We can add some more spectrum. We can expand the actual color spectrum of what we see. Did you know that there's pit vipers that can see infrared? Mm-hmm. And there's also butterflies can see like high ultraviolet, like a whole number of range of frequencies that we can't. And birds can too. Flowers and other stuff with different insects and birds and stuff. Mm-hmm. Different colors show up in different ways and whatnot. So imagine we could incorporate all that into our eyes. So we make our eyes really big so they can see really well in the dark and in space and also see really good. We could edit our voice box so that we can make any animal sound or any noise or any stuff like that. You could edit and just gene code, and eventually you'd end up with something that looks like an alien gray, with red eyes and green skin, and all these things. So, suction cups on the ends of the fingers was another interesting thing to describe. When you feel things in space, you want to be able to do it on fingers, and all you need is an optical suction cup on the end of your finger. You're use it to pick stuff up and move it around. So that's another interesting thing that we saw.
Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with the Real Zimbabwe UFO.
Yeah, Zimbabwe UFO.
Where there was, I think, 60 school children.
The aerial school
in Zimbabwe, yeah, there were 60 school children who all reported very similar incidents of these crafts that landed outside the playground. And these beings that came out and communicated with them telepathically. And they all had the Harvard psychiatrist John Mack. He went there and he interviewed all of the kids separately, and they didn't have perfect. Their stories weren't perfectly similar, but they varied a little bit, right? They each had a different experience, but it was all generally the same. They all said that when they looked into these things' eyes, they had this feeling or thought of technology was bad. And they said that they never talked and they never made a sound, but they were all standing there talking, looking at them, and when they looked into their eyes, they had this sort of telepathic communication experience with these things about future technology, and all of them were 60 of them. And it's been one of the most mind-blowing, close encounters in history of the world. Yeah, there's so many witnesses, and the kids, even to this day, they still recall it. They still vividly can recall what happened.
I remember that it was a super interesting case. Seeing a lot of the skeptics, takes on it. We could fake this. Let's see how many school children think this real. We could fake an incident, and then you see how many school children would actually do what happened and other stuff too. There are some technologies out there that actually do voices in your head. There's a God technology.
Right, I've heard of it.
It's called microwave auditory effect, and it was discovered in the 1960s. There's a certain frequency of microwaves can create a cookie sound in your ear, different noises in your ear, and then they can actually create multiple clicks and then modulate the clicking frequency of the noise to actually modulate voices and other stuff. They can actually gain voices inside your ear, but that's not telepathical. You'd actually physically hear them. You would be hearing that.
Right.
That's another level of technology. That's something different. If you're getting a message in your brain directly to you, that's different than these technologies. Yeah, and that's different than praise of God.
These were these kids described them as feelings or images in their mind, not any kind of audio. There's no audio.
It's interesting. There's so many of them that show up and kind of like, the kids that you say that they were taken on board and shown this like rapid collage of images of the human race and like all the bad things and stuff that technology brought and stuff. And there's other ones that have said that the aliens have warned us that they're us from the future and that we're going to screw up our genetic code and mimic like them and not be able to get back. And doing stuff like that. And I think that's kind of scary considering what we're doing now with some of these experimental technologies in biology in general. mRNA. Just mRNA can edit a genes like CRISPR, and we can edit your genes, and now we can do it through your food. They can put stuff in your food, and you can work through your digestive system actually activate change your RNA. So they're talking about this. They're talking about this in articles about, saying that people who will get the vaccine will be able to just food, if you really matter.
Did you have read about this?
No, I didn't, but I didn't learn about this until afterwards. Yeah, I thought that was like kind of crazy. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. I say that.
Do you think there's any possibility that these things, these gray aliens, it seems like that these seem to be the common depiction. I always wonder, who was the first person to come up with this idea of this beingness? And, I always wonder, especially when you think about alien civilizations and
but there's also the tall grays, there's the short little mini ones, the 3 foot ones, and then there's also the reptilian ones.
Do you think there's any possibility that this could be us from the past? And it's just like a super advanced version of us that somehow got off the planet?
Yeah, that's another theory too. It's like the breakaway civilization theory. It's something else that got away and then light years into the future in a different timeline. Something. Could be. Again, I don't think we know enough about the physics at this point to tell one way or another. I mean, guys are saying, well, look, probably a time travel. I just think time travel, like, so if I can just go back and take any event that ever happened in this reality, I can go back and, change it. Right. So then you get into a whole existential, once again, time travel. And I don't believe in time travel in that sense. I think that, it's allowable within the realm of physics, but you have to understand that the universe is what's called a discrete event system. And in control theory, a discrete event system is a system where discrete events happen independently of one another and sort of tangential and then cross-influence one another. That's the way it works. And that's how everyone works in this universe. I do is that it's a discrete event system, and that in order to reverse time globally, you have to reverse the time in all of those discrete events. And you can only do time reversals on individual discrete events. I don't think it's possible to do complete time reversal on all of these discrete events because I just don't see it as being possible. And I wish I was more good with. I wish I was better with the mathematics to be able to do that. Like some theory or something, but I'm not. So, someone else might be able to do that, but I that's the issue with time travel is if they're beings from the future and stuff. I don't necessarily believe that. Although, like. Because you can go further into the future, like Buzz Lightyear, every time he goes further into the future, you can't go back. You can go far into the future, you can stay young and go into the future if you stay traveling at light speed forever.
Right, well, you can't go back before the time travel was created. Right, like we can go, from whenever we figure out time travel, we can go, from then on, we can travel forward and backwards, but we can't go before we figured out time travel.
Yeah, and that's related to that whole event, the system of events and causality and everything. If you get into the time cones and the star charts and stars and all that stuff. So that's some interesting physics, interesting takes on physics. But as far as explaining all the UFOs, I don't think that our scientists are there yet as far as our classified programs, because I've seen what, they're working on the classified programs. I've seen what Delta's pulling money at, and if they had these things, they wouldn't be wasting their time. And if they had figured this out in the 50s and they had US guys in gravity, they wouldn't be wasting their time giving, a couple $1 million to Marshall Park to listen to, quantized inertia. They wouldn't be interested, they would be doing the other research for them. Maybe they would just to throw people off. I don't know. It's a hard game to play, but you're looking at the real scientists, and you have to go work with what's out there, because at the end of the day, I mentioned on Brett's podcast, but who do the government go to for answers on UFOs? At the end of the day, they're asking scientists,
Right.
So even if the government is an authority on this and takes authority there, at the end of the day, they're talking to scientists, and maybe there's some, scientists out there that are more privy to access to the information and have more the data sets that are available to the public. And that's what I'm concerned with, and whether those data sets can be made available to the public or not, or either sets. And, I've kind of gone through that stuff and deep on this path looking for the answers. And I'm reporting on everything that I find.
So who or what do you think is responsible for these units and East Coast UFOs?
We're so close to our military areas, our military centers of these technologies, and so-called test range and Camp Pendleton right there, Catalina Island on the west coast, and then Norfolk, Virginia, there's military base right there, BAE systems, a bunch of stuff.